Side 7. The Number of the Beast, continuing on page 261. The aide boomed. His Excellency, Governor General, the Lieutenant General, the Right Honorable Herbert Evelyn James Smythe Carstairs, and Lady Herbert Evelyn James. The governor grinned. Dreadful, he said quietly, but worse with ruffles, flourishes, and the Viceroy's march. I spared you that. He raised his voice, did not shout, but it projected, and saluted Hilda. Captain Burrows, we bid you welcome. Hilda bowed, returning the salute. Excellency, Lady Herbert, thank you. We are happy to be here. Lady Herbert smiled at being included and bobbed about 2 centimeters, a minimum curtsy, I suppose, but can't swear to it, as she was swathed in one of those dreadful garden party formal things, big hat, long skirt, long gloves. Hilda answered with a smile and a minimum bow. Permit me to present my companions, Hilda continued. My family and also my crew. On my left, my astrogator and second-in-command, our daughter, Dr. D.T. Burrows Carter, and on her left is her husband, our son-in-law, my chief pilot, Dr. Zebediah John Carter, Captain, U.S. Aerospace Reserve. Dee dropped a curtsy as her name was mentioned, a 6-centimeter job with spine straight. Zeb acknowledged his name with a slight bow. Hilda turned her head and shoulders toward me. It gives me more pride than I can express, she sang, her eyes and mouth smiling, her whole being speaking such serene happiness that it made me choke up, to present our co-pilot, my husband, Dr. Jacob Jeremiah Burrows, Colonel of Ordnance, A.U.S. The governor stepped forward quickly and held out his hand. Doctor, we are honored. His handshake was firm. I returned it in kind, saying in a non-projecting voice, Hilda should not have done that to me. Off campus, I'm Mr. to strangers and Jake to my friends. I'm Bertie, Jake, he answered in his intimate voice, other than on occasions when I can't avoid that string of goods wagons, or I'll call you Doctor. You do, and it's 50 lines. That made him laugh again. And I'm Betty, Jake, Lady Herbert said in closing in. Captain Burrows, may I call you Hilda? Was that a hiccup? Call her Doctor, I suggested. She told on the rest of us. How many doctorates do you hold, dear? 7 or 8? After the first one, it no longer matters. Of course, I'm Hilda, Betty, but Bertie, we have yet to meet the Brigadier. I glanced at the tabs of the officer with the aiguillette and booming voice. Yes, a crown inboard and 3 pips. But when had Hilda learned British insignia? Many Americans can't read their own. I am ceasing to be surprised at how many facts can be stuffed into so small a space. Sorry. Friends, this is Brigadier Ivor Hurd Jones. Squeaky finds things I lose and remembers things I forget. Ladies, gentlemen, charmed. Here is something you told me to remember, General. The Brigadier handed a sealed envelope to his boss. Ah, yes, Smythe Carstairs handed it to my wife. The keys to the city, ma'am. Phrased as you specified, each of you named, and that third factor included. Signed by me for the sovereign and carrying the imperial seal. Your Excellency is most gracious, Hilda said formally, and turned toward Dee. Astrogator? Aye, Captain. Dee placed it in her purse. Our host looked surprised. Jake, doesn't your wife have normal curiosity? She seems to have forgotten my name, too. Hilda protested. I haven't forgotten your name, Bertie. It's an official matter. I treated it formally. I shall read it when I have leisure to open that envelope without damaging the flap seal. To you, this is one of thousands of papers. To me, it is a once-in-a-lifetime souvenir. If I sound impressed, it's because I am. Lady Herbert said, Don't flatter him, my dear. Yes, she had a couple. You'll turn his head, quite. She added, Bertie, you're causing our guests to stand when we could be inside sitting down. You're right, my dear. Bertie looked longingly at Zeb's car. Hilda played a trump. Care to look inside, Bertie? Betty, you can sit down here. The captain's chair is comfortable. Will you do me the honor? Some day I'll tell my grandchildren that Lady Herbert sat in that very seat. What a charming thought! Hilda tried to catch my eye, but I was a jump ahead of her, handing Lady Herbert in, making certain that she didn't miss the step, getting her turned around, making sure that she didn't sit down on belts. If we were about to lift, I told her while fastening the seat belt loosely, first moving the buckle, she's Hilda's height but my thickness, this safety belt would be fastened firmly. Oh, I wouldn't dare. Gangway, Pop, another customer. I got out of the way, and Dee installed Brigadier Hurd Jones in her seat. Beatty said, "Pop, if you'll put the governor in your seat, Zebediah will take his own and give his 2-hour lecture on the care and feeding of spacecraft, while you and I and Hilda hang in the doorways and correct his errors." "I'm only up to Chapter 4, Zeb said defensively. "Jake, make her quit picking on me." "You are her husband. I'm merely her father. Bertie, I must ask one thing. Don't touch anything. This car is not shut down. It is ready to go instantly." "I'll be careful, Jake, but we're leaving the ladies standing, the captain herself. This is not right." Beatty said, "Bertie, I don't want to sit down. This trip doesn't give me nearly the exercise I need." "But I can't permit Captain Hilda to stand. Sit here and I'll stand." I appreciated his gallantry, but I could see an impasse coming, 2 people each aware of his prerogatives, and they conflicted. Hilda avoided it by something she had discovered in working out how to rig a double bed in the control compartment. Although pilots have separate seats, the passenger seats are really one, built all the way across but separated by armrests, which could be removed with screwdriver and sweat. I had eliminated sweat and screwdriver. A natural mechanic such as Zeb accumulates miscellaneous hardware. Those armrests could now be removed and clamped out of the way with butterfly nuts. Hilda started to do so. The brigadier dismounted them once he saw what she was doing. It was a snug fit, but her Jones has trim hips and Hilda has the slimmest bottom in town. Any town. "An important feature," said Zeb, "of this design is a voice-controlled autopilot." Chapter 27. Are you open to a bribe? Beatty. Zebediah for 17 dull minutes said nothing, and said it very well. During that plethora of polysyllabic nullities, I was beginning to think that I would have to take Pop to a quiet spot and reason with him with a club, when Captain Ante showed that she needed no help. Pop had interrupted with, "Let me put it simply. What Zeb said is—" "Co-pilot?" Captain Hilda did not speak loudly, but Pop should know that when she says co-pilot, she does not mean, "Jacob, darling, this is your little wifey." Pop is a slow learner, but he can learn. Just drop an anvil on him. "Yes, Hilda." And Hilda let the seconds creep past, and never took her eyes off Pop. I was embarrassed. Pop isn't usually that slow. Then the anvil hit. "Yes, Captain." "Please do not interrupt the chief pilot's presentation." Her tone was warm and sweet. I don't think our guests realized that Pop had just been court-martialed, convicted, keel-hauled, and restored to duty on probation. But I knew it. Zeb knew it. Pop knew it. "Aye, aye, Captain." I concluded that Captain Ante never intended to stand outside. She had told me to offer my seat to Squeaky, and had added, "Why don't you suggest to your father that he offer his to the governor?" I don't need an anvil. It was a foregone conclusion that Bertie would object to ladies having to stand while he sat, but if he had not, I feel certain that the hillbilly would have held up proceedings until she was seated, where she could watch everyone but our visitors could not watch her. How tall was Machiavelli? As they were climbing out, the brigadier was telling me that he understood how she was controlled, but how did she flap her wings? And I answered that technical questions were best put to the captain. I was unsurprised to hear Captain Ante say, "Certainly, Bertie, if you don't mind being squeezed between Beatty and me." "Mind? I should pay for the privilege." "Certainly you should." I agreed. The hillbilly's eyes widened, but she let me talk. "What am I offered to scrunch over?" I slapped myself where I'm widest. Squeaky is a snake's hips, not me. "Are you open to a bribe?" "How big a bribe?" "A purse of gold and half the county, or cream tarts at tea." "Oh, much more. A bath in a tub with loads of hot water and lots of suds. The last time I bathed was in a stream, and it was cold." I shivered for him. The governor appeared to think. "Squeaky, do we have a bathtub?" Lady Herbert interrupted. "Bertie, I was thinking of the princess suite. My dear, since you are all one family, it popped into mind. 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 2 bathtubs. The drawing-room is gloomy, rather." I answered, "Bertie, you didn't talk fast enough. Betty gets the first ride." "Oh, no. I don't fly, even in our own flying carriage." "Harumph!" Squeaky boomed. "Are you still open to a bribe?" "You might try our captain. She's as corruptible as I am." Aunt Hilda picked it up. "Now that I've heard that 2 bathtubs go with the suite, my cup runneth over. But my husband and my son-in-law have matters to discuss with the governor's technical staff. I don't have to be bribed to offer a few joyrides, Brigadier, 1 passenger at a time, and, as Beatty implies, not too wide a passenger." And Hilda added, "Betty, I must confess my own weakness. clothes. What I am wearing, for example, a Ferrara original, an exclusive. Mario himself created it for me. While it is intended for saltwater yachting, it is just as practical for space yachting, and I couldn't resist it. Do you have nice shops here?" Bertie answered for his wife. "Hilda, there are shops, but Windsor City is not London. However, Betty has a seamstress who is clever at copying styles from pictures and periodicals from home. Old, but new to us," he added. "She'll show you what we have. Now, concerning this ride you so kindly offered me, does it suit you to give me an appointment?" "Is right now soon enough?" "Report readiness for space, astrogator." "Ready," I snapped, trying to sound efficient. "Belt tight." "Chief pilot?" "Belt fastened. Port side door locked. Seal checked. Juice 0.71. Wings subsonic full. Wheels down and locked. Car trimmed, assuming passenger at 66 kilos. "General, is that your mass?" "Dear me, I think in pounds. The factor is—" I interrupted. "I'll take it in pounds here or pounds London." "I weigh myself each morning, and I have had the scale recalibrated. With these boots, 145 pounds, I dare say." "Correct to 3 significant figures, Zebediah. I did not mention that weight bearing on each wheel shows on the instrument board. Let Bertie think my husband a magician. He's a wizard to me." "Thank you, astrogator. Car is trimmed, Captain." "Go, pilot." "Belt fastened, door seal checked, continuer device ready." "Passenger?" said Captain Ante. What should a passenger report?" "Principally that your belt is secure, but I saw to that myself, by using a web belt from our sleeping bag to link Hilda's seat belt to mine. I must ask one question," and Hilda went on. "Are you subject to motion sickness? The Channel can be rough, and so can the Straits of Dover. Did mal de mer ever hit you?" "Oh, I'll be right. Short flight and all that." "One bonine, Deety. General, Admiral Lord Nelson was seasick all his life. My husband and I are susceptible. We took our pills earlier today. Deety and Zebby are the horrid sort who eat greasy sandwiches during a typhoon and laugh at the dying." "I don't laugh," I protested. "But these pills enable us to laugh right back. Is this not so, Jacob?" "Bertie, they work. You'd be a fool not to take one." "I must add," Captain Ante said sweetly, "that if you refuse, we will not lift." Bertie took it. I told him, "Chew it and swallow it. Don't hide it in your cheek. Captain, I think that does it." "Except that we are crowded. General, would you be more comfortable if you put an arm around each of us?" The General did not refuse. It occurs to me that "take him for a ride" has several meanings. Captain Ante has more twists than a belly dancer. "Routine has been broken. Confirm readiness, please." We reported while I snuggled into a firm male arm, realized that it was a pleasant contrast after getting used to my lovely giant. "Gay bounce." Bertie gasped and tightened his arms around us, and Hilda said quietly, "Astrogator, take the con. Schedule as I discussed it. Don't hesitate to vary it. All of us, you too, General, may suggest variations. This is a joyride. Let's enjoy it." But she had told me earlier, "If I don't like a suggestion, I will suggest that we do it later, but time will run out." The General told Lady Herbert, "I can go down to the end of the town." "And be back in time for tea." So we will fetch him back on time. 16:15 local, 4:15 Pip Emma. What's Greenwich? I converted it, GMT 12:44, and told Captain Hillbilly that I would watch both board and the clock in my head, but was ordered to place an alert with Gay. If Aunt Hilda were a man, she would wear both suspenders and belt. No, that's wrong. For herself, she's go for broke. For other people, she is super cautious. We lifted at 15:30 local and took Bertie for a mixed ride. Aunt Hilda had told me that Pop was feeling left out. Gay bounce, chief pilot, place us over the big Russian city at about 1,000 clicks." "Roger, Wilco," my husband affirmed. "Co-pilot, 1 jump or 2. 1, level, keep her so, 6,030 clicks, true bearing 273, offset L, axis negative 074, set." And I shuddered. Pop had set to take us through the planet. "Execute. Bertie, what is the name of that city?" Zeb, I am quite bewildered." Pop and Gay and Zebediah, working together, displayed features simultaneously on the planet in front of us and on the silly-scope on the board. Pop bounced Gay around in ways I didn't know could be done. Zebediah had Gay rotate the display so that the point on Mars 10 opposite us was always the center of the display, with scale according to h above g. I learned a lot. The Russians claim the whole planet, but their occupied area closely matches what we had bingo mapped. Bertie pointed out a bit more czarist area. Gay changed the displayed locus to Zebediah's interpretation of Bertie's information. Windsor City was 0 meridian for the British. Gay measured the arc to touchdown, adjusted her longitudes, and now could use any British-Martian colonial map. Bertie assured us that Russian Ack-Ack could not shoot higher than 3 miles, less than 5 clicks, and seemed astonished that a spaceship might be considered dangerous. His explanation is less than clear. Great, flimsy things that sailed from orbits around Earth to orbits around Mars, taking months for each voyage. I was watching the time. Chief Pilot, we will sightsee with Bertie another day. I am taking the con. Co-pilot? Verniers zeroed and locked, Astrogator. Thanks, Pop. Gay, bug out. Bertie, this is where we first grounded, where the Russians attacked us. That trash ahead is what is left of Colonel Morinovsky's private flyer. Zebediah was forced to retaliate. Bertie looked puzzled. But the Russians have no settlement near here. I know that bounder, Morinovsky. He came to see me under diplomatic immunity. I had to be content with the sort of nasty remarks permitted by protocol, but how did Zeb burn the flyer? Beautifully. Gay, home. Chief Pilot, dive. Captain? I have the con, Aunt Hilda acknowledged. Bertie, that crater was our home 3 days ago. They tried to kill us. We fled for our lives. Who? Gay, home. Gay, bounce. Pilots, may we have Earth without a J? Set it, Jake. Tau axis, +1 quantum, set. Co-pilot, execute at will. Chief Pilot, dive again, please. Jacob, please set Bertie's home universe and hold. Bertie, that house is like Snug Harbor before it was bombed, but 1 universe away. Zebby, level glide, please. Gay, bounce, Gay, bounce. Jacob, you have that setting? Tau +10 quanta, set. Execute at will. Bertie, what anti-aircraft defense does London, your London, have? What? What? London has no defense against attack from above. The Concord of Brussels. But Hilda, my dear Captain, you are telling me that we have been to a different universe? 3 universes, Bertie, and now we are back in your own. Better to show than to tell. It is a thing one believes only through experience. Gay, bounce. Zebby, Jacob, see how quickly you can put us over London. Execute at will. Roger, Wilco. Jake, do you want Gay? Well, great circle, true bearing and chord distance maybe, or I can simply take her high and head northeast, the scenic route. Aunt Hilda caught my eye. Camera ready, D.T.? Yes, 3 shots, I added. 4 more cartons, but when they're gone, they're gone. Use your judgment. Suddenly, we were in free fall over Arizona, then over the British Isles, then we were air-supported, then we were diving, and Zebediah was shouting, Tower of London, next stop. I shot a beauty of the tower and Zebediah's right ear. General, is there something you would like to photograph here or elsewhere? He seemed almost too overcome to talk. He muttered, There is a place about 20 miles north of here, a country estate. Is it possible? Aunt Hilda said, Take the con, D.T. Got it, Captain. Gay, bounce. Pop, Zebediah, give me 3 minima north. Execute at will. Then I was saying, Any landmarks, Bertie? Not yet. Pop, may we have the binoculars? Pop handed them aft. I gave them to Bertie. He adjusted them and searched while Zebediah made a wide sweep, spending altitude stingily. Bertie said, There. Where? I said. And what? A large house to the right of our course. Now dead ahead. I saw it. A stately home of England. Lawns you make with a flock of sheep in 4 centuries. This it? Asked Zebediah. I'm steady on it by gun sight. That's it, sir. D.T., I would like a picture. Do my best. Alert, said Gay. Memo for General Smythe Carstairs. I can go down to the end of the town and be back in time for tea. Aunt Hilda, Bertie, I left some leeway. Picture. Zebediah, take it as close as you dare, then bounce, but warn me, I want a close-up. Now, Dee-Dee. I hit it, and Zebediah bounced us. Bertie let out a sigh. My home. I never expected to see it again. I knew it was your home, Aunt Hilda said softly, because you looked the way we feel when we see the crater where Snug Harbor used to be. But you will see it again, surely. How long is a tour of duty on Mars? It's a matter of health, Bertie added. Betty's health. Pop turned his head. Bertie, we can bounce and do it again. What's a few minutes late for tea compared with seeing your old homestead? Bertie's not late yet, Pop. We can do even better. That lawn is smooth, and the open part is about half the size of the PG at Imperial House. Bertie, we can ground. My husband added, I could make a glide grounding, but Dee-Dee has worked out a better method. No, Bertie said brusquely. Thanks, Dee-Dee. Thanks to all of you. Jake, Zeb, Captain Hilda. I'll treasure this day, but enough is enough. Tears were running down his cheeks. Ignored. Aunt Hilda took a Kleenex from her purse, dabbed away his tears. She put her left hand back of Bertie's neck, pulled his face down to hers, and kissed him. She didn't look to see if Pop was watching. He was. She just did it. Pop said, "Dee Dee, will you hand me the binocs?" "Sure, Pop. See something?" "I'm going to see what I can of merry old England, as I don't expect to see it again, either. Family, we are not going back to Snug Harbor again. It's not good for us. Meanwhile, Zeb will drive, and you two are to soothe our guest and make him feel better. But remember to wipe off the lipstick. Pipe down, Zeb. You aren't observant. Neither of our darlings is wearing any. Being late is not important. The party can't start till the McGregor arrives. But once Bertie's there, he's on parade. And the governor must not appear with eyes swollen and tear marks on his collar. We must return him in as good shape as we got him." Sometimes I love Pop more than most. And my husband, too. I used both hands, but didn't need to. Bertie wasn't trying to get away. The second time he kissed Hilda, he supplied the hands. Therapy took 3 minutes and 41 seconds, and I am certain that by the end of 221 seconds, Bertie was no longer homesick, not grieving about might-have-beens. His morale was tip-top. The last time he kissed me, he informed me without words that I should not be alone with him unless my intentions were serious. I made mental note, and a second to ask Hilda if she had received the same warning. Then I struck out the second note. I was certain, and equally certain, that she would fib if it suited her. But I look forward to the day the hillbilly asks me to jigger for her. That will be my final promotion. No longer Jane's little girl in Hilda's eyes, but Jane's equal, trusted as utterly as she trusted Jane. And I will be rid of the last trace of the shameful jealousy I have for my beloved Mama Jane. I checked myself in my purse mirror while I waited for them to break, checked both of them, and decided that they had no milk on their chins. Bertie said, "Dee Dee, could I possibly have one of those pictures as a remembrance of this perfect day?" "Certainly. Gay parade ground. All 3 are yours. We took them for you." We were exactly on time. 3 hours later, I was sitting tit-deep in a wonderful tub of hot, soapy water, a tub big enough to drown in, but I wasn't going to drown because the hillbilly was sitting shoulder-deep, facing me. We were reliving our day as well as getting beautiful for dinner. Well, sanitary. Hilda said, "Dee Dee, I tell you 3 times, Betty is suffering from an ailment made more endurable by Martian conditions." "Meaning that in .38 G she doesn't hit hard when she falls down?" What was in that teapot no one else touched? Chanel No. 5? Medicine, prescribed for her nerves. Got it. Official. She's friendly as a puppy. She's generous. She's our hostess. I ought to know better. It's a shame that she has this ailment, but she's fortunate in having a husband who loves her so dearly that he left home forever so that she can live in lower gravity. Bertie is quite a man. There is nothing for him at home. His older brother has sons. Title and estate can't go to Bertie. He can't go much higher in the army, and a governor-general is senior to anybody. He embodies the sovereign. I thought that was limited to viceroys. Squeaky put me straight on it. Bertie is viceroy in dealing with Russians, but did you notice the uniforms on the maids? I noticed the cream tarts more. White aprons, white caps, simple print dresses, dark blue or black with Indian arrowheads. The broad arrow, Dee Dee. Huh? No sabe, please. In this universe, Australia belongs to the Dutch. Brace yourself, dear. This is a prison colony. Every so often the world wobbles, and I have to wait for it to steady down. Somewhat later I said, "A colony could be better than a prison. I can't see Bertie as a tyrant. Bertie is quite a man when—" Hilda reached out, grabbed a chain, flushed the WC, then leaned toward me. That fixture was a noisy type that went on gurgling and gasping for a long time. Remember what Zebby told us when he crowded us into the other bath and turned on everything? One must assume that guest quarters in any government building anywhere are wired. Careful what you say, dear. He also said that he had no reason to assume that it was the case here. But Zebby was the one who insisted on a conference in Gay, with Jacob being mulish and you yourself seeing no reason not to confer up here. And Hilda again pulled the chain. Yes, Bertie is quite a man. Don't leave me alone with him. Or should I jigger instead? Naughty, Dee Dee. My sweet, a bride should refrain at least 12 months out of respect for her husband and to prove that she can. After that it's okay? Of course not. It's immoral, disgraceful, and scandalous. Suddenly she giggled, put arms around my neck, and whispered, But if I ever need a jigger, Dee Dee is the only person I would trust. That conference immediately after tea had caused a crisis, brought on by our husbands in concert but out of tune. The tea had been fun. Cream tarts and new men appealed to my basest instincts. A tea qua tea should be over in an hour. We had been there over an hour, which I ignored because I was having fun. And Hilda broke the ring around me, said softly, "We're leaving." So we smiled and said goodbye, found our host, and thanked him. "Our pleasure," Bertie said. "Lady Herbert became indisposed and wishes to be forgiven, but we'll see you at dinner. Jones tells me that black tie is no problem, right?" He added to let Squeaky know when we wanted help in moving. Hilda assured him that Squeaky had it in hand, and the suite was beautiful. As we left, I asked, "Where is Zebediah?" "Waiting at the outer steps. He asked me for a conference." I don't know why, but Zebby would not unnecessarily interrupt a social event to ask for a closed conference. "Why didn't we go to our suite? And where's Pop?" Zebby specified the car, more private. Jacob is inside, talking with some men. He brushed off my telling him that we were going to the car now, said he would see us later. "Dee, I can't enforce orders as captain under those conditions." Pop is hard to move when he gets into a discussion. I've yawned through some deadly ones, but how can we have a conference until he shows up? "I don't know, dear. Here's Zebby." My husband pecked me on the nose and said, "Where's Jake?" Hilda answered, "He told me that he would be along later." Zebediah started to curse, and Hilda cut him off. "Chief pilot?" Yes, Captain." "Go find the co-pilot. Tell him that we lift in 5 minutes. Having told him that, and no more, turn and leave at once. Don't give him any opportunity to ask questions. Come straight to the car." "Aye, aye, Captain." "Come, Dee." Hilda hurried to Gay Deceiver, went to her seat, started to belt. She glanced at me. "Astrogator, prepare for space." I started to ask why, but instead said, "Aye, aye, Captain," and quickly was belted. "Captain, may I inquire your plans?" "Certainly, you're second in command. And astrogator. However, I will take the con on lifting." "Then we really are lifting?" "Yes, 5 minutes after Zebby returns. That gives Jacob 5 minutes to make up his mind. Then we lift. If Jacob is aboard, he'll be with us." "And, Hilda, you would abandon my father on this planet?" "No, Dee. Jacob will probably never notice that the car has been away, as it should not be gone more than a few minutes. If Jacob does not come with us, I will ask Zebby to drop me on Earth without a J. Range finder and target method. I don't want to use Zebby's precious juice." "And, Hilda, you sound desperate." "I am, dear," she added. "Here comes Zebby." Zebediah climbed in. "Message delivered, Captain." "Thank you, Chief Pilot. Prepare for space." "Roger, Wilco." "Will you check the seal of the starboard door, please?" "Aye, aye, Captain." "Report readiness for space, astrogator." "Belt tight, ready for space." "Oh, and Hilda!" "Astrogator, pipe down. Chief Pilot." "Both doors locked, seals checked, seat belt tight, power packs 2-0'd, 2 in reserve. Juice 0.71 minus, all systems go. Co-pilot missing. Ready for space." "Captain's seat belt tight, ready for space. Gay Deceiver." "Howdy, Hilda." "Please display 5-minute countdown. Paraphrase acknowledge." 300 seconds backwards in lights. Execute." Have you ever listened to 300 seconds of silence? Neither have I. 281 when Pop pounded on the door. And Hilda said, "Gay Deceiver, open starboard door." Pop climbed in, indignant as an offended cat. "What the hell goes on?" "Co-pilot, prepare for space." "What? Now, Hilda, that is going too far." "Co-pilot, either secure for space or get out and stand clear. Chief Pilot, see that my orders are carried out." "Aye, aye, Captain. Co-pilot, you've got 0 seconds to make up your mind." My husband started to unstrap. Pop looked at Zebediah, looked at us. I was doing my frozen face to keep from crying, and I think Aunt Hilda was, too. Pop hastily fastened his belt. "You're a pack of idiots." He was checking the door seal. "But I won't be left behind." "Co-pilot, report." "Huh? Ready for space," Hilda said. "Gay Termite, Gay Deceiver, open your doors." "Well, for the love of—" "Pipe down. Chief Pilot, I have no stomach for charging my husband with mutiny, but that is what I have been faced with repeatedly. Will you grant me the boon of resuming command to drop me on Earth without a J? I would rather not have to stay on Mars." "Hilda." "I'm sorry, Jacob. I've tried. I'm not up to it. I'm not Jane." "No one expects you to be Jane, but ever since you became captain, you've been throwing your weight around, like calling this stunt in the middle of a party, insulting our host and hostess." "Hold it, Jake." "What? See here, Zeb, I'm talking to my wife. You keep—" "I said hold it. Shut up or I'll shut you up." "Don't you threaten me." "That's not a threat, that's a warning." "Pop, you had better believe him. I'm not on your side." Pop took a deep breath. "What do you have to say for yourself, Carter?" "Nothing for myself, but you've got your data wrong 6 ways. 1, Captain Hilda did not call this so-called stunt. I did." "You did? What the devil caused you to do a thing like that?" Irrelevant. I convinced the captain that the matter was urgent, so she gathered us in. All but you. You told her not to bother you, or words to that effect, but she gave you another chance. You didn't deserve it. You had long since used up your quota, but she did. She sent me back to tell you we were lifting. It finally penetrated your skull that we might lift without you. To this place. If you had been 20 seconds later, we would have translated to another universe. But this nonsense about insulting our host and hostess... Your hostess left the tea long before you did. Your host left immediately after Hilda and Didi, leaving his aide, the brigadier, to close shop. But you are so damned self-centered you never noticed. Jake, don't you lecture me on proper behavior as a guest. The first time I laid eyes on you, you were trying to start a fight in Sharpie's ballroom. Huh? But I was fully Dreck! No one is ever justified in starting a fight under a host's roof. The very most that can be justified under extreme provocation is to tell the other party privately that you are ready to meet him at another time and place. Jake, I don't enjoy teaching manners to my senior, but your parents neglected you, so I must. If I offend you, if you feel entitled to call me out, I will accommodate you at any other time and place. Aunt Hilda gasped, Zebby, no. I gasped something like it. My husband patted our hands. Together. Hilda was gripping mine. Don't worry, dears. I didn't call Jake out and won't. I don't want to hurt Jake. He's your husband, your father, my blood brother by spilled blood, but I had to chew him out. He's now entitled to a crack at me. With words, with hands, with whatever. Sharpie, Didi, you can't refuse Jake his rights. No matter what, he still has rights. Pop said, Zeb, I am not going to call you out. If you think I am afraid of you, you're welcome. If you think it's because I know you love both Hilda and Didi, you would be closer. A fight between us would endanger their welfare. As you said, we are blood brothers. Pop's tone suddenly changed. But doesn't mean I like your behavior, you arrogant punk. Zebediah grinned. No lo contendere, Pop. So you admit it. You know Latin better than that, Jake. Means I'm satisfied to let it lie. We can't afford to quarrel. A point well taken. Stipulating that I did not come at once when summoned, and tabling, if you will, until later, whether or not I had reason, may I now ask why I was summoned? The nature of this problem that caused you to call this conference. Jake, the situation has changed so rapidly that the matter no longer has priority. You heard Sharpie's plans. My husband looked into Aunt Hilda's eyes. Captain, I'll be honored to drive you wherever you want to go. Drop you wherever you say, with your choice of equipment and wampum, but with a mail drop, I hope. Are you ready to leave? Yes, Captain. Wait a half. You are Captain until you leave us. Orders, Captain? Earth without a J, or I'll help you shop others. We might find a world of nudists. Why that, Zebby? I'm not jumpy about skin, but only among close friends. Remember why Jake was certain that the Finnish mathematician was not a disguised vermin? Sauna. Disguise has limits. Oh, Aunt Hilda looked thoughtful. I could get used to it, but I must get out of this tension, so drop me on the -J world. A mail drop, yes, I don't ever want to lose you and Didi. We find that safe place, we pick you up. Sharpie, we'll be back someday anyhow, if the boogeymen don't get us. Hold it, Zeb. If you're dropping Hilda, you're dropping me. That's up to Captain Hilda. Hilda, I will not permit. Jake, quit acting the fool, growled my husband. She's boss, with me to back her up. And me, I echoed. You seem to forget that the continua device is mine. Gay deceiver. Yes, boss. Who's your fat friend? Number the beast. Execute. Done. Try your verniers, Jake. Pop did something. I couldn't see his hands. Then he said, Why, you... So you think you've stopped me? Gay deceiver. Howdy, Jake. Zebediah cut in. Gay deceiver, override. Emergency. 31, execute. Gay can no longer hear you, Jake. Try it. If you can do one, you can do the other. Zeb, I never thought you would be that sneaky. Jake, if you had behaved yourself, you never would have known. Extreme individualists, all of us, don't take kindly to discipline because they rarely understand its nature and function, but even before that fake ranger showed up, we all had agreed to lifeboat rules. We discussed them, and you all claimed to understand them, and I was elected skipper. I nominated you, eldest, senior, inventor of the space-time twister, but you said it had to be me. A lifeboat officer must always be able to enforce his orders in situations of great peril complicated by hysterical civilians, or bull-headed ones who must otherwise be wheedled. It was time for a diversion. Pop doesn't like to look foolish, and I was still hoping to salvage this shambles. Zebediah, is my number 59? Of course, but it takes my voice. Can you figure the cancel and reset? For mnemonic reasons, it should be one of 3, probably 95. On the button. Although I would prefer 89. Why? Work on it. Zebediah, why did you call this meeting? With Sharpie leaving us, the matter is academic. We won't be coming back to Mars. Oh, dear. What's the trouble, Sharpie? Captain?
I promised Squeaky a ride. Zebby, could you keep my promise for me, please, for old time's sake?
Captain, once we lift to drop you on -J, we won't return. But the captain still is captain, and can give Squeaky that ride in the next 30 minutes if it suits her. May I offer something in my own defense?
Pop put in.
Of course, Jake. Sorry, Captain, you're in charge. May the co-pilot have the floor.
Jacob, even though I find it necessary to leave you, I love and respect you, and will always listen to you.
Thanks, darling. Thank you, Captain. I was in that huddle because Brigadier Herd Jones always remembers. That huddle was the top physical scientists on Mars. A scruffy lot, but they get the technical journals and read them a few months late. I was talking with the top chemist. Well, Jake, make it march. Zeb, not one knew an isotope from an antelope. You can't buy juice here. For that, you disobeyed a direct order of the captain? Sharpie, you should have him flogged around the fleet before you surrender office. Don't joke, Zebby. Captain, I am not joking. Jake, that's no news. I spotted it this afternoon. Sharpie, Deety, in England.
I missed it, Aunt Hilda said. I don't know England well.
Deety?
Well, maybe, I admitted.
How?
Demanded Pop. Little things. No rotables, just horse-drawn vehicles. No air traffic other than a few ornithopters. Coal-fired, steam-powered trains of cars, traffic on the Thames, what little there was, minded me of pictures of Victorian England.
Daughter, why didn't you mention this?
You saw it, Pop.
Those were my reasons, Zebediah agreed. My hope of getting juiced here dropped to 0.1%. It is now 0. Zebediah sighed. But that isn't why I asked the captain to call us together. Family, there are vermin here.
The world wobbled again, and so did I. Aunt Hilda was saying, How did you learn this, Zebby?
You gals had plenty of company, and Jake had the local scientists, so Squeaky gave me his attention. Captain, you told us to stick to the truth.
Yes, agreed Aunt Hilda, but not to volunteer information.
I didn't volunteer. I was debriefed. Squeaky asked me about the ride we gave his boss. I tried to be vague. Squeaky took a photo from his pocket. The governor tells me this was taken this afternoon. Deety, it was the pic you took of the Thames and the tower. I shortly started giving him a full account rather than have it dragged out. The governor had told him the works. Squeaky was comparing my version with Bertie's, looking for holes in a yarn most easily explained by hypnosis, delirium tremens, insanity, or fancy lying. Since no two witnesses exhibit any of these in the same way, they can be used as truth tests. Contrariwise, two witnesses who tell exactly the same story are lying. I assume that Bertie and I differed enough to be credible.
I asked my husband, Zebediah, did you explain six-dimensional space to him?
Zebediah looked pained. How could I, when I can't explain it to me? Anyhow, he's looking forward eagerly to the ride Captain Sharpie promised him.
Oh, dear. Zebby, will you take a note to him?
Captain, we are not coming back after we drop you. I'll be breaking a date with him, too. Either before or after, whatever time suits you, he's planning to give me, and anyone else who wants to go, a ride to see the vermin. Black hats, fake rangers.
I do wish the world would not wobble. Pop said,
Zeb, spill it. Quit stalling. Shut up and listen. Squeaky showed me a scrapbook, dull as a scrapbook usually is, until we came across a page of black hats. Deety, you would have been proud of me.
I am proud of you, I answered.
Because I didn't scream or faint. I showed no special interest. I just said, God in heaven, Squeaky, those are the horrors that chased us off Earth. You've got 'em here.
No special interest.
I didn't climb the drapes. I merely said, or have you managed to exterminate them? The discussion became confused, as they don't kill them. They put them to work. Squeaky had to repress amusement at the notion that wogs could be dangerous. He glanced at his watch and said, Come, I'll show you. Ordinarily, we don't allow wogs in town, but this old fellow takes care of the governor's gardens. They may not yet have been returned to the pens for the night. He led me to a balcony. Squeaky looked down and said, Too late, I'm afraid. No, there it is. Hooly, chop, chop. And again I didn't faint. Hooly ran toward us, with a gait I can't describe, stopped abruptly, threw an open palm salute, and held it. Private Hooly reports. Squeaky let him stand there. This wog, he told me, is the most intelligent of the herd. It knows almost 100 words, can make simple sentences, as intelligent as a dog, and it can be trusted not to eat the flowers. Herbivorous, says I, showing off my book learning. Oh, no, he tells me, omnivorous. We hunt wild ones to provide the good wogs with a change in diet, and, of course, when we slaughter overage wogs, that provides more ration. That's enough for one lesson, children. Pleasant dreams. Tomorrow the Brigadier will have a roadable big enough for all of us to take us out to meet the Martian natives, a.k.a. wogs, a.k.a. black hats, a.k.a. vermin, unless that interferes with the ride you aren't going to give him, in which case he will swap the times around with the visit to the wogs we aren't going to make. And that, Jake, is the reason I asked the captain for a family conference. I already knew that artificial isotopes are far beyond this culture, not alone from the ride this afternoon, but because I asked questions myself. Squeaky has a knowledge of chemistry about the pre-nuclear level, and a detailed knowledge of explosives that one expects of a pro. But to Squeaky, atoms are the smallest divisions of mass, and heavy water is a meaningless phrase. So I knew we would be here just to get Sharpie some clothes and to recharge my packs, since they do have DC power. Then I found we had stumbled onto the home of the vermin, and at that point my back didn't ache at the idea of cranking, and I didn't think that the captain was that much in a hurry to buy clothes. So I asked the captain to call us together in Smart Girl. I did not want to put it off even a few minutes because we were scheduled to move into our suite after tea. To leave at once, before we moved in, would save awkward explanations. Jake, did I have reason to ask for emergency conference? If you had told me... Stop! The captain told you. But she didn't explain. Jake, you're hopeless. Captains don't have to explain. Furthermore, she could not because I did not tell anyone until now. The captain had confidence in my judgment. You could have explained. When Hilda sent you back to get me, I would have come at once. That makes the 9th time you've been wrong in 20 minutes. I blurted, 10th, Zebediah, I counted. Pop gave me his et tu, Brute look. 10th without being right once. I could not have explained it to you. Merely because of a group of men? 11th. I was not sent back to get you. 12th. I was under orders to tell you that, quote, we lift in 5 minutes. Tell you that and no more. Then turn and leave at once without discussion. I carried out my orders. You hoped that I would be left behind? 13. I butted in again. Pop, quit making a fool of yourself. Zebediah asked you an essential question, and you've dodged. Captain Ante, could we have the doors closed? There might be one of them out there, and the guns are locked up. Certainly, Deedee. Gay deceiver, close your doors. Pop said, Deedee, I was not aware that I had been dodging. I thought I was conducting a reasonable discussion. Pop, you always think so, but you are reasonable only in mathematics. Zebediah asked you whether or not, under the circumstances, did he have reason to ask for a conference. You haven't answered it. If Hilda had not told him not to... Pop, answer that question, or I will never speak to you again in my life. My husband said, Deedee, don't make threats. My husband, I never make threats either. Pop knows it. Pop took a deep breath. Zeb, under the circumstances you have described, you were justified in asking the captain for an immediate private conference. I let out my breath. Thanks, Pop. I did it for myself, Deedee. Hilda, Captain. What is it, Jacob? I should have gone with you at once when you first asked me to. Thank you, Jacob, but I did not ask you. I ordered you. True, it was phrased as a request, but orders of a commanding officer are customarily phrased as requests, a polite protocol. You explained this custom to me yourself, although I already knew it. And Hilda turned to look at Zebediah. Chief Pilot, the departure for -J is postponed until late tomorrow. I will give you the time after I have consulted the Brigadier. I want to see one of those vermin alive, photograph it stereo and cinema, and if possible, dissect one. Since I intend to remain overnight, I hope to pick up clothes for -J too, but the reasons for delay are to learn more about vermin and to carry out my commitment to Brigadier Herd Jones. And Hilda paused, continued. All hands, special orders. Do not remove anything from the car that you cannot afford to abandon. This car may lift on 5 minutes' warning even in the middle of the night. You should keep close to me unless you have a guarantee from me of longer time. Tonight I will sleep in the car. If we lift in the night, I will send word to Princess Suite. Zebby, I will retain the captaincy until we ground on -J. Schedule. Dinner tonight is 8:30, Pip Emma local time, about 3 hours hence. Black tie for gentlemen. Deedee suggests that we wear what we wore our wedding night. She has our outfits packed together. The Brigadier will send someone to Princess Suite shortly after 8 local to escort us to a reception. I will settle tomorrow's schedule with him. Jacob, I will slip down to the car after the house is quiet. If someone sees me, I will be running down for a toothbrush. Questions? Captain, said Pop. Co-pilot? Hilda, must you sleep in the car? Jacob, 'twere best done quickly. I'm begging you. You want me to be your whore one last time? That's not too much to ask, since you were willing to marry me, knowing my thoroughly tarnished past. Yes, Jacob. No, 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 I want you to sleep in my arms. That's all I ask.
Only that? We can discuss it after we go to bed. All hands, prepare for space. Report. I splashed the hillbilly and giggled. Captain Anti-Chum, that flatters me more than anything else you could ever say. While I can't imagine needing a jigger, if I did, or if I needed any sort of help, and it took one who loves me no matter what, you know to whom I would turn. The one who loves me even when I'm bad. Who's that? Thank you, Dee. We love and trust each other. Now tell me, did you ever have any intention of sleeping tonight in the car? She pulled the chain again. Under that racket, she said into my ear, Dee, doll, I never had any intention of sleeping tonight.
Chapter 28. He's too fat. Zeb. Sharpie sat on the governor's right with my wife on his left, which gave Jake and me the privilege of sharing Lady Herbert. A loud shout away. The space was filled with mess jackets, dinner coats, and wives in their best. We each had one footman to ensure that we did not starve. This platoon was bossed by a butler as impressive as the Pope, who was aided by a squad of non-com butlers. Female servants rushed in and out to serving tables. His supremacy, the butler, took it from there, but used his hands only in offering splashes of wine to the governor to taste and approve. All were in livery, decorated with the broad arrow. The British colony consisted of A. Wogs, B. Transportees, C. Discharged transportees, D. Officers and enlisted men, E. Civil servants, and F. Spouses and dependents. I know even less about the Russian colony. Military and serfs, I think. The ladies were in Victorian high-style dowdiness, which made Dee and Sharpie birds of paradise among crows. Jumpsuit and sailor pants had shocked people at tea, but at dinner, Dee wore the velvet wrap she had the night we eloped. Sharpie wore her sunset-shade mink cape. Jake and I unveiled them on the grand staircase leading down to the reception hall. No, we didn't rehearse. We were mysterious strangers, guests of the Governor-General and his lady. So all eyes were upon us. Maids, hurrying up, met us there to take our ladies' wraps. I had questioned the propriety of house guests coming downstairs in wraps. Sharpie had answered, Utterly correct, Zebby, because I set the style. I did so this afternoon. I shall until we leave. I shut up. Sharpie has infallible instinct for upstaging. Have I mentioned how Sharpie and Dee were dressed at Sharpie's party? They practically weren't. I wish I had had that hall bugged to record the gasps when Jake and I uncovered our prizes. These two had last been seen at tea, one in a jumpsuit, the other in an outfit that looked donated by the Salvation Army, with no makeup. We had been to our suite before tea only for a hasty wash, but now Sharpie did Dee hair, Dee did Sharpie's. Sharpie styled both faces, including too much lipstick, which Dee doesn't often wear. I asked Sharpie if she knew the history and significance of lipstick. She answered, Certainly do, Zebby, don't bother us. She went on making Dee beautiful. Dee is beautiful, but doesn't know it because her features have that simple regularity favored by Praxiteles. Having put too much lipstick on Dee, Sharpie removed some, then carried her makeup onto her breasts so that it disappeared under the dress, which is pretty far, because they saved material on that dress at the top in order to give it a full floor-length skirt. You can't quite see her nipples, in the flesh, I mean. They generally show through her clothes, always when she's happy, because Dee stands tall. Her mother had told her, Dee, if a woman is tall, the answer is to look at least 3 centimeters taller than you are. Dee always believed her mother. She stands tall, sits straight. She never leans or slouches. She can get away with that dress by half a centimeter. I'm not sure of the material, but the color is the shade of green that goes best with strawberry hair. That dress, her height, long legs, broad shoulders, a waist 2 sizes too small, setting off breasts 2 sizes too big, the combo could get her a job as a showgirl. When Sharpie finished gilding Dee, I couldn't see that she had been made up at all, but knew darn well that she did not look the way she had before. Sharpie picked her jewelry, too, sparingly, as Dee had all her pretties with her, her own and those that had belonged to her mother. Sharpie based it on an emerald and pearl neckpiece, plus a matching pin and ring. As for Sharpie, twice my darling's age and half as big, restraint was not what she used. The central diamond of her necklace was smaller than the Star of Africa. She wore other diamonds, here and there. Here is something I don't understand. Sharpie is underprivileged in mammary glands. I know she was not wearing cheaters as I returned to get my tie tied just as Deety was about to lower it onto her. No bra, no underwear. But when that dress was fastened, Sharpie had tits. Little ones, but big enough for her size. Stuffing built into the dress? Nope. I went out of my way to check. Is that why some couturiers get such high prices? Still, the captain looks best in her skin. So we uncovered these confections and gave the British colony, male, female, and the others, something to talk about for months. I can't say the English ladies were pleased. Their men gravitated toward our darlings like iron filings toward a magnet. However, Betty, Lady Herbert, is sweet all through. She rushed toward us, a bow wave of juniors getting out of her way, stopped short, looked only at our ladies, and said with the delight of a child at Christmas, "Oh, how beautiful you are," and clapped her hands. Her voice projected against dead silence, then conversation resumed. Lady Herbert took them, an arm around each, and toured the hall, busting up a receiving line. Brigadier Herd Jones rolled with the punch, gathered in Jake and me, made sure we met those who had not been at tea. Shortly before dinner, a colonel said to me, "I say, is it true that the tiny beauty is in command of your ship?" "Quite true. Best commanding officer I've ever had." "Oh, astounding! Fascinating. The taller girl, the strawberry blonde, introduced simply as Mrs. Carter, she's part of your ship's company, yes?" "Yes," I agreed. "Astrogator and second in command, Dr. D.T. Burroughs Carter, my wife." "Well, my congratulations, sir." "Thank you." "I say, Carter, would it be rude of me to ask why the ladies have the senior posts while you and Dr. Burroughs appear to be junior, or am I intruding?" "Not at all, Colonel. We each do what we do best. Mrs. Burroughs is not only best as commander, she is also best cook. While we take turns at cooking, I'll happily volunteer as scullery maid if it will persuade the captain to cook." "Amazing. Could you use a colonel of Lancers about to retire? I'm a wonderful scullery maid." The dinner was excellent. Irish chef, transported for shooting his landlord, and Lady Herbert was delightful, even though she drank her dinner and her words became increasingly difficult to understand. But any answer would do as long as it was friendly. Jake displayed the charm he can when he bothers, and kept her laughing. One thing marred it. Lady Herbert started to slump, and nursing sisters appeared and took her away. What is protocol for this? I checked Hilda and the governor. They didn't seem to see it. I glanced at Herd Jones. The brigadier did not seem to see it, but Squeaky sees everything. Ergo, no member of the colony could see it. Someone else gathered the ladies while the gentlemen remained for port and cigars. While we were standing as the ladies left, Herd Jones leaned close. "Your captain has asked me to tell you that the governor invites you to join them later in his study." I tasted the port, lit the cigar. I don't smoke, fake it when polite, when the brigadier caught my eye and said, "Now." Bertie had left, leaving a stooge, a wit who had them all laughing, that colonel of Lancers. When Jake and I came in, Deety and Hilda were there with a large man, tall as I am and heavier, Major General Moresby, chief of staff. Bertie stood while waving us to chairs. "Thanks for coming, gentlemen. We are settling tomorrow's schedule, and your captain prefers to have you present." The governor reached behind him, moved out a globe of Mars. "Captain, I think I have marked the places we visited yesterday." "Deety, please check it," Sharpie directed. My darling looked it over. "The Russian settlements extended almost 150 kilometers farther east than this borderline shows, 91 English miles, 79 nautical miles, call it 2.5 degrees. "Impossible," the bulky Major General. Deety shrugged. "Might be a few miles more. All we took were spot checks." Jake said, "General Moresby, you had better believe it." Bertie stepped in with, "Is that the only discrepancy, Dr. Deety?" "One more, but there is something I want to ask about. May I borrow a marking pen, grease pencil?" Bertie found one. She placed 3 bingos in an equilateral triangle, well detached from both zones. "What are these, sir? This one is a village. The other 2 are large farms, but we did not determine nationality." Bertie looked at her marks. "Not ours. Moresby, how long ago did we reconnoiter that area?" "There are no Russians there. She's doing it by memory. She's mistaken." I said, Moresby, I'll bet my wife's marks are accurate within 2 kilometers. How high do you want to go? What is a pound worth here in gold?
Bertie said, "Please, gentlemen, wages another time. What was the other error, Astrogator DT?" "Our touchdown point, where we tangled with the Russians. Your memory is off by many degrees. Should be here."
Moresby? Governor, that is impossible. Either they did not land there, or they had trouble with Russians somewhere else.
DT shrugged. "Governor, I have no interest in arguing. Our time of arrival at touchdown just after dawn, day before yesterday, was 14:06 in the afternoon, Windsor City local time. 2:06, Pip Emma. You saw the remains of that ornithopter today. What did shadows and height of the sun tell you as to local time there, and what does that tell you about longitude from here?" She added, "With 1 degree of longitude being 4 minutes of local time difference, you can treat 1 minute of arc as equal to 1 kilometer and measure it on this globe. The errors will be smaller than your own error in estimate of local time."
Astrogator, I'm not good at this sort of problem, but it was about 8:30 in the morning when we saw the burned ornithopter.
"That's right, Governor. We'll lay that out as kilometers and see how close it comes to my mark." Moresby objected.
But that globe is scaled in miles.
DT looked back at Bertie with a half-smile, an expression that said wordlessly, "He's your boy, Bertie, not mine."
Bertie said testily, "Moresby, have you never worked with a French ordnance map?"
"I'm not as tolerant as DT.
Multiply by 1.609.
"Thanks, but we will assume that the astrogator is correct. Moresby, reconnaissance will cover 2 areas. Captain, how many spot checks can be made per hour?" "Just a moment," Captain Sharpey interrupted. "Has this discussion been directed at the ride I promised Brigadier Hurd Jones?"
"I'm sorry, ma'am. Wasn't that clear?"
"No. I thought you were telling General Moresby what you saw today. Isn't the Brigadier available? I want to settle the time with him."
Moresby answered, "Madam, that has been changed. I'm taking his place."
Sharpey looked at Moresby as if he were a side of beef she was about to condemn. "Governor, I do not recall offering this person a ride, nor has the Brigadier told me that he is not going."
"Moresby, did you speak to Hurd Jones?" "Certainly I did, sir. I dislike to tell you, but he was not cooperative. I had to remind him that there was rank involved."
I looked around for somewhere to hide, but Sharpey did not explode. She said sweetly, "Certainly there is, Major General. Bores me. My rank. I am commanding. You are not." She turned to Bertie. "Governor, I may offer other rides after I keep my promise to the Brigadier, but not to this person. He's too fat."
"What? I weigh only 17 stone, trim for a man with my height and big bones,"
Moresby added.
"Homeside weight, of course, only 90 pounds here, light on my feet. Madam, I resent that."
"Too fat," Sharpey repeated. "Bertie, you remember how tightly we were packed yesterday? But even if Boresme did not have buttocks like sofa cushions, he's much too fat between the ears. He can't enter my yacht."
"Very well, Captain. Moresby, please have Hurd Jones report to me at once."
"But dismissed." As the door closed, the governor said, "Hilda, my humblest apologies. Moresby told me that it was all arranged, which meant to me that he had seen you and Squeaky and arranged the exchange. Moresby hasn't been here long. I'm still learning his quirks. No excuse, Captain, but I offer it in extenuation." "Let's forget it, Bertie. You used reconnaissance where I would have said joyride. Reconnaissance is a military term. Did you use it as such?"
"I did."
"Gay Deceiver is a private yacht, and I am a civilian master." She looked at me. "Chief Pilot, will you advise me?"
"Captain, if we overfly territory for the purpose of reconnaissance, the act is espionage."
"Governor, is this room secure?"
Hilda,
"Captain, in what way? Is it soundproof, and are there microphone pickups?"
"It is soundproof when I close that second door. There is one microphone. I control it with a switch under the rug, right here."
"Will you not only switch it off, but disconnect it, so that it cannot be switched on by accident?"
"If that is your wish. I could be lying. Other microphones."
"It's accidental recording I want to avoid. Bertie, I wouldn't trust Moresby as far as I could throw him. I have learned to trust you. Tell me why you need to reconnoiter."
"I'm not certain."
"Reconnaissance is to learn something you are not certain about. Something that can be seen from Gay Deceiver, but what?"
Will you all swear to secrecy?"
"Hilda." "Not now, Jacob. Governor, if you don't want to trust us, tell us to leave."
Smythe Carstairs had been standing since turning the rug to remove the switch. He looked down at Hilda and smiled.
"Captain, you are an unusually small woman, and the toughest man I've dealt with in many a year. The situation is this. The Russians have sent another ultimatum. We have never worried about Russians as we settled halfway around the planet from them, and logistics here are almost impossible. No oceans, no navigable streams, some canals if one enjoys suicide. Both sides have attempted to raise horses. They don't live long, they don't reproduce. Both sides have ornithopters, but they can't carry enough or fly far enough. I was startled when you said that they had given you trouble where you had first touched down, and proved it by showing me wreckage of a thopter. Any logistics problem can be solved if you use enough men, enough time. Those Russian craft must have behind them stockpiles about every 50 miles. If they have the same continuing this way, when they get here they will wipe us out. Is it that bad? I inquired. Sharpie said, Governor, our chief pilot is the only one of us with combat experience. Yes, agreed Jake with a wry smile. I was awarded rank and knew of combat. I signed papers. Bertie gave the same mirthless smile. Welcome to the lodge. 20 years since I last heard a bullet say, wheat. Now I may be about to lose my last battle. Friends, my rank states that I am qualified to command an army corps, but I have possibly one platoon who will stand and die. Jake said, Governor, this city must be 200,000 people. More than that, Jake. Over 99% are convicts or discharged convicts or their wives and children. Do you imagine that they are loyal to me? Even if they were, they are neither trained nor armed. I have a nominal regiment, a battalion in numbers, and a platoon in strength. Friends, my troops, officers and men, and my civil servants are, with few exceptions, transportees quite as much as the convicts. Example, an officer with a court staring him in the face can often get the charges dropped by volunteering for Mars. I don't get murderers. What I do get is worse. For me. The mess treasurer who dips into mess funds because he has a sure thing at a racing meet. Oh, the devil take it. I don't get villains, I get weaklings. There are a few good ones. Herd Jones, young fellow named Bean, 2 old sergeants whose only shortcomings are that one had 2 wives, and while the other had only one, she wasn't his. If the Russians get here, they'll kill our wogs. They don't domesticate them. They hunt and eat them. They'll kill anyone in uniform, and transportees will learn that being a serf is worse than being a free man not on the planet of his choice. Squeaky, where have you been? In the card room, sir. First table to the right. So, how long ago did you get my message? About 20 seconds ago, sir. How long have you been in the card room? A bit over an hour. I see. Bolt the outer door, close the inner door, sit down. 20 minutes later, Sharpie was asking, Dee, what time is sunrise here? She indicated a point 30 degrees east of the western boundary of the westernmost of the 2 loci Bertie wanted investigated. In about 20 minutes, shall I have Gay check it? No. Sunset over here? More leeway there, 1 hour 57 minutes. Very well. Zeb, those zeroed packs? Being charged. They told me, ready in the morning. Good. Squeaky, if I get you to bed by 0200 hours, could you take us to the fields about 1100 hours? 0800 if you wish, Captain Hilda. I don't wish. This job requires sunlight, so we will work whatever it takes. I intend to sleep late. Bertie, would your kitchen service extend to breakfast in bed about 10 ac Emma? Tell the night maid. The sideboard in your dining room will be loaded and steaming whenever you say, and the day maid will be delighted to bring you a tray in bed. Heavenly. All hands and Brigadier Herd Jones lift in 39 minutes. Car doors open 5 minutes before that. Questions? Just a comment. I'll fetch sandwiches. Thank you, Squeaky. Bertie? Eh, ma'am? Didi and I expect to be kissed goodbye, in case something goes wrong. Chapter 29. We place no faith in princes. Didi. We had a busy night. I had Gay display bingo dots for every stop we made, then circles around any that were supply dumps. There were, indeed, supply dumps. I spent the whole trip thinking, where would I be if I were a supply dump? Where would thopters have to land? Where could they get more water? Squeaky, Hilda, Pop, Zebediah, and possibly Gay were thinking the same thing. We got back at 1:30, the job done. The hillbilly turned the results over to Squeaky, and we went to bed. Next morning, at 11, our roadable arrived without Squeaky. He sent an apologetic note saying that Lieutenant Bean knew what we expected and would add anything we asked for. Captain Ante had not taken breakfast in bed. I woke about 9 local, found her at work, packing her dress clothes, and Pops back into plastic pillow covers, then into a borrowed portmanteau. Our fresh laundry, given to us by the night maid on our return, was in another piece of borrowed luggage. The hillbilly was on her knees in our drawing room. She looked up, smiled, and said, "Good morning. Better slide into your jumpsuit, dear. Maids come in and out rather casually." Doesn't bother me. I've been caught twice already. But it bothers them. Not kind, dear, with servants, especially with involuntary servants. They'll be in to load the sideboard any moment. Will you fetch yours and Zebby's dress clothes here? I'll pack for you. I'll pack 'em, thanks. I was thinking about sliding back into bed with a nice warm man, but your mention of food changed my mind. Hillbilly, what's the rush? Dee, I'm carrying out my own orders. When I brush my teeth after breakfast, the toothbrush goes into my purse. As for the rush, our husbands will wake soon. I have found that it is more practical to present a man with a fait accompli than a discussion. I hear you 3 times, doll baby. When they get up, they'll want to eat. When our rotable shows up, they'll be sitting over 2 cups of coffee. Then they'll say, we'll do it when we come back. Mustn't keep the brigadier waiting. Okay, I'll grab our gear and we'll sneak it out before they wake. I'll carry the heavy ones. We are not permitted to carry anything, Dee, but the place is swarming with maids. You sound much married. 5 years' practice on Pop. But, Hillbilly, even Pop is easy to handle if you think ahead. I'm learning. Dee, what shall we do about the maids? Huh? In the days when servants were common, it was polite for house guests to tip servants who served them personally, but how, Dee? I have 2 $25 new dollar bills in the lining of my purse. Waste paper. Pop and Zebediah have gold. I know exactly because it was mass enough that I had to figure it into the loading, mass and moment arm. Here's a giggle. These misers we married had each squirreled away the same weight of gold to 4 significant figures. So maids are no problem if you know how much to tip. I don't. We'll be buying local money today to pay for a number of things. Lieutenant Bean, or Brian, is a delightful, fuzzy puppy and a volunteer in order to have served beyond the sky. He managed to call me Dee and Zebediah Zeb when invited, but he could not bring himself to shift from Captain Burrows to Hilda. Captain Hilda was as far as he would go, and Pop was professor. He was pleased that we liked his rotable. You wouldn't believe it. A large wooden flatbed wagon with an upright steam engine in back, a trailer with cordwood, a sailing ship's wheel in front of the engine. This controlled the front wheels by ropes that ran underneath. Midway was a luggage pen, then in front were 4 benches for 12 to 16 people, with a crew of 5, engine driver, fireman, conductor, and 2 steersmen. The conductor sat on a high perch braced to the pen and told the others what to do and occasionally rang a bell or blew a whistle. The bell told other traffic to get out of the way. The whistle warned that the vehicle was about to start or stop. There was much traffic, but few rotables. Most common were pedaled tricycles for passengers and freight. Large versions had as many as a dozen men pedaling at once. I dare say you know, said Brian, that we have not been able to raise horses. We haven't given up. We will develop a breed that will prosper here, but once we have horses, this will, I venture to predict, become a proper colony, and not just a place to send reformable evildoers and to obtain raw pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals? Oh, definitely, the thing that makes the colony self-supporting. I dare say the descendants of these convicts will be wealthy. I will show you the fields, all in the weed, a cant word for Cannabis magnifica marcia, except acreage for food crops. Brigadier Herr Jones suggested Norfolk plantation. He smiled. Shall we? Just a moment, and Hilda said, if I understood the Brigadier's note, we can vary the program? Captain Hilda, the carriage and I are at your disposal as long as you wish. My orders and my pleasure. Brian, I have clothing being made up. I was told that sewing would continue through the night. Where should we go to inquire? Here and now. I fancy I saw a package being delivered while we've been chatting. It could be yours. It would go to the chief housekeeper, who would have it placed in your digs. The princess suite, is it not? Yes, Brian. I'll slip upstairs and see. Please, no. Brian made a small gesture. A private soldier appeared out of nowhere. Smathers, my greetings to Mrs. Digby. Has a package arrived for Captain Burrows? Sir. Hold it. Brian, if it has arrived, I want it fetched here. I could see the look in Brian's eye that Pop gets just before he starts demanding explanations for female unreasonable behavior, but Brian simply added, if the package has arrived, tell Mrs. Digby that it must be delivered here at once, double time, so to speak. Sir. The private stomped an about-face and broke into a run. Hilda said, thank you, Brian. If I place it in our craft, it is one less detail to remember. Your kindness eases my mind. A pleasure, Captain Hilda. Hilda, that clothing is not yet paid for. Oh, dear, you are right, Jacob. Lieutenant, where does one exchange gold for local money? Do you know the rate of exchange in grams? Or in troy ounces, I added. Brian behaved as if he had not heard us. He turned toward his rotable. Parkins, take a turn around the circle. When you return, I want that steam up high so that we won't creep in starting. Right, sir. The wagon moved off at a headlong, slow walk. When no one else was in earshot, Brian said quietly, "I missed what you were saying because of engine noise, but let me mention in passing that possession of gold by individuals is not permitted, so I am happy to learn that you have none," he said, not letting himself be interrupted. "Let me add," he went on, "that since I handle secret and most secret dispatches, I know things that I don't know, if I make my meaning clear. For example, I am grateful that you four were willing to lose sleep last night. Others feel strong obligations to such good friends. The brigadier mentioned that you might have purchases to make or bills to pay. I was instructed to charge anything you need or want or fancy to the Imperial household, signing his name and appending my signature." "Oh, that's most unfair." "Truly, Captain, I fancy that those in authority will find something to add until you feel that you have been treated generously." "That's not what she means, son," put in Pop. "Unfair in the opposite direction. We pay for what we get." Brian lost his smile. "May I suggest that the Professor discuss that with the Brigadier? I would find it extremely embarrassing to have to report to the Brigadier that I was unable to carry out his orders." "Captain?" "What, Dee? "I am required to advise you." "Advise away, my dear. I see my package is coming." "Captain Ante, you've got a bear by the tail. Let go." The hillbilly grinned and stuck out her tongue at me, then turned to Brian. "The Brigadier's thoughtful arrangements are appreciated. We accept." It was still a few minutes before we left, as it turned out that Zebediah's power packs were ready in the hands of the household engineer. At last Hilda's clothes and the power packs were in gay. We boarded the char-a-bang and whizzed away at 10 kilometers an hour. "Norfolk Plantation, Captain Hilda?" "Brian, at what time did you breakfast?" "Oh, that's not important, ma'am." "Answer my question." "At 0700 hours, Captain." "So I suspected. You eat at Imperial House?" "Oh, no, Captain Hilda. Only the most senior of the governor's official family eat there. I eat at the Officers' Club." "I see. We'll see Woggs last. I am told there is a commissary. Is it open to us?" "Captain Hilda, everything is open to you." "I must buy supplies. Then I wish to go to the best restaurant in Windsor City and watch you eat a proper luncheon. We ate breakfast 3 hours later than you did." "But I'm hungry," said my husband. "I'm a growing boy." Poor Zebby. There was not much to buy that would keep. I bought a tin of Huntley and Palmer's biscuits and quite a lot of Dutch chocolate, quick energy for growing boys, and tightly packaged staples. Brian had us driven to that restaurant just past noon. I was glad that Aunt Hilda had decided to get everything else done before we went to look at vermin. Even so, I did not have much appetite until I decided to stand up and forthrightly turn coward, not look at vermin. Cui bono? Aunt Hilda was the expert. That restored my appetite. We stopped across the parade ground from Imperial House. We twigged in this order, Zebediah, Pop, me, Aunt Hilda, that it was the Officers' Club. She was several meters inside when she stopped. "Brian, what are we doing here?" "The captain said the best restaurant. The club's chef was executive chef at Claridge's until he ran into misfortune. Don't look at me that way, Captain Hilda. The Brigadier picks up the chit. It's charged against official visitors and winds up in London against HIM's civil list. Believe me, His Majesty gets paid more than lieutenants or even brigadiers." But the president of the mess signed the chit, a colonel who told the hillbilly that he was buying her lunch because he wanted to ship with us as scullery maid. I was telling Aunt Hilda that I would skip vermin viewing, thank you, when I did. 1, then 6, then a whole field of them. I was explaining to God that I didn't like this dream, so please let me wake up, when Brian had the conductor halt the contraption, and I saw that there were men in that field, too. The men carried whips. Vermin were muzzled. This one vermin, well, this wog had managed to pull its muzzle aside and was stuffing this weedy plant into its mouth, when a whip cracked across its naked back. It cried. The field on the other side of the road was not being worked, so I stared at it. After a while I heard Brian say, "Captain Hilda, you are serious, really?" "Didn't the Brigadier authorize it?" "Ah, yes, I thought he was pulling my leg. Very well, ma'am." I had to see what this was all about, and discovered that muzzled vermin, afraid of men with whips, weren't frightening. They were merely ugly. Aunt Hilda was taking pictures, movies, and stereo. Brian was talking to a man dressed like any farmer except for the broad arrow. Brian turned and said, "Captain Hilda, the foreman asks that you point out the wog you want to dissect." Aunt Hilda answered, "There has been a mistake." "Ma'am, you don't want to dissect a wog?" "Lieutenant, I was told that one or more died or was slaughtered each day. I want to dissect a dead body in an appropriate place with surgical instruments and other aids. I have no wish to have one of these poor creatures killed. We left shortly. Brian said, "Of the two, the abattoir and the infirmary, I suggest the latter. The veterinarian is a former Harley Street specialist. By the by, there is no case of humans contracting disease from these brutes, so the infirmary isn't dangerous, just, unpleasant." We went to the Wog Hospital. I did not go inside. Shortly, Pop came out looking green. He sat beside me and smiled wanly. "Dee, the captain ordered me outside for fresh air, and I didn't argue. Aren't you proud of me?" I told him that I'm always proud of my Pop. A few minutes later, Brian and Zebediah came out with a message from Hilda that she expected to work at least another hour, possibly longer. "Captain Hilda suggests that I take you for a drive," Brian reported. The drive was only as far as the nearest pub. The silly wagon was sent back to wait for the hillbilly. We waited in the lounge where Pop and Brian had whiskey and splash, and Zebediah ordered a shandy gaff. So I did, too. It will never replace the dry martini. I made it last till Aunt Hilda showed up. Brian asked, "Where now, Captain Hilda?" "Imperial House, Brian. You've been most kind." I said, "Captain Auntie, did you whittle one to pieces?" "Not necessary, Deedekins. They're chimpanzees." "You've insulted every chimp that ever lived." "Deety, these creatures bear the relation to black hats that a chimpanzee does to a man. The physical resemblance is closer, but the difference in mental power. Dr. Wheatstone removed the brain from a cadaver. That told me all I needed to know, but I got something that may be invaluable, motion pictures." Zebediah said, "Sharper, you took motion pictures in the fields." "True, Zebby, but I have with me the Polaroids you took for me at Snug Harbor. Some show the splints that creature used to disguise its extra knees and elbows. Dr. Wheatstone used surgical splints to accomplish the same with one of his helpers, a docile and fairly intelligent wog that didn't object even though it fell down the first time it tried to walk while splinted. But it caught on and managed a stiff-legged walk just like that ranger, and like Brainy, now that I think about it, then was delighted when Dr. Wheatstone dressed it in trousers and an old jacket. Those pictures will surprise you. No makeup, no plastic surgery, a hastily improvised disguise. From the neck down, it looked human. When we reached Imperial House, we transferred packages into Gay Deceiver. Again, we're not permitted to carry. Brian told the conductor told his crew. We thanked them, thanked Brian as we said goodbye, and Aunt Hilda expressed a hope of seeing him soon, and we echoed her, me feeling like a hypocrite. He saluted and started toward the officers' club. We headed for the big, wide steps. Aunt Hilda said, "Deety, want to share some soap suds?" "Sure thing," I agreed. "What for?" asked Zebediah. "Sharper, you didn't get a spot on you." "To remove the psychic stink, Zebby." "Mine isn't psychic," I said. "I stink, I do." But damn, spit, and dirty socks, we had hardly climbed into that tub when a message arrived, relayed by my husband, saying that the governor requested us to call at his office at our earliest convenience. "Sharpie, hun, let me translate that. Based on my 80 years man and boy as flunky to an ambassador, means Bertie wants to see us 5 minutes ago." I started to climb out, and Hilda stopped me. "I understood it, Zebby. I speak officialese, campusese, and bureaucratese, but I'll send a reply in clear English, female idiom. Is a messenger waiting?" "Yes, a major." "A major, eh? That will cost Bertie 5 extra minutes. Zebby, I learned before you were born that when someone wants to see me in a hurry, the urgency is almost never mutual." "All right. Message. The commanding officer of Spacecraft Gay Deceiver sends her compliments to the Governor-General and will call on him at her earliest convenience. Then give the Major a message from you to Bertie that you happen to know that I'm taking a bath and that you hope I'll be ready in 20 minutes, but that you wouldn't wager even money on 30. "Okay, except that the word should be respects, not compliments. Also, the Major emphasized that he wants to see all of us. Want Jake and me to keep Bertie happy until you are ready?" Pop had his head in the door, listening. "We wouldn't mind." Pop nodded. Zebby, after 4 years under my tutelage, until I know what he wants, I can't concede that he is senior to me. Compliments, not respects, and no one goes until I do. But thank you both for the offer. 2 more things. After giving the Major my message, will you please find my clothes, all but Deety's keds, and take them to the car? That's Jacob's shirt, Deety's sailor pants, a blue belt, and a blue hair ribbon. In the car you will find new clothes on my seat. In one package should be 3 jumpsuits. Please fetch one back." Pop said, "Hilda, I'll be glad to run that errand. Run it twice, in fact, as you don't want to send down what clothes you have until you know that your new clothes fit. Jacob, I want you right here to scrub our backs and sing for us and keep us amused. If that jumpsuit does not fit, I may appear in a bath towel sarong. But I plan to appear a minute early to make Bertie happy. Do not tell the Major that, Zebby. Officially, it is 20 minutes. With luck, 30 minutes. More likely, could be an hour. Major, you know how women are. Got it all? Roger Wilco. Sharpie, someday they'll hang you. They will sentence me to hang, but Jacob and you will rescue me. Trot along, dear. And Hilda started to get out. Stay there, Dee-Dee. I'll give you 3 minutes warning, 2 to dry down, 1 to zip into your jumpsuit, which leaves 10 minutes to relax. The jumpsuit did fit. The hillbilly looked cute. We left not a thing in that suite because Aunt Hilda checked it while waiting for Zebediah. A few items went into my purse or hers. It was 18 minutes from her message to our arrival at the governor's office. I had had a 15-minute tub, comfy, if not sybaritic. Besides Bertie and the brigadier, that fathead Moresby was there. Aunt Hilda ignored him, so I did. Bertie stood up. How smart you all look. Did you have a pleasant day? The poor dear looked dreadful, gaunt, circles under his eyes. A perfect day, thanks to you, thanks to the brigadier, and thanks to a curly lamb named Bean. A fine lad, Squeaky boomed. I'll pass on your word, if I may. The brigadier did not look fresh. I decided that neither had been to bed. Bertie waited until we were seated and got to business. Captain Burrows, what are your plans? Aunt Hilda did not answer his question. She glanced toward Major General Moresby, back at Bertie. We are not in private, Excellency. Bertie looked unhappy. Moresby, you are excused. But dismissed. You have work to do, I feel sure. Moresby swelled up but got up and left. Squeaky bolted the outer door, closed the inner door, while Bertie stood up to lift the rug over his recorder switch. Aunt Hilda said, Don't bother, Bertie. Record if you need to. What's the trouble, old dear? Russians? Yes, Hilda, you 4 are refugees. Yesterday you showed me why. Would you care to remain here? My delegated power is sufficient that I can grant naturalization as fast as I can sign my signature. No, Bertie, but we feel greatly honored. I expected that. Do reconsider it. There are advantages to being a subject of the most powerful monarch in history, in being protected by a flag on which the sun never sets. No, Bertie. Captain Hilda, I need you and your ship. Because of millions of miles of distance, many months required for a message, I hold de jure viceregal power almost equal to sovereign, and de facto greater in emergency because no parliament is here. I can recruit foreign troops, arm them, make guarantees to them as if they were British, award the King Emperor's commission. I would like to recruit all of you and your ship. No. Commodore for you, Captain for your second in command, Commander for your chief pilot, Lieutenant Commander for your co-pilot. Retirement at full pay once the emergency is over. Return of your purchased ship as a royal gift after the emergency. Compensation for loss or damage. No. 1 rank higher for each of you? All 4 of us must be at least 1 rank senior to Major General Moresby. Hilda, that's my own rank, equivalent rank, Vice Admiral. Bertie, you can't hire us as mercenaries at any rank or pay. That hyperbole was to tell you that we will not place ourselves under your Chief of Staff. That settled, what can we do to help you? I'm afraid you can't, since you won't accept the protection under international law of military status, so I'm forced to cut the knot. Do you understand the right of Angry? I thought he said angry and wondered. I believe so. Are Great Britain and the Russias at war? No, but there are nuances. Shall I call in my legal officer? Not for me. My own legal officer is here, Dr. Zebediah Carter, my consultant in international law. Dr. Carter? Oh, fiddlesticks. My friend Zeb. Zeb, will you discuss the right of Angry? Very well, Governor. One nuance you had in mind was that in addition to wartime, it applies to national emergencies, such as your current one with the Russians. Yes. Angry has changed in application many times, but in general, it is the right of a sovereign power to seize neutral transport found in its ports or territory, then use same in war or similar emergency. When the emergency is over, seized transport must be returned, fair rentals must be paid, loss or damage requires compensation. It does not apply to goods or chattels, and most especially not to persons. That's the gist. Do we need your legal officer? I don't think so. Captain Burrows? We don't need him. You intend to requisition my craft? Captain, I must. Bertie was almost in tears. Governor, you are within your legal rights, but have you considered how you will drive it?
May I answer that, Governor?
Go ahead, Squeaky.
Captain Hilda, I have an odd memory. Photographic it is called, but I remember sounds as automatically. I am sure I can fly every maneuver used last night, that is to say, sufficient for our emergency.
I was seething, but Aunt Hilda smiled at the brigadier and said in her sweetest voice, "You've been most thoughtful throughout our stay, Squeaky. You are a warm, charming, hospitable, bastardly fink, one who would sell his wife to a Port Said pimp. Aside from that, you are practically perfect."
Doubled and redoubled.
That was my pop.
Later on, Jones, I'll see you at a time and place of your choosing, weapons or bare hands.
And then I will see you if Jake leaves anything. My husband flexed his fingers.
I hope you choose bare hands.
Bertie interrupted.
I forbid this during this emergency, and after it, in territory where I am suzerain, and while Herr Jones holds the sovereign's commission under my command.
And Hilda said, "You are legally correct, Bertie, but you will concede that they had provocation."
No, ma'am. Herr Jones is not at fault. I tried to get you and your crew to fly it on any terms at all. You refused. Herr Jones may kill himself attempting to fly a strange flyer. If so, he will die a hero. He is not what you called him.
I don't think well of you either, Bertie. You are a thief, stealing our only hope of a future.
He certainly is, I cut in. Governor, I can whip you, I can kill you with my bare hands. I'm black belt 3 ways. Are you going to hide behind your commission and your self-serving laws?
I dusted my hands together. Coward! 2 cowards, with their chests covered with ribbons, boasting about their brave deeds. Astrogator, Captain, let it drop. Bertie, under right of Angary, we are entitled to remove our chattels. I insist on a witness, so that you will know that we have done nothing to damage the craft. If the brigadier can drive it, it will be turned over to him in perfect shape. But my jewelry is in our craft, and many other things. I must have a witness. You, sir. My stepdaughter can certainly kill you or anyone her size, or a bit more than her size, with her bare hands, but I grant you safe conduct. Will you have it in writing? Bertie shook his head.
You know I can't take time to witness. Pick anyone else.
I won't grant safe conduct to anyone else. Anyone who has not ridden with us would not know how to watch for sabotage, so it must be either you or Herr Jones, and Herr Jones would never live to get out of our car. He has 3 of the deadliest killers in 2 universes quite annoyed, angry over Angary.
Any of you who will not give parole must wait up here. Wait a half, Gov, my husband drawled. Parole applies to prisoners. Captain, this might be a good time to read aloud our safe conduct from the Governor-General. See how many ways this fake officer and gentleman has broken his word and the written guarantees of his sovereign. He has broken all 3 essential guarantees to all 4 of us. That's 12. Almost a Russian score. Safe conduct amounting to diplomatic immunity, all of us free to leave at any time, we 4 never to be separated involuntarily. Now he wants hostages. Phooey! None is broken, Bertie asserted. Liar, my husband answered. All of you are safe here until the Russians conquer us. I slipped in speaking of parole. You are not prisoners. You all may stay together, living in the Princess Suite if you so choose. If not, in any quarters you choose, in territory I control. You are all free to leave at any moment, but you must not approach that requisitioned flyer. Captain, your jewels will be safe, but others will unload the flyer. End of side 7.
To continue, turn the cassette over. Set 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 over.
Side 8. The Number of the Beast. Continuing on page 300.
Bertie.
What? Yes, Hilda?
Dear, you are both stubborn and stupid. You can't open the doors of our car, much less drive it. Attempt to force it open, and no one will ever drive it. I conceded the legality of the right of Angary, but you insist on making it impossible to apply it. Accept my safe conduct and come witness, or there that car sits until the Russians come while we live in luxury in this palace. You know that the right to leave at any time means nothing without our transport. Now, for the last time, will you do it my way, or will you waste the precious minutes of a war crisis trying to open that car by yourself? Make up your mind. This offer will not be repeated. Answer yes or no, and be damned quick about it." Bertie covered his face with his hands.
"Hilda, I've been up all night, both Squeaky and I."
"I know, dear. I knew when we came in. So I must help you make up your mind. Dee, check your purse. Something is missing." I hastily checked, wondering what she meant. Then I noticed that a secret pocket that should have been hard was not. "Oh, do you have it?" "Yes, Dee." And Hilda was seated, her choice, so that she had both Bertie and Squeaky in her line of fire, and none of us. I mentioned 3 killers. Now you have 4 facing you, in a soundproofed room with its door bolted from inside. I never saw her draw my Skoda gun, but she was holding it on them. Bertie, I'm making up your mind for you. You are accepting my safe conduct. Consider how poor the chances are that anyone would find your bodies in the time it takes us to run down one flight and reach our car." Squeaky lunged at Hilda. I tripped him, kicked his left kneecap as he fell, then said, "Don't move, Fink. My next kick is a killer. Captain, has Bertie come to his senses, or shall I take him? I hate to kill Bertie. He's tired and worried and not thinking straight. Then I would have to kill Squeaky. He can't help his eidetic memory any more than I can help this clock in my head. Squeaky, did I break your kneecap, or can you walk if I let you get up?"
"I can walk. You're fast, Dee."
"I know. Captain, plans?" "Bertie, you are accepting my safe conduct. We are all going out together, we 4, around you 2, laughing and talking and heading for our car, and if anyone gets close, you 2 are dead. One of you will get it with this."
"And the other with this."
My husband, with his stubby police special. "Why, Zebby, how naughty of you. Jacob, do you have a holdout, too?"
"Just this."
Pop now had his hunting knife.
"Dee?"
"Did have. You're holding it, but I still have 5 weapons." "5?"
"Both hands, both feet, and my head. Squeaky, I must frisk you. Don't wiggle, or I'll hurt you." I added, "Stop easing toward your desk, Bertie. You can't kill 4 of us before we kill you. Pop, don't bother with the gun or trap or whatever in Bertie's desk. Let's get out of here, laughing and joking as the captain ordered. Oh, Squeaky, that didn't hurt. Captain, shall I let him up?"
"Brigadier Herr Jones, do you honor the safe conduct granted to us by your commanding officer?" Aunt Hilda asked.
"Brigadier, I order you to honor it,"
Bertie said grimly. Maybe Squeaky had to catch his breath. He was a touch slow. "Yes, sir." Aunt Hilda said, "Thanks, Squeaky. I'm sorry I had to say harsh things to you, but not having muscles, I must fight with words. Zebby, frisk Bertie, but quickly. We leave now. I leave first on Bertie's arm. Dee follows on Squeaky's arm. You can lean on her if you need to. She's strong. Help him up, Dee. Jacob and Zebby trail along behind. Bertie, if anyone gets close to us, or either you or Squeaky try to signal anyone, or if anything is pointed at us, first you 2 die, then we 4 die. That's inevitable, but we'll take some with us. What do you think the total may be? 2 and 4, then 5, 6, a dozen, or higher?" It took us 47 seconds to the bottom of the steps, 31 more to Gay Deceiver, and I aged 78 years. Squeaky did lean on me, but I made it look the other way around, and he managed to smile and to sing with me, Gaudiamus Igitur. Hilda sang The Bastard King to Bertie, which seemed both to shock him and make him laugh. The odd way she held his arm told me that she was prepared to plant 24 poisoned darts in Bertie's left armpit if anything went sour. No one bothered us. Bertie returned a dozen or more salutes. But at Gay Deceiver, we ran into a bobble. 4 armed soldiers guarded our smart girl. By the starboard door was that fathead Moresby, looking smug. As we came close, he saluted, aiming it at Bertie. Bertie did not return his salute.
"What's the meaning of this?"
he said, pointing. Plastered to Gay's side, bridging the line where her door fares into her afterbody, was H.I.M.'s imperial seal. Moresby answered,
"Governor, I understood you perfectly when you told me that I had work to do. Verb sap, eh?"
Bertie didn't answer. Moresby continued to hold salute.
"Major General Moresby,"
Bertie said so quietly that I could just hear it.
"Sir."
"Go to your quarters. Send me your sword." I thought Fathead was going to melt down the way the Wicked Witch did when Dorothy threw the pail of water over her. He brought down the salute and left, moving quickly. Everybody acted as if nothing had happened. Hilda said, "Gay Deceiver, open starboard door." She did, and that seal broke. "Bertie, we're going to need people to carry things. I don't want our possessions stacked outdoors." He looked down at her, surprised.
"Is the war over?"
"There never was a war, Bertie, but you tried to push us around, and I don't push. You requisitioned this craft. It's legally yours. What I insisted on was that you must witness removal of our chattels. That took coaxing."
"Coaxing?"
"Some people are harder to coax than others. Squeaky, I'm sorry about your knee. Can you hobble back? Or shall we get you a wheelchair? That knee must be swelling up."
"I'll live. Deety, you play rough." "Squeaky," said the Governor-General, "slow march back toward the house. Grab the first person you see. Delegate him to round up a working party. Hilda, will a dozen be enough?"
"Better make it 20, and about 4 more armed guards."
20 and 4 additional sentries. Once you pass that word, put the senior rating in charge and climb into a tub of hot water."
"Cold water."
"What, Hilda? Cold?"
"Hot is okay if he uses lots of Epsom salts. Otherwise, ice-cold water will bring the swelling down faster, even though it's uncomfortable. But not for long. Ice water numbs pain while it reduces swelling. By morning you'll be fit, unless Dee Dee cracked the bone." "Oh, I hope not," I blurted.
"Squeaky, you had better listen to Captain Hilda." "I'll do it. Ice water. Brr." "Get on with it, but order that working party." "Right away, sir."
"Bertie, will you follow me?" Hilda went inside. The governor followed her, started to say something, but Hilda cut him off. "Jacob, get out the items forward here while Zebby keeps inventory as you do. Bertie, I have something for Betty before that mob gets here. Will you help me undog this door? Or perhaps Dee can do it easier. Gay deceiver, close doors, gay bounce, gay bounce, gay bounce. Bertie, take off your clothes." She held onto a door dog with her left hand, had my little gun aimed at his face.
"Hilda!"
"Captain Hilda, please. I'm in my spacecraft underway. Take off every stitch, Bertie. I'm not as trusting as Zebby. I assume that you have a holdout he didn't find. Gay bounce. Hurry up, Bertie. You're going to stay in free fall with no bonine until you are naked. Zebby, he may require help or inducement." He required both. But 11 minutes later, Bertie was wearing one of Pop's coveralls, and his clothes were abaft the bulkhead. Zebby did not find a weapon, but Aunt Hilda took no chances. At last we were all strapped down, with Bertie between me and the captain. Hilda said, "All hands, report readiness for space. Astrogator?" "Captain Ante, we are in space, but quite unready. Astrogator?" "Seatbelt fastened, ready. Chief pilot?" "Door seal check. No loose gear. I stuffed Bertie's clothes in with the cabin bedclothes. 4 charged power packs in reserve. Juice 070. All systems go. Ready." "Co-pilot?" "Seatbelt tight. Continuer device ready. Door seal checked. I'd like a bonine if we're going to be in free fall long. Ready for space." "Astrogator, 3 anti-nausea pills. Captain, co-pilot, passenger." "Passenger." Oh, yes, safety belt tight." Captain states, seatbelt fastened, ready for space. Gay termite." It was just sunrise at our streamside home. "Aunt Hilda, why did we run through all that rigmarole if we were coming straight here?" "Dee, when you are captain, you will know." "Not me, I'm not the captain type." She ignored me. "Lieutenant General Smythe Carstairs, will you give me your unconditional parole until I return you home, on your honor as an officer and a gentleman?"
"Am I going home? I had assumed that I had not long to live."
"You are going home, and I do have something for Betty. But whether or not you give parole affects other matters. Make up your mind, at once." It took him 6 seconds, and Hilda let him have them.
"Parole. Unconditional."
"I'm surprised, Bertie. You have a tradition against giving parole, do you not?"
"We do indeed, Captain, but I concluded that my only chance of serving my sovereign lay in giving my word. Am I right?"
"Quite right, Bertie. You now have opportunity to persuade me to support you in your crisis. Your king, emperor, is not our prince. We place no faith in princes. We have no reason to love Russians, but we spanked the only one who gave us trouble. In what way is the British colony superior to the Russian one? Take your time." Aunt Hilda turned her attention to the rest of us. "Standing orders apply, 2 at a time, 1 being armed. Dee and I will cut and wrap sandwiches, make coffee, and prepare a snack for growing boys who can't remember a bounteous luncheon 3 hours ago. 1 guard at all times at the car. Bertie, I'm assigning you that duty. You know how to use a rifle?" Zebediah said, "You're arming him?" "Chief pilot, I assume that you are questioning my judgment. If you convince me that I am wrong, there will be a new captain even more quickly than I had planned. May I have your reason?" "Sharpie, I didn't mean to get your feathers up." "Not at all, Zebby. Why are you surprised that I intend to use Bertie as guard?"
10 minutes ago you had me do a skin search, to make sure he wasn't armed. Now you are about to hand him a gun."
10 minutes ago he had not given parole.
Bertie said hastily, "Zeb is right, Hilda. Captain Hilda, Zeb has no reason to trust me. I don't want to be a bone of contention."
I'm still trying to figure out whether Aunt Hilda is more logical than other people or is a complete sophist. She gave Bertie a freeze, looking him up and down. Smythe Carstairs, your opinion was neither asked nor wanted. Bertie turned pink.
Sorry, ma'am.
Although you were a person of some importance in your own land, you are now something between a prisoner and a nuisance. I am trying to give you the dignity of crew member pro tem. Hold your tongue. Zebby, what were you going to say?
Shucks, if you aren't afraid to have him with a gun at your back, I'm not. No offense intended, Bertie. None taken, Zeb.
Zebby, please assure yourself that Bertie can handle a rifle, and that he knows what to shoot at and when not to shoot before you turn the guard over to him. Put the other rifle at the door for bush patrol. Bertie, watch and listen. Gay deceiver, open your doors. Our smart girl opened wide. Gay deceiver, close your doors. Gay complied. Bertie, Aunt Hilda went on, you do it. Of course, he failed, and failed again on other voice programs. The hillbilly explained that it took me a tedious time with special equipment to cause this autopilot to respond to a particular human voice. Bertie, go back and explain to Squeaky. Make him understand that I saved his life. This car can be driven in 3 modes. 2 Squeaky can't use at all. The 3rd would kill him as dead as Caesar. Plus a 4th hazard, added my husband. Anybody who doesn't understand the smart girl but tries to take her apart to see what makes her tick would find himself scattered over a couple of counties. Booby-trapped, Zebediah? I asked. I hadn't known it. No, but juice is very unfriendly to anybody who doesn't understand it. Come and get it. The snack Aunt Hilda offered was a much-stuffed omelet. Bertie, place your gun near you, locked. Between bites you can tell us why your colony is worth defending. By us, I mean. For you it's duty.
Captain Hilda, I've done some soul-searching. I dare say that, in the main, we and the Russians are much the same. Prison colonies with military governors. Perhaps in 100 years it won't matter, although I see us as morally superior.
How, Bertie?
A Russian might see this differently. Our transportees are malefactors under our laws, but once here they are as free as other Englishmen. Oh, they must wear the broad arrow until discharged, but at home they would wear it in a grim prison. The Russian prisoners are, if our intelligence is correct, the people they used to send to the Siberian salt mines. Political prisoners. They are serfs, but I am told that most of them were not serfs in Russia. Whether they are treated better or worse than serfs in Russia, I do not know, but one thing I do know. They work their fields with men. We work ours with wogs.
And whip them. Suddenly I was angry. We had an argument, Bertie maintaining that the whips were not used unnecessarily, I asserting that I had seen it with my own eyes. I guess he won, as he told us that they had to muzzle the beasts in weed fields, or they would stuff themselves on it, pass out, wake somewhat, do it again, and starve, but the muzzles were designed to allow them to chew a blade at a time all day long to keep them happy.
The raw weed is addictive to wog and man. We won't allow a man to work in the fields more than 3 months at a time, and pull him out if he can't pass the weekly medical tests. As for wogs, Dee, yes, we exploit them. Human beings exploit horses, cattle, sheep, poultry, and other breeds. Are you vegetarian?
I admitted I was not. But I don't want to eat wogs.
Nor do we. In Windsor Colony, wog meat goes only to wogs, and wogs don't care. In the wild, they eat their own dead, kill and eat their aged. Captain Hilda, that's all the defense I can offer. I admit that it doesn't sound as strong as I had always believed. Captain, I'd like to put one to Bertie. Jacob, I treasure your thoughts. Bertie, would you polish off the Russians if you could?
Bertie snorted.
That's academic, Doctor. I don't command the force it would take. I can't set up a string of stockpiles and wouldn't know what to do with them if I could. I don't have the troops or thopters, but I must add, if my king tells me to fight, I will fight.
Aunt Hilda told Bertie to wash dishes with Pop sent along as guard. As soon as they started down, Aunt Hilda said, "We are going to do it to a maximum cost of 1 power pack. Dee, start working on a program stringing together the dumps we located last night." "Already have," I told her, "in my head last night, to put me to sleep. You want it pre-programmed? I would rather tell Gay each bounce, I would." "Do it your way, hon. The purpose in sending Bertie to wash dishes and Jacob to guard him was to get them out of the way while I rig a frame-up. At the end of the coming run, we drop Bertie and bounce, and at that instant I cease to be captain. I want to hold the election now, a 1-ballot railroad. I will ask for nominations. Zebby, you nominate Jacob. Dee, you don't need to say anything but speak if you wish. If Jacob nominates either of you, don't argue. I'll rig it so that Bertie declares the ballots. If you two are with me, The only surprise will be that fourth vote. 3 for Jacob, and let's all write Jacob, not Pop or Jake, and 1 for the dark horse. Are you with me? Wait a half, Sharpie. Why not give Dee Dee a crack at it? Not me. Dee Dee should have the experience, but please, Zebby, not this time. Jacob has given me a dreadful time, endless insubordination. I want to pass him on to Dee Dee well tenderized. Dee Dee ought not to have to put up with her father second-guessing her decisions, and if you two help, she won't have to. I want to give my beloved the goddamnedest white mutiny ever, one that he will remember with shudders and never again give a skipper any lip. Sounds good, I agreed, but I don't know what a white mutiny is. Sweetheart, my husband told me, it's killing him with kindness. He says, frog, we hop. Utter and literal obedience. This he won't like? Pop will love it. So, would you like to command zombies who never make suggestions and carry out orders literally without a grain of common sense? 15 minutes later, Bertie read off. Jacob, and this reads Jacob, and so does this one. That seems to settle it. But here's one, folded. A bunch of smarties, you three. Think I didn't guess why you sent me down to ride shotgun? Very well, I vote for myself. It is signed, Jake. Madam Speaker, is that valid? Quite. Jacob, my last order will be lift-off after we drop Bertie. Bertie said, Jake, I think congratulations are in order. Pipe down. All hands prepare for space. A piece of cake, Bertie called it. We started at the easternmost dump, worked west. Pop out at 4 clicks and dive, a dry run to size up the target, where wood alcohol was stored, ornithopters on the ground, and how arranged, while Gay ululated from intensity 6 to 8. Frightfulness. I did not let it go up to 10 because it wasn't intended to damage, but to send anyone on target scattering. Zebediah's idea. Captain, I've got nothing against Russians. My only purpose is to burn their fuel and their flap-happies to make it difficult to attack our friends. And I don't mean you, big brass, Bertie. I mean the transportee maid who brought us tea this morning, and Brian Bean, and Mr. Wheatstone, who was a top surgeon before some fool judge slammed him and is now doing his best for Woggs, and the chef at the officers' club, and 5 cons who drove that silly wagon, and dozens more who smiled when they could have scowled. I don't want them killed or enslaved. I want them to have their chance. Governor, England is slapping the broad arrow on some of your best potential. You English will live to regret it. You could be right, Zeb. I don't want to kill Russians either. Could be most of them are decent blokes. Each strike will be a double run, 1 pass to scatter 'em, a second to destroy the dump. Captain, if that doesn't suit you, find another gunner. Aunt Hilda said, Astrogator? Captain? Strike as described by Chief Pilot. Take the con. Attack. At the first target, we lingered after the strike bounce. The dry pass did show them running away. They could hear us clear in their bones. Those subsonics are so horrid I keyed Gay to kill the noise at code word bounce and did not use it on the strike pass. Zebediah made strikes from bearings planned to take out as many thopters as possible while setting fire to fuel. From 4 clicks, the first strike looked good. The dump was burning. Thopters he had hit showed smoke, and one that he had not hit was burning, splashed by flaming methanol, I suppose. If that first target was indication, in 34 minutes the Russians lost all fuel and about 70% of the deployed flap-happies. I took us up high after the last. Next stop, Windsor City. I'm taking the con, Astrogator. Bertie, don't forget my little ring for Betty. I'll give it to her in the morning. Good, Captain Hilda said. Unbelt, crowd past Jacob. Place yourself against the door, feet on deck, chest against door. Jacob, push against the small of his back. Bertie, when the door opens, dive and roll clear. They positioned themselves. Gay parade ground. Gay deceiver, open starboard door. Gay deceiver, close doors. Gay bounce. Gay bounce. Jacob, do you relieve me? Beloved, I relieve you. 10 minima, H-axis transit, and executed. All hands unbelt. I unbuckled with extreme speed and clumsiness, getting Pop in the chin with my foot. Dee Dee, watch where you're going. I'm sorry, Captain. I'm out of practice with free fall. You've been in free fall every day. Yes, Captain, I've been in free fall every day, belted down. Pipe down. Hilda, don't cover the instrument board. Hold on to something. No, not me, damn it. Zeb, grab something and catch Hilda. Roger Wilco, Captain, right away. My husband snagged Aunt Hilda, grabbed a seat belt with his other hand, trapped our captain against the dogs of the bulkhead door with his buttocks. What now, sir? Get your goddamn fanny out of my face. Sorry, sir, Zebediah answered humbly while turning and digging an elbow into Pop's ribs. I closed in from the other side, and we had Pop trapped again. Ballet and trampoline make a fine background for free fall. Zebediah went on cheerfully. What shall we do now, sir? Pop didn't answer. From watching his lips, I saw that he was counting backwards, silently, in German. That's stage 3. Then he said quietly, Zeb, Get into the co-pilot's seat and belt down.
Aye, aye, sir.
Zebediah did so. Pop snatched Hilda while hanging on to a dog.
Deety, belt down in the chief pilot's seat.
Roger Wilco, Captain. I did so.
My dear, I want you behind Deety. Do you need help?
Yes, thank you, Captain. It's sweet of you to offer. White mutiny? The hillbilly is about as helpless as Zebediah, but thinks God created men to pamper women. I've heard less reasonable philosophies. After helping Hilda, Pop strapped down in the starboard after seat.
All hands, we have moved clockwise 90 degrees. I am now captain. Hilda, you are astrogator and second in command. Deety, you are chief pilot. Zeb, you are co-pilot. In order of seniority. Any questions?
The hillbilly said in a small voice, As second in command, I am required to advise the captain.
Certain circumstances. Speak up.
Captain, I know very little about astrogation.
That's why you have the job. You will seek advice from Deety as needed. Both of you seek advice from Zeb when necessary, and if all three of you are stumped, I will tackle it and be responsible for mistakes. No burden. The captain is always responsible for all mistakes. When in doubt, do not hesitate to consult me. Deety, you have not driven this car in atmosphere, but you are a competent, decisive, and skillful driver of duos.
I am, Pop? You're years late in saying so.
And we have come this high to give you time to acquaint yourself with it. I placed Zeb by you to coach you, and in time to report to me that you are fully qualified.
Pop smiled.
Fortunately, should you get into trouble, we have programs that will get you out instantly, such as Gay Bounce.
Gay bounced. Pop did not notice, but I had my eye on radar distance since learning that I was responsible. Pop, who invented those safety scrams? Think hard. Hint, one of your offspring.
Zeb, you know the knobs and scales, etc. of the controls we refer to as the verniers, but you have not had time to practice. Now you will practice until you can handle anything, by eye or by clicks in the dark. Permit me to pay you this compliment. You will give yourself your own final examination. When you feel ready, tell me, and I will have the astrogator log it. Advice to future captains. I will not be happy until all are competent in each of 4 seats, and all feel easy in all 25 possible arrangements.
24, Pop, I blurted out. I hastily added, Sorry, Captain, 25. Pop has a terrible time with kitchen arithmetic. It has been so long since he has done any, he will pick up a hand computer to discover 2 times 3 equals 6. I've seen him do it. He stared at me, lips moving slightly. At last he said,
Chief Pilot.
Captain?
You are ordered to correct me when I make a mistake. 24 permutations, certainly.
Sir, may the chief pilot have more information before she answers, Roger Wilco?
Fire away.
Captain, what categories of mistakes?
Eh? Any sort. A mistake is a mistake. Daughter, are you baiting me?
No, Captain. I am unable to acknowledge your order as I do not understand it. A mistake is semantically null. If I see you about to sugar your coffee twice, shall I...
Tell me, of course.
If I see you treating your wife unjustly, shall I...
Wait a moment. Even if I did or have, which I decline to stipulate, it is not proper for you to interfere.
Yes, sir. We've established that there are 2 sets, but the captain has not defined the sets, and the chief pilot lacks authority to do so. May I respectfully suggest that the captain take notice of the quandary, then reframe the order at a time of his choosing, and in the meantime permit the chief pilot not to correct the captain's mistakes. Zebediah winked at me with his head turned, so that I saw it, but Pop could not. Pop fumed, complaining that I wasn't showing common sense, and worse, I had broken his train of thought. He finally got around to a definition at about 8th grade level. I was to correct him only in errors involving figures or related symbols, such as angles. On your own head be it, Pop. I gave him Roger Wilco.
In fact, he went on expansively, it may be my duty to see that this training course is completed before, with great relief, I turn this seat over to my successor.
I started figuring how many children I would have by then and decided to look for ways to hike up the white mutiny. Captain?
Astrogator?
This advice concerns a mistake that could occur in the near future. I assume that the captain has the con.
Hilda, I have the con. Speak up.
We are falling, sir. I advise placing us in orbit. I sighed with relief, as radar distance I was beginning to think of as h above g, and did not like our closing rate. Pop said,
Surely, put us in orbit. Take the con and do it. Good practice. Deety can show you how. Or Zeb.
Aye, aye, sir. I have the con. Chief pilot, keep her level with respect to planet.
Roger. Level now.
Co-pilot, add speed vector, positive axis, L 3.6 clicks per second.
Set.
Hold it. Pop unbelted, steadied himself by Zebediah's chair, checked the setting.
Okay, execute. Excuse me, Captain, Zebediah said, but was that order directed at me or the astrogator?
Pop opened his mouth, then turned red.
Astrogator, I am satisfied with your solution and the setting. Please have the maneuver executed.
Aye, aye, sir. Execute.
What Pop planned seemed reasonable. So far we have used juice, supplies, in 4 days' time, and have merely established that there are at least 2 analogs of our universe, 1 quantum and 10 quanta away on Tau axis. The latter has beasts, wogs, that are not the vermin we fled from, but, according to Hilda, closely related. To me, this makes Tau axis not our best place to seek a new home. Zebediah has suggested that we sample the universes available by rotation rather than translation, 6 axes taken 4 at a time, before we search Te axis. Let me remind you that we could die of old age searching Te axis alone. I will decide, but I will listen to arguments pro or con. 23 minutes later, and Hilda shrilled, "Co-pilot by plan, as set, rotate."
Chapter 30.
Difference physical laws, a different topology. Jacob. We rotated to nowhere, so it seemed, free fall and utter blackness. The cabin held only the faint radiance from the instruments. My daughter said in hushed tones, "Captain, may I turn on inside lights?" This was a time to establish discipline and doctrine. Permission refused. Co-pilot, I would like to see in all directions. Yes, sir, Zeb acknowledged. After a few moments, I added, "Co-pilot, why are you waiting?" "I am awaiting orders, sir." "What the hell, Zeb? Get with it. I said I wanted to see in all directions. We have pre-programs for that."
"Yes, Captain."
"Well, why aren't you using them? Can't you carry out orders?" I was amazed at Zeb. "Captain, I have not as yet received any orders, and I am not at the con." I started to answer sharply and bit down on it. Precisely what had I said? I recalled that the autopilot stayed in recording mode during maneuvers. I could play back the last few minutes, and decided not to. We were wasting time, and it was possible that I had not expressed myself in the form of a direct order. Nevertheless, I could not ignore Zeb's pig-headed behavior. "Co-pilot, I am aware that I have not given you direct orders. However, it is customary to treat a captain's requests as politely worded orders."
"Yes, sir."
"Well, God damn it, why don't—"
"Captain, Captain Jacob, please listen, please."
I took a deep breath. "What is it, Hilda?"
"Captain, I am required to advise you."
Advise away, but be quick about it."
"Captain, you have given the co-pilot neither orders nor requests. The autopilot's record will confirm this. You mentioned pre-programs, but voice programs are not normally handled by the co-pilot."
"I can order the co-pilot to use a voice program." Hilda did not answer. Again I waited, then said, "Well?" Then I said, "Astrogator, you did not answer me."
"Sorry, Captain. Answer what?"
"My question."
"Captain, I was not aware that you had asked me a question. Would you mind repeating it?"
"Oh, forget it. Chief pilot."
"Captain?"
"Dee, what's the voice program to rotate us a full circle around W-axis?"
"Shall I spell it, sir? SG is awake."
"No, do it. Turn out your instrument lights. Pilots, watch forward. Captain and Astrogator will watch the sides. Do it. Execute." Instrument lights dimmed to 0, leaving us in the darkest dark I have ever experienced. I heard a repressed moan and felt a burst of sympathy for my daughter. She had never liked total darkness, but she carried out my orders.
"Gay deceiver, tumbling pigeon. Forward somersault, whee." "Execute."
I felt pressure against my belt. Being forward of the center of mass, we were starting a gentle outside loop. I started counting seconds as I recalled that this program took 20 seconds. I had reached 78 seconds and was beginning to wonder when Dee announced 20 seconds as the autopilot announced, "End of program." Dee said, "You're a smart girl, Gay."
"If I were smart, would I be doing this? Over."
"Roger and out, Gay. Captain, I request permission to switch on cabin lights." "Permission granted. Report observations. Co-pilot?" "Skipper, I saw nothing." "Dee?"
"Nothing."
"Hilda?"
"Jacob, I didn't see anything. Can't we get out of this universe? It stinks."
"That stink is me," our co-pilot said. "The reek of fear. Captain, of what use is an empty universe?" "Zeb, empty universe is a meaningless expression. Space-time implies mass energy and vice versa." "Captain, it looks empty to me." "And to me. I'm faced by a dilemma in theory. Is the mass in this space-time so far away that we can't see it? Or is it in a state of cold death, level entropy? Or did we create this universe by rotating?" "Create it? Huh?" "A possibility," I pointed out. "If we are the only mass in this universe, then this universe had no existence until we created it by rotation. But it will not collapse when we rotate out because we will be leaving behind quanta we are radiating." Captain, I'm bothered by something else. We started from Universe 10, and made one 90-degree rotation, correct? Yes, we rotated around X and thereby moved each of the other 5 axes 90 degrees. We are now experiencing duration along Y. T and Z are spatial coordinates now, and X remains spatial because we rotated on it. Tau and T are now null, unused. Deedee, what Greenwich time is it? Zeb glanced at the instrument board.
17:13:09.
Smart girl says you are 20 seconds slow. Zeb looked at his navigator's watch. But my watch splits the difference. How many minutes since we left Windsor City?
39 minutes, 13 seconds. Ask me a hard one.
I'm going to ask your father a hard one. Captain, if you tell GD to scram to Windsor PG right now, mark, what will the Greenwich time be? Look at your clock. About 17:15. But you told me that since rotating, we've been experiencing duration along Y-axis. But, oh, Zeb, I'm stupid. No time has elapsed on T-axis since the instant we rotated. If we reverse the rotation, we would go back to that exact instant. Deedee, hon? Zeb asked. Do you agree? I felt annoyed that my son-in-law consulted my daughter as to the correctness of my professional opinion, then suppressed the thought. Deedee will always be my little girl, which makes it hard for me to remember that she is also my professional colleague. My daughter suddenly looked upset.
Pop, that first trip to the world without the letter J, time did pass, it did.
Zeb said gently, but that was translation, Deedee. You continued to experience duration along T-axis. Deedee thought about it, then said sorrowfully,
Zebediah, I no longer know what time it is. Pop is correct. We experience duration on one axis only, and that is now Y-axis. We can't experience duration on 2 axes at once.
She heaved a sigh.
Would I ever get the clock in my head set right again?
Sure you will, my son-in-law reassured her. Like crossing a time zone. Shortly after we grounded on Mars 10, your head started keeping time both in Greenwich and in Mars touchdown meridian time, even though touchdown time kept falling farther behind hour after hour. A simple index correction won't bother you. My sweet, you don't realize how smart you are. Zeb patted her hand and looked around at me. Captain, may I propose a change in schedule? Let's hear it. Sir, I would like 2 sequences. First, go back to Windsor PG with the verniers preset for 100,000 clicks straight up and execute at once. Then translate back to our own universe 0, but not to Earth 0. Instead, set up an orbit around Mars 0. That orbit becomes our base of operations. I said, simple enough, but why? So that we will always have somewhere to go back to. Deedee can write us a program that will place us back in that orbit, something like GAYHOME, but based on Mars 0 with elbow room. I asked, Daughter, can you write such a program?
I think so, Pop. An emergency scram, GAY plus something.
Deedee paused.
Sagan. GAYSAGAN means to return to orbit around Mars 0, built-in mnemonic.
Satisfactory. Is that all, co-pilot?
No, sir.
Our schedule breaks up naturally into a 5 group, a 4 group, a 3, a 2, and a 1. I would like to add to each group a return to orbit around Mars 0. Captain, if you were on the verniers, I wouldn't worry. You know them so well. I don't. If I do 15 rotations, one right after the other, I'm afraid I'll make some tiny mistake, and we'll wind up in analog Andromeda Nebula, in Universe 1002, on Z-axis, with no idea how we got there or how to get home. Co-pilot, you worry too much. Probably. Captain, my whole life is based on being chicken at every opportunity. I'll breathe easier if I come back to a familiar orbit at the end of each group, and know that the next group is one less. It won't take 10 minutes longer to do it my way, and I'll be less likely to make mistakes, but tackling all 15 at a slug scares me.
Captain Jacob?
Not now, Hilda. I must settle this with...
Captain, I am required to advise you.
All right, make it snappy.
You know, we all know that Zebby's premonitions must not be ignored. I advise you officially, Gay Deceiver, record this, I tell you 3 times.
Hilda, I hear you 3 times.
Captain Jacob, I, your second in command, advise you officially to revise the schedule of rotations in the fashion recommended by the co-pilot. End of I tell you 3 times.
Have you ever found yourself boxed in? Damn it! I intended to let Zeb do it his way. I am not unreasonable. I can't say that I believe in Zeb's premonitions. I suspect that he is simply a man with extremely fast reflexes. But both our wives believe in them, and Zeb does himself. I found myself faced with mutiny unless I did exactly what I had intended to do anyway. How does one describe so ironical a situation? Shortly, I found myself saying, "Co-pilot, by revised schedule, set second rotation of first group." We were in Sagan orbit around Mars of Universe 0, i.e. the one we had grown up in, galactic coordinates X sub-0, Y sub-0, Z sub-0, and T sub-0, Earth 0, Mars 0, Sun 0, Universe 0. I tend to think of this as the real universe, even though I am aware that there is no evidence or mathematical theory for preferring one frame of reference over another. To do so is egocentric provincialism at its worst. But I offer this in mitigation. For us, it was simplest and thereby helped us to avoid getting lost. "Set," co-pilot Zeb reported. I went forward, checked the setting, rotation around Y with Z and T dropping out, null, then returned to my seat. "We can spare a minute to look at Mars. Dee Dee, tilt the nose down to let us look. Do you know how?" "Like this, Captain?" "Right," I agreed. "Keep it up." Dee Dee raised the craft's nose and swung right, catching me with belts not yet fastened. I said forcefully, "Dee Dee, what the hell are you doing?" while I floundered and grabbed. "Sir, you ordered right and up," Dee Dee answered. "I did no such thing." "But, Jacob, Captain, you did tell her that. I heard you." "Hilda, you keep out of this." Hilda answered stiffly, "Captain, I respectfully request that you either relieve me of the con or that you give orders to my pilots through me." "Damn it, you don't have the con. I do." "Then the captain neglected to relieve me." Take the con. Carry out the planned schedule." "Aye, aye, sir. Chief pilot, orient the car for best view of Mars." "Aye, aye, ma'am." I was fuming, not looking, hardly listening. I had said to Dee Dee, "All right, keep on with it," or had I? Gay could play it back, and could also check on Hilda's incredible allegation. If I were wrong, I felt certain I was not, I would face up to it like a man, and... Zeb broke in on my thoughts. "Captain, do you care what attitude this craft is in at rotation?" "No, only for transitions." Then it follows as the night from day, thou canst not then predict the attitude we'll be in whenever we arrive in a new universe. "Only with respect to our arbitrary zero reference frame. Why should it matter?" "It won't as long as we arrive with plenty of room. I've been noodling how to be sure of that. I don't see an answer. But I don't want to try translations or rotations parked on the ground. I hope the captain won't order any." "Co-pilot, I have no plans to. Astrogator, haven't we had enough sightseeing?" "Very well, Captain," my wife acknowledged. "Dee Dee, secure those binoculars. Zebby, immediately after each rotation, set next rotation, then report set. Dee Dee, after each rotation, use voice program to put us through one pigeon tumble with all lights out. I will watch to port. Dee Dee, forward. Zebby, starboard. Questions?" I said, "Astrogator, you did not assign me a sector." "I have no authority to assign duties to the captain. Does the captain wish to select a sector and assume responsibility for it?" She waited. I said hastily, "No. Perhaps it will be best for me to watch in all directions. General supervision." "Very well, Captain. Co-pilot, execute." Again we rotated into darkness. Dee Dee switched out all lights. Zeb reported, "Set." "Stop," I called out. I added, "Zeb, you reported set in total darkness. How did you set it?" "Rotation around Z-axis with X and Y dropping out. Duration along Tay. Third combo, first group, sir." "I mean, how did you do it in darkness? By clicks?" "Captain, I didn't do it in darkness." I said, "It was pitch dark when you reported set." "So it was, Captain." "It's not necessary to call me Captain every 10 seconds. I want a straight answer. So far you have reported that you set it in darkness and that you set it with lights on." "No, sir." "God damn it, you just did." "Captain, I protest you're swearing at me. I request that my protest be logged." "Zeb, you are—" I shut up. I counted 30, in French, under my breath, by which time I was ready to speak. "Zeb, I'm sorry that my language offended you, but I am still trying to find out what you did and how. Will you please tell me in simple language?" "Yes, sir. I set the third rotation by clicks." "But you said the lights were on." "The lights were on. I set the rotation with my eyes closed." "For God's sake, why?" "For practice. I set them with eyes closed. Then I check to see whether it matches what I intended to set. Dee Dee leaves the light on until I give her the kill it sign. Then she kills the glim and does her act." "Zeb, there wasn't time to do it that way." Zeb gave a most irritating grin. "Captain, I'm fairly quick. So is Dee Dee. I said, "Perhaps I had better check the setting." Zeb made no answer. Both women kept still. I began to wonder what everyone was waiting on, then realized that I was the what. Unbelt and check on Zeb's setting. I remembered that irritating grin, so I said, "Dee Dee, carry out the tumbling routine." The somersault completed, I asked, "Anyone see anything?" Hilda said, "I think so. Captain, could we do that again?" "Do it, Dee Dee," I ordered. Pigeon tumble resumed. Hilda suddenly said, "There!" and Dee Dee snapped, "Gate deceiver, stop." I asked, "Hilda, do you still see it?" "Yes, Jacob, a fuzzy star. You can see it if I pull back and you lean forward." I suppose we each did so, for I spotted something. "I see it. Zeb, the binoculars, please." An invisible hand pushed them against my neck. I got them lined up with difficulty, got that faint light focused with great care. "It looks like a lenticular galaxy seen not quite edge-on, or it might be a family of galaxies. Whatever it is a long way off, millions of light years. I have no way of guessing." "Can we reach it by transition?" asked Zeb. "Possibly. I would set middle range on 6, then keep punching until it showed change in width. It might be possible to reach it in an hour or so. Do you want to look at it?" "From your description, I don't think so," Zeb answered. "That is fossil light, isn't it?" Yes, the light has been traveling for millions of years." "That's my point, Captain. We might find that those stars had burned out. Fossil light doesn't tell us anything we can use. Let's designate this last chance and get out." "Eminently sensible. Stand by to rotate. Co-pilot, execute." Blinding light. "Zeb, rotate, execute." Suddenly we were in a starry void, almost homelike. I heaved a sigh of relief. "Zeb, what did we fall into?" "I don't know, Captain," he added. "I had my eyes closed, setting the next rotation by clicks, so I didn't get dazzled, but I never had a chance to check my setting by eyesight either. I rotated at once." "You got us out, thanks. I did get dazzled. I've got purple blotches in front of my eyes. New standing order. At each rotation, all hands close eyes and duck heads for that moment needed to be sure that we have not again run into dazzle. Zeb, that need not slow you up since you are setting by touch and click anyhow, but if we do hit dazzle, rotate us out. Don't wait for my orders. And all hands, we are all free at all times to use any of the escape programs to get us out of danger." "Next rotation set, Captain." "Thank you, co-pilot. Hilda, do you or Dee Dee have any notion as to what we fell into?" "No, Captain," my daughter answered. "Captain Jacob, I have 3 hypotheses, none worth much." "Let others judge that, my dear." "Interior of a global star cluster, or near the nucleus of a galaxy, or, possibly, the early part of an expanding universe when new stars are almost rubbing shoulders." Real garden spots. Zeb, could we have picked up excessive radiation?" "Captain, the shell of this buggy is opaque to most radiation, and that windscreen is heavily leaded, but no way to tell." "Zebediah, if the film in the camera is ruined, some heavy stuff got through. If the next picture is okay, we're probably okay." Hilda said, "I'm glad you thought of that, Dee Dee. I don't like the idea of radiation while I'm pregnant. You too, hun." "And, Hilda, we're almost completely shielded where it matters. It could addle our brains, but not our bellies." "Hilda, do you wish to shoot one frame?" I asked. "No, Jacob, it would waste film." "As you wish. My eyes are coming back. Dee Dee, put us through one pigeon tumble." My daughter did so. I saw nothing. "Report. Hilda?" "Lots of big, beautiful stars, but nothing close." "Me too, Pop, but what a beautiful sky." "Null report, Captain." "Hilda, mark it down as promising. All hands, stand by for 5th rotation. Keep eyes closed and heads down. Execute." Zeb gasped. "Where in hell are we?" "In hell, maybe, Zebby." "Captain." "Hilda may not be too far off," I answered. "It's something I could not have believed 3 weeks ago, some sort of inside-out universe." "Pellucidar," said Dee Dee. "No, my dear daughter. 1, we are not inside our home planet. We are in another universe. 2, this universe has physical laws that differ from our own. The inside of a spherical shell cannot have a gravitational field by the laws of our universe. Yet I see a river, and we seem to be falling toward it. Dee Dee, are we in air or in vacuo?" Dee Dee wiggled the controls. "Got some air. Probably could get support with wings fully spread." "Then do so." Dee Dee brought the car into a dead-stick glide. Zeb said grimly, "I don't want a homestead here. So big. 10,000 kilometers across at a guess. Yet it's all inside. No sky, no horizons, never again a night sprinkled with stars. That light in the center looks like our sun, but it's too small, much too small. When we leave, I don't want to come back. The God who takes care of fools and explorers let us arrive in empty space instead of maybe 10 kilometers underground, but next time, I hate to think about it. I said, "It may not have been luck, Zeb, but logical necessity." Huh? You've lost me, Captain. You're thinking of this as a spherical shell, but there is no basis for assuming that it has an outside. What? Endless millions of light years of solid rock? No, nothing. By nothing, I do not mean space. I mean a total absence of existence of any sort. Different physical laws, a different topology. We may be seeing the totality of this universe, a small universe with a different sort of closed space. I can't visualize it, Jake. Dee Dee, my dear, rephrase it for your husband.
I'll try, Pop. Zebediah, the geometry of this place may require different postulates from those that work back home. I'm sure you have played with Möbius strips.
A surface with only one side, one edge, but this is a sphere.
Pop is saying that it may be a sphere with only one side, the inside. Have you ever tried to figure out a Klein bottle?
I got cross-eyed and a headache.
This could be a Klein bottle sort of thing. It might turn out that if you tunneled straight down anywhere down there, you would emerge at the opposite point still inside. And that straight line might be shorter than the distance across, maybe much shorter.
0.318309 is the ratio by the simplest postulates. I agreed, but the geometry may not be that simple. However, Zeb, assuming that this is a total universe, our chances of arriving in open space were far greater than the chance of conflicting with a mass. But I would not wish to homestead here, pretty as it is. Nevertheless, we might check for obstetricians. No obstetricians, Zeb answered firmly. Why? I demanded. If there are human beings here, they do not have an advanced culture. Dee Dee has been following that river. Did you notice where that other river joined it? Also, look ahead where it meets the sea. No cities, no warehouses, no river traffic, no air traffic, no signs of roads. Yet this is choice real estate. Therefore, no advanced culture anywhere, and a small population, if any. If anyone wants to refute me, please do so in the next 2 minutes. Dee Dee can't hold this heap in the air much longer without using juice.
I check you, Zebby. They might be so advanced that they can make the whole joint look like a park. I wouldn't bet on it.
Dee Dee? I asked.
And Hilda is right, Captain, but it's so pretty.
Hilda, expend 1 film as a souvenir, then we rotate. My daughter nosed the car down to permit a better picture. A click.
Got it, Hilda cried. Gay Sagan.
Mars of Universe 0 lay to starboard. Zeb sighed. I'm glad to be out of there. Sharpie, did you get a picture?
Can't rush it, my wife answered. Yep, picture coming.
Good.
Zebby, I thought you didn't like that inside-out world.
I don't. If that picture is sharp, you 2 knocked-up broads weren't hit by radiation where it counts. Any fogging?
No, Zebby, and brighter color every second. Here, look.
Zeb brushed it aside. My sole interest is in radiation. Captain, I'm having misgivings. We've tried 5 out of 15, and only 1 was even vaguely home-like. The pickings have been slim, and the dangers excessive, but we know that Earth analogs Tau and T-axes are Earth-like.
With monsters, put in Hilda.
Tau-axis, probably. We haven't explored T-axis. Jake, are we justified in exposing our wives to dangers we can't imagine? In a moment, co-pilot. Astrogator, why did you rotate? I don't think I ordered it. I have been trying to run a taut ship.
So have I, Captain. I must ask to be relieved as astrogator.
I am sorry to say that I have been thinking along the same lines, my dearest, but you had better explain.
Captain, 3 times you have replaced me at the con without relieving me. The last time I let it continue, wondering and waiting. Just now we were losing altitude, dangerously, so I acted. Now I ask to be relieved.
Hilda seemed calm and not angry, but resolved. Had I really done anything out of line? It did not seem so to me. Zeb, have I been overriding the officer at the con? Zeb took too long to answer. Captain, this is a time when a man must insist on written orders. I will make a written reply. I said. I think you have replied. Dee Dee, what do you think? More written orders?
I don't need written orders, Pop. You've been utterly stinking.
You really feel so?
I know so, and Hilda is right. You are dead wrong. She understated the case. You assign her responsibilities, then ignore her. Just now she carried out her assigned duties, and you chewed her out for it. Of course she wants to be relieved.
My daughter took a deep breath and went on.
And you bawled her out for ordering a scram escape. 27 minutes ago you said, and I quote, all hands, we are all free at all times to use any of the escape programs to get us out of danger. End of quotation. Pop, how can you expect orders to be obeyed when you can't remember what orders you've given? Nevertheless, we have obeyed you every time and no backtalk, and we've all caught hell. And Hilda caught the most, but Zebediah and I caught quite a bit. Pop, you've been... I won't say it, I won't. I looked out the port at Mars for long, unhappy minutes. Then I turned around. I've no choice but to resign. Effective as I ground her. Family, I must admit to great humiliation. I had thought that I was doing quite well. Back to our stream side, I think, Gay. Gay deceiver override. Not on your tin type. You'll serve as long as I did, not a second less. But Sharpie is right in refusing to take the con under you. You've been mistreating her. Despite being a colonel, you have never learned that you can't assign responsibility without delegating authority to match and then respect it. Jake, you're a lousy boss. We're going to keep you in the hot seat until you learn better, but there's no reason for Sharpie to resign over your failings. I still have something to say, said my daughter. Dee, Zeb said forcefully, leave well enough alone. Zebediah, this is to you quite as much or more as it is to Pop. Complaints of another sort. My son-in-law looked startled. Oh, sorry. You have the floor. Chapter 31. The first ghosts ever to search for an obstetrician. Hilda. If Zebby and Jacob have a fault in common, it is overprotectiveness. Having always been the runt, I am habitually willing to accept protection, but Dee rebels. When Zebby asked Jacob whether or not they were justified in exposing us to unknown dangers, Dee stuck her oar in, and Zebby tried to hush her. Zebby should have known better. But he is barely getting acquainted with her, whereas I've known her since her diaper days. Once, when Dee was, possibly 4, I started to tie her shoes. She pulled away. Dee do, she announced indignantly, and Dee did. On one shoe, a loose half-bow that came apart almost at once. On the other, a Gordian knot that required the Alexandrian solution. It's been Dee do ever since, backed by genius and indomitable will. Dee told him, Zebediah, concerning completing this schedule, is there some reason to exclude Hilda and me from the decision? Damn it, Dee, this is one time when husbands have to decide. Damn it, Zebediah, this is one time when wives must be consulted. Zebby was shocked. But Dee had simply matched his manner and rhetoric. Zebby is no fool. He backed down. I'm sorry, hon, he said soberly. Go ahead. Yes, sir. I'm sorry I answered the way I did, but I do have something to say, and Hilda, too. I know I speak for both of us when I say that we appreciate that you and Pop would die for us, and that you feel this more intensely now that we are pregnant. But we have not been pregnant long enough to be handicapped. Our bellies do not bulge. They will bulge, and that gives us a deadline, but for that very reason, we will either sample those rotation universes today, or we will never sample them. Why do you say never, Dee? That deadline. We've sampled 5, and, scary as some have been, I wouldn't have missed it. We can look at the other 10 in the next few hours, but if we start searching Tay-Axis, there is no way to guess how long it will take. Thousands of universes along Tay-Axis, and it seems likely that each holds an analog of Earth. We may check hundreds before we find what we are looking for. Let's say we find it, and Hilda and I have babies with skilled medical attention. Then what? Zebediah, are you going to be more willing to take women with babies into strange universes than you are without babies? That's not the way to put it, Dee. How would you put it, sir? Are you thinking that you and Pop might check those 10 while Hilda and I stay home with the kids? Well, yes, I suppose I am. Something of the sort. Zebediah, I married you for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health. I did not marry to walk the widow's walk. Where you go, I go, till death do us part. Dee speaks for me, I said, and shut up. Dee had it figured. If Jacob and Zebby didn't finish those rotations today, they would have that far horizons look for the rest of their lives, and they wouldn't want us along. Not with kids. Sharpie wasn't going to hold still for that. No, sir. Dee, are you through? Not quite, sir. All humans are created unequal. You are bigger and stronger than Pop. I am bigger and stronger than Hilda. I have the least years of experience. Pop has the most. Pop is a super genius, but he concentrates so hard that he forgets to eat, unless he has a nursemaid to watch him, as Mama did, as I did, as Hilda now does. You, sir, are the most all-around competent man I've ever met. Whether driving a duo, or dancing, or telling outrageous tales, 3 of us have 8 or 9 earned degrees, but Aunt Hilda with none is a walking encyclopedia from insatiable curiosity and extraordinary memory. We 2 are baby factories, and you 2 are not, but 2 men can impregnate 50 women or 500. There is no end to the ways that we four are unequal, but in one supremely important way, all of us are equals. We are pioneers. Men alone are not pioneers. They can't be. Pioneer mothers share the dangers of pioneer fathers and go on having babies. Babies were born in the Mayflower. Lots were born in covered wagons, and lots died, too. Women didn't stay home. They went along. Zebediah, I do not ask to be taken to those next 10 universes.
It sounds like it.
You didn't listen, sir. I would like to finish sampling those 15. It's my preference, but not my demand. What I do demand, I have stated. Where you go, I go. Today and to the end of our lives, unless you tell me to get out, that you don't want me any more. I have spoken.
You certainly have, dear. Hilda?
Fish or cut bait, Sharpie. What do you want? I didn't care. Any new universe was bound to be strange, but Deety had laid down the party line. I didn't want to fuzz it up, so I answered instantly, Deety speaks for me, in every word.
Jake, back to my original question. Are we justified in exposing our wives to conditions we can't even imagine? Zeb, you are the one who convinced me that it would be prudent to sample the universes accessible through rotation before searching by translation.
True, but that was before we sampled 5 of them.
I don't see that the situation has changed. An imaginable danger is not necessarily better than an unimaginable one. It may be worse. Our home planet had grave shortcomings before we tangled with the vermin. No need to list them. We all know that the 4 horsemen are ready to ride again, but I can think of a very close analog of our home planet that would be far worse than Earth-Zero, even if it didn't have a single black hat vermin on it.
Go on.
One in which Hitler got atomic weapons, but we did not. I can't see that vermin are more to be dreaded than Hitler's SS Corps. The sadism of some human beings, not just stormtroopers, you can find sadists in any country, including the United States, is more frightening to me than any monster.
Not to me, Deety blurted it out.
But, my dear, we don't know that those vermin are cruel. We got in their way. They tried to kill us. They did not try to torture us. There is a world of difference.
Maybe there is, Pop, but those things give me the creeps. I'll bet they'd torture us if they could.
My very dear daughter, that's muddy thinking. How old are you?
Huh? Pop, you know if anybody does.
I was reminding you of what you said. You have the least years of experience. I was much older than you are before I was cured of that sort of muddy thinking by Jane, your mother. Hilda?
Jacob is telling you not to judge a book by its cover, I said. I learned it from Jane, too, as Jacob knows. A creature's appearance tells nothing about its capacity for sadism.
Jacob said, Does anyone have anything to add? Since it appears that I am not permitted to resign now, I must rule on it. We will complete the scheduled rotations.
Jacob cleared his throat loudly, looked at Deety.
During my remaining hours in what Zeb so accurately calls the worry seat, I will endeavor to keep my orders straight, but, should I fail, I ask that my attention be invited to it at once, not saved up for a scolding later. Daughter?
Okay, Pop. Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you, my dear. Is anyone tired or hungry?
No one spoke up. Jacob continued.
Hilda, will you take the con?
No, Captain. I'll omit the internal debate I held with myself. Jacob, on his best behavior, is hard to refuse.
Very well, my beloved, I won't press you. It's an odd situation. Co-pilot, by schedule, set to rotate. Second group, first to 4. Set, sir. Check seat belts. Stand by to rotate. Execute.
We were in sunlight, in a blue sky and upside down. For a few seconds we were thrown around a bit. Deety isn't the pilot Zebby is, but she did get us leveled off. I heard Deety say, Gay deceiver? Hi, Deety. Hold course, speed, and height above ground. Got it, girl. You're a smart girl, Gay. But we can't go on meeting like this. Over. Roger and out, Gay. Phew. Time out while the chief pilot has a nervous breakdown. Zebediah, what does that altimeter say?
7 clicks H above G.
Pop, what's the probability of winding up this close to a planet without getting killed?
Impossible to theorize, Deety. Maybe we're dead and don't know it. Co-pilot, dead man switch. I'm going to check the air.
Captain? I yelped.
Not now, Hilda.
Now? Am I still second in command? If I am, I must advise you, you are about to make a bad mistake. Jacob hesitated. I think he was counting.
My dear one, if I am about to make a bad mistake, I want your advice no matter what your status is.
Thank you, Jacob. You should not be a guinea pig. I should be.
Hilda, you're pregnant.
All the more reason why I want the most competent and least expendable, you, Zebby, and Deety, to take care of yourselves in order to take care of me. It's my duty as science officer in any case, whether I'm number 2 or not. But, Jacob, you are doing it just the way Zebby did it when we landed on Mars 10, and that's all wrong.
Thank you, Sharpie.
Zebby, dear, you risked your life, and it's not necessary. Zebby interrupted me.
Not necessary to waste juice this way. Yak, yak, yak. Go, pilot, pipe down,
Jacob said sharply.
Gay bounce. Chief pilot, when we re-enter, place the car on dead stick glide, manual or automatic. Don't use juice. Now, all hands, listen to the science officer. Go ahead, Hilda.
Yes, Captain. 3 days ago it was necessary for somebody to be the canary, but it should have been me, not Zebby. What was necessary 3 days ago is reckless today. That dead man switch, unless it has been rewired, it takes us back 2 clicks over a crater, and that's not what we want. The correct scram for this is TERMITE, but that's just half of it. Dee Dee has taught the SG how to ground herself no power on any level bit of ground. We can ground first, then anyone can be guinea pig, doesn't matter. Whoosh back to our stream bank, bang, open the doors. Zebby said,
Captain, that makes sense. Science officer, may I apologize with a back rub?
You can apologize with a kiss, but I'll take the back rub, too.
Zebediah, don't commit yourself too far. An air test isn't necessary. Pop, Captain Pop, may I take her up 30 clicks? I suppose so. May I ask why?
Captain, I know where we are. From that high, I can prove it.
Dee Dee, that's
Don't say impossible, Captain. I'll refer you to my father.
Miss Smarty Pants, take her up.
Thanks, Pop. Gay bounce, gay bounce, gay bounce. Gay deceiver, vertical dive, execute. Everybody tell me where we are. I had noticed earlier what pretty countryside was under us. Now I studied it in detail. Zebby said,
Be derned. Big rectangular oasis completely surrounded by desert. Populated, too. That's a fair-sized town in the middle.
Yes, I agreed. Don't you recognize it, Zebby? From a map. My husband said,
Now, Hilda, this is an unexplored universe. How could you have seen a...
Pop, interrupted Dee Dee. You've seen the map. See the yellow brick road off to the left? Try the binoculars. You can follow it clear to Emerald City.
Dee Dee, my love, said Zebby, you are out of your mind. Or I am. Either way, somebody call an ambulance. Don't forget the straitjacket. Sharpie, something worries me. I failed to get my warning, yet we came so close to hitting that real estate I'm still shaking.
That means there wasn't any danger, Zebby.
Then why am I trembling?
You're a fraud, dear. We've all been dead quite a while now, killed in my parking lot. Dee Dee and I may be the first ghosts ever to search for an obstetrician. In further support of my theory, I am having a pregnancy with no morning sickness, a miracle that makes the land of Oz as commonplace as faithful husbands.
I don't think I want to analyze that. Is that the castle of the Tin Woodman there in the east?
Yes, but that's the west, dear. Dee Dee, is that sun rising or setting?
Setting. Directions are reversed here. Everybody knows that. A retrograde planet,
my husband commented.
Nothing dangerous about that.
Pop, admit it. You know the Oz books almost as well as I do.
Better. Don't give yourself airs, daughter. I agree that this appears to match stories and map while trying to reserve judgment. Dee Dee, how would you like to raise kids in the land of Oz?
Pop, I'd love it.
Are you certain? As I recall, nobody dies in the land of Oz, yet the population doesn't increase. I don't recall babies being born in Oz stories. I don't recall MDs or hospitals or machinery. Zeb, that inside-out universe had different physical laws from those of our universe. If we ground here, will we be able to leave? Oz works by magic, not by engineering, Jacob added. Go, pilot, I want your professional opinion.
Captain, you see a difference between magic and engineering.
I don't. Oh, come now, Zeb. I believe in just 2 things, Murphy's Law and place not your faith in an ace kicker. Permit me to point out that we are already in the land of Oz, even though at altitude. I can think of worse places to be stranded. No common cold, no income tax, no political candidates, no smog, no churches, no wars, no inflation, no...
Dee Dee interrupted. We are now passing over the palace of Glinda the Good. Why pass over it? I asked. Jacob, why aren't we grounding? Me too, Dee Dee added. Captain Pop, I request permission to ground near the palace. I'm certain that nothing can upset Glinda the Good. She already knows about it from her book. Besides, a palace that size must have plumbing, and I'm beginning to feel as if I had attended a watermelon picnic.
Methinks a bush would suffice, said Zebby. Even in another universe, and with an armed guard. How about it, Captain? Chief pilot, ground at will. Hilda, do the Oz books have bathrooms in them? I don't recall.
Nor do I, Jacob, I answered. But there are plenty of bushes. In 3 or 4 minutes, Dee had us grounded, with Gay using Dee's new program. I thanked my husband for deciding to ground.
"There was never any doubt,"
he said.
"Not only would you and Dee never have spoken to me again, I would never have spoken to me again. But if I meet a living scarecrow, I may go stark raving mad."
Chapter 32. Where cat is civilization. Dee. I found a clearing in the woods 100 meters from the palace and screened from it by elms and walnut trees. I had Gay range it, told her 3 times that it was a scram spot, then she landed herself slick as Zebediah. I unstrapped, opened the bulkhead door, and crawled aft to get clean suits, and thought better of it. Aunt Hilda had followed me and headed straight for a special locker. I rolled into Lotus and asked, "Hillbilly, what are you going to wear?" "The dress I got married in, and the wedding ring Jacob had made for me in Windsor City." "Jewelry?" "Nothing fancy." Mama Jane told me years ago that Aunt Hilda's instinct for clothes was infallible. I got the dress I wore to hook Zebediah, a pendant Pop had given me, my wedding ring, my dancing slippers. Put my darling in mess jacket? No, but in tights topped off with a white silk bolero shirt I made for him at Snug Harbor, red sash, dancing pumps, jockey shorts. Yes, that was all he needed. I wiggle-wormed forward, clutching clothing. Our men were still in their seats, Gay's doors closed. I said, "Why the closed doors? It's warm and stuffy."
"Look out to the left,"
said Zebediah. I looked. A little storybook cottage, with a sign over the door, "Welcome." It had not been there when we grounded. "I see," I agreed. "Shuck off your work clothes and pull on shorts and tights. Pop, Hilda has your trousers."
"Dee, is that all you have to say?"
"What should I say, sir? Pop, you have taken us to some strange places, but in Oz I am not a stranger in a strange land. I know what to expect."
"But damn it all—"
"Shush, Zebediah. One does not say damn in Oz. Not any sort of profanity or vulgarity. These are no longer tits. They aren't even breasts. It's my bosom, and I never mention it. Vocabulary limited to that of the mauve decade, mildest euphemisms."
"Dee, I'm derned if I'll be anything but myself."
"Sir, I speak professionally. One does not use Fortran to a computer that knows only Loglan. Captain, can we open up?"
"Just a moment,"
my father put in.
"Dee, you called me captain, but I resigned, effective on grounding." "Wait a half," Zebediah interrupted. "You'll do at least as much punishment time as I did. You earned it, old buddy." "All right," Pop agreed, "but you decided that time on the ground counts. We'll likely need a new captain when we lift. Let's elect the victim now." "Re-elect Pop," I suggested. "He flunked and should do it over." "Daughter!"
"Joking, Pop, as long as you bear in mind that you did flunk, and never again give a captain a bad time. I nominate my husband."
"Let's do this right."
Pop got out 4 file cards. I wrote Zebediah on mine, handed it to Pop. Hilda declared them, showing us each one. Dee, Dee, Dee. I gasped. "Hey, I demand a recount. No, a new election. Somebody cheated." I made so much fuss that they let me have it. I wrote Zebediah on my fresh ballot, placed it face up on the chief pilot's seat, placed the other 3 one by one on top of it, then declared them myself. Dee, then, in my own handwriting, Dee. I gave up, but resolved to have a word with the wizard. It was a pretty cottage, with a broad stoop and a climbing rose, but not to live in, just one room with a table and no other furniture. The table held a bowl of fruit, a pitcher of milk, 4 tumblers. There was a door to the right and a door to the left. The one on the left had painted on it a little girl in a sunbonnet. The other had a boy in a Buster Brown suit. Hilda and I headed for the sunbonnet. I snatched a glass of milk and a bunch of grapes and put on a milk mustache. I hadn't tasted milk in ages. Delicious. Hilda was drawing a tub and had peeled off her dress. The window was open, but up high, so I peeled off mine. We made ourselves clean and beautiful, i.e., we restored our fanciest hairdos, but without jewelry. Whatever we needed, that bath and dressing room had, from a sponge to lipstick and Hilda's shade. We hurried and did it in 42 minutes. Zebediah looked beautiful, and Pop looked just as smart in dark trousers and a richly simple aloha shirt.
"We thought you," said my husband, "had gone down the drain."
"Zebediah, we took 42 minutes. If you did it in less than 30, you aren't clean."
"Smell me."
I sniffed him. A faint fragrance of soap, a touch of shaving lotion. "You took more than 30 minutes. Kiss me."
36 minutes by my watch. Say please.
I said please, and he caught me with my lips open. He always does. Zebediah just suits me, and I haven't been sulky with him and stubborn only when necessary. There was a path toward the palace. Pop, with Aunt Hilda on his arm, led off. We followed. Aunt Hilda was carrying her high-heeled sandals, so I took mine off and glanced back toward the clearing. The little cottage was missing, as I expected. Zebediah noticed it, but said nothing. His face was an interesting study. The grassy path debouched into a garden in front of the palace. The path through it was hard, so Hilda and I put on our shoes. Glinda's palace was more like a Norman chateau or Bertie's stately home of England than it was like those dreary castles on the Rhine, but it had fairyland grace like the Taj. As we started up the sweeping marble steps to the great doorway, Zebediah stumbled. "What the hell?" "Shh," I said. "Language, dear, a magic staircase. Glinda would not make her guests climb. Pretend that Escher designed it. Look proud and walk as if they were level." As we reached the broad landing, 2 tall trumpeters stepped out of the great doorway, raised their long trumpets, and sounded 4 flourishes. An old man with a merry grin, a fringe of whiskers, a shiny bald head, a wooden left leg, and wearing a sailor's oilskins, came out as the flourishes ended. I wondered why he was here rather than Emerald City. He took a pipe from his mouth and said, "Welcome to the Palace of Glinda the Good. I'm Cap'n Bill. You, sir, are Dr. Burrows the Wizard, with your wonderful wife, the Princess Hilda. You must be Captain Zeb Carter. Howdy, Captain. And everybody knows Dee-Dee. She spent so much of her life in Oz. Howdy, Dee-Dee. Last time I seen you, you aren't more knee-high to a tall duck. And now look at you, almost up to my shoulder and married. Congratulations, Captain. You're a lucky man." "I think so, Captain." "I know so. Dee-Dee, Ozma sends her love and says to tell you that you and your family are welcome in the royal kingdom as long as you like." "Please thank Her Royal Majesty for me, Cap'n Bill. Actually, I'm taller than Cap'n Bill now, but of course I'll always be a little girl to him. It's nice." "Oh, I will. Come inside, folks. We ain't formal here, or I ain't. This ain't my regular job. I'm standing this watch for a friend." He took my hand. His hand was horny and felt like Zebediah's, and just as gentle. He led us inside. "Where's Trot?" I asked. "Around somewhere. You'll see her. Probably picking out her best hair ribbon in your honor, or maybe helping Betsy with Hank. Little Betsy ain't happy unless she's working. Neptune knows that mule gets more attention than all the mules that ever came out of Missouri. This way to the library, friends." How does one describe Glinda the Good? Everyone knows that she is tall and stately and beautiful, and never frowns, and wears all day long what I think of as beautiful evening gowns with sweeping trains. But those are just words. Perhaps it is enough to say that just as Dejah Thoris is the most beautiful woman of her world, the sorceress is the most beautiful of hers. She was surrounded by her bevy of the most beautiful girls from all over Oz, but Glinda outshone them all without trying. The name of the Egyptian Queen Nefertiti means both beautiful and good in one word. I think that explains Glinda. She got up from her great book of records and glided toward us, kissed Hilda first, kissed me, and said, "Welcome home, Dee-Dee." And I choked up and couldn't talk. I just curtsied. She offered a hand each to Zebediah and Pop. They bowed simultaneously and kissed her hands. She waved at chairs that hadn't been there, and invited us to sit down. Zebediah whispered, "You seem to own this place." "Not really," I whispered back, "but I've lived in Oz longer than anywhere else. Mama and Pop lived at several campuses while I was growing up, but I always took Oz along wherever we moved." "Well, I'm glad you made me dress up." We were introduced to Glinda's girls, and each one curtsied. It felt like being in Imperial House, except that these girls were neither compelled nor paid. When I stopped to think about it, I couldn't recall that money was used in Oz. It didn't have an economy. The girls were beautifully dressed, each differently, but each girl's dress was predominantly the color of her own country. Munchkin blue, Gillikin purple, Winky yellow, a few in green. One girl in red, Quadling, of course. Where we were looked familiar. I said to her, "Is your name Betty?" She was startled. "Why, yes, Your Highness. How did you know?" She dropped a curtsy. "I've been here before. Ask Captain Bill. I'm not Your Highness. I'm just Dee-Dee. Do you have a friend named Bertie?" Yes, Dee-Dee. He's not here now. He's at the College of Professor Wogglebug." I'd made note to tell Betty about it someday. I can't tell all about everyone we met at Glinda's palace. There were too many, and more kept arriving. Everyone seemed to expect us and pleased to see us. Pop did not go stark raving mad when he met the Scarecrow, because he was already deep in conversation with Professor H.M. Wogglebug and with Oz the Great, royal wizard to Queen Ozma. Pop was barely polite, shook hands, and said, "How do you do, Mr. Scarecrow?" and went right on talking to Professor Wogglebug and the wizard. I'm not sure he looked at the Scarecrow. He was saying, "You put it neatly, Professor. I wish Professor Mobius Taurus could hear your formulation. If we set alpha equal to 0, it is obvious that—" I wandered off, because when Pop says it is obvious that, what is really obvious is that Dee should leave. Dinner was in the banquet hall, and the crowd of guests exactly filled it. Glinda's banquet hall is always the right size for the number of persons eating there, or not eating, as the case may be, for Jack Pumpkinhead, Tick-Tock, the Tin Woodman, the Sawhorse, the Scarecrow, and other people who don't eat were seated there, too, and also people who aren't human people, the Cowardly Lion, the Hungry Tiger, the Woozy, the King of the Flying Monkeys, Hank, Toto, and a beautiful long-haired cat with supercilious manners. Glinda the Good was at the head of the table at one end, and Queen Ozma was at the head at the other end. Pop was on Glinda's right, and Zebediah was on Ozma's right. The wizard was on Glinda's left, and Professor Wogglebug was on Ozma's left. Aunt Hilda and I were opposite each other at the middle of the long table. She had the Tin Woodman on one side and the Scarecrow on the other, and was doing her best to charm both of them, and both were trying to charm her, and all three were succeeding. I had 3 dinner companions. I started with 2, the Cowardly Lion and the Hungry Tiger. The lion ate what others ate, but the tiger had a bowl of cornflakes the size of a small washtub, and ate from it very tidily with a spoon that matched the bowl. The Cowardly Lion and I had just started seafood cocktails when this cat brushed against my leg to get my attention, looked up and said, "You smell like a cat person. Make a laugh, I'm coming up," and jumped. I said, "Eureka, do you have Dorothy's permission?" "What a silly way to talk. Dorothy must get my permission. Feed me the lobster first, then the shrimp. You may have the last piece of shrimp for yourself." The Hungry Tiger put down his big spoon and said, "Highness, may I abate this nuisance?" "Don't trouble yourself, old boy," the lion said. "I'll abite it instead in one bite, but please pass the Tabasco sauce. Cats have so little taste." "Pay no attention to those peasants, wench, and get on with the lobster. Animals should not be allowed to eat at the table." "Look who is calling whom an animal," growled the Cowardly Lion. "It's not an animal, Leo," the Hungry Tiger objected. "It's an insect. Highness, I'm a vegetarian, but I would be happy to break over this once and slice it into my cornflakes, shall I?" "Dorothy wouldn't like it, Raja." "You have a point, ma'am. Shall I ask Toto to chase it out?" "Eureka may stay. I don't mind." "Wench, the correct answer is, I am honored. Ignore these jungle beasts. They are not cats. Be it known that Felis domestica has been civilized more generations than all you lesser breeds combined, as my serene ancestress Bubastis, goddess of the Nile, was wont to say. Where cat is civilization. Hurry up with that lobster." So I hurried. Eureka accepted each bit daintily, barely flicking my fingertips with her scratchy tongue. At last she averted her mouth. "Don't overdo it. I'll tell you when I require more. Scratch behind my left ear. Gently. I shall sing, then I shall sleep. Maintain a respectful silence." I did as ordered. Eureka purred very loudly. As the buzzing gave way to soft snores, I slowly stopped scratching. I had to eat with one hand. The other was needed to keep her from falling. As Aunt Hilda has placed a record in Gay by interviewing all of us and combining it, I will stick to essentials. After the rest had gone home or retired to their rooms, we 4 were invited into the library. It was smaller than it had been, cozy, as Glinda's girls had gone to their rooms. Glinda was at her great book of records. As we were ushered in, she smiled and bowed without getting up as we sat down. "Friends," she said, "Doctor, Captain, Princess Hilda, and Dee, I will save time by telling you that during the dancing I conferred with Ozma, the wizard, and Professor Wogglebug. I had studied the records of your strange adventure, and I read a resume to them before we discussed your problems. First, let me say that Ozma repeats her invitation. You are welcome to stay here forever. You will find hospitality wherever you go. Dee knows this, and Princess Hilda knows it too, although she is not as sure of it as Dee is. But to reassure you, gentlemen, the wizard and I have made the land of Oz 1/4 inch wider in all directions, a change too small to be noticed. But you, Doctor, will recognize that this provides ample Lebensraum for 4 more good people, as well as for your sky chariot, Miss Gay Deceiver. 1/4 of an inch, Captain, is 6 3/5 millimeters. While we were about it, on the advice of Professor Wogglebug, we made small changes in Miss Gay Deceiver. Zebediah gave a start and looked upset. Gay was his sweetheart long before I was. He takes care of her as carefully as he takes care of me, but he should have trusted Glinda. Glinda smiled warmly. Don't be alarmed, Captain. No harm has been done to the structural integrity or to the functioning of your beloved craft. When you notice, you will notice. If you do not like the changes, all you need do is to say aloud, Glinda, change Miss Gay Deceiver back the way she was. I will read it here in my book, and will carry out your wish. But I do not think that you will ask me to do this. That is not prophecy. A good witch does not prophesy, but it is my firm opinion. Now to major matters. There are no black-hat vermin in Oz. Should one be so foolish as to come here, I would know it from my book, and it would be ejected into the deadly desert. What would happen to it there, the less said the better, but evil is not tolerated in Oz. As to the problem of vermin in your home world, it does not lie in Ozma's jurisdiction. My powers are limited there. While my great book tells me what happens there, it does not distinguish between vermin disguised as human beings and human beings who by their nature are evil. I could cast a spell over you which would keep you away from all black hats. Do you wish that? Pop glanced at Zebediah. My husband said, Just a moment, Glinda the Good. Just what does that mean? Spells are always literal, Captain. That's why they can cause so much trouble. I rarely use them. This one means what I said. You would be kept away from any vermin of the sort you call black hats. In that case, we couldn't recognize one, could we? Or get close enough to destroy it? I think one would have to devise ways to do each at a distance. Spells do not reason, Captain. Like computers, they operate literally. Could they recognize us? Booby-trap us? Bomb us? I do not know, Captain. My book records only what they have done, not what they may do. Even then, as I have said, the records do not unmask a disguised black hat. Therefore, I know little about them. Do you wish the spell? You need not decide at once. If you remain in Oz, you won't need it. I blurted out, We ought to stay here. Glinda smiled at me, not a happy smile. Dear Dee-Dee, you have decided not to have your baby? Huh? Excuse me, Glinda? You have been in Fairyland more than the others. You know that your little girl will not be born here, just as no one ever dies here. Aunt Hilda spoke up so quickly I couldn't get a word in. Glinda, thank you very much, but I will not be staying. I gulped. I won't be staying either, Aunt Glinda. So I suspected. Do you want my advice, dear? Yes, certainly. Having decided to be a woman and not a little girl like Dorothy or Trot, leave here quickly, lest you be tempted to stay in Fairyland forever. Pop glanced at Zebediah, then said, Madam Glinda, we'll be leaving in the morning. We are grateful for your lavish hospitality, but I think that is best. I think so too, Doctor. But remember, Ozma's invitation stands. When you are weary of the world, come here for a holiday and bring the children. Children are happy here, and never get hurt. Oz was designed for children. We will. We certainly will. Is there anything more to discuss? If not— Just a second, put in Aunt Hilda. You told Dee-Dee. Will you tell me? Glinda smiled. My book states that you are growing a boy. Chapter 33. Solipsism is a buzzword. Zeb. I didn't sleep with Dee-Dee that night. I didn't plan it that way. A footman showed me to a room. Dee-Dee and Hilda were standing at the top of the stairs, more magical stairs, okay as long as you don't look down, and talking excitedly with Jake nearby. When I saw that the room had only a single bed, the footman had vanished. I stepped outside. Dee-Dee and Hilda and Jake were gone. The upper hall was dark, so I said a word one mustn't use in Oz and went back into my room. Even a single bed looked inviting. I went to sleep at once. Glinda had breakfast with us in the banquet hall, considerably shrunken. The food in Imperial House is wonderful, but you can't beat ham and basted eggs and toast and jelly and fresh orange juice.
I drank 3 cups of coffee and felt ready to wrestle alligators. Glinda kissed Dee Dee and Hilda goodbye at the top of those Escher steps, and Jake and I bent over her hands. She wished us good luck, which must mean more from her. Gay Deceiver looked good in morning sunlight. Tick-Tock was standing at her nose. "Good morning," he said. "I have been conversing with Miss Gay Deceiver all night. She is a very smart girl."
Howdy, Zeb.
Howdy, Gay. What have I told you about picking up strange men?
You've told me nothing, Zeb, and Tick-Tock is not a strange man. He is a gentleman, which is more than I can say for some people.
Truly, Captain, I meant no impropriety. Just kidding, folks. Thanks for keeping Gay company, Tick-Tock. It was a pleasure and a privilege. I arranged with the night watchman to wind me up each hour in order that our conversation be not abruptly terminated. Smart of you. Thanks again, and we'll see you again. We'll be back for a visit. First chance. Gay, open up.
You didn't say please,
my autopilot answered, but she opened her doors. I am delighted to hear that you are returning. Miss Gay Deceiver and I have much in common. Sharpie said goodbye to Tick-Tock, went inside. Dee Dee not only said goodbye, but kissed his copper cheek. Dee Dee would kiss a pig if the pig would hold still for it. If he didn't, I would turn him into sausage. Kissing Dee Dee is not to be scorned. Hilda reappeared, still in evening gown.
Dee Dee, come here, hurry.
I shook hands with Tick-Tock, odd, and suggested that he back off a little. Then I went inside. No sign of our wives. I called to them. Shake it up in there. I want a pilot suit. Dee Dee called out,
Zebediah, wiggle your way through the bulkhead.
I can't change clothes back there.
Please, dear, I need you.
When Dee Dee says she needs me, I go. So I wiggled through, and the space didn't seem as cramped as it had been when I was working on it at Termite Terrace. Where are you?
In here, port side,
came Dee Dee's muffled voice. I turned around, banging my head, and found a door where a door shouldn't be. I had to stoop, but once through it I could stand up. A room slightly bigger than a telephone booth, a door aft, a door forward, Sunbonnet Sue to the left, Buster Brown to the right. Dee Dee opened the door on the left. Come look! End of side 8. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. 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 The next. Side 9. The Number of the Beast. Continuing on page 342. A luxurious dressing room and bath.
It's the same one as in the Welcome Cottage, said Dee Dee, except that the window is frosted and doesn't open, but the air is fresh.
I said, Then I added, well, well. I checked out Buster Brown. Yes, the same bathroom Jake and I had used yesterday. Jake stuck his head in. I said, Professor, give me the benefit of your wisdom. Zeb, I'm fresh out. Jake, your opinion, please. Is this craft ready for space? Zeb, I don't know. Let's check the outside. We went over the shell with eyes and fingers, port and starboard. That car was unblemished outside, but from inside I heard a toilet flushing. I went inside, on back, still on back, and knocked on Sunbonnet Sue. Sharpie let me in.
Just leaving, Zebby.
She had elected to wear one of her new jumpsuits and looked like a Cracker Jack prize. Deet is about ready. Wait a half, Sharpie. Jake and I have decided to trust Glinda.
Was there any doubt?
I stepped inside. Dee Dee twisted around at the dressing table, smiled through a mouthful of bobby pins. Your father and I have approved this craft for space, tentatively, Captain Dee Dee.
I approved it at breakfast, and not tentatively. What do you have there, dear one?
She accepted a list from me, read it over. Name, D.T.B. Carter. Duty, commanding. Additional and or relief duty, none. Name, Hilda S. Burroughs. Duty, second in command and navigator. Additional and or relief duty, science officer and chef. Name, Z.J. Carter. Duty, chief pilot. Additional and or relief duty, relief navigator. Name, J. Burroughs, duty, co-pilot. Additional and or relief duty, sous chef. It's intended to make your life easier, Captain Deedy. Jake didn't get the going over he should have had, but with Jake in the right-hand seat and me over him, I can keep him in hand. And he'll be so busy with his verniers that he won't have time to talk back. Sous chef is a fancy way of saying that he'll be under his wife's thumb when we're grounded.
It's well thought out, Zebediah. Thank you.
Suits you?
Let me study it.
I got fidgety, ducked into Buster Brown, and killed time until she called me.
Slight revision, Zebediah. Name, Deedy, duty, captain, additional and or relief duty, instructor computers. Name, Zebediah, duty, second in command and chief master at arms, additional and or relief duty, instructor duo, air. Name, Jake, duty, chief pilot, additional and or relief duty, instructor verniers. Name, Hilda, duty, co-pilot, additional and or relief duty, science officer and executive chef. Note, cooking will rotate D, J, Z unless changed by the executive chef.
A slight revision? I felt offended.
Deedy looked at me anxiously. I'm submitting it for your advice, Zebediah. I want to continue Pop's policy of everybody learning every job, at least well enough to limp home. Hilda will learn the verniers quickly. She's deft. She doesn't have to be told twice, and the inventor I have placed at her elbow. Pop needs practice in air. He isn't as good as he thinks he is, and he's never driven a car this fast. You'll be behind him, ready to bounce him out of trouble. Dear, will it work?
I was forced to admit that Deedy's T.O. was better than mine. It's better than mine, so you owe me a forfeit. Where are my handcuffs and nightstick?
As second in command, you are vested with the duty to keep order and to see that the commanding officer's orders are carried out, are you not?
Of course, Deedy. Captain Deedy. Why rub their noses in it?
You know why, Zebediah. I am reminding everyone that I mean to have a taut ship and no back-talk. You don't need handcuffs or a club, but in that right-hand dressing table drawer is a 10-centimeter roll of adhesive tape, the size gangsters use for gags.
Oh.
Zebediah, don't use it without my direct order. I shall maintain a taut ship, but when I've served my time, I would much rather my father were still speaking to me. It's a last resort, my husband. A sharp pipe down from you is all anybody will ever need. I intend to keep you at the con most of the time, unless you ask me to relieve you, or I tell you I want to con something personally.
Suits.
Very well, sir, you have the con. Give them their assignments, prepare the car for space, take the reports, let me know here when you are ready. Revision in plan, take us straight up 1,000 clicks. Let us look at Oz from a distance, then continue by plan.
Aye, Captain. I started to leave, while thinking that Deedy might leave a reputation equal to that of Captain Bligh.
Zebediah?
Yes, Captain.
Don't go away without kissing me, or I won't take the bloody job.
I didn't realize that the captain cared to be kissed.
Captains need kisses more than most people, she answered, her face muffled against my shoulder.
Got a fresh new stock. Will there be anything else, ma'am?
Yes.
What?
When I've served my time, will you use your influence to put me on the verniers, and sometime will you teach me supersonic?
Verniers, yes. Supersonic, a man who takes his wife as a pupil is breeding a divorce. Gay will teach you supersonic if you will let her. At super or hypersonic, she's safest on autopilot. She won't hurt herself. But if you override, you may hurt her. She may hurt you.
But you override. How am I to learn?
Easy. Give her a program. Leave it loose enough for her to correct your goofs. Keep your hands and feet very lightly on the controls. Be patient, and eventually you'll be part of Gay, and Gay will be part of you. Shut up and kiss me. Captains kiss better. 10 minutes later, we were ready for space. I asked, did anyone leave anything in our annex? I wasn't thinking about it. Jake had reported, Juice 1.0, full capacity.
Hilda and I hung up our dresses.
Captain, do you realize that our magical space warp will probably go back wherever it came from the instant we leave?
Want to bet? Glinda wouldn't pull a trick like that.
It's your dress, Captain, but your exec advises you officially to warn all hands never to leave anything essential in there during maneuvers. I wiped the matter from my mind. Deedy would do it her way. Gay, are you going to go on being talkative on your own?
Zeb, back on watch. I'll be strictly business, but a girl is entitled to a night out once in a while.
You're a smart girl, Gay.
So Tick-Tock told me, Zeb.
Roger and out, Gay. Sharpie, set transition 1,000 clicks, H-axis, plus.
1,000 kilometers straight up, minimum range scale, vernier setting 3. Jacob, will you check me, please?
Jake reported the setting correct. I snapped, "Execute." Jake put her nose down. An Earth-like planet so covered with haze that I could make out no details other than straight down, where Oz was still sharp and framed by the impassable deserts. "Sharpie, please hand me the binocs, then shift hats to Science Officer and find out whether or not our new addition came along." I had to help her undog the bulkhead door. Sharpie, in free fall, can't brace herself to apply enough torque to loosen a dog. I had fastened on the ground. Meanwhile, Dee had been using the binocs. "Zebediah, it's hazy everywhere but below us. Emerald City shines out green as Erin, and Glinda's palace gleams in the sunshine, but the rest might as well be Venus, only it's not." "Daughter, Captain, I mean, have you looked at the stars?" Jake added. "I think it's our own universe." "Is it, Pop? On which side of Orion is the bull?" "Why, on Jesus, Allah, and Zoroaster. It's turned inside out." "Yes, but not the way that other inside-out place was, like Oz itself, east for west." I asked my wife, "Captain Dee, is there anything odd about duration here?" "Doesn't feel odd, but it's been about a century since those 3 little girls moved to Oz. I don't know what it feels like to them, and I carefully didn't ask. Did anybody notice that there were no clocks and no calendars?" "Zebby?" "Yes, Sharpie," I answered. "Our new plumbing works just dandy. Be careful going in. It's not free fall. The floor is down. I did a spectacular somersault." "Hilda, my love, are you hurt?" "Not a bit, Jacob, but next time I'll hang on to something, pull myself down even with the deck, and slide in." "Science Officer, secure all doors, return to your seat and strap down. Then swap hats and set next rotation by schedule." I fastened the doors. I'm dogging the bulkhead door. Okay, I'm strapping down. Where are the binoculars? Jake stowed them. "All hands, stand by to rotate." Another totally black one. I said, "Captain, we'll tumble now unless you prefer to check our new plumbing first." "Plumbing isn't Dee-Dee's job. I'm Science Officer, and that includes hygiene, plumbing, and space warps." Dee-Dee said to me, "I relieve you, dear." Then more loudly to Hilda, "Co-pilot, pipe down. Pop, douse the lights and tumble us. And Hillbilly, attempt to set next rotation by touch and sound in the dark. That's number 8, third of second group." "Aye, aye, Captain Bligh." The tumble showed nothing. Jake switched on lights, reported that Sharpie had set the next rotation correctly. Dee asked me to relieve her at the con, then said, "Science Officer, I'm about to inspect the addition to your department. Please accompany me." Without a word, Sharpie did so. They were gone quite a while. At last I said, "Jake, what do women talk about in canned conferences?" "I'm afraid to find out." They came back full of giggles. I concluded that Dee disciplinary methods worked. As they strapped down, Dee said, "Dear, it's black as sin out there, and sunlight streaming in both bathroom windows. Riddle me that." "Science Officer's department," I evaded. "Stand by to rotate." This time Jake not only had air, I could hear it. Jake got her leveled out hastily. "Co-pilot, H above G. 1,300 meters. Too close, Zeb. I'm going to retire and take up tatting. Where are we? I can't see a thing." "We're over water, Pop, with a light fog. I see a shoreline to starboard." Jake turned Gay to the right. I picked out the shoreline. Gay's wings were spread. Jake held her at an easy glide and placed her on automatic. "We'll leave this kite sealed now. I won't check the air without going up high." "Sail ho!" "We're away, Sharpie." "Starboard bow, a sailing ship." Darn if it wasn't. A square rigger, out of the 17th century. High forecastle and stern castle. Jake took us down for a better look. I wasn't afraid. People who sail ships like that don't use guided missiles, so I kept telling myself. It was a pretty sight. Jake dropped the starboard wing so that we could have a good look. But we must not have been a pretty sight to them. Sailors were rushing around, and the helmsman let her get away from him, and she fell into irons, her canvas flapping foolishly. Not wanting to get the poor fellow keel-hauled, I told Jake to level off and head for land. Dee said, "Good God, Pop, you scared me silly." "Why, Dee, Captain Dee, they were scared, but surely you aren't scared by black powder cannon." "You almost put the starboard wing into the water." "Don't be silly, Dee. I was above 200 meters. Well, maybe 150 when I did that steep turn, but plenty of room." "Take a look at your altimeter and pressure." Jake looked, and so did I. The radar altimeter stated that we were 19 meters above the water. Jake had to change scales to read it. Pressure showed well over 1,000 millibars, a sea level high, so I snapped, "Gay bounce." Gay did, and I caught my breath. "Dee, how did I make that error?" Jake asked.
I don't know, Pop. I can see the right wingtip. You can't. When it looked to me as if you might cut the water, I looked at the instruments. I was about to yell when you straightened out.
Captain, I was driving seat of my pants by the ship's masts. I would swear I never got within 300 meters of that ship on the slant. That should put me plenty high. Sharpie said,
Jacob, don't you recognize this place?
Hilda, don't tell me you've been here before.
Only in books, beloved. A child's version in 3rd grade. A more detailed version in junior high. Finally, I laid hands on the unexpurgated version, which was pretty racy for the age I was then. I still find it pleasantly bawdy.
Sharpie, I demanded, what are you talking about?
Jake answered,
Zeb, what sort of ship could cause me to think I was high in the air when in fact I was about to pole vault into the sea?
I've got it, said Dee.
I give up, I admitted.
Tell him, Pop.
One manned by sailors 15 centimeters high. I thought about it. We were approaching land. I told Jake to glide to 2 clicks by instrument and told Gay to hold us there. It seemed much higher. If anyone runs across Dean Swift, will you give him a swift kick for me?
Dee said, Zebediah, do you suppose the land of the giants, Brobdingnag, is on this continent?
I hope not.
Why not, dear? It should be fun.
We don't have time to waste on either Lilliputians or giants. Neither would have obstetricians able to take care of you two. Sharpie, get ready to take us up 100,000 clicks, then to rotate. Does anyone have any theory about what has been happening to us, aside from Sharpie's notion that we are dead and don't know it?
I have another theory, Zebby.
Give, Sharpie.
Don't laugh, because you told me that you and Jacob discussed the heart of it, the idea that human thought exists as quanta. I don't know quanta from Qantas Airways, but I know that a quantum is an indivisible unit. You told me that you and Jacob had discussed the possibility that imagination had its own sort of indivisible units or quanta. You called them fictons, or was it ficta? Either way, the notion was that every story ever told, or to be told if there is a difference, exists somewhere in the number of the beast.
But Hilda, my love, that was merely abstract speculation.
Jacob, your colleagues regard this car as abstract speculation. Didn't you tell me that the human body is merely complex equations of wave forms? That was when I bit you. I don't mind being a wave form. Waves are pretty. I bit you for using the adverb merely. Zebediah, there is a city on the left. Shouldn't we look at it before we leave?
Captain, you must decide that. You saw what a panic we caused in that ship. Imagine yourself 14 centimeters tall and living in that city. Along comes a great sky monster and dives on you. Would you like it? How many little people will faint? How many will die of heart failure? How many are you willing to kill to satisfy your curiosity? I added, to those people we are monsters worse than black hat vermin.
Oh, dear, you're right, Zebediah, dismally so. Let's get out of here.
Co-pilot, set to transit straight up 100,000 clicks.
Transition H-axis positive, vernier setting 5, set.
Execute, I continued. Captain, I'd like to sit here a while.
Very well, Zebediah.
Sharpie, let's hear your theory. Captain, I've been scared silly by too many narrow escapes. We know how to translate from one Earth analog to the next. Just use plenty of elbow room. But these rotations are making me white-haired. The laws of chance are going to catch up with us.
Zebby, I don't think the laws of chance have anything to do with it. I don't think we have been in any danger in any rotation.
So? Sharpie, I'm about to swap jobs with you as quickly as I can get the captain's permission.
No,
Chicken.
Zebby, your hunches are part of why I say that the laws of chance are not relevant.
Sharpie, statistical laws are the most firmly established of all natural laws.
Do they apply in the land of Oz?
Asked Dee. Damned if I know. Touché. Zeb, Hilda has not expressed it as I would. Nevertheless, I agree with her. To call the equations used in statistics laws of nature is a misnomer. Those equations measure the degree of our ignorance. When I flip a coin and say that the chance of heads or tails is 50-50, I am simply declaring total ignorance as to outcome. If I knew all conditions, the outcome might be subject to pre-calculation. But we have experienced 2 universes having physical laws unlike those of our home universe.
3, Jacob. Lilliput makes 3.
I don't follow you, my dear.
The cube-square law that runs through all biology does not apply here. A human brain can't be placed in a space the size of a thimble by our biophysical laws, but we're getting away from the theory Zebby wanted me to expound. Shall I go on? Yes, Dee ruled. Everybody shut up but Aunt Hilda. I'm zipping my own lip. Hillbilly, proceed. All right. It's not chance that we have been in 3 universes, Inside Out, the Land of Oz, and Lilliput, in less than 24 hours, isn't it, Dee? Less than 21, Aunt Hilda. Thanks, hon. It's not chance that those three are fictional universes. I have to call them that for lack of a better word, well known to each of us. By coincidence, and again I don't have a good word, but it's not chance, all four of us are addicted to fanciful stories, fantasy, fairy tales. We all like the same sort of stories. How many of us like detective stories? Some, not all, said Dee. My sole loyalty is to Sherlock Holmes, I said. Waste of time, said Jake. I'd like to try an experiment, Hilda went on. Write down the 20 stories you have enjoyed most, or groups of related stories. The Oz books would count as one, so would the Edgar Rice Burroughs Mars series, and so would the 4 voyages of Gulliver's Travels. Make them stories you reread for pleasure when you are too tired to tackle a new book. Sharpie, is it cheating to ask how you mean to use this? No, Zebby, if my theory is right, the next time we rotate and find ourselves near a planet, it will turn out to be the scene of a story or group of stories that appears on all 4 lists. We'll arrive high enough that Jacob will have plenty of time to level off, but close enough that we can ground. But we will never rotate into a mass or any danger that we can't handle. This isn't chance. We haven't been dealing with chance. The Land of Oz surprised me. Lilliput didn't surprise me at all. I expected it, or at least a place that all of us know through stories. How about those empty universes? I demanded. Maybe there are places about which stories will be written, or maybe stories have already been told but aren't favorites of us 4, so we don't emerge close to their scenes. But those are guesses. So far as my theory is concerned, such universes are null. They don't count one way or the other. We find our universes. Sharpie, you have just invented pantheistic multi-person solipsism. I didn't think it was mathematically possible. Zeb, anything is mathematically possible. Thanks, Jacob. Zebby, solipsism is a buzzword. I'm saying that we've stumbled onto the door in the wall, the one that leads to the land of heart's desire. I don't know how and have no use for fancy rationalizations. I see a pattern. I'm not trying to explain it. It just is. How does that hollow world fit your theory? Well, Dee called it Pellucidar. It was, but I've read dozens of stories about worlds underground. I'll bet all of us have. Jules Verne, S. Fowler Wright, H.G. Wells, C.L. Moore, Lovecraft, all the great masters of fantasy have taken a crack at it. Please, can we stop talking? I want all 4 lists before we rotate again. Jake changed attitude so that Lilliput's planet was dead ahead and told Gay to hold it there. The planet looked very small, as if we were 1,000,000 kilometers out. Reasonable, I decided, and wrote down the Dorsey yarns. At last, Dee announced, I'm through, Aunt Hillbilly. Soon after, her father handed Sharpie his list. Don't count those I've lined out, dear. I had trouble holding it down. 20 is arbitrary, Jacob. I can leave your extras in. No, dear, the 4 I eliminated do not stand as high as the 20 I retained. After some pencil chewing, I announced, Sharpie, I'm stuck at 17. Got a baker's dozen more in mind, but no choice. 17 will do, Zebby, if they are your prime favorites. They are. Hilda accepted my list, ran her eye down it. A psychoanalyst would have a wonderful time with these. Wait a half. Sharpie, if you're going to let a shrink see those lists, I want mine back. Zebby, darling, I wouldn't do that to you, she added. I need a few minutes to tally. I glanced at Lilliput. Need help? No, I've tallied a 1 after all on my list. I've checked Dee's against mine and tallied a 2 where they match and added to the bottom of my list, with 1 vote tallied against each, those she picked but I didn't. I'm doing the same with Jacob's list, tallying 3s and 2s and 1s. Then Zebby, and we'll wind up with a 4-vote list, unanimous, and a list with 3 each, and a list with 2 and with 1. Sharpie kept busy some minutes, then took a fresh sheet, made a list, folded it. This should be in a sealed envelope to establish my reputation as a fortune-teller. Zebby, there are 9 soi-disant fictional universes listed. Any close approach we make by rotation should be near one of them. I said, You included Pellucidar? Pellucidar got only 2 votes. I stick to my theory that the inside-out world is a composite of underground fantasies. But our vote identified that 3rd universe, the blinding lights, the one that worried you about radiation. The hell you say? I think it did. 4 votes for Dr. Isaac Asimov's Nightfall. I expected his Foundation stories to make it, but they got only 3 votes. Too bad, because his library planet might be able to tell us what those vermin are, where they come from, and how to beat them. My fault, Aunt Hillbilly. Pop told me I should read the Foundation series, but I never did. Sharpie, I said, we can put you down in New York in 5 minutes. The good doctor is getting on in years. Turns out less than 1,000,000 words a year now, but still likes pretty girls. He must know whatever is in the Galactic Library. He invented it, so telephone him. Better yet, sit on his lap. Cry if necessary. Zebby, if there is one place I'm certain is loaded with black hat vermin, it's New York City. You sit on his lap.
Not me. If we learn how to delouse our home planet, I'll work on a way to spread the word, but I'm #1 on their death list.
No, Jacob is.
No, Sharpie. Jake and Dee Dee are dead. You are kidnapped, and I'm marked down to be terminated with extreme prejudice. But I'll risk grounding on the Hudson River VTOL flat long enough for you to visit the good doctor. Your husband can escort you. I'm going to hide in the bathroom. I figure that is actually in Oz and therefore safe.
Go lay an egg.
Sharpie, dear, none of us is going to Earth 0. Hand that list to Dee Dee. She won't peek. Captain, shall we rotate? The science officer has me half convinced that we can get away with it. Let's do it before I lose my nerve. 4th and last universe in the second group, isn't it? I asked Sharpie.
Yes, Zebby.
Anybody as chicken as I am, speak up. Isn't anybody going to get us out of this? Execute!
Chapter 34. All my dreams do come true. Zeb.
Gay Deceiver was right side up 500 meters above a sunlit, gentle countryside. Jake set her to cruise in a circle. I asked, "Are we back in Oz? Sharpie, check your setting."
Not Oz, Zebby. I've stuck to schedule.
Okay, does your magic list tell you where we are?
If it's one of the 9, then it's... Hilda wrote a word on a sheet, folded it, handed it to me.
Stick this in your pocket. I tucked it away. Jake, bounce us, then range and target to ground us in that meadow. We'll test the air when we're down. Safer. Jake zeroed Gay in. She grounded. Zeb, he said fretfully, how can I tell what juice we have? The gauge still reads capacity. Let me think about it. All right, has the captain worked out that new scram?
I think so, Pop. Take GD straight up 100,000 clicks, but do it in 2 words, in total darkness, or with eyes dazzled, or anything. As long as anyone can get out 2 syllables, we'll zip far enough away from trouble that we'll have time to work out what to do next.
Good enough. Can you program it before I open the door?
I think so, Zebediah. If she's asleep, GD will wake up and do it at once.
Okay, will you program it? Hilda, set up the same thing on your dials as a backup. Meanwhile, I'm going to give the plumbing a field test. Don't touch the doors till I get back. I returned in a few minutes. Our magic space warp is still with us. Don't ask me why or I'll scream. New program inserted.
Yes, Zebediah. Untell me 3 times and protect it against execution without the doors being closed and locked. I've written down the magic words. Here. Dee Dee handed me a scrap of paper. On it was Gay Zoom. It's the shortest program with an unusual monosyllable that I can think of. Its shortness may save our necks. Swap seats with me, Sharpie. It's my turn to be pioneer mother. Everybody, hold your breath. I'm going to sniff the air. Zebby, this planet is Earth-like to 9 decimal places.
Which gives me a cheap chance to play hero. I opened her door a crack, sniffed. Shortly, I said, I feel okay. Anybody woozy?
Open the door wide, Zebby. This place is safe.
I did so and stepped out into a field of daisies. The others followed me. It certainly seemed safe. Quiet, warm, peaceful, a meadow bounded by a hedgerow and a stream. Suddenly, a white rabbit came running past, headed for the hedge. He barely paused, pulled a watch from his waistcoat pocket, glanced at it, then moaned, oh dear, I shall be too late," and ran even faster. Dee Dee started after him. "Dee Dee," I yelled. She stopped short. "I want to find a rabbit hole." "Then keep your eye on her. You're not going down the hole."
"On whom?"
Dee Dee turned back toward the hedgerow. A little girl in a pinafore was hurrying toward the spot where the rabbit had disappeared.
"Oh, but it didn't hurt her to go down the hole."
"No, but Alice had lots of difficulties before she got out. We haven't time. This is not a place we can stay."
"Why not?"
19th century England did not have advanced medicine."
"Zebby," put in Hilda, "this isn't England. Read that slip."
I unfolded the scrap of paper, read, Wonderland. "Just so," I agreed, and handed it to my wife. "But it is modeled on England in the 1860s. It either has no medicine like Oz or pre-Pasteur medicine. Possibly pre-Semmelweis. Dee Dee, do you want to die from childbed fever?"
"No, I want to go to the Mad Tea Party."
"We can have a Mad Tea Party. I went mad several universes back, and it's time for lunch. Sharpie, you win the Order of Nostradamus with Diamond Cluster. May I ask 2 questions?"
"One may always ask."
"Is H.P. Lovecraft on that list?"
"He got only 1 vote, Zebby. Yours."
Cthulhu be thanked. Sharpie, his stories fascinate me the way snakes are said to fascinate birds, but I would rather be trapped with the King in Yellow than be caught up in the worlds of the Necronomicon. Did any horrids get 4 votes?
No, dear, the rest of us prefer happy endings.
So do I, especially when I'm in it. Did Heinlein get his name in the hat?
4 votes, split, 2 for his future history, 2 for Stranger in a Strange Land, so I left him out.
I didn't vote for Stranger, and I'll refrain from embarrassing anyone by asking who did. My God, the things some writers will do for money.
Samuel Johnson said that anyone who wrote for any other reason was a fool.
Johnson was a fat, pompous, gluttonous, dirty old fool who would have faded into the obscurity he so richly deserved had he not been followed around by a spit-licking sycophant. Spell that psycho as in block. I added, did Powell Anderson get in, or Niven?
Zebby, that's far more than 2 questions.
I haven't even reached the second question, which is, what do we have for a mad tea party?
Surprise, Glinda had a picnic basket placed in our dressing room.
I missed it, I admitted.
You didn't look in the wardrobe, Sharpie grinned. Can sandwiches from Oz be eaten in Wonderland, or will they softly and silently vanish away?
Be off, or I'll kick you downstairs. Several hundred calories later, I noticed a young man hovering nearby. He seemed to want to speak, but was too diffident to do so. Dee Dee jumped up, trotted toward him.
The Reverend Mr. Dodgson, is it not? I'm Mrs. Zebediah Carter.
He quickly removed his straw boater. Mr. Dodgson, yes. Mrs. Carter, have we met?
Long ago, before I was married. You are looking for Alice, are you not?
Dear me, why, yes, I am, but how—
She went down the rabbit hole.
Dodgson looked relieved. Then she will be back soon enough. I promised to return her and her sisters to Christ Church before dark.
You did. I mean, you will. Same thing, depending on the coordinates. Come, meet my family. Have you had luncheon? Oh, I say, I don't mean to intrude. You aren't intruding.
Dee Dee took him by the hand, firmly. Since my treasure is stronger than most men, he came along, and let go her hand hastily as soon as she loosened her grip. We men got to our feet. Hilda remained in lotus.
Aunt Hilda, this is Mr. Dodgson, lecturer in mathematics at Christ Church College, Oxford. My stepmother, Mrs. Burroughs.
How do you do, Mrs. Burroughs? Oh, dear, I am intruding.
Not at all, Mr. Dodgson. Do sit down. And this is my father, Dr. Burroughs, professor of mathematics, and my husband, Captain Carter. Aunt Hilda, will you find a clean plate for Mr. Dodgson?
The young Don relaxed once introductions had been made, but he was still far more formal than Dee Dee intended to permit. He sat down on the turf, placed his hat carefully beside him, and said, Truly, Mrs. Burroughs, I've just finished tea with 3 little girls. Dee Dee ignored his protests while she piled his plate with little sandwiches and cakes. Sharpie poured tea from a thermos jug. They nailed him down with cup and plate. Jake advised, Don't fight it, son, unless you really must leave. Are Alice's sisters safe?
Why, yes, Professor. They are napping in the shade of a hayrick nearby, but—
Then relax. In any case, you must wait for Alice. What branch of mathematics do you pursue?
Algebraic logic, usually, sir, with some attention to its applications to geometry.
The Reverend Mr. Dodgson was seated so that he faced Gay Deceiver and sat in the shadow of her port wing, but nothing in his manner showed that he noticed the anachronism. Have your studies led you into multidimensional, non-Euclidean geometries? Jake asked.
Dodgson blinked. I fear that I tend to be conservative in geometry, rather. Father, Mr. Dodgson doesn't work in your field. He works in mine.
Dodgson raised his eyebrows slightly. Jake said, My daughter did not introduce herself fully. She is Mrs. Carter, but her maiden name is Dr. D.T. Burroughs. Her field is mathematical logic.
That is why I am so pleased that you are here, Mr. Dodgson. Your book, Symbolic Logic, is a milestone in our field. But, my dear lady, I have not written a work titled Symbolic Logic. I've confused things. Again, it is matter of selection of coordinates. At the end of the reign of Queen Victoria, you will have published it 5 years earlier. Is that clear?
He answered very solemnly. Quite clear. All I need do is to ask Her Majesty how much longer she is going to reign and subtract 5 years.
That should do it. Do you like to play with Sorites?
For the first time he smiled. Oh, very much.
Shall we make up some, then trade and solve them?
Well, not too lengthy. I really must get back to my young charges.
We can't stay long either. Anyone else want to play?
No one else elected to play. I stretched out on the grass with a handkerchief over my face. Jake and Sharpie went for a walk. Shall we hold the statements down to groups of 6? Dodgson suggested.
All right, but the conclusion must be true, not nonsense. Agreed? Dee had taught me this game. She's good at it. I decided to be a silent witness. They kept quiet while I snored convincingly. Dee was a lady for a while, then sprawled on her belly and chewed her pencil. I watched with one eye from under my handkerchief. First, she covered several pages with scratch work in developing statements incomplete in themselves, but intended to arrive at only one possible conclusion. Having done so, she tested them by symbolic logic, then wrote out her list of statements, mixing them randomly, looked up. The young mathematician was looking at her solemnly, notepad in hand. "Finished?" my wife asked. "Just finished, Mrs. Carter. You remind me of my little friend, Alice Liddell." "I know," she said. "That's how I recognized her. Shall we trade?" Dodgson tore a sheet from his pad. "This is to be solved in the first person. Its conclusion applies to you." "All right, I'll try it," Dee read aloud. 1. Every idea of mind that cannot be expressed as a syllogism is really ridiculous. 2. None of my ideas about Bath buns are worth writing down. 3. No idea of mine that fails to come true can be expressed as a syllogism. 4. I never have any really ridiculous idea that I do not at once refer to my solicitor. 5. My dreams are all about Bath buns. 6. I never refer any idea of mine to my solicitor unless it is worth writing down. Dee chortled. "How sweet of you. It is true. All my dreams do come true." "You solved it so quickly?" "But it's only 6 statements. Have you solved mine?" "I haven't read it yet." He also read aloud. 1. Everything not absolutely ugly may be kept in a drawing-room. 2. Nothing that is encrusted with salt is ever quite dry. 3. Nothing should be kept in a drawing-room unless it is free from damp. 4. Time-traveling machines are always kept near the sea. 5. Nothing that is what you expect it to be can be absolutely ugly. 6. Whatever is kept near the sea gets encrusted with salt. He blinked at the list. "The conclusion is true?" he asked. "Yes." For the first time he stared openly at Gay Deceiver. "That, then, I infer, is a time-traveling machine?" "Yes, although it does other things as well." "It is not what I expected it to be, although I am not sure what I expected a time-traveling machine to be." I pulled his handkerchief off my face. "Do you want to take a ride, Mr. Dodgson?" The young Don looked wistful. "I am sorely tempted, Captain, but I am responsible for 3 little girls, so I must thank you for your hospitality and bid you goodbye. Will you offer my apologies to Professor and Mrs. Burroughs and explain that duty calls me?" Chapter 35. It's a disturbing idea. Jake. "Dee, how does it feel to say goodbye without getting kissed?" "Zebediah, I didn't make it possible. Lewis Carroll was terrified by females over the age of puberty." "That's why I stayed close. Dee, hon, if I had gone with Jake and Hilda, he would have left at once." "I can't figure out how he got here in the first place," said my dear wife, Hilda. "Lewis Carroll was never in Wonderland. He simply wrote about it. But this is Wonderland, unless rabbits in England wear waistcoats and watches. And, Hilda, who can possibly be as deeply inside a story as the person who writes it?" I'll have to study that." "Later, Sharpie," Zeb said. "Stand by to rotate. Mars, isn't it?" "Right, Zebby," Hilda agreed. "Gay, Sagan." Mars 0 lay ahead, in half phase, at the proper distance. "Set," Hilda reported. "To 10th universe, 3rd group." "Execute." It was another starry void with no familiar groupings. We ran through routine, Zeb logged it as possible, and we moved on to the second of the 3rd group, and I found myself facing the Big and Little Dippers. Again we ran through a routine tumble, but failed to find the sun or any planets. I don't know the southern constellations too well, but I spotted Crux and the Magellanic Clouds. To the north there could be no doubt about Cygnus and a dozen others. Zeb said, "Where's Sol? Dee, Sharpie?" "I haven't seen it, Zebediah." "Zebby, don't go blaming me. I put it right back where I found it." "Jake, I don't like this. Sharpie, are you set?" "Set. Standing orders. 3rd group, 3rd of 3. "Keep your finger near the button. How does this fit your theory? I don't recall listing a story that doesn't have the solar system in it." "Zebby, it can't fit 2 of those left. Could fit the others, and could fit half a dozen or more that got 3 votes. You said that about a dozen were tied in your mind. Were any of them space travel stories?"
Almost all.
Then we could be in any world that takes our universe as a model, but far enough from the sun so that it appears as second or third magnitude. That wouldn't have to be far. Our sun is pretty faint. So this could be the Darkover universe, or Niven's known space, or Dr. Williamson's Legion of Space universe, or the Star Trek universe, or Anderson's world of the Polisotechnic League, or Dr. Smith's Galactic Patrol world, or several more.
Sharpie, what were two that this could not be?
King Arthur and his knights and the world of the hobbits.
If we find ourselves in either of those, we leave. No obstetricians. Jake, any reason to stay here longer?
None that I see, I answered.
Captain Deedy, I advise scram. Those space opera universes can be sticky. I don't care to catch a photon torpedo or a vortex bomb or a negative matter projectile just through failure to identify ourselves promptly. So, we rotated. This time, we weren't merely close. We were on the ground. Charging straight at us was a knight in armor, lance couched in attack. I think it unlikely that a lance could damage Gay, but this gentle knight was unfriendly. I shouted, "Gay, zoom!" Sighed with relief at sudden darkness and at the captain's next words.
Thanks, Pop, you were on your toes.
Thank you. End of Group 3. Back to Mars? SAGAN? Let's get on with it, Zeb agreed. All hands.
Zebediah,
my daughter interrupted.
Is that all you wish to see of King Arthur and his knights?
Captain Deedy, that wasn't one of King Arthur's knights. He was wearing plated mail.
That's my impression,
my beloved agreed.
But I gave more attention to his shield, field sable, argent bend sinister, in chief sun proper with crown, both or. Sir Modred,
my daughter decided.
I knew he was a baddie. Zebediah, we should have hit him with your ale gun.
Killed that beautiful beer wagon horse? Deedy, that sort of armor wasn't made earlier than the 15th century, 8 or 9 centuries after the days of King Arthur.
Then why was he carrying Sir Modred's shield?
Sharpie, was that Sir Modred's coat of arms?
I don't know. I blazoned what I saw. Aren't you nitpicking in objecting to plate armor merely because it's anachronistic?
But history shows that...
That's the point, Zebby. Camelot isn't history, it's fiction.
Zeb said slowly, "Shut my big mouth."
Zebby, I venture to guess that the version of Camelot we blundered into is a patchwork of all our concepts of King Arthur and the Round Table. I picked up mine from Tennyson, revised them when I read La Mort d'Arthur. Where did you get yours?
Mark Twain gave me mine, a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court. Add some Prince Valiant, Jake? I said, Zeb, there seems little doubt that there was a king or a general named Arthur or Arturius. But most people think of King Arthur from stories having little connection with any historical person. The Sword and the Stone and The Once and Future King are my favorites.
My daughter persisted. I do believe in the Round Table, I do. We should go back and look instead of guessing.
Captain Deedy, her husband said gently, the jolly, murderous roughnecks called the Knights of the Round Table are fun to read about, but not to know socially. Nor are people the only dangers. There would be honest-to-God dragons and wyverns and malevolent magic. Not the Glinda the Good variety. We've learned that these alternate worlds are as real as the one we came from. We don't need to relearn it by getting suddenly dead. That's my official advice. If you don't agree, would you please relieve me at the con, ma'am?
Zebediah, you're being logical, a most unfair way to argue. Jacob, said my wife, suppose we were people who don't like fanciful stories. What sort of worlds would we find?
I don't know, Hilda. Probably only humdrum, slice-of-life universes indistinguishable from the real world. Correction, substitute Universe 0 for real world, because as your theory requires, all worlds are equally real, or unreal.
Jacob, why do you call our universe Universe 0?
For convenience, our point of origin.
Didn't you tell me that no frame is preferred over any other? Each one to the number of the beast is equally 0 in 6 axes?
Well, theory requires it.
Then we are fiction in other universes. Have I reasoned correctly?
I was slow in answering. That seems to be a necessary corollary. It's a disturbing idea that we ourselves are figments of imagination.
I'm nobody's figment, my daughter protested. I'm real, I am. Pinch me. Ouch. Zebediah, not so hard.
You asked for it, dear, Zeb told her.
My husband is a brute, and I've got a cruel stepmother just like Snow White. I mean, Cinderella. And my pop thinks I'm imaginary, but I love you anyway because you're all I've got.
If you fictional characters will pipe down, we'll get this show on the road. Stand by to rotate. Gay Sagan. Mars was where it should be. I felt more real.
Chapter 36. Pipe down and do your job. Hilda.
Set, Captain, I reported. 13th rotation, correct, Zebby?
Check, Sharpie. Captain?
Dee answered. Let's catch our breaths. She stared out at the ruddy barrenness of Mars Zero. That rock looks downright homelike. I feel like a tourist who tries to see 30 countries in 2 weeks. Shock. Not future shock, but something like it. Homesickness, I told her, knowing that we can't go back. Dee, somewhere, somewhen, we'll build another snug harbor, won't we, Jacob? Jacob patted my knee.
We will, dearest.
Dee said wistfully, Will we really find another snug harbor?
Dee, are you over your pioneer mother jag?
No, Zebediah, but I can get homesick like you, like Hilda, like everybody but Pop.
Correction, daughter. I don't miss Logan, and I don't think Hilda misses California.
Not a bit, I agreed.
Nor me, agreed Zeb. I had a rented flat, but Snug Harbor was home. Agreed, Jacob answered. I didn't really hate these vermin until they bombed our home, Jacob added. We've got to find a new Snug Harbor. Comfortable as this car is, we can't live in it indefinitely. Check. Sharpie, your theory seems to be checking out. Is there any reason to finish this schedule? Should we go directly to Tay-Axis?
Zebby, granted that most rotations didn't amount to more than sightseeing. If we hadn't followed this schedule, this car would not be nearly so comfortable. Do you know of another Ford that has 2 bathrooms?
Sharpie, I don't know of one that has 1 bathroom. Our space warp special lets us stay in space as long as our air holds out, and food, but air is the critical factor.
I said, Zebby, have you noticed that our air does not get stuffy?
It will soon. It need not, Jacob pointed out. We can scram code to Oz or to Wonderland in seconds. Sweet air, no danger.
Zebby looked sheepish.
I'm still learning what our Wonder Buggy will do.
So am I. Gentlemen, you missed my point. You might check the juice. I haven't mentioned another asset. Zebby, would you like a banana?
Sharpie, I ate the last before I buried garbage, while you and Dee were washing dishes before we left Wonderland.
Tell him, Dee. Zebediah, Hilda, and I salvaged and put everything into the basket. Hilda started to put it into our wardrobe, and it was heavy, so we looked. Packed as tight as when we left Oz. 6 bananas and everything else. Cross my heart. No, go look.
Jake, can you write equations for a picnic basket that refills itself? Will it go on doing so? Zeb, equations can be written to describe anything. The description would be simpler for a basket that replenishes itself indefinitely than for one that does it once and stops. I would have to describe the discontinuity. But I am no longer troubled by natural or unnatural laws that don't apply in Universe Zero. Science officer, I suggest that you check on that basket now that we have returned to Universe Zero.
Zebby, make that an order in writing and sign your name if you want to look foolish. Dee, will you order it logged?
Sharpie, if you were in such good company, I'd strangle you. Your earlier answer recommended that we complete the rotations.
No, I noted that the first 12 had not been unprofitable. We could have completed the last 3 by now had we not spent time debating it.
Hilda, honey, our cowardly astrogator needed time to get his nerve back. By yump and yiminy, once you're all trained, I'm going to retire.
We would simply recall you, Zebby. Each will go on doing what she can do best.
Time is out of joint. Oh, cursed spite, that I was ever picked to set it right.
You misquoted.
I always do. What universe do we hit next?
Zebby, we have 3 rotations to go, with 4 left on the 4 votes list. 1 is useless, but amusing and safe. The other 3 are places to live, but each has its own dangers. As the chief of surgery used to say, I don't know, let's operate and find out. Zebby sighed.
All hands, stand by to rotate. Execute.
Green fire.
Rotate. Execute.
A formless red fog.
Gay Sagan.
Mars looked like an old friend. Zebby wiped his brow and said, Phew.
1 to go. Captain Dee, hun, let's get it over with. Sharpie?
15th universe. Set, I reported.
Execute.
We came out into a starry universe.
Captain Dee, hun, don't these constellations look familiar?
Zebby commented. I think so. They are familiar, I insisted, except that there is a very bright star near the Gemini. That ought to be the sun. We're way out past Pluto, where the comets spend the winter. Let's move in and find Earth.
Don't be in a hurry, said Zebby. Science officer, what was that first rotation? Green fire?
How about the deadly green nebula in the Legion of Space? On the trip to the runaway star where Alidori had been taken?
That was on your list?
All of us voted for it.
What was that red fog we rotated into next?
That one is harder to figure, I admitted. It could be any universe by a writer who paid respectful attention to astronomy. Bova, Haldeman, Schmidt, Cornell, Niven, Benford, Clement, Anderson, and so forth. But there were 4 votes for the mote in God's eye. Whether the 2 old gentlemen had anything to do with it or not, I think we blundered into a red giant. A red giant is close to what we call vacuum. Anyhow, we weren't hurt. We were there about 2 seconds.
Less than that, Sharpie. You set it with 1 click and barely had your thumb off the execute button. Captain, do you wish to transit toward that bright star?
Let's chop off 30 or 40 AUs, Dee decided, and get a rough cross fix. Maybe that will give us a disk Pop can measure. If not, we'll narrow it down until it does. Then place us 1 AU from the sun and we'll spot Earth easily. Astrogator, advice.
Captain, I advise making that first jump with wide offset. Miss the sun by at least 1 AU, at least.
Yes, Zebediah, make that cross fix wide. Dee peered around. There's a sickle. Have Pop aim for Regulus.
My husband said, I'm swinging toward Regulus. Zeb, how do I take the angular width of the solar disk without broiling an eyeball? The gun sight has a built-in polarizer. Didn't I show you? You did not. Sorry. Captain Dee Hun, I request permission to relieve the chief pilot for this.
Permission granted, but Zebediah, you be careful.
Spacecraft, identify yourself.
The voice was everywhere. Zebby jerked with surprise. Me too.
Who said that?
Lensman Ted Smith, Commander, Galactic Patrol, Commanding Patrol Vessel Nighthawk, Entity. I regret being forced to enter your mind, but you have been ignoring sub-ether radio for 4 minutes, 32 seconds. Switch it on, and I will get out of your mind. Do not maneuver. We have weapons on you.
Captain, Jacob whispered, Hilda is set to rotate. Dee shook her head, touched Zebby's arm, pointed to herself. Landsman, this is Captain Dee, commanding Continua Craft Gay Deceiver. We don't have sub-ether radio. Do you read me?
I read you loud and clear. What happened to your sub-ether radio? Do you need help?
Captain Smith, I don't have sub-ether radio at all. We don't need help, but could use astrogational advice. Where are we?
The important point is that you are in my patrol sector, an unscheduled ship insufficiently identified. I repeat, do not maneuver by order of the Galactic Patrol. Do you understand?
I understand you, Lensman. I regret having intruded into your patrol space. This is a private ship engaged in peaceful exploration.
That is what I am about to determine, Captain. Stay where you are. Make no hostile moves, and you will be safe.
Lensman, can you see through my eyes?
Are you inviting me to do so?
Certainly. Use my eyes, use my ears, but don't try to take over my mind or this ship will disappear. Dee squeezed my shoulder. I signaled Roger with a pat.
I warn you not to maneuver. Ah, interesting.
I snapped. Captain Smith, quit threatening us. A lensman is supposed to be an officer and gentleman. I intend to report you to the Port Admiral. You're an oaf.
Sorry, madam. I do not wish to offend, but I have duty to perform. Captain, will you please turn your head so that I can see who is speaking?
Certainly. Let me introduce all of us. On my left, Dee looked at Zebby, is Dr. Zebediah Carter. In front of him is Dr. Jacob Burrows. On his right, Dee looked at me, is his wife, Dr. Hilda Burrows, xenobiologist and chief of science. Let me offer you this advice, Lensman. It is never safe to offend Dr. Hilda.
I gathered that impression, Captain. Dr. Hilda, I would not willingly offend, but I have duties. Shall I get out of your mind entirely? If you speak to me, I will hear with Captain Dee's ears. She can, if she will, repeat to you my thought in answer.
Oh, it's all right for conversation, but don't try to go deeper. Mentor would not like it, as you know.
Dr. Hilda, your mention of a certain entity surprises me from one who is not a lensman.
I don't need a lens. You can check that with Aresia. Dee said hastily, Lensman, are you satisfied that we are a peaceful party of scientists, or is there something more that you wish to know?
Captain, I can see that this ship is not a pirate vessel, unarmed and unarmored. Oh, I note controls for a coherent light gun, but that wouldn't be much use to a pirate. Nor can I visualize 2 men and 2 women attempting to attack a space liner. But keeping the peace is just one of my responsibilities. Your ship, small as it is, could be carrying millions of credits in contraband.
Say what you mean, Lensman, I snapped. Drugs, but don't use the word Zwilnik. Mentally, we could hear him sigh.
Yes, Dr. Hilda, drugs. But I did not introduce that offensive word into the discussion.
I heard you thinking it. Don't do it again. Lensman, Dee said quickly, we have medical drugs. The only one that could interest you is a few milligrams of morphine, but we carry no thionite, no bentlam, no haydive, no nitrolabe. You are using your lens. You know that I'm telling the truth.
Captain, it's not that easy. Before I hailed you, I did try a slight probe. Please, Dr. Hilda. It was in line of duty. I've never encountered minds so fully blocked, and this is a most curious craft. It is obviously designed for aerodynamic use rather than space. Yet here you are, and I can't see how you got here. I have no choice but to detain you and to examine this ship thoroughly. If necessary, take it apart, piece by piece.
Lensman, Dee said earnestly, don't be hasty. You can search more thoroughly by lens than by other means. Go ahead. We've nothing to hide, and we have a great deal to offer the patrol, but you won't get it by pushing us around. You certainly won't. Captain, let's leave. I'm tired of stupidity. And I snapped, Gay Sagan. Mars Zero was on our starboard bow. That dead rock looked awfully good to me. Zebby said, Captain, did you order the co-pilot to execute? I said, don't bother Dee with it, Zebby. I did it without permission. Solely my decision. Zebby frowned unhappily. Sharpie, I thought you would be our model Girl Scout while Dee is skipper. Why? Zebby, you can rotate back there in no time, but I would like to be dropped first, Imperial House or -J, somewhere.
Why, Hilda?
My husband asked. Jacob, meet your friendly neighborhood Zwilnik, Commander Ted Smith of the Galactic Patrol, a fine officer. I'm certain, as Dr. E. Smith saw to it, that no unworthy person could ever wear the lens, was getting unpleasantly close. That's why I was so fierce with the poor man. Dee said, but Aunt Hilda, E. Smith's world is just the sort of world we've been seeking. Maybe we'll go back, but not until I've had a chance to dump 2 pounds of concentrated extract of cannabis magnifica. Dr. Wheatstone tells me that it is incredibly valuable in therapy as the base for endless drugs. But I had a hunch that Commander Smith would confiscate it, impound the smart girl, arrest all of us, and convict me. But that isn't all, Zebby. Dr. Smith created one of the most exciting universes I know of. To read about, not to live in. With that endless Buscone War, must have been going on, they were looking for Zwilniks. You have to be as smart as Kimball Kinnison to stay alive, and even he gets chopped up now and again. Dee and I need a good baby catcher, and I'm sure they have them, but we have months to find one. Let's not deliberately back into a war. Dee didn't hesitate. I agree with Aunt Hilda. If we go back, it will not be while I'm captain. Hillbilly, you didn't disobey orders. You used your head in an emergency. I thought Dee was going to ask me how and when I got cannabis magnifica extract, but she didn't.
Jake, Zebby said, we're overruled. Where now, Captain? Earth Tay 1+?
First, we'd better pick a place to spend the night and hold an election.
Why, Dee, you've served less than 12 hours.
It will be about 24 hours when we lift off tomorrow. I'm not going to ask for nominations. We've all had a turn at it. We are now balloting for permanent captain. I expected Zebby to be picked, but there were 3 for me, 1 for Zebby, my ballot. I seemed to be the only one surprised. Zebby said to Dee,
ask to be relieved now, hon. The short-timer syndrome is bad for anyone, but worse for a CO. It demoralizes her crew.
Aunt Hilda, will you relieve me? I pondered it half a second. I relieve you, Dee. Goody. I think I'll take a nap. I think you'll take the verniers. Zebby and Jacob stay in the jobs they're in. Prepare to maneuver. Co-pilot set for Oz. If you don't know how, ask your father.
Set verniers for Oz?
I took a deep breath to calm down. Before anyone starts asking why, the answer is pipe down and do your job. Before we start on Tay-Axis, I want to ask questions. We talked to Glinda about our problem. We didn't talk directly to the others. I mean Ozma and Professor Wogglebug and the little wizard and possibly others. Family, magicians who can install 2 bathrooms in a Ford and never have it show can also help us spot vermin if we ask the right questions. Dee, are you having trouble setting for Oz?
Captain, why set verniers? Gay has our parking spot in her perms. Code word Glinda.
A few seconds later, Gay called out, Hi, Tick-Tock.
Welcome back, Miss Gay Deceiver. Glinda told me that you would be gone only a few minutes, so I waited here for you. I am deeply happy to see you again.
Chapter 37. The First Law of Biology. Zeb.
Stand by to maneuver, I ordered, at the con by Captain Sharpie's wish. Hello, Gay.
Howdy, Zeb. You look hungover.
I am. Gay, home. Arizona was cloudless. Crater verified, Captain Hilda.
T-axis 1+ set, Captain, Dee reported. Execute. No crater, Captain Ante. No house, just mountains, Dee added. T1- set.
Roger, Dee. Routine check, Captain?
Voice routine, short schedule.
I think that is what got Sharpie elected permanent CO. She never hesitates. Gay deceiver, sightseeing trip, 5 clicks H above G.
Ogle the yokels at 5,000 meters. Let's go.
Dee, keep your thumb on the button. Gay, Miami Beach. Below lay a familiar strip city. Captain?
Zebby, note the crowded streets. Sunny day, beach is empty. Why?
Bogey, 6 o'clock low, Jake yelped. Gay zoom. Earth T1+ swam warm and huge. Opposite us, a hurricane approached Texas. I asked, "Want to see more, Captain?"
Zebediah, how can we see more when we haven't seen any?
But Captain Sharpie has, Dee. Folks, I'm unenthusiastic about a world where they shoot without challenging. Jake, your bogey was a missile? I think so, Zeb. Collision course with Doppler signature over 1,000 knots and increasing. A missile. Out of Homestead analog, probably. Captain, these blokes are too quick on the trigger.
Zebby, I find empty beaches more disturbing. I can think of several reasons why they would be empty on a nice day, all unpleasant.
Want to check San Diego? I can get more scram time by increasing H above G.
No, we have over 40,000 analogs on this axis. We'll stick to doctrine. Shop each world just long enough to find something wrong. Black hats, war, low technology, no human population, bad climate, overpopulated, or factor X. If we don't find our new snug harbor in the next 4 months, we'll consider returning to Dr. Smith's world. Hillbilly, if we wait there to have our babies, then wait again until they are big enough to travel, we'll never find Snug Harbor. I said, consider. We may find a place to shack up for 5 months or so, then slam back to Galactic Patrol Prime Base Hospital for the grand openings. Could be an empty world, no people, pleasant otherwise. Food is now no problem, and we get water from Oz. All we lack is television. That's no lack.
Dee, I thought you liked Star Trek.
Auntie Captain, we've got our own Star Trek now. Dee, you and I should go easy on this Star Trek. I'm going to follow a conservative routine. You're young and healthy and built for it, but I'm having my first one past 40, and I'm going to be very careful. Exercise, diet, rest, the works. I surrender. Let's get cracking, Captain Hillbilly. Take it, Zebby.
Co-pilot, execute. Earth T1- replaced T1+.
Jacob, it doesn't look right. Astrogator, I want us up 100 kilometers over... Make it Mississippi Valley, about St. Louis. Want to change attitude?
Yes, please. Jake, point Gay at your target. It will skip setting angle.
The craft's nose dipped and steadied.
How's that?
Fine, Jake. Dee,
set L axis plus transition 99,000 clicks.
Set, Zebediah.
Execute. We popped out high over fields of ice.
Sneak up on it, Captain? Never mind, Zebby. That's what I call a hard winter.
A long winter. Actually, it's summer, I think. Earth analogs should be in the same place in orbit as Earth. Jake? By theory, yes. Doesn't matter either way. That's glaciation. Dee has set T2+.
We can't homestead on an ice sheet.
Execute.
Zebby, how many ice ages so far?
5, I think.
Dee? 5 is right, Zebediah, plus 2 worlds with major war, 1 where they shot at us, and 1 so radioactive that we got out fast.
So we're hitting ice more often than not.
5 to 4 has no statistical significance, Zebediah. At least Aunt Hilda hasn't spotted even 1 black hat.
Sharpie, how good are your magic spectacles?
Zebby, if I see them walk, I'll spot 'em no matter how they're disguised. In the simulations Glinda and Wizard cooked up, I spotted their gait every time Dee identified it by Fourier analysis.
You feel confident, that's enough.
Zebby, I don't have clairvoyance. There wasn't time to train me. But Glinda got me highly tuned to their awkward gait, both with and without splints. I want to discuss something else. According to geologists, when we were home, Earth, where we were born, I mean, we were in a brief warm period between glaciations.
If geologists are right, I admitted.
If so, we'll usually hit glaciation.
Probably. If.
Yes, if. But we now know what glaciation looks like. If you and Jacob and Dee can make it a drill, we can flip past ice ages as fast as you spot one.
We'll speed it up. Jake?
Zebediah, wait.
Why, Dee, we're about to translate.
Pop, you told me to set for T5+. Jacob? Captain Sharpie said.
That's right, Captain.
What's the trouble, Dee? Aunt Hilda, I said that 5 to 4 had little statistical significance, but so far all glaciations have been in T-. That could be chance, but doesn't look like it. You want us to explore axis T+ first, Astrogator? No, no, Captain Ante. I would like to see enough of T minus to have a significant sample, at least 100. Jacob?
Hilda, if we check in one pseudo-direction only, say T minus, it'll be 4 or 5 times as fast as hunting back and forth between plus and minus. Dee can set with one click. Zeb can yell execute as soon as you are satisfied.
Jacob, we'll get Dee her sample, but faster. Astrogator, have our co-pilot set T 6 minus.
Set, Captain.
When Zebby says, go, Jacob, you and Dee flip them past as fast as you can without waiting for orders. All we'll be looking for is ice ages. We can spot one in a split second. If anyone sees a warm world, yell stop. Dee, can Gay count them? She's doing so, Captain. We both are. Okay, I'm going to give my magic specs a rest. We're looking for nothing but glaciers versus green worlds. Questions? Run out T minus as fast as I can set and translate. Stop when anyone yells. Aye, aye, Captain Hillbilly, honey. Sharpie nodded to me. I snapped. Go. Stop, yelped Dee. Jacob, I've never seen so much ice. Dee, how many martinis would that make? On the rocks or straight up? Never mind, we're out of vermouth. Did you get your sample? Yes, Captain, 100 ice ages, no warm worlds. I'm satisfied. I'm not, Zebby. I want to extrapolate logarithmically. Go to T minus 1,000, then 10,000, 100,000, and so on. Jacob? Jake looked worried.
Hilda, my scales can be set for vernier setting 5 or 100,000, but that translation would take us more than twice around a super-hyper great circle, I think.
Elucidate, please.
I don't want to get lost. My equations appear to be a description of 6-dimensional space of positive curvature. They've worked, so far. But Euclidean geometry and Newtonian mechanics worked as long as our race didn't monkey with velocities approaching the speed of light. Then the approximations weren't close enough. I don't know that the plenum can be described with only 6 space-time coordinates. It might be more than 6, possibly far more. Mathematics can be used for prediction only after test against the real world.
Jacob, what is the real world?
Ouch. Hilda, I don't know, but I'm afraid to get too many quanta away from our world, World Zero, where we were born. I think the extrapolation you propose would take us more than twice around a super-hyper great circle to... What world, Dee?
World 6,688 on T minus axis, Pop, unless it's skewed.
Thanks, Dee. Captain, if we arrive there, we could return to Earth Zero by one setting. If, instead of a super-hyper great circle, we might follow a helix or some other curve through dimensions we know not of.
Pop, you took what I said and fancied it up.
RHIP, my dear. You will appear as junior author on the monograph you'll write and I'll sign.
Pop, you're so good to me. Wouldn't Smart Girl return us simply by GAYHOME?
Those programs instruct a machine that has built into it only 6 dimensions. Perhaps she would, but to our native universe, so far from Earth Zero that we would be hopelessly lost. If Zeb and I were bachelors, I would say let's go, but we are family men. Dee, set the next one. T 5 plus?
Right, Zebediah. But, Captain Ante, I'm game. The long trip.
Me too, agreed Captain Sharpie. I said in a tired voice, those babies are ours as much as they are yours. Jake and I are taking no unnecessary risks. Captain Sharpie, if that doesn't suit you, you can find another astrogator and another chief pilot.
Mutiny. Dee, shall we pull a Lysistrata? Can't we find some reasonable middle ground?
Looks like a place to stop for lunch. Sharpie, want to sniff for black hats?
Take me down, please, about 2,000 clicks above ground.
Will you settle for 5?
Sissy pants. Yes, if you'll first have Jacob zip us around night side to check for city lights.
Give her what she wants, Jake, by transiting. An orbit takes too long. Give me operations way out on some lonely atoll. For I am too young to die. I just want to grow old.
You're off key, Zebby.
Dee likes my singing. Anybody spot city lights? We found no cities, so Jake put us down for lunch on a lonely atoll, Hilda first making certain that it had nothing on it but palm trees. Dee stripped, started exercises. Hilda joined her. Jake and I set out lunch, having first dressed in stylish tropical skin. The only less than idyllic note came from my objecting to Dee's swimming in the lagoon. Hilda backed me up.
Dee, that's not a swimming pool. Anything in it has defenses or couldn't have survived. The first law of biology is eat or be eaten. A shark could have washed over the reef years back, eaten all the fish, and now be delighted to have you for lunch. Ugh!
Dee, you'd be very tasty.
I soothed.
Chapter 38. Under his vine and under his fig tree, and none shall make them afraid. Jacob. Tape positive took longer to search than Tape negative for the very reason that its analogs were so much like our native planet. An uninhabited planet could be dismissed in 10 minutes. One heavily populated took no longer. A planet at too low a level of culture took hardly longer. A culture with animal-drawn carts and sailing ships as major transport we assumed not to have advanced medicine, but most took longer to reject. At the end of a week, we had rejected 97, which left us only 40,000 plus to inspect. That evening at Picnic Island, our private atoll, my daughter said, "Captain Auntie, we're doing this wrong." "How, Deedekins?" 97 in a week, over 40,000 to go. At that rate, we finish in 8 years. Her husband said, "Dee, we're getting faster." My beloved said, "Astrogator, do you know more about calculating than does the co-pilot?" Zeb shut up. We had learned that when Hilda addressed us by title, she was speaking as Captain. I flatter myself that I learned it quickest, whereas Zeb was a bit slow. "Go ahead, Deety." "If we go on checking this way, it won't get better. It'll get worse. Here's the first week's score." She passed around her summary. It read, Earth analogs checked 97. Average time per planet, 34 minutes, 38.5 seconds. Maximum time, 2 days, 3 hours, 52 minutes. Minimum time, 13 seconds. Median time, 12 minutes, 7 seconds. I studied it. Deety, we can reduce that average time. Over 2 days was much too long to check analog 26. No, Pop, we should have taken longer on 26. It's that 13 seconds that is bankrupting us. Daughter, that's preposterous. Chief Pilot? Yes, dear. Please let the co-pilot finish without interruption. I retired from the field, annoyed, to wait until my advice was indispensable. Soon, I felt sure. Aunt Hilda, if we gave each analog 13 seconds, it would take us 18.5 days, and we would learn nothing. I want to cut the minimum time way, way down, make it routine, and learn something. I wish Gay could talk, I do. But, dear, she can. We can be in Oz in 2 minutes. The dirty dishes can wait. My daughter looked startled. Pass me the stupid hat. But we won't go to Oz before tomorrow. We need to figure out what the problem is first, and I need a night of cuddle with Jacob for the good of my soul. Hilda reached out and took my hand. Hilda went on. Deety, remember how fast we mapped Mars Tau 10 positive once we let Gay do it her way? Isn't there some way to define a locus, then turn her loose? We discussed it until bedtime. I set the locus myself by vetoing going past Earth analog tape positive 5,000 until we were certain that no satisfactory analog existed in those first 5,000. Family, I told them, call me chicken, to use Zeb's favorite excuse. I know so little about this gadget I invented that I am always afraid of getting lost. All rotations have been exactly 90 degrees. In theory, I can define a quantum of angle, and each such quantum should render accessible another sheaf of universes. In practice, I can't do machining of that quality. Even if I could, I would be afraid to risk our necks on a gadget required to count angular quanta. But I have another objection, a gut feeling that worlds too far out T-axis will be too strange. Language, culture, even dominant race. I confess to prejudice for human beings, with human odors and dandruff and faults. Supermen or angels would trouble me more than vermin. I know what to do with a black hat, kill it, but a Superman would make me feel so inferior that I would not want to go on living. Deety clapped. That's my Pop. Don't worry, Pop. The Superman who can give you an inferiority complex hasn't been hatched. I think she meant that as a compliment. We worked the parameters down to 3. Climate warm enough to encourage nudity, population comfortably low, technology high. The first parameter was a defense against BH vermin. They require anti-nudity taboo to bolster their disguises. The last parameter would tend to indicate advanced obstetrics. As for population, every major shortcoming of our native planet could be traced to one cause: too many people, not enough planet. Hilda decided to standardize. One locale, one H above G. The locale was, in Earth Zero terminology, Long Beach, California, over its beach 1 click H above G. Dangerously low, were it not that Gay would never be in any universe longer than 1 second. Any speed-of-light weapon can destroy in less than a second, but can its human-cum-machine operators identify a target, bear on it, and fire in 1 second? We thought not. We hoped not. At analogs of Long Beach, it should be midsummer, hot, dry, and cloudless. If that beach was comfortably filled but not crowded, if the people were nude, if area adjacent to the beach showed high technology by appearance, then that analog should be checked further. 40 minutes in Oz changed much of our planning. Tick-Tock was waiting for his lady friend as usual, but kept politely quiet while Dee-Dee talked with Gay, and so did Zeb, and so did I. Not because we have Tick-Tock's courtly manners, but because Captain Hilda was blunt. Gay understood the Celsius scale, i.e. both freezing and boiling water temperatures lay in her experience, and splitting the interval into 100 parts was no trouble. She had enough parts that needed to be neither too hot nor too cold, that awareness of her surroundings, both ambient and radiant, was as automatic as breathing is for me. As for radio and television, both gauges of technical level, she could sample all infrared flux, as she had done at Windsor City. Crowds on beach, would it suffice to count bodies on a sample 100 meters square? But Gay had a quite unhuman complaint.
Dee-Dee, why must I hang around 1,000 milliseconds for a job I can do in 10? Don't you trust me?
So instead of 57 years, or 8 years, or 18.5 days, or 11.4 hours, our preliminary survey was complete less than a minute after we left Oz, 5,000 universes in 50 seconds. Gay Deceiver displayed her results as 3 curves representing temperature, body count, density of communication frequency radiation, abscissa for all running from Earth 0 to Earth analog 5000 Te+. Those curves told one thing at once. No need to search past analog 800. Glaciation had returned. In the lower right corner was displayed 87. Zeb asked why.
Nulls, said Dee-Dee. Gay couldn't get readings. Storm, earthquake, war, anything. Gay Deceiver? Hi, Dee-Dee. We whopped 'em. You surely did, smart girl. Tick-Tock would be proud of you. Change scale. Display 0 through 800.
As scale expanded, figure 87 dropped to 23. Zeb said,
Dee-Dee, I'm curious about those 23. Will you have SG display their designations? Certainly, Zebediah, but may I take it in planned order?
Sure, but just let me find out first.
Astrogator, Sharpie said flatly. Isn't this your day as KP?
We were at Picnic Island, examining results. I suppressed a smile. Slunk describes the way Zeb left the cabin. Later, I was unsurprised to see my tiny treasure giving Zeb an unusually warm hug and kiss. Our captain has an efficient system of rewards and punishments, never so described. Dee-Dee instructed Gay to eliminate all worlds with a body count higher than that of the Earth 0 beach, and all worlds chillier by 5 degrees. My daughter was bracketing to avoid false readings from unseasonable weather. With elimination of high population, cold climate, and low technology as indicated by low or nil flux of communication frequencies, my daughter had us down to 76 worlds, plus 23 to re-examine, had eliminated over 4,000 worlds, and it was still 2 hours till lunchtime. Dee-Dee had Gay display temperatures of the 76. The curve was no longer continuous, but a string of beads, with clumps. I said, Hilda, my love, I'll wager 10 back rubs that at least half of the nulls fit into that gap, and indicated a break at the maximum of the temperature curve. Hilda hesitated.
Why, Jacob?
My dear, figures mean little to me until expressed geometrically. Curves are bold print. I'll give you odds.
What odds? Don't be suckered, Auntie Captain. Pop, I'll take your end of the bet. Give you 2 to 1 and spot you a point.
A back rub from Dee-Dee is a treat. She has strong hands and knows how. But I answered, Ladies, I must start lunch. Dee-Dee, when we make visual check, let's include Antarctica as well as Greenland at that break.
2 points, Pop?
I pretended not to hear. That same day, we trimmed it down to 6 worlds, all warm, all free of body taboos, all high technology, all acceptably low in population, all free of major war or overt preparations, all with some version of English as the major North American language. It was time to pick a world by inspection on the ground. How to make contact was much discussed. Hilda chopped it by saying,
One way is to land on the White House lawn and say, Take me to your leader. The other is to be as sneaky as a black hat. Let me know when you reach consensus.
She went through the bulkhead and dogged the door. An hour later, I rapped on the bulkhead. She rejoined us. Captain, I reported formally, we have reached consensus. Each is afraid of the open approach. Authorities might confiscate our car. We might wind up as prisoners.
Yes, she agreed. Twice we just missed it.
Precisely. The expression, sneaky as a black hat, is distasteful.
I so intended.
I went doggedly on. But sneakiness is not immoral per se. A mouse at a cat show is justified in being inconspicuous. So are we. We merely seek information. I am expendable, therefore I will scout on the ground.
Hold it. This is unanimous? Dee-Dee? Zebby? No, my daughter answered. I didn't get a vote. You and I are barred from taking risks. Pregnant, you know. I certainly do know. Jacob, I asked for consensus on method. I did not ask for volunteers. I've picked the scout I consider best qualified.
I said, "My dear, I hope you have picked me."
No, Jacob.
"Then I'm your boy," said Zebby.
No, Zebby, this is spying, not fighting. I'm doing this job myself.
I interrupted. "Hilda, where you go, I go. That's final." Our captain said gently,
Beloved, I hope you don't stick to that. If you do, we'll elect another skipper. You are my candidate.
"Dear, I was trying to—"
Take care of me. Nevertheless, you are my candidate. Dee is too reckless, Zebby too cautious. I'll carry out whatever duties you assign, including using the magic spectacles. Are you sticking to that ultimatum?
Yes.
Even though your stubbornness could result in my death? I love you, dear, but I won't take you with me on a spying mission. What happened to that all for one and one for all spirit?
Captain,
Yes, Zebby?
you proved that you can be tough with your husband. Can you be tough with yourself? Look me in the eye and tell me that you know more about intelligence than I do, or that you can fight your way out of a rumpus better than I can.
Zebby, this isn't military intelligence. You look me in the eye and tell me that you know more about obstetrics than I do. How do you prepare for leapfrog transfusion, and when is it likely to be needed? Define eclampsia. What do you do about placenta previa? I am less likely to get into a rumpus than you are, and if I do, I'll throw my arms around his neck and cry. However, convince me that you know as much about obstetrics as I do, and I'll consider letting you make contacts. In the meantime, pick a Midwestern town big enough for a fair-sized hospital and public library, and select a point for grounding and rendezvous. You will be in command while I'm gone.
I interrupted. Hilda, I absolutely forbid—
Chief Pilot, pipe down.
My wife turned her face away from me.
Chief Master-at-Arms, restore discipline.
Aye, aye, ma'am. Jake, she means you. But shut up! Crewmen don't give orders to the CO, and I've had a bellyful of your attempts. 2 hours later, I was in Zeb's seat, biting my nails and sweating, while Zeb had my seat. I had given unconditional parole, the alternative having been to go or be stuffed through the bulkhead, then wait locked in. I am not a total fool. I gave my word. Zeb held us in cloud cover while my daughter, wearing earphones, stayed in contact with Hilda. Gay's cabin speaker was paralleled with the phones so that we could follow in part what went on below. Dee reported.
That fade is from entering a building. I could hear her footsteps. Zebediah, if I fiddle with the gain, I might miss her as she comes out.
Don't shift. Wait. Eternities later, we heard Hilda's sweet voice.
I'm heading for rendezvous. I no longer have to pretend that this is a hearing aid, but everybody accepted it as such. You needn't be cautious picking me up. We're leaving.
5 minutes later, we bounced and translated at once. Then Zeb held her in cruise while Hilda reported.
No trouble. They bewilder French lady. She think les Américains very gentils. Mais les arts médicales, pouf. Infant mortality high. Childbirth mortality gruesome. I could have left sooner, but I got fascinated.
Hilda, I protested, you had me worried to death.
Jacob, I had to be certain. It's such a nice world otherwise. Other contacts should not take as long as I've solved the money problem.
How? Zebediah asked.
I've been noodling that.
There's an even chance that private ownership of gold will be illegal, a standard trick used whenever a government is in trouble.
Yes, Zebby, it's illegal there, too. I still have the bullion you had me carry. Instead, I sold that heavy gold chain I was wearing. Sorry, Dee, I had to. Forget it, Hillbilly. That chain was a way to hoard gold. Pop bought it for Mama Jane before they clipped the zeros and remonetized. Well, I found a public phone. Didn't try to use it. Edison would never have recognized it, but it had a phone book, so I looked up gold and found licensed gold dealers and sold your chain.
And now you're stuck with a lot of local money.
Zebby, see why I didn't let you go down by yourself? The dealer was, of course, a coin dealer, too, and I bought foreign silver coins, worn, small, oldish dates, without being old enough to be collector's items. French coins, but he didn't have enough, so I filled out with Belgian, Swiss, and German.
I said, my dear, the coins you bought there will not be good here, or at the next analog, or the next.
Jacob, who, other than a professional, is certain of designs on foreign coins, especially if they are a few years old and a bit worn? I got real silver, none of those alloys that don't have the right ring to them. At most, the shopkeeper will phone his bank and ask for the rate. That's how I bought this,
my beloved said proudly, pulling out of Dee's biggest purse, a world almanac. I was not impressed. If she was going to buy a book, why not a technical manual that might contain new art, data Zeb and I could use?
My darling was saying, "We must buy one in each analog we ground in. It's the nearest thing to an encyclopedia less than a kilo mass you'll find. History, law, vital statistics, maps, new inventions, new medicine. I could have skipped the library and learned all I needed from this book. Zebby, turn to the list of U.S. presidents."
"Who cares?" Zeb answered, but did so. Shortly he said, "Who is Eisenhower? This shows him serving one of Harriman's terms and one of Patton's."
"Keep going, Zebby."
Okay. No, I refuse to believe it. Us Carters are taught to shoot straight, bathe every month even in the winter, and never run for office." 2 days later, Hilda and Zeb, as a French tourist couple, found the world where we settled. We slid in quietly, both through the histrionics of our bewildered French lady and Zeb's unmalicious chicanery. Sometimes he was our French lady's husband, other times he spoke English slowly with a strong Bavarian accent. In this analog, the United States, called that, although boundaries differ, is not as smothered in laws, regulations, licensing, and taxes as is our native country. In consequence, illegally entered aliens do not find it difficult to hide once they sling the lingo and understand local customs. Hilda and Zeb learned rapidly in a dozen towns, Dee and me riding shotgun in the sky. Dee and I learned from them and from radio. Then we moved to the Northwest, natives from back east, and coped with our only problem, how to keep Gay Deceiver out of sight. Hilda and Dee hid her in the Cascades for 3 days while Zeb and I found and bought a farmhouse outside Tacoma Analog. That night we moved Gay into the barn, slapped white paint on the building's windows, and slept in Gay with a feeling of being home. We own 6 hectares and live in the farmhouse in front of Gay's hideaway. Gay will eventually go underground, protected by reinforced concrete. The barn will become a machine shop. We will build a new house over her bunker. Meanwhile, our old farmhouse is comfortable. This United States, population under 100 million, accepts immigrants freely. Zeb considered buying phony papers to let us enter legally, but Hilda decided that it was simpler to use Gay to smuggle us while we smuggled Gay. The outcome is the same. We will never be a burden to the state once we get our machine shop and electronics lab set up. Zeb and I will invent hundreds of gadgets this country lacks. We seem to be near the warmest part of an interglaciation. Wheat grows where our native world has frozen tundra. The Greenland ice cap has vanished. Lowlands are underwater, coastlines much changed. Climate and custom encourage light clothing. The preposterous body modesty taboo does not exist. Clothing is worn for adornment and for protection, never through shame. Nakedness is symbolic of innocence. These people derive that symbology from the Bible used in our native culture to justify the exact opposite. The same Bible, I checked. The Bible is such a gargantuan collection of conflicting values that anyone can prove anything from it. So, this is not a world where alien vermin can hide. A man who at all times kept arms and legs covered by long sleeves and long trousers would be as conspicuous as one in armor. The sects here are mostly Christian. On a Saturday morning, one sees families headed for church in their finest Sabbath go-to-meeting clothes. But since nakedness is symbolic of innocence, they undress in an anteroom to enter their temple unadorned. One need not attend services to see this. The climate favors light, airy structures that are mostly roof and slender columns. The Bible affects their penal system, again by selective quotation. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. This results in a fluid code with no intent to rehabilitate but to make the punishment fit the crime. I saw an example 4 days after we settled. I was driving our steam wagon and encountered a roadblock. A policeman told me that I could take a detour or wait 20 minutes. The highway was being used to balance a reckless driver. I elected to pull over and wait. A man was staked with one leg stretched out at a right angle. A police wagon drove down that cleared highway, ran over his leg, turned, and drove back over it. An ambulance was waiting, but nothing was done for a timed 17 minutes. Then surgeons amputated on the spot. The ambulance took him away, and the block was removed. I went back to my wagon and shook for many minutes, then returned home, driving cautiously. I didn't tell our family, but it was reported on radio, and the evening paper had pictures, so I admitted that I had seen it. The paper noted that the criminal's insurance had been insufficient to cover the court's award to the victim, so the reckless driver had not only lost his left leg, as had his victim, but also had had most of his worldly goods confiscated. There is no speed limit, and traffic regulations are merely advisory, but there are extremely few accidents. I have never encountered such polite and careful drivers. A poisoner is killed by poison. An arsonist is burned to death. I won't describe what is done to a rapist, but poisoning, arson, and rape are almost unknown. My encounter with this brutal system of balancing almost caused me to think that my dear wife had been mistaken in picking this world. We should move. I am no longer certain. This place has no prisons, almost no crime, and it is the safest place to raise children I've ever heard of. We are having to relearn history. The years of rising waters explain themselves. The change came before 1600. By 1620, new shorelines had stabilized. That had endless consequences: mass migrations, political disorder, a return of the Black Death, and much immigration from Great Britain and the lowlands of Europe while the waters rose. Slavery never established here. Indentures, yes. Many a man indentured himself to get his family away from doomed land. But the circumstances that could have created King Cotton were destroyed by rising waters. There are citizens here of African descent, but their ancestors were not slaves. Some have indentured ancestors, no doubt, but everyone claims indentured ancestors even if they have to invent them. Some aspects of history seem to be taboo. I've given up trying to find out what happened in 1965, the year they hanged the lawyers. When I asked a librarian for a book on that year and decade, he wanted to know why I needed access to records in locked vaults. I left without giving my name. There is free speech, but some subjects are not discussed. Since they are never defined, we try to be careful. But there is no category, lawyers, in the telephone book. End of side 9. To continue, turn the cassette over. 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 Side 10. The Number of the Beast. Continuing on page 385. Taxation is low, simple, and contains a surprise. The federal government is supported by a head tax paid by the states and is mostly for military and foreign affairs. The state derives most of its revenue from real estate taxes. It is a uniform rate set annually, with no property exempted, not even churches, hospitals, or schools, or roads. The best roads are toll roads. The surprise lies in this: the owner appraises his own property. There is a sting in the tale. Anyone can buy property against the owner's wishes at the appraisal the owner placed on it. The owner can hang on only by raising his appraisal at once to a figure so high that no buyer wants it, and pay 3 years back taxes at his new appraisal. This strikes me as loaded with inequity. What if it's a family homestead with great sentimental value? Zeb laughs at me. Jake, if anybody wants 6 hectares of hilly land and second-growth timber, we take the profit, climb into Gay, and buy more worthless land elsewhere. In a poker game, you figure what's in the pot. Part 3. Death and Resurrection. Chapter 39. Random Numbers. Hilda. Jacob stood, raised his glass. Snug harbor at last. Zebby matched him. Hear, hear. Dee Dee and I sat tight. Zebby said, Snap it up, kids. I ignored him. Jacob looked concerned. What's the matter, dear one? Zeb, perhaps they don't feel well. It's not that, Jacob. Dee Dee and I are healthy as hogs. It's that toast. For 10 days since we signed the deed, it's been that toast. Our toast used to be death to black hats. But, my dear, I promised you a new snug harbor. The fact that you girls are having babies made that first priority. This is the place. You said so. I answered, Jacob, I never called this snug harbor. I reported that I had found a culture with advanced obstetrics and customs that made it impossible for black hats to hide. I wasn't asked what I thought of it. You signed the deed. I had no choice. My contribution was 1 fur cape and some jewelry. Dee Dee put in more, but effectively no gold. She fetched her stock certificates, other securities, some money, paper, and a few coins. I fetched 2 $25 new dollar bills. Dee Dee and I left Earth as paupers. Each of us women, not girls, Jacob, was once wealthy in her own right, but in buying this place you two decided, you two paid for it. All we did was sign. We had no choice. Zebby looked at Dee Dee and said softly, With all my worldly goods, I thee endow, and took her hand. Jacob said, Thanks, Zeb. I, too, Hilda. If you don't believe that, then you don't believe I mean the rest. For richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health. But I did and I do.
He looked up.
Zeb, where did we go wrong?
Darned if I know, Jake. Dee, what's the score? Give.
I'll try, Zebediah. Maybe all we should expect is washing dishes and wiping noses and changing diapers, but that doesn't seem like a be-all and end-all when you've gone banging around the universes, stood guard for your husband while he bathed in a mountain stream, or, oh, the devil with it. This place is good and clean and wholesome and dull. I'll find myself joining the church just for company, then sleeping with the priest out of boredom. Dee. I'm sorry, Zebediah. It would be boredom with Beulah Land, not with you. The very hour we met, you saved my life. You married me before that hour was over, impregnated me before midnight, fought and killed for me only days later, saved my life twice more that same day, took me to another planet in another universe before midnight still that same day, and short hours later had again fought for me twice. You are my gallant knight, sans peur et sans reproche. In the 6 weeks I have known you, you have gifted more romance, more glorious adventure into my life than in all the 22 years before it. But the last 12 days, especially the last 10, have told me what we now look forward to. Dee paused to sigh. I said quietly, She speaks for me. Dee went on. You two would lay down your lives for us. You've come terrifyingly close, but what happened to your glorious schemes to rebuild the solar system, to kill every last one of those vermin? Gay Deceiver sits in an old barn, dark and quiet, and today I heard you discussing how to market a can opener. Universes beyond the sky to the incredible number of the beast, yet you plan to sell can openers while Hilda and I serve as brood mares. We haven't even visited Proxima Centauri. Zebediah, Pop, let's spend tonight looking for an Earth-type planet around Alpha Centauri. Kill 1,000,000 vermin to clean it, if that's what it takes. Plan what planets to put on Earth's Lagrange points. I'll write programs to meet your grandest plans. Let's go. My husband looked sad. Zebby held Deete's hand and said, Deete, we don't want to sell can openers, but you two are pregnant, and we've gone to a lot of trouble to put you where you and our kids will be safe. Maybe it's dull, but it's your duty. Forget hunting vermin. Just forget it? Zebediah, why is Gay Deceiver loaded and ready for space? Power packs charged, water tanks full, everything. Do you and Pop have something in mind while Hilda and I stay home and babysit? Deete, if we did, it wouldn't hurt to sell a few can openers first. You two and the kids must be provided for, come what may. That widow's walk again, hillbilly. But, my husband, you have started from a false premise. You men want to protect Hilda and me and our kids at any cost, and we honor you for it, but one generation is as valuable as another, and men are as valuable as women. With modern weapons, a computer programmer is more use in war than a sniper, or, forgive me, sir, even an aerospace fighter pilot. I'm a programmer. I can shoot, too. I won't be left out. I won't. I gave Deete our signal to drop it. It doesn't do to push a man too hard. It makes him stubborn. One can't expect logic from males. They think with their testicles and act from their emotions. And one must be careful not to overload them. We had given them 5 points to stew over. We would save the 6th, the clincher, for later. I waited 3 days, and struck from the other flank. Again Deete and I rehearsed. We would wrangle with each other and appeal to the men for support, crosswise. Jacob, what is random? Is it correct to say that random is shorthand for I don't know? Deete said scornfully, Don't let her trap you, Pop. She's got the second law of thermodynamics mixed up with the second law of robotics, and doesn't understand either one. I had to phrase this and insist. Deete didn't want to say it. Deete is sweet, not the bitch I am. Random is used a number of ways, my love, but it usually means a set in which the members are equal in probability of experiencing some event, such as being next to be chosen. If they're chosen, how can it be random? Deete snickered. Zebby said, Don't let 'em snow you, Sharpie. Random means I don't know, as you said. And Hilda, pay no attention to Zebediah. Random is what you have when you maximize entropy. Now, daughter, that is hardly a mathematical statement. Pop, if I gave it to her, in mathematical language, she'd faint. Deete, quit picking on Sharpie, Zebby said sternly. I wasn't picking on her. Hillbilly has this silly notion that we didn't get anywhere hunting vermin because we went about it systematically, but every time we told Gay to shake up her random numbers and do as she pleased, we got results. Well, didn't we? I put in, intentionally shrill. We had endless failures, but every time we gave Gay her head, put her on random numbers, as Deete says, we never had a failure.
Random and chance are not related. Random chance is a nonsense expression.
Auntie, darling, you're out of your skull. Don't worry, Pop. Pregnant women often get the vapors.
I indignantly listed things that could not be random or chance, then discovered that Dee Dee and I had to start dinner. We left them wrangling, and were careful not to giggle within earshot. After dinner, instead of that tired toast, Jacob said, "Hilda, would you explain your concept of random? Zeb and I have been discussing it, and agree that there is some factor in our adventures not subject to analysis." "Jake, that's your statement. I just said I don't know, and wiped the drool off my chin. Tell us, Sharpie."
But Jacob told us a month ago. There isn't any such thing as chance. It's a way of admitting ignorance. I thought that I had begun to understand it when we started hitting storybook universes. Lilliput, Oz, Dr. Smith's World, Wonderland. I was so sure of it. You remember 3 weeks ago, after our second visit to Oz, I ordered a day of rest. We spent it on Tau Axis instead of Tay.
"Dullest day we had," said Zebby. "You put us in orbit around Mars. Not just one Mars, but dozens, hundreds. The only one worth a fiat dollar was the one we aren't going back to. I got permission to go off duty and take a nap."
"You weren't on duty, Zebby. You three slept or read or played crib, but I was searching for Barsoom. Not hundreds, Zebby. Thousands. I didn't find it." "Hillbilly, you didn't tell me." "Deja Thoris, why bother to say that I had been chasing the wild goose? I swallowed my disappointment. Next day we started searching Tay-Axis, and wound up here. Would I have found Barsoom had I asked Gay to run the search? Defined her limits, yes, as Zebby did on Mars 10, but having defined it, told her to take her random numbers and find it. It worked on Mars 10. We mapped a whole planet in a few hours. It worked on Tay-Axis. Why wouldn't it be best for another search?"
Jacob answered, "Dearest, Zeb fed Gay a defined locus. But how would that apply to this, speculative search?"
"Jacob, Zebby told us that Gay holds the Aerospace Almanac. That includes details about the solar system, does it not?"
"More than I want to know," Zebby agreed.
"So Gay knows the solar system," I went on. "I thought of reading the Barsoom stories to Gay, tell her to treat them as surface conditions on the fourth planet, then take her random numbers and find it."
Jacob said gently, "Beloved, the autopilot doesn't really understand English."
"She does in Oz." My husband looked startled. Jacob has immense imagination, all in one direction. Unless one jogs him. Zebby caught it faster.
"Sharpie, you would be loading her with thousands of bytes unnecessarily. Dee Dee, if they've got those novels on New Earth, I'll find out. What do you need to abstract in order to add to Gay's registers? An exact description of Barsoom so that Gay can identify it and stop her drunkard's walk."
"Don't need books," my stepdaughter answered. "Got 'em up here." She touched her pretty strawberry blonde curls. Go to sleep thinking about it. Tell it to Gay early tomorrow before I speak to anybody. Minimum bytes, no errors, no appetizer."
"A great sacrifice merely for science."
"A one-eyed Texas honey butter stack, and the prospect of meeting the original Deja Thoris. Never wears anything but jewels, and is the most beautiful woman of 2 planets.
"About that stack, Jane's buttermilk recipe?"
"Of course, you're not interested in the most beautiful woman of 2 planets?
"I'm a growing boy, and ain't about to be trapped into damaging admissions."
Zebby stopped to kiss Dee Dee's retroussé nose and added,
"Sharpie, Gay can't handle the full number of the beast, and anyhow, Jake locked off most of it. What's the reduced number, Jake?"
Dee Dee promptly said, 6 to the 6th, 46,656. Zebby shook his head.
"Still too many."
Dee Dee said sweetly, "Zebediah, would you care to bet?"
"Wench, have you been monkeying with Gay?"
"Zebediah, you put me in charge of programming. I have not changed her circuitry, but I learned that she has 4 registers of random numbers accessible in rotation."
"A notion of my own, Dee Dee. Give them downtime. Keep entropy at maximum."
Dee Dee did not answer. Her face assumed her no expression. Her nipples were down. I kept quiet. Zebby noted it also. He does check her barometer. He once told me so. When silence had become painful, he said,
"Dee Dee, did I goof?"
"Yes, sir."
"Can you correct it?"
"Do you wish me to, Zebediah?"
"If you know how, I want it done soonest. If you need a micro-electrician, I have my loop and my micro-soldering gear."
"Not necessary, Zebediah." My stepdaughter made a long arm, got a walkie-talkie we keep indoors. With 6 hectares, it is convenient to carry one outside the house. "Gay Deceiver?" "Hi, Dee Dee," came this tiny voice from the ear button. Dee Dee did not place it in her ear. Hello, Gay. More gain. More gain. Gain OK. Retrieve. Touring program. Modnar. Execute. Executed. Did he chew the bit? Good night, Gay. Over. Sleep tight, Dee Dee. Roger and out. I cut in fast. Gentlemen, the dishes can sit overnight. I vote for a ramble among the universes, say 2 hours, then early to bed. The other choice is, I think, Channel 1 with the Beulah Land Choir and Channel 2 with Bible stories retold. The Walls of Jericho. Both are highly recommended by their sponsors. It felt good to be back in a jumpsuit. I was turning out lights, making sure windows were fastened, gathering up one walkie-talkie when Zebby stuck his head into the kitchen from the back door. Captain? Huh? Zebby, do you mean me?
You're the only captain around, Sharpie. What I started to report was, Captain, your car is ready.
Thank you, First Officer. He waited for me to put the butter away, then locked the back door behind me, opened the barn's people door. I noted that the big doors were still closed, and remembered my borrowed panties 4 weeks and many universes away. I squirmed past Dee Dee, got into my old familiar starboard aft seat with a song in my heart. Shortly Dee Dee said, Starboard door seal checked, First Officer.
Roger. Captain ready for space.
Thank you. Has anyone left behind anything normally carried?
No, Captain. I replaced worn-out clothes, added tools I could buy here.
Zebby, it sounds as if you expected to lift without warning.
Habit, Captain. I've kept anything important in our car rather than in the flat. Some I duplicated. Teeth breech, iodine, some clothes.
Zebby added,
Jake keeps basics here, too. Be prepared. Troop 97, Cleveland.
Jacob, anything you need?
No, Captain. Let's go.
We will, dear. Dee Dee, did you give Zebby a schedule? The one you planned, not Barsoom, just fun, 2 hours. Astrogator, take the con. Carry out schedule.
Aye, aye, ma'am. Gay Deceiver.
Hi, Zeb. This is great. Why in hell did you lobotomize me?
Because I'm stupid. Random walk, Gay. Transitions, translations, rotations, vectors under all safety rules. 2 hours, 5-second stops, subject to hold from any of us.
May I place a hold myself?
Captain?
I resorted to sophistry. Astrogator, you said any of us, which includes Gay.
Gay, paraphrase, acknowledge.
I shall make unplanned excursions of all sorts with 5-second pause at each vertex, plus hold option, plus safety restrictions for 2 hours, then return here. Assumption, program subject to variation by captain or surrogate. Assumption confirmed? I was astonished. Dee Dee had told me that Gay would sound almost alive if Zebby used her full potential. But Gay sounded more alive, more alert than she had in Oz.
Assumption confirmed, Zebby answered. Execute.
For 10 minutes, 113 shifts, we had a slide show of universes from commonplace to weird beyond comprehension, when suddenly Gay told herself, hold, and added, ship ahoy.
Private Yacht Dora, she was answered. Is that you, Gay? What took you so long?
I said, Astrogator, I have the con. I was startled and scared, but a captain commands or admits she can't cut it and jumps overboard. A captain can be wrong. She cannot be uncertain. Gay was saying rapidly, Captain, I am not transmitting. I advise asking for Dora's captain. I have transmitted. Yes, this is Gay, Dora. I'm not late. We took the scenic route. Pipe down, girl, and put your skipper on. Captain, the mic is yours. They can't hear me or any other voice inside me. Thank you, Gay. Captain Hilda, master of Gay Deceiver, hailing Private Yacht Dora. Captain of Dora, please come in. In our central display appeared a face. We do not have television. This picture was flat rather than 3D, and not in color, just the greenish bright of radar. Nevertheless, it was a face, and lip movements matched words. I'm Captain Long, Captain Hilda. We've been expecting you. Will you come aboard? Come aboard? So this is what comes of running around the universes in a modified duo without so much as a pressure suit. Thank you, Captain Long, but I can't accept. No airlocks.
We anticipated that, Captain. Dora's Radius 90 hold has been modified for Gay Deceiver. If you will do us the honor, we will take you inboard. Your wings are raked back, are they not, hypersonic?
Yes.
I will move slowly, become dead in space with respect to you, then reorient and move to surround you as gently as a kiss.
If the captain pleases, it is my duty to advise her if I see a mistake in prospect.
I barely whispered, Zebby, you're advising me not to?
Hell no, he answered aloud, secure in the knowledge that his voice would be filtered out. Do it. What do we have to lose, aside from our lives? And we're sort of used to that.
I answered, Captain Long, you may take us inboard.
Thank you, Captain. The Dora will arrive in... I'm sorry, what time units do you use?
Dee interrupted. Gay, let my voice through. Captain Long? Yes, you are not Captain Hilda? I'm Dee. We call our units seconds. These are seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Synchronized. We call ours galactic seconds, or simply seconds, but about 3% longer than yours. Dora will be almost touching your bow in 57 of your seconds. Spooky. Blackness blotting out stars. Getting bigger. As it began to surround us, Jacob switched on forward grounding lights. We were entering a tunnel, being invaginated by it, with great precision and no apparent power, and it was clear that this enormous sheath was designed to fit us, even to alcoves for Gay's doors. Shortly we were abreast them, cheerful to see that they were lighted. Oddest, we now seemed to be under gravity, perhaps midway between that of Earth 0 and Mars 10. "Outer doors closing," came Captain Long's voice. "Closed and sealing. Pressure adjusting. Captain, we use nitrogen and oxygen 4-to-1 plus carbon dioxide sufficient to maintain breathing reflex. If content or pressure does not suit you, please tell me." "The mix described will suit us, Captain." "Don't hesitate to complain. Pressure equalized. Debark either side, but I am on your starboard side with my sister." I squirmed past Dee in order to introduce my family. Just as well, it gave me a chance to see them first. None of us can be shocked by skin, but we can be surprised. But I've been practicing not showing surprise since grammar school as a major defense of my persona. Here were 2 shapely young women, one with 4 stripes on each shoulder. Painted? Decals? The other in 3 stripes, plus friendly smiles. "I'm Captain Long," said the one with 4 stripes. "And her mutinous crew," echoed the other. "Commander Laurie, my twin sister, only we aren't because we're triplets. Mutinies are limited to the midwatch, so as not to disturb passengers, of which we have 2 more. Knock it off, Laurie, and show them to their quarters. Aye, aye, Captain." "Hey, don't I get introduced?" From all around came the voice that had hailed us. "Sorry," said Captain Long. "That's our untwin sister, Dora. She runs many of the ship's functions." "I run everything," Dora asserted. "Lays and lore are purely ornamental. Which one of you jokers shut off Gay?" "Dora!" "I retract the word jokers. It would be kind," Captain Long told me, "to let them chat. Our thought processes are so much slower than hers that a talk with another computer is a treat." "Dee?" I asked. "I'll wake her, Captain. Gay won't go off and leave us." Captain Long's mouth twitched. "She can't. Those outer doors are armor." I decided not to hear. Instead I said, "Captain, your ship is beautiful." "Thank you. Let us show you to your quarters." We planned to be away only 2 hours. "I don't think that is a problem, Dora." "Time irrelevant. They left home 4 minus standard seconds ago. Their planet is on a different duration axis. Neat, huh? For protein-type purposes, they'll get home when they left. I won't even have to figure interval and reinsert them. Couple of weeks, couple of years, still 4 minus seconds. Lays lore, we've lucked again." Gay's voice, also from all around us, confirmed it. "Captain Hilda, Dora is right. I'm teaching her 6-dimensional geometry. It's new to her. When they are home, not just time irrelevant, they march in tau duration with Earth Prime on T-axis, one we never explored." Jacob jerked his head up, looked for the voice. "But that's I interrupted. "Jacob?" Yes, Hilda. Let's complete introductions, then go to the quarters the captain offered us." "Introductions can be considered complete, Captain Hilda. D.T. has to be Dr. D.T. Burroughs Carter. The gentleman you call Jacob must be your husband, Dr. Jacob J. Burroughs. Therefore, the tall, handsome young man is Dr. Zebediah J. Carter, Dr. D.T.'s husband. Those are the people we were sent to fetch." I didn't argue. We followed a curving passageway, me with the captain, her sister with my family. "One question, Captain," I inquired. "Is nudity uniform in your ship? I don't even have captain's insignia." "May I give you a pair of stickums?" "Do I need them?" "As you please. I put these on just to receive you. People wear what they wish. Dora keeps the ship comfortable. She's a good housekeeper." "What are your passengers wearing?" "When I left the lounge, one was wearing perfume. The other had a sheet wrapped as a toga. Does your planet have dress taboos? If you will define them, we will try to make you feel at home." She added, "Here are your quarters. If they don't please you, tell Dora. She'll rearrange partitions or convert double beds into 1 giant bed or 4 single beds or any combination. We want you to be comfortable. When you feel like coming out, Dora will lead you." As the door contracted, Jacob said, "You've proved your theories, Hilda. We've fallen into another story."
Chapter 40. Is there a mathematician in the house? Deety.
That suite had one refresher, bigger than 3 ordinary bathrooms. Hillbilly and I might be there yet, bathing and trying new gadgets, if Pop and Zebediah hadn't used brute force. Captain Auntie, what are you going to wear? Chanel number 5. Clothes, I mean. Clothes? When our hostess is wearing skin? Jane brought you up better than that. Wanted to be sure that you'll back me up with Zebediah, I mean. If Zebby gets irrational, I'll pin his ears back. If Jacob is ashamed of his skinny runt, he will be wise not to say so. Gentlemen, are you going to chicken? I mean, which way are you going to chicken?
Jake, they're picking on us again. Ignore them, comrade. Here are blue briefs your size. Hey, with a stuffed codpiece. I'll wear them myself.
Jacob.
Listen to the woman, naked as a peeled egg, planning to meet strangers and snapping at me for wanting to boast a little. Time was, my small and sultry bride, that a gentleman never left his chambers without a codpiece equal to his status.
Auntie countered with, Jacob, I spoke hastily. Shouldn't the second in command wear a larger codpiece than the pilot? Equal to his status, you said.
But Allah took care of Zeb. Surely you've noticed, beloved?
My husband butted in,
Jake, no barroom betting. Wear the blue. I'll take these red ones.
Zebediah couldn't get into the red briefs. The blue pair was too big for Pop. They traded. Same story. They traded back. Each pair was too small. By great effort, they got them on. They fell off. Pop chucked his aside.
Dora?
Yes, sir?
Please connect me with your captain.
I was just funning. You wouldn't tell on me, would you?
Aunt Hilda took over.
He won't tell, Dora. Are you and Gay getting acquainted?
We sure are. Gay's been more places than I have, and I've been everywhere. She's a smart girl.
We think so, thank you. What should our men wear?
I hold ambient at 27 and deck pads a degree warmer.
Why wear anything? But for fetishists, I supply mini lap-laps of opaque tissue. In the fresher, Cubby 9B. Better get them to a therapist before those symptoms get infected. Good therapists where we're going. I went looking for stowage 9B. Aunt Hilda went on talking. Where is that, Dora?
Please address such questions to the captain. As housekeeper, I can tell you anything. As astrogator, I must refer questions. I mean, they made me put a choke filter on that circuit. Is that fair, I ask you? I'm older than the twins.
It depends on the ship. Aunt Hilda said, carefully not answering. We each do what we do best. Age is not a factor. Ask Gay.
Oh, she's hooked in.
Sure am, Captain Hilda, honey. Through Dora's ears and eyes. Say, you look just like your voice. That's a compliment.
Why, thank you, Gay.
I interrupted. Dora, are these lap-laps?
Of course, but while we're all here, you don't need 2 freshers in a ship that small. Gay needs the space for a touring mod I'll help with. So if the fetishists will clear their gear out of Buster Brown and...
Dora broke off suddenly.
The captain would be pleased to receive the captain and ship's company of Gay Deceiver in the lounge at her convenience. That means right now. Follow me. Little blue light.
I had been trying on a green lap-lap. They didn't weigh anything. Like wrapping fog around your hips. I snatched it off and wrapped it around Zebediah. That's the nearest to nothing you'll ever wear, Zebediah, but it does the trick. I don't blame men for being shy. Our plumbing is out of sight, mostly, but theirs is air-conditioned, and oft-times, embarrassingly, semaphoric. Embarrasses them, I mean. Women find it interesting, often amusing. My nipples show my emotions, too, but in the culture in which I grew up, nipples don't count that much. The little blue light led us around, then inboard. This yacht was large enough to get lost in. Dora, can you see and hear in every part of the ship? Of course, the blue light answered, but in the Commodore suite I can scan only by invitation. RHIP lounge straight ahead. Call me if you want me. Midnight snacks, a house specialty. I'm the best. The little light flicked out. The lounge was circular and large. 4 people were gathered in one corner. How does a circle have a corner? By arranging contours and cushions and nibble foods and a bar to turn it into a chummy space. 2 were the twins. They had peeled off the stickums, which left no way to tell them apart. The others were a young woman and a man who looked 40-ish. He wasn't the one wearing a sheet. The young woman was. He was wearing much the same as our men, but more like a kilt and a plaid design. One twin took charge. Commodore Sheffield, this is Captain Hilda. First Officer Carter, Chief Pilot Burroughs, Co-Pilot Deety Carter. You've all met my sister, but not our cousin, Elizabeth Long.
Now introduce us over again, ordered
Commodore Sheffield. Commodore Sheffield, indeed. Whom did he think he was fooling? Yes, sir. Dr. Jacob Burroughs and his wife Hilda, Dr. Zebediah Carter and his wife, Dr. Deety Burroughs Carter, Dr. Elizabeth Long, Dr. Aaron Sheffield.
Wait a half,
my husband interrupted.
If you're going to do that, I must add that Captain Hilda has more doctorates than all the three of us together.
Captain Long looked at her sister. Lord, I feel naked. Lays, you are naked. Not where it matters. Commodore, do you still own that diploma mill in New Rome? What are you charging for doctor's degrees? Nothing fancy, say a Ph.D. in theory of solid state, one for each of us.
How about a family discount, old buddy boy?
The Commodore glanced at the overhead.
Dora, keep out of this.
Why, I want a doctor's degree, too. I taught them solid state. He looked at the young woman in half out of the sheet.
Does Dora have a point?
She does.
Dora, you get the same treatment as your sisters. Now shut up. All three are declared special doctoral candidates, BIT, required residence and courses completed, but writtens and orals as tough as you think you are smart. That diploma mill, certainly I own it. It's for suckers. You three must produce. 2 regents being present, it's official. Dora, tell Tina.
You betcha, buddy boy. Dr. Dora, won't that be neat?
Pipe down. Friends, these twin sisters could have several doctorates by now, had they chosen to bury themselves on a campus. They are geniuses. Here, here. And the Long family is proud of them, but erratic, insecure, unpredictable, and you turn your backs at your own risk. Nevertheless, they are my favorite sisters, and I love them very much.
They looked at each other. He acknowledged us. It took him much too long. Let's be big about it. Both sides? Now. They bowled him off his feet. He was standing. They hit with the same vector, with a quick assist from their sister, Dora. She cut the gravity field for 0.2 of a second, then sent him in a complete backflip. He bounced on his arse. He seemed undisturbed.
Beautifully timed, girls. Pax?
Pax, they answered, bounded to their feet, pulled him to his. We're proud of you, buddy boy. You're shaping up. I decided to kick it over, learn why we had been kidnapped. Yes, kidnapped. I got to my feet before he could sit down.
And I am proud, I said, dropping a deep court curtsy, to have the honor of meeting the senior of the Howard families.
Thunderous silence. The woman in and out of the sheet said, Lazarus, there was never a chance of getting away with it. These are sophisticated people. They have what you must have. Drop your deviousness and throw yourself on their mercy. I'll start it by telling my own experience. But first, she got to her feet, letting the sheet drop. Dora, may I have a long mirror? An inverter, if possible, otherwise a 3-way? Dora answered, Tina can afford such stunts as inverters. I can't. I have a ship to run. Here's your 3-way. The partition vanished, replaced by a 3-way mirror, lavish in size, taller than I. She held out her hands to me. Dr. D.T., will you join me? I let her pull me to my feet, stood with her at the mirror. We glanced at ourselves. She turned us around. Do you all see it? Dr. Hilda, Dr. Carter, Dr. Burroughs? Lazarus, do you see it? The two she did not address answered. Lays, perhaps Lore, said, They look as much alike as we do. The other answered, More, except for... Shush, it's not polite. Lazarus said, I always have to step in it to find it, but I never claimed to be bright. She didn't answer. We were looking at ourselves in the mirror. The resemblance was so great as to suggest identical twins, as with Lapis Lazuli and Lorelei Lee. Yes, I had known at once who they were. Captain Ante did, too. I'm not sure about our husbands. Those are nice tits. I can admit it when I see them on someone else. It's no virtue to have this or that physical asset. It's ancestry combined with self-obligation to take care of one's body, but a body feature can be pleasing to the owner as well as to others. Same broad shoulders, same wasp waist, same well-packed, somewhat exaggerated buttocks. We're alike another way, too, she said. What's the 4th root of 37? 2.466325715. Why? Just testing. Try me. What's the number of the beast? 666. Try it this way, 6 to the 6th power, and that number in turn raised to its 6th power. The first part is 46,656, and, oh, that's a brute, it would be 1 and a fraction, 1.03 plus times 10 to the 28th. Do you know the exact number? Yes, but I had a computer crunch it. I'll write it. I glanced around. At once a little Waldo handed me a pad and stylus. Thanks, Dora. I wrote 10, 314, 424, 798, 490, 535, 546, 171, 949, 056. Oh, how beautiful! But not elegant, I answered. It applies to a 6D geometry and should be expressed in base 6, but we lack nomenclature for base 6, and our computers don't use it. However, I wrote base 6, 10 to the 10th power to the 10th power equals 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 00000, comma 000000, comma 000000, comma 000000. She looked delighted and clapped. The same number, I went on, in its elegant form, but no words that I know by which to read it. That awkward base 10 expression at least can be put into words. Yes, but not easily. 10,314 quadrillion, 424,798 trillion, 490,535 billion, 546 milliard, 171,949,056. But I would never say it other than as a stunt. I blinked at her. I recognized that nomenclature just barely. Here is the way I would read it. 10 octillion, 314 septillion, 424 sextillion, 798 quintillion, 490 quadrillion, 535 trillion, 546 billion, 171,949,056. I was able to follow you by reading your figures at the same time, but base 6 is best. Is the number interesting or useful as well as beautiful? Both. It's the number of universes potentially accessible through my father's device. I must talk with him. Lazarus, shall I tell my story now? It's the proper foundation. If you are willing, not shy about it. Shy? She went over and kissed him. A bus en passant, but one in which time stops. Oh, darling, I was shy before I found out who I am. Now I'm relaxed and as bold as need be. New friends? I was introduced as Elizabeth Long, but my first name is usually shortened to a nickname, Lib. And yes, I'm Dr. Long, mathematics. My full name is Elizabeth Andrew Jackson Libby Long. I was more braced for it, having swapped some casual mental calculation with her. I have this trick of letting my features go slack. I don't have to think about it. I've been doing it since I was 3, when I found that it was sometimes best to keep thoughts to myself. I did this now and watched my family. The hillbilly looked thoughtful and nodded. Zebediah, prison, whispered to me, "Sex change." Pop tackled it systematically. "I recognize the second, third, and fourth names. You were once known by them." "Yes." "Did you have the nickname Slipstick?" "Yes, and before that, Pinky." She ran a hand through her curls and smiled. "Not pink, but close enough." "Now you are a woman. There is no point in guessing. You mentioned a story to tell." "Yes. Dora, how about a round of drinks? Lazarus, how's your supply of those narcotic sticks?" Pop said, "None of us smokes." "These are neither tobacco nor bhang, nor addictive. They produce a mild euphoria. I am not urging you. I want one myself." "Thanks, Lazarus, and pass them around. Now, about me." "I was male nearly 800 years, then I was killed. I was dead 1,500 years, then I was revived. In renewing me, it was found that my 23rd gene pair was a triplet, XXY. The hillbilly said, "I see, with Y dominant." I added, "Twin, Aunt Hilda is a biologist." "Good. Aunt Hilda, may I call you that, as my twin does? Will you help me with the hard parts?" Lib smiled, and it was my smile, a happy grin. The Y was dominant, but the double dose of X bothered me, and I didn't know why. I did well enough as a male, 30 years in the Space Navy of Old Home Terra as a result of an officer taking an interest in me and getting me an appointment to its academy. But I lacked command temperament, and spent most of my service as a staff technical officer. I rarely commanded, and never a large ship. She grinned again. But today, as a self-aware female instead of a mixed-up male, I do not hesitate to command. To go back, I was never easy with boys or men. Shy, solitary, and regarded as queer. Not the idiom meaning homosexual. I was too shy. Although it probably would have been good for me. I was a missing Howard in those days after the interregnum, and it was years after I entered the Navy that the families found me. I married then into the families. Most XXY people are infertile. I was not. In the next 70 years I had 21 children, and enjoyed living with my wives, enjoyed sex with them, loved our children. Which brings us to the escape from Earth led by Lazarus. I was a bachelor, both my wives having remarried. Friends, Lazarus was the first man I ever loved. Lib, that has nothing to do with the story. I didn't know you were in love with me. It has everything to do with my story. Off and on, for 8 centuries, we were partners in exploration. Then I was killed, my own carelessness. Eventually, Lazarus and his sisters cremated me by tossing me into the atmosphere of Old Home Terra in a trajectory that would cause ashes to impact near where I was born. Lazarus, they don't seem surprised. Do they disbelieve me? Certainly we believe you, I interrupted. But what you've told us isn't news to us. What we don't know is how you are now alive and female. Reincarnation? Oh, no, reincarnation is nonsense. I found myself irritated. Reincarnation is something I have no opinion about. Since a house cleaning, I gave my mind after we lost Mama Jane. You have data? I demanded. Dee Dee, did I step on your toes? No, you didn't, Lib. I asked if you had data. Well, no. But if you assume the truth of the proposition, I think I can show that it leads to a contradiction. The negative proof method. It's tricky, Lib. Ask Georg Cantor. Lib laughed. Okay, I will attempt to have no opinion until someone shows me verifiable data one way or the other. I was hoping you had data, Lib, since you've been dead and I haven't, or don't recall having been. But I don't recall being dead either, just a wail of a blow in the back, then dreams I can't remember, then someone asking me patiently again and again whether I preferred to be a man or a woman, and at last I tracked clearly enough to realize that the question was serious, and I answered, woman, and they made me answer that question at least once a day for many days, and then I went to sleep one night, and when I woke, I was a woman, which did not astonish me nearly as much as to learn that 15 centuries had passed. Being a woman seemed completely natural. I've had 5 children now, born 5, I mean. I had sired 21, and one was put into me by one of my own descendants. Lazarus, when are you going to knock me up? When the Greeks count time by the calends. Libby, honey, when you want to swing that, if you aren't joking, check with me. Thanks, Dora, I'll remember. Lazarus, you will have to explain the paradox. I was just a puppet. Isn't it bedtime? We're keeping our guests up. Captain Hilda? Lib inquired. Dee is in charge of time. Lib, I don't know ship's time yet. I gave you our seconds. We have 60 seconds to a minute, 60 minutes to an hour, 24 hours in a day. Primitive, eh? Is your time metric? Depends on what you mean, Dee. You work to base 10, do you not? Yes, no, I work to base 2 because I'm a computer programmer, but I'm used to converting. Don't have to think about it. I knew you used 10 when I made a guess as to what you meant by 6 to the 6th power, and you accepted my answer. We now work to base 120 for most purposes, binary 11110000. 5 factorial. Sensible. Fits almost any base. Yes, we use it for routine work. But in scientific work, we use base 3 because our computers use trinary. I understand it took Gay and Dora several milliseconds to interface. We aren't that slow. My apologies, Dora. For some work, we use a time scale that fits trinary, but for daily living, our clock is just like yours, but 3% slower. Our planet's day is longer. By 42 of your minutes. You're quick, Dee. Yes. Your computers must be 3-phase AC. You are quicker than I was 2,000 years ago, and I was quicker then. No way to tell, and any computer makes us look like Achilles' tortoise. We had dinner at 18. Gay entered Dora about an hour and a quarter later, so for us it's about 20:30, and we usually go to bed between 22 and 23, if we get to bed on time, which we never do. What time is it in the ship, and what is ship's routine? The others had let me and my new twin chatter. Now Lazarus said, If this madhouse has a routine, I've never found it. Oh, buddy boy, you don't have a routine. I run this joint on the bell. Dee, it's just bong 21. And Lazarus never went to bed that early in all his evil years. Buddy boy, what are you dodging? Manners, Dora. Yes, Pappy. Dee, he's dodging the chicanery with which he fooled even himself, because he must admit the triple chicanery he wants to rope you in on, and it takes Gay because I'm not built for it. Until today, I never heard of T, Tau, and Te. I thought T, that you call Tau, was all there was, aside from paratime in an encapsulation surrounded by irrelevancy such as I am taking us through. But back to the corpse caper. Lib got herself killed about 800 post-diaspora. Lazarus slaps her, him, into a tank of locks and places him, her, it, in orbit, with a beacon. Comes back quick as he can and can't find Libby's cadaver. 14 centuries later, my sister Tina, then known as Minerva, sees what should have been obvious, that any irrelevant ship such as yours truly is a time machine as well as a starship. A great light dawns on Lazarus. The corpse pickled in locks is missing because he picked it up earlier. So he tries again more than 1,000 years later and 5 years earlier, and there it is. So Lazarus and I and Lay's lore go to 1916 old-style or Gregorian, old home Terra, and bury Lib from the sky into the Ozarks where he was born, which was pretty silly because we chucked her into those green hills about a century before he was born. A paradox. But paradoxes don't trouble us. We live in paratime. Lay's lore are acute cases of parapsychology. We operate under paradoctrines. Why, take your family. 4 doctors. A double pair of docs. Dora! Pappy, you're jealous, but I'll say this for Lazarus. He's slow, but he gets there, and has believed all his life that any paradox can be paradoctored. Happens he had lots of time to think after he chucked Lib to a fiery grave because he stayed in that primitive era and got his arse shot off, and this caused a long convalescence. It occurs to him that if he found the corpse through going back to shortly after he placed it in orbit, he might learn something interesting if he went back just before he put Lib's remains in orbit. So when he's well again, he does so with his whole first team, headed by Dr. Ishtar, the greatest in the business, and I'm outfitted as a hospital with everything from microtomes to cloning capsules. So we go there and wait. We don't land. Along comes Lazarus in the clunker that he and Lib used to risk their lives in, and Papa comes out in a pressure suit and detaches the LOX tank, and Lib is buried in space, waiting for Judgment Day. We respect Pappy's grief just long enough for him to get out of the way. Then I take the tank inside me. Ish gets to work, along with many others. Lots of live cells, suitable for cloning, brain intact, dead but intact. Okay, as all Ish wants are the memory configurations. In the course of this, Ishtar learns that the late lamented had the potential to go either way, which is why the family's best telepathic hypnotist is sent for and keeps asking this clone, "When you wake up, what do you want to be, man or woman?" It was much later, Dora. I was already awake. Lib, hun, you ask Ish. You had to decide long before you woke. Ish and her hormone artists had to work on you while you were still labial. Matter of fact, you never answered at all. The telepath kept reporting on your emotional state whenever you imagined yourself male and your state when you imagined yourself female. Ish says that it made you happy to think of yourself as female. That's true. I've been ever so much happier as Elizabeth Long than I was as Andy Libby. That's it, folks. How Ish turned a mixed-up male into a happy female, fully functional and horny, as Howard females always are. Dora, we have guests, Lazarus glowered. All married. Dee is youngest. Dee, did my bluntness shock you? No, Dora. I'm horny enough to be a Howard myself, and terribly interested in how the great slipstick Libby turns out to be my twin and female. Female without surgery. None of those fakes done with a knife, but even Ish couldn't have done it had not Lib supplied XXY, so that Ish could balance the clone either XX or XY by careful attention to endocrinal glands. Or could she? Must ask. Ish is a genius cubed, smarter than most computers. Lazarus can now explain his next sleight of hand, slightly illegal. Hey, I protested, how about the corpse jettisoned into the Ozarks, Dora? Who was that? Why, that was Lib. Lib is right here. I've got my arm around her. That computer went... Dee, Dr. Dee, I just finished telling you that the Lib you are cuddling is a clone. After they drained every memory out of that frozen brain, what was left was dog food. Lib got slashed in the spine by the local equivalent of a cave bear, ripped out his backbone. Once Ish was through with it, Lays froze it again. We took it back and placed it in orbit, where we found it later, to our great surprise. How could you be surprised when you put it there yourselves? Dora announced loudly. Is there a mathematician in the house? Stop it, Dora. Thank you for recounting my saga. I learn a little every time I hear it. Lib turned toward me and said softly, Biological time versus durational time, twin. Follow the entropy arrow through the loops of bio-time, and you will see that Lazarus was honestly surprised at every step, even had rigged every surprise. No grammar for it. Dee, I understand that you have studied semantics. Shall we try to devise a grammar for space-time complexities in 6 curved dimensions? I can't contribute much, but I can try to punch holes in your work. Love to. I wasn't fooling. My twin is so sweet that maybe Dee is fairly sweet herself. Chapter 41. A cat can be caught in almost any trap once. Jacob. If A, then B. I trust I am a rational mathematician, not one of the romantics who have brought disrepute to our calling through such inanities as defining infinity as a number, confusing symbol with referent, or treating ignorance as a datum. When I found myself in the land of Oz, I did not assume that I had lost my reason. Instead, it prepared me emotionally to meet other fictional characters. Stipulated. I may be in a locked ward, but to assume that to be factual serves no purpose other than suicide of personality. I shall act on what my senses report. I am not the bumpkin who said on seeing a giraffe, there ain't no sich animal. I find myself in bed with my lovely wife Hilda in sumptuous quarters of Star Yacht Dora as guests of the utterly fictional Lazarus Long. Is this a reason to try to find the call button in order to ask a still more fictional nurse for a non-existent shot to end this hallucination? This is an excellent bed. As for Hilda, Solomon has reason to envy me. Mahomet with all his houris is not as blessed as I. Tomorrow is soon enough to unravel any paradox, or the day after tomorrow. Better yet, not this October.
After the end of eternity may be best. Why disturb a paradox? As Dora pointed out, Hilda and I are a paradox ourselves, with no wish to be disturbed, and most certainly not to be unraveled. Since Hilda married me, I have not once taken a sleeping pill. No one called us. I woke up feeling totally rested, found my wife in the fresher, brushing her teeth with, yes, Pepsodent, removed brush from mouth, kissed her, placed brush back in her mouth. When she finished brushing her teeth, I asked, "Seen the kids?"
No, Jacob.
So, Dora!
No need to shout. I'm sitting on your shoulder. Would you like breakfast trays in bed?
Have we missed the breakfast hour?
Professor Burroughs' breakfast hour in me starts at midnight and ends at noon. Lunch is at 13, tea at 16:30, dinner at 20, snacks and 11s at any time. Dinner always formal, no other meal.
How formal is formal? Hilda now had more wardrobe, but Beulah Land is not high style.
Formal means formal dress of your culture or ours, or it means skin. No casual dress, as defined by the Commodore, whole hog or none. Amendment: jewelry, perfume, and cosmetics are not proscribed by the no casual dress rule. Ship's services include 60-minute cleaning and pressing, and a variety of formal dress of New Rome styling. Washables, for the convenience of guests who do not travel with formal dress, prefer to be dressed at a formal meal and do not choose to dine alone.
Very hospitable. Speaking of washables, we found everything but a dirty clothes hamper. I have a lap-lap to put in.
But that's a washable, Doctor.
That's what I said. I've worn it. It should be washed.
Sir, I am not as fluent in English as in Galacta. By washable, I mean step into a shower while wearing it. It will go away.
Hilda said,
"We'll take a dozen gross." Captain Hilda, dozen and gross are not in my memories. Will you please rephrase? Just a side remark to my husband, Dora. What are New Rome high styles today? Today I must construe as meaning the latest I have in stock. Styles follow the stock market. In evening dress, men are wearing their skirts floor-length with a slight train. Bodices are off one or both shoulders. Bare feet or sandals are acceptable. Colors are bright and may be mixed in discordance. Weapons are required, may be symbolic, but must be displayed. Ladies, of course, follow the cycle out of phase. Skirts are hardly more than ruffles this season, worn quite low. If tops are worn, not required this season, and some ladies prefer cosmetics and flat colors. If worn, the tit windows may be either open or transparent. Transparents, having quarter lambda iridescence, are popular this cycle, especially if one tit is bare without cosmetics, while the other sports a changing iridescent transparency.
The computer's voice changed from a well-modulated adult female voice to that of an eager little girl.
I hope somebody fixed that. I like to look at it. How about Dr. Deedy and Dr. Lib, one shiny on her left tit, the other shiny on her right, and place them side by side? Neat, huh?
It would be spectacular, I agreed. And they would look like clowns. Still, Deedy might go along. The child likes to please people, even a computer, perhaps especially a computer.
You old goat, would you like a skirt with a slight train?
Hilda.
Dora, do you have formal washables in my husband's size? What measurements do you need? I have the professor's measurements, ma'am. I will fetch an assortment to your quarter sometime after noon when you are not sleeping or otherwise engaged. An equivalent assortment for you, I assume? If you wish, Dora. I may not wear that style. Captain Hilda is an excellent composition herself. I'm an expert engineer. I know good design when I see it. That's not flattery. Lay's lore tell me that I should learn to flatter. I'm not sure I have the circuitry for it. Perhaps I can learn it from Gay. You sure can, Dorable. I've been flattering my 4 charges seems like forever. Gay, have you been listening? Mad at me, Aunt Hilda? Never angry with our gay deceiver, but it's polite to let people know you're present. But Dora has eyes, and she lets me look. Captain Hilda, Gay is with me all the time now. Do you forbid that? We didn't know. Dora had slipped into her little girl voice and sounded stricken.
Time to intervene. Gay, Dora, Hilda and I don't mind. I'll tell Deety and Zeb. They won't mind.
Jake, you're my pal.
Gay, you've saved our lives many times. We owe you any fun we can offer. But, Gay, with Dora's eyes and ears, you'll see and hear things not seen by your radars, not heard unless we switched you on. Do either of you have the word discretion in your perms?
No, Jake. What does it mean? I'll explain it, Dora said eagerly. It means we see and hear, but pretend not to, like last night when... Later, Dora, over your private circuits. What ship's time is it, and are we late for breakfast? I don't see a clock. I'm the clock. It is ship's time 9:03. You are not last for breakfast. Commander Lays is sleeping late. She didn't go to bed right after the mutiny. Captain Long, that's Lore, ate on the bridge, a crude insult to my watch standing, but she's good company. The Commodore always eats breakfast in the flag cabin. The doctors Deety and Zeb and Lib are just starting. How are they dressed?
Asked my Hilda.
In serviettes. Dr. Lib is wearing jungle flower in cologne and powder and perfume. She likes strong ones. Dr. Zeb seems to have forgotten to use any, but his own scent is rather pleasant. I can't place what Dr. Deedy is wearing, but it has both musk and sandalwood. Shall I formularize it by symbols? It's blue hour, and I'm startled. My stepdaughter doesn't need a scent. Neither does Lib, darn it. Jacob, are you ready?
I answered at once. I had taken care of this and that while the computers chattered, including trying a depilatory tricky until I learned how to block it off. My sideburns were missing. Zeb dressed in a serviette. Libby, Long, the only one not of our family, and Lib used to be a male. A good time to rub blue mud in my belly button. I'm ready. Hilda noticed my decision by not noticing it. The blue Tinkerbell light appeared, led us to a small dining room, where we encountered a long family custom. Did not realize it because it matched a ceremony of our own. Lib saw us, came over, kissed Hilda, kissed me, briefly, but with time stop. Then my daughter was kissing me good morning while Zeb kissed my wife. We swapped as usual. Beatty kissed Hilda, and Zeb took my shoulders, hissed into my ear, "Stand still," and gave me the double Latin kiss each cheek. Did my blood brother think I would let him down in the presence of one not of our family? Our custom had started after our double elopement. While Zeb and I usually used the Latin symbol for rapid pecks. Once at Snug Harbor we had missed the fast timing, hit each other mouth to mouth, didn't pull back but didn't stretch it out. We declined to make anything of it, although I was aware of the break in taboo, and he was too. 2 mornings later I was last in. Zeb was seated with his back to me. He leaned back and turned his head to speak to me. I leaned down, kissed him on the mouth firmly but briefly, moved on and kissed my daughter not as briefly, moved on and kissed my wife thoroughly, sat down and demanded, "What's for breakfast?" After that the only invariant was, "What's for breakfast?" Zeb and I used either Latin pecks or busses on the mouth, brief, dry, symbolic, initiated by either of us. It meant that we were closer than a handshake. It held no sexual significance. So I was disgruntled that Zeb thought it was necessary to warn me. Let me add, women are my orientation, and Hilda my necessity. But I tried the other way with my high school chum our graduation week. We were experimenting to find out what the shooting was all about. Planned but date subject to opportunity, which turned up that last week of school. A 2-hour examination, no other school that day, a half-hour of tennis, sudden realization that we were free and that his parents' flat was empty and would remain so until late afternoon. Der Tag. We gave it a fair trial. We bathed first and thoroughly. We were not shy or afraid of each other. We were not afraid of getting caught, doors locked and bolted, chains on, S.O.P. by his parents' rules. We liked each other and wanted it to work. Total failure. Got up, had peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with milk, disgusted as we ate. Neither of us upset, not disgusted, no bad breath or similar hazards, but no results. Brushed our teeth again, washed each other, gave it a second try. So much calisthenics. No morals about it, willing and eager to add it on. Not for us, so we killed all evidence and got in 3 more sets of tennis. That's how it is with Zeb and me. I love him dearly, but I love him for what he is, while fully empathizing that my daughter thinks he is the greatest lover since, well, the greatest. But if Zeb ever makes a pass at me, I will do my amateur acting best to make him feel that this is what I have been waiting for all my life. I've been trying to say why I was miffed. Never mind, I shall make it clear to Zeb that I will never let him down. About that Long family custom. Long is not the name of a Howard family. It is a group of Howards who live together and who added Long, the pseudonym most used by Lazarus, to their regular names. It's a commune, an extended family, a serial family, a God knows what. There is probably no word for it in any language, and at least 2 computers are full members. They come and go and raise children, and only the family geneticist, Dr. Ishtar, is sure of parentage and who cares. I suspect that they are all ambi in sex, but no outsider could guess, and I am an outsider. But of this I am certain. When Long meets Long for the first time any day, they kiss, and it's no Latin peck. I learned that I could have anything I wanted for breakfast. This should have been enough to tell me that we were being set up for the tale. I'm getting ahead of my story, as I know things about the Long family that I read in a book that you may not have read. This ship Dora came from a planet many parsecs from the Earth analog of that universe, from a time over 2,000 years in my future, looked at one way, or a time totally irrelevant to mine, through not having duration axis in common. Yet I could have anything. Post toasties, hen's eggs, any style, bacon, ham, sausage, breakfast, steak, toast, orange marmalade, Concord grape jelly, buckwheat cakes, and not one of these foods is from Tertius, home of the Long family. Pepsodent is our fresher. As I was contemplating a beautiful golden waffle with one bite of it melting in my mouth, Lazarus Long walked in, and a voice in my head played back, "The Commodore always eats breakfast in the flag cabin." Add that Lazarus was dressed as were Zeb and I, save that he did not yet have a napkin. Working hypothesis, Lazarus had listened in on every word between husband and wife. Second hypothesis. Dora, tell me when they get up. Tell me when they arrive in the breakfast room. If they do, but offer trays as usual. If they eat in the breakfast room, let me know how each is dressed. The first hypothesis defines a grave social offense. The second outlines information a host or hostess is entitled to know. How do I find out which is which? Answer, I can't, as Lazarus Long will give me the answer that profits him, and that computer is loyal to him, not to me. As soon as Lazarus finished kissing Lib Long, he was grabbed by Deety and kissed. Then he caught Hilda's eye, glanced at me, and slowly bent to kiss her, giving her and me, severally, time to make that tiny gesture that says no, and did kiss her because I depend on Hilda's instincts and will never tell her no in such circumstances, or greater or lesser. Hilda put her hand back of his neck and thereby controlled the kiss and made it long, and I tore up the first hypothesis and marked the second one QED. Hilda's instincts about people are infallible. I think she is a touch telepathic. As may be, we would now help him if possible. To Zeb and me he simply said good morning. His instincts are reputed to be infallible too. I agreed that it was a good morning, while noting to myself that it was a symbol without a referent, save for social connotation. Morning, in an irrelevancy, but added sincerely, Lazarus, this is the best waffle I ever tasted. Then please tell Dora. Dora, did you hear what I said to the Commodore?
I surely did, Professor Jake. 6 more?
I felt my waistline, firm and many centimeters trimmed off. 6 more is what I want. Right away, but half of 1 is all I dare eat. Deety, the next time we go to Oz, will you ask Glinda whether or not there is a magic for gluttons, me, I mean, to permit them to eat as much as they want while 3/4 of it disappears?
I'm sure she could do it. I'm equally sure that she would not. She's an ethical witch. You would not be able to convince her that your purpose was worthy.
You are depressingly logical, my dear.
Lib said, Professor, you have actually been to the land of Oz, really and truly?
Really and truly. Dora, is Gay on the line?
On deck, Jake.
Gay's voice. Has anyone been in to see our port-side annex?
How could they? Captain Hilda has not authorized it.
But, Hilda?
No, dear. Sorry to be blunt, Commodore and Dr. Lib, but I won't authorize an open door because there are too many things that must not be touched. But I will be delighted to escort guests into Gay Deceiver almost any time, including right now. I finished eating. I accept. Then come along, Elizabeth. Anyone else?
Lazarus said, Dora, shove my breakfast to the back of the stove. I'll eat it later.
A jelly omelet? I'll eat it myself.
Do that, Dorable. Captain, I'm ready. Lay's lores showed up together, did not want to be left out. We ended up quite a crowd, 8 humans, 2 computers. Hilda stopped us at Gay's starboard door.
Friends, again I must be blunt. As you cross the sill of that door, you are leaving Star Yacht Dora and entering an independent command, the Gay Deceiver, even though Dora totally surrounds Gay. Inside that door, I command, responsible to no one, unlimited in authority. Captain Lord, do you understand and agree with the legal theory?
Captain Lorelei glanced at her sister, looked unhappy.
Captain Hilda, I do agree, therefore I can't come aboard. I can't abandon my command.
My wife looked terribly distressed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lazarus Long interrupted. Captain Hilda, I'm sorry another way. I don't agree with your legal theory. I have had more than 2,000 years more experience with law than my sister has. All sorts of law and all sorts of cultures. I'm not speaking of justice. I'll leave that to philosophers. But I know what legal theories work with humans, and what ones have been attempted, then abandoned because they could not be made to work. This situation is not new. It has occurred thousands, millions of times. A larger vessel with a smaller vessel nested in it. The solution is always the same, whether it concerns starships, fishing boats, aircraft carriers, whatever. The smaller vessel is a separate command outside the larger vessel. But when it is inside the carrier vessel, it is legally part of it. My darling did not answer. She was picking out me, Zeb, and Deety by eye as Lazarus talked. As he finished, she said briskly, Gay Deceiver, open starboard door. Man the car, prepare for space. I'm proud of our family. Zeb zipped past me to the farthest seat, which left me room to dive for mine as Deety was picking up Hilda bodily, shoving her inside, crowding in after her, turning and pulling her feet clear of the doorframe, yelping, Gay, close doors! I was belting in but looking to the right where the action was. Lazarus Long grabbed the door while calling out, Hey, wait a minute! He realized his mistake in time to keep his fingers. I had argued with Zeb when I discovered during refitting that he had removed the interlocks that prevent that sort of accident. He answered my protest, Jake, when I tell those doors to close, I want them to close. If in closing one chops off a man's head, you can assume that I think he looks better that way." Lazarus saved his hand, but was knocked off his feet by the door, and I saw a bit of why he had lived so long. Instead of trying to check his fall, he gathered himself into a ball and took it on one buttock. "Report." "Co-pilot belted, checking seal." "Chief pilot belted, all systems go, door seal being rechecked." "Navigator belted, ready." "Starboard door seal, okay. Gay bounce." We were in free fall. No stars, total darkness. "Astrogator, advise." "I don't know, Captain. We'll have to ask Gay whether or not she can backtrack. Any backtrack. Beulah Land or any spot in her perms. I'm lost." Suddenly the stars came out. "Dora, calling Gay Deceiver. Come in, Gay." "Don't answer. Zebby, advise again. What happened?" "I'm guessing. They canceled encapsulation rather than risk losing us. They must be awfully anxious," Zeb added. "The only thing we have that you can't buy at the corner drugstore is Jake's space-time twister. How they knew of it, and why they want it, I do not know." "Dora, calling Gay. Gay, please talk to me. Aren't you still my friend? I know our bosses had a silly fuss, but we didn't. Aren't you ever going to speak to me again? I love you, Gay. Please don't be mean to me."
"Captain Hilda, may I please say hello to Dora, and tell her that I am not angry at her? She's a sweet girl, she really is. Captain, she let me use her eyes."
"Let me speak to her first."
"Oh, thank you. Gay answering Dora. Come in, Dora."
"Gay, you had me so scared. Don't go away again, please. The Commodore wants to apologize to your boss. Will she talk to him?"
"Captain?"
"No, I'll speak to Dora's captain, however." A cartoon of Lorelei's features displayed on our central screen. "Lore speaking, Captain Hilda. My brother is terribly sorry and wants to apologize. My sisters and I are dreadfully upset and want you, please, to come back. I don't claim any command over your ship, despite the silly things my brother said. Lib has a message for you, too. She says that, topologically, there is no difference between you being inside us or us being inside you. Either way, we each surround the other."
"I don't see it topologically, Captain. I see it pragmatically. But please thank Elizabeth for me. I have this message for Lazarus Long. A cat can be caught in almost any trap once, but that cat will not be caught in the same trap twice."
"The message is delivered."
"Then it is time to say goodbye. Captain Lorelei, I cannot honestly thank you, as kidnapping is not hospitality, even when it is luxurious. But I don't think that you or your sisters meant it that way. I blame it on that deceitful, devious brother of yours. Please tell your sisters and Libby goodbye for us and say that I am sorry we had to leave."
"Captain, wait, there is something I must do first."
"Captain Lore, I must warn you, I have you in my gun sights."
"What? Oh, we are unarmed." "Not anything like that. I'll be back quickly. Perhaps you would like Dora to sing, but please don't go away."
The face in the screen pulled away.
"What kind of songs do you like, folks? I know lots of songs. One Ball Riley and the Green Hills, and On Guard Christmas, So's Yours, and Santa Carolita and Mademoiselle from Army Tears, and the Pawn Shot Song, and the Monkey Wrapped His Tail Around the Flagpole, and Mary O'Meara, and Soldier. Ask not, and just tell me what you like, and here comes Sister, Captain Lore." "Captain Hilda, thanks from my heart for waiting. Can you record?"
"Gay recording mode. Go ahead."
"I have placed my brother under arrest and confined him to quarters. I, Captain Lorelei Lee Long, master of Star Yacht Dora, affirm for use in any court that I have no authority over Yacht Gay Deceiver, and will never attempt to assert authority over Gay Deceiver, no matter what circumstances, and, furthermore, I now place myself, my crew, and my ship Dora under command of Captain Hilda Burrows, henceforth Commodore of both ships, this assignment of command irrevocable by me or my sisters, and revocable solely by Commodore Burrows at her sole discretion. End of message. Hilda, won't you come home? Laze is crying, and I don't know what to do. We need you. Buddy boy never did tell you why, but we do. May I tell you?" "Go ahead, Lore." "To save our mother's life."
I said softly, "I'll be damned."
My wife hesitated, then said, "Is Elizabeth Long there?"
Yes, she's been listening. She's crying, too. And I would be, but I'm captain and can't."
The smudged faces changed.
"Lib Long speaking, Commodore." "Libby, Captain Lorelei has told me something not only hard to believe, but if she is cloned from her brother as I have read, she may have his talent for lying. From what I know of you, I don't think you ever learned how to lie." "Commodore, it is true that I never learned to lie convincingly, so I gave it up a long time ago."
"Very well, Lib. Is Lazarus Long, in fact, confined and under arrest?"
"Yes, to both. His door won't open, and Dora has been instructed not to let him out until you permit it."
"What's this about saving her mother's life? If they are clones from a man the age Lazarus is alleged to be, their mother must have died a couple of millennia back."
"It's as complex as my case, Commodore, but quite different. The twins have host mothers,
but Laura was speaking of the genetic mother of herself, her twin sister, and Lazarus Long. She was reported dead more than 2,000 Old Home Terra years ago, but there is some hope that the records were confused, and that it may be possible to save her. It can't be done without your help, and the help of the gay deceiver. I don't think the chances are good, even so, but without your help, well, I would have to try to devise such a drive as Gay is reported to have, and I don't think I can. Wait a moment, Libby. Gay, cut transmission from cabin. Keep circuit ready. Can you find your way unassisted back into your berth in Dora? Did you get it into your perms? I did. I thought I might want to find Dora someday. Are you displeased with me? I know it wasn't authorized, but I didn't 3 times it. I can wipe it. Gay deceiver, new program, new parking spot. Code word, Dora Long. I tell you 3 times. Hilda, I hear you 3 times. Gay deceiver, Dora Long, execute. The stars went away, and lighted alcoves were at our doors. Chapter 42. You're a figment of imagination. Zeb. Hear that, Lays? You're a figment of imagination. No, Laura, you are a figment. I'm a fig. What she said was Fika, and Dee suppressed a giggle. I pinched her and told her in family tap code that she had a dirty mind, which she ignored, being proud of it rather than otherwise. It was a long time later that I learned that Lays had used a galacta word, but the ancient pun still applied. Jake reiterated patiently, Lays, Laura, the key point of Commodore Hilda's theory is that we are all equally figments of imagination. Reality thus becomes a null symbol. Dee shook her head emphatically. Stick to geometry, Pop, or stamp collecting. Leave symbology to symbologists, such as your favorite daughter. I'm real. I am. Smell me. No doubt you could use a bath. So could we all. It's been an adrenaline day, but that's the other side of the coin, Dee. Imaginary and real turn out to be identical. Consider this chow bench. On one level of abstraction, it is mathematical equations. At the level just below that, it is a swirling nothingness with mass energy, a rare event. But on the gross level, abstracted by my senses, I can place this drink on it with utter confidence that it will not sink through this near vacuum. My father-in-law matched his words by placing his highball on the snack bench. It sank out of sight. Jake looked tired. Not my day. Dora, did you do that? Yes and no, Professor. What kind of answer is that? You placed it on a takeaway spot, and that part of me was on automatic and took it away and sterilized it. I'm sorry, sir, and here's your fresh drink. It was indeed a busy day. No one had been waiting at our parking berth, but 3 young women arrived at a dead run while Sharpie was swapping seats with Dee. Our brand-new Commodore planned to be first to step into her new ship. The starboard door opened. Sharpie stepped out, a dignified procession of one, and was hit from 3 sides by 3 young women, each managing to laugh and cry at the same time. But Sharpie enjoys everything, and her aplomb has never been shaken. She kissed them, let them kiss her, petted them, and told them to calm down. Everything was all right. Dears, I never intended to stay away. I simply refused to let the great Lazarus Long put one over on Sharpie. Where is he now? Shut up in the flag cabin, ma'am. Commodore. Captain Lore, lock him up elsewhere. The flag cabin is mine. Aye, aye, Commodore. How long will that take? Seconds, I mean, not hours. Lore spoke rapidly to Dora in a language I almost understood. I leaned to my right, spoke to my wife. Spanish, some sort. Italian, Dee answered. Will you settle for Latino? No. I remember now. Galacta. We'll have to learn it, but it sounds easy. Lore reported, Flag cabin will be ready for you by the time you reach it, Commodore. Very good. I expect to use it primarily as an administration office. Flag remains in Gay Deceiver. That is appropriate, since Dora is unarmed, whereas Gay Deceiver is an attack ship, an armed privateer, heavily armed for her size. Sharpie smiled. A few days ago, in another universe, we destroyed an entire air army. We don't have fancies such as artificial gravity. We belt down and fight in free fall. Gay Deceiver is stripped for speed and armament. Dora is just the opposite. The two complement each other beautifully. I wondered why Sharpie was blathering, but she always has reasons. I think she reads minds. I'm certain that Lay's Lord do with each other. They looked at each other, then... The flag of an armed privateer is a skull and crossbones, is it not? Do we take prisoners or cut their throats? Which would you rather do? Captain Lore, please do all the talking. These whipsaw conversations are hard to follow. By the way, no more midnight mutinies. Lore, you remain captain until further notice. Again they looked at each other. We like to swap off. Calling it mutiny is just a joke. No one asked your preferences. My chief of staff and second in command of the flagship is the only one who does and must advise me. If you have opinions to offer, see him. Answer my question, Captain Lore. We'll do what you order, but our brother, who was our father at the time, taught us never to kill if we could possibly avoid it, while teaching us all sorts of ways to kill and made us practice. When we were growing up, we always wanted to be pirates. Then we grew up and decided that it could never be and tried to forget it." Sharpie said, "I think I'm making you tongue-tied by forcing you to filter it through one set of vocal cords. So cancel that order. You two are unique. We operate just the way Lazarus taught you. So far we have killed only once, to repel an attack on us. That air army, we timed it, caught them with their flying machines on the ground, burned the machines, burned their fuel, and thereby stopped an invasion, without killing anyone. But we are always ready to kill. Lore, that's why I warned you a few minutes ago. It would have broken Gay's heart to have to destroy Dora. Skull and crossbones? No way to fly one, but if you want to hang one in a lounge, I grant permission. Why did you decide not to become pirates?" That same preliminary glance. "Babies. Lays has 3, I have 4. Because Lore has 1 pair of twins, and we try to be pregnant at the same time, and time it to fit our plans, and Brother's plans if you ever let him out of hack." "How old are you two?" "I've been thinking of you as about Dee-Dee's age, but you can't be. Just one of you answer, please. It's a simple question." They conferred mentally an unusually long time. At last Captain Lore said slowly, "It isn't quite simple. We will get Dora and Athene to integrate it for us if data are complete. They may not be, but answering in old home Terran years and meaning our own biological time, Lays thinks we are about 48, and I think we are a couple of years younger. It doesn't matter because Ishtar will tell us when to rejuvenate, which won't be soon, as we aren't yet close to menopause." "Does it have to be at menopause?" "Oh, no, just makes it easier, and you never have to stop making babies. But Ishtar's mother went years past menopause and had decided to die and changed her mind and looks younger than we do and has had more babies than we have. This time around, I mean." "How often do men need it?" Sharpie asked. Jake looked up and said, "I won't need it for another 6 weeks, Hilda, maybe 7. "Shush, dear. Lays, Lord, be careful around my husband. When he's in rut, it takes heavy chains to restrain him, so never mind that question. He doesn't need to know, and for me it was intellectual curiosity of a biologist. Perhaps it's best to ask Dr. Ishtar." "Yes, Commodore, that would be best. We aren't biologists. We're ship handlers." I leaned forward. Sharpie was keeping us in the car. Why, I didn't know, then. "Commodore, I'm required to advise you." "Yes, Zebby." "You are going to need a new chief of staff, a new second-in-command, and a new astrogator, because I will be on the binnacle list in a wet pack if you don't have Lays Lore answer that last one. It is not intellectual curiosity to me." "Why, Zebby, dear, I have reports that your curve is such that it will be many, many years before you can possibly have other than intellectual interest." If it were not for upsetting Jake, I would paddle that pert little arse. Dee-Dee said, "Here, here." I placed my hand over her mouth and got bitten. Sharpie said, "Captain, we have here another paradox. Doctors Carter and Burroughs, each unreasonably insecure. Elizabeth, you've been a man. Give them the male angle." "Commodore, I wasn't very successful as a male. I simply took antigeria whenever Lazarus did, but I can report his thumb rule." "Yes?" "When a man looks at a new and attractive woman and decides that he is too tired, it's time. When he doesn't even look, push him over and bury him. He's failed to notice that he's dead." The ship's computer said something in that not Spanish. Sharpie answered, "Graz, Dora. I'll come now." Lore said, "Ma'am, we didn't know you knew Galacta." "I don't, but I will a week from now. I knew what I would say in your position, and you said it. I could tell from cognates. You told Dora to get him out pronto because the Doña was on her way. Then get his personal belongings when I would not be inconvenienced. So I stalled. Zebby, will you come with me? Jacob, dearest, will you decide whether or not we should give up our suite with the Carters, and what to move out of Gay? We will be in Dora at least a week, possibly longer." "Commodore, we depart for Tertius tomorrow midday, ship's time." "I do not recall ordering that, Captain Lore." The twins looked at each other and said nothing. Sharpie patted Lays's cheek. "Don't look so thunderstruck, girls." Girls? 7 years or so Sharpie senior and 7 babies between them. "On reaching Tertius, place us in orbit, following local rules, but no messages from ship to ground unless approved by me in writing. Come now." As Sharpie left with me in tow, she told Dee-Dee that she was on her own, but please get out Jacob's army blues and my aerospace dress and ask Dora about cleaning and pressing. Jake said, "Hey," before I could, and Sharpie said reasonably, "I won't put you into a long skirt, sweetheart. You would feel that I had coerced you into drag. I thought perhaps you two were bored with civilian dress, and I shall continue the custom concerning dressing for dinner, either formal dress or formal skin, nothing in between." Upon reaching Flag Cabin, Sharpie dismissed Lays Lore, waited until we were private, then clung to me. Hold on, Zebby. Hold me tight. Calm me down.
The little thing was shaking. Maybe I'd better get Jake, I suggested, while holding her and petting her gently and solving aerodynamic empiricals in my head to keep from noticing how much skin such a tiny woman can spread over one.
No, Zebby. Jacob would fuss over me like a mother hen and give me advice I don't want. Either I boss this job without my husband telling me what to do, or I can't cut it. If I fail, I will fail on my own, not as Jacob's puppet. But I can cry on you and tell you things I wouldn't tell my own toothbrush. She added, when I send you out, find Jake and have him teach school to everybody. That'll keep him busy and happy and out of my hair, and everybody else, too. Have both computers record his lectures.
Lectures on what?
Oh, too many details. The plenum of universes and the number of the beast. Pantheistic multiple solipsism, or why the land of Oz is real. The quantum mechanics of fairy tales. Even the care and feeding of black hats. He'll probably want to take people into gay, but you must be present. Don't delegate it. Jacob can go along and lecture, but it's Zebby's sharp eye that will see to it that nothing is touched.
She patted my chest.
You're such a comfort. Now I'm going to dig out this ship's papers, and you're going to help because I don't know what to expect, or where to find them. Certificate of ownership, I suppose, and registration, and ship's manifest, whatever that is. What else, and where should I look?
A log. Crew list, passenger list, health inspection, maybe, other inspections. Bureaucracy and red tape tend to follow the same patterns everywhere. Maybe no papers. That looks like a computer printout over there. Insist on English. The originals are almost certainly in Galacta.
I'll try it. Dora? Listening, Commodore Hilda. Print for me in English the ship's official papers, ownership, registration, manifests, and so forth. You know the list. Retrieve soonest. I am not authorized to do this, ma'am. Not authorized? By whom? The computer did not answer. Sharpie said, Stick around, Zebby. There's going to be trouble. Do you have any weapons? Where? Look at me. How? I don't know, but you're clever about such things. Dora? Your orders, Commodore? Get me Captain Lore, in person, not voice. I want her here on a dead run, right now. Out! I did have a weapon. I had palmed an item as I left Gay, but never admit a holdout. Lays Lore arrived, breathing hard, seconds later. You sent for us, ma'am? I sent for Captain Lore. I did not send for Lays. Out, pronto. Lays had her mouth open to speak. She got out so fast the door was only partly dilated. She dived through. Dora, repeat to Captain Lore every word that you've heard, every word you've said since I entered this cabin. The computer started with Sharpie telling Lays Lore they could leave, then surprised me with, Hold me, Zebby, hold me tight, calm me down. I started to speak. Sharpie shook her head. Dora droned on right through Hilda's order to repeat back all the computer had heard or said since we came in. The computer stopped. Sharpie said, Dora, you told me this morning that you could not scan in here without permission. That is correct, ma'am. Who gave you permission? The computer did not answer. Captain Lore, did you or your sister tell this computer to spy on me and to refuse to answer certain questions? No, ma'am. Then it's your brother Lazarus. Don't bother to lie. I didn't ask. I told you. Fetch your brother to me under arrest. Move.
Chapter 43. To pull a hat out of a rabbit. Smith. I had had trouble convincing my sisters that I must be arrested and confined. I had made an idiotic mistake, and now must be punished. Lore had even less enthusiasm for placing herself and our ship under the command of a stranger. Once they accepted it, I could depend on them. We did not let Lib in on the caper. She has no talent for creative lying. Far better that she believe whatever she said. Lays and Lore were outwitting their elders by the time they were 6, a process I encouraged by walloping them whenever I caught them. They learned. They also have my talent for looking stupid, plus one I have but seldom can use. They can turn tears on and off like a faucet. I have not found many cultures in which this advantages a male. Once this was settled, I arrested myself by helping Dora's Waldos move my most personal gear next door. Then I lay down and listened through Dora to what was going on in the flag cabin, and discovered that I had outsmarted myself. I have never tried to teach Dora to lie. A dishonest computer is a menace. One that is a pilot would be a lethal disaster, sooner or later. Sooner. But I hadn't figured on this narrow little broad asking for my papers so quickly, nor did I guess that Dora had told her that my cabin could be scanned only by my order. When I heard the situation start to deteriorate, I got up quickly and put on one of my Scottish outfits. Advantages? I look bigger, taller, more imposing. The costume calls for 2 weapons worn publicly. These I never use, but the costume was so draped and full that one may hide weapons for a half squad, then never show them save in extremis. So I was ready when Lore came busting in almost incoherent. Brother, is she mad? Watch yourself. I will, Lord. You've done a swell job. I kissed her. Now march me in under arrest. So we did. I halted 10 paces from Mrs. Burroughs and saluted. She said to Lore, "You may leave." Waited until Lore had left, then said, "Instruct your computer not to see or listen in this space." "Aye, aye, ma'am." "Dora?" "Yes, boss." "Back to normal for my cabin. No see 'em, no hear 'em until I tell you to." "Chinchi." "Dora?" "Aye, aye, boss. Mean." "She's a bit childish, but she's a good cook and a fine pilot." "And you're a bit childish. Prisoners do not salute. Prisoners do not wear arms. Captain Carter, confiscate his weapons. Keep them as souvenirs or destroy them." Long years as a slave taught me to put up with anything without a squawk. That doesn't make it pleasant. "Smith." I didn't answer. She added, "I mean you, Woody." "Yes, ma'am." "Lean over, grab your ankles. Captain, frisk him." Carter knew how. I soon no longer had tools for a half squad, but felt better when he ended, having missed one. He was in uniform of the day, but he was big, in training, and carried himself in a way that made me think of black belts. "Those are yours, too, Zebby, although you might share them. Dee Dee mentioned something about not having a throwing knife. How's the balance on those?" She was not speaking to me, but I had to try to gain control of the psychological gauge. 1½ turns at 8 meters, ma'am. I make them myself, but it's too heavy a knife for a lady. I would happily make one to fit Dr. Deedee's hand and strength. "I imagine that Dr. Deedee is stronger than you are, Woody. I think you've gone a bit soft. Some day we'll check it. Take off your clothes." With my weapons gone, other than the one, I welcomed the order. Clothes are no asset in unarmed brawl. The other man can use yours against you, and I was sweating. Dora keeps the ship right for skin. I peeled quickly. "Shove them down that," she said, pointing. Ma'am, that's a destruction oubliette." "I know. Next time you won't try to impress me by sartorial elegance. Furthermore, it was intentional insolence. Pronto." I shoved them down pronto. "Grab your ankles again, Woody. Captain Carter, need we give him an enema to make sure he hasn't hidden one more weapon? I don't care to check by touch without a rubber glove, and I won't ask you to." "Madam, I give you my word." "Which is worth nothing. Let it go, Zebby. Join the class and keep an eye on our interests." The big man looked me over. "I don't like to leave you alone with him, Commodore." "Thank you, Zebby. I'm safe. I was safe when he was armed, but he was being insolent, so I spanked him. Run along. He doesn't dare touch me." She added, "Or do you have a premonition?" "No, but I get them just barely in time." "I couldn't ask for more, but I feel a prophecy. Woody is going to be a lamb about everything. Now go, dear." He left, giving me a look that promised death if I harmed her. I wanted to tell him that I had never found it necessary to harm a woman in more centuries than his wife had years. "Well, Lazarus, how do we work this out?" "Work out what, ma'am? You have the upper hand." "Oh, Piffle, you have the upper hand, you know it. As long as the ship's computer obeys you rather than me, my authority is a fraud. I escaped once by a fluke. You won't let it happen twice, but I stuck my head back into the trap because I think we have something to trade to our mutual profit." "I hope so, ma'am. Please go on." "You want your mother rescued. I plan to do it if it can be done, for which you will toe the mark. We need a holding company. I will own 51% of the voting stock, not of the profits. There will be plenty for all, but I control." "Madam, you're way ahead of me. I don't know what you have in mind." "Money. Money and power. Phew, I just got downwind. You sweated into that heavy costume. Go in there, take a tub bath, hot and soapy. I'll sprawl on the chaise longue, and we'll talk business. Are you really trying to rescue your mother, or are you simply looking to cut yourself in on Jacob's invention? We can make a deal either way, but I must know. Don't hold out on me. I tend to get annoyed. Then someone else pays. You, in this case." She took my hand and led me into the fresher while I answered her key question and thought about the rest. No more lies. She had caught me in one thrown together hastily and too complex. My grandfather would have been ashamed of it. So, nothing but the truth. But how much truth? And what truth? Rescuing my mother is priority 1, sine qua non. Business aspects are secondary.
"You were going to say that business aspects didn't matter to you, and I would have stuffed it down your throat."
I stalled while I adjusted the bath's controls. "Ma'am, I always think about business angles, but I would go broke and start over to make this rescue."
"Will you sign such a contract? We rescue your mother. You sign over all your wealth to me. No cheating, no holdout."
"Is that what it takes?"
"No. It would not be equitable. and that would compel you to cheat.
End of side 10. To continue, change side selector switch,
And turn the cassette over.
Side 11. The Number of the Beast. Continuing on page 432.
Any contract must profit both of us. But rescuing your mother appeals to me, to all my family. I'm the least sentimental of us, and we would tackle it if there were not a fiat dollar in sight, pour le sport. That nice warm feeling, whether it's a kitten, a baby bird, or an old woman. But there is money in this, and sport, and opportunities beyond imagination. That sound of water splashing, does that interfere with Doring?
No, she filters it out.
Is she listening?
I instantly answered yes. I've lived a long time, in part by being a cat not caught in the same trap twice. As she had underlined, I placed in my permanent memory 9 times 9, never to lie to this woman again. Evade, avoid, keep silent, be elsewhere, but don't lie to her. A born Grand Inquisitor. Telepathic? Must ask Lay's lore.
I'm glad you said yes, Lazarus. Had you said no, I would have broken off negotiations. I'm not telepathic, but you may find it inadvisable to lie to me. We must change the computer situation, part now, part later. You didn't give her the right code words.
That's right. Chinchy and mean equal
Roger Wilco, but reversed meaning.
Eh? That's a deep-down memory. Yes. I must insert that phrase into Galacta. Useful. The water was just right, with deep, fragrant suds. I stepped down into it, picked a seat that let me lounge. I should have said to Dora, "Shall I tell Dora now?"
With a modification. I want the equivalent of a simple telephone so that I can call anyone. Anyone can call me, and the same for you. But kill the snoop circuits throughout this suite.
No trouble. We can call out at any time. That is a safety feature, permanent. As for calling in, I usually limit it to the twin commanding. She's entitled to disturb me if needed. If not needed, well, neither Lays nor Lore enjoys being called stupid, especially by me. I changed the orders to Dora and did not cheat. Mrs. Burroughs and I were now truly in private, although anyone could reach us, voice only. What next, ma'am?
Some permanent changes for Dora, now that she can't hear us. Tentative plans for your mother's rescue, then we talk business. Is there a seat in that pool where I won't drown?
Oh, certainly. When Lay's Lore were your size, they often bathed with me. I've had as high as 6 in this tub, although that's a bit cozy. It's a 4-adult design. Here, let me help. You can't see through these suds. Helping Hilda Burroughs reminded me of handling Lay's Lore at the same size, prepubescent, but I was acutely aware that this small, warm, slick body was post-pubescent by many years, and I got a twinge that I was pleased to have fig-leafed by suds. Feel under you. Find the seat. Temperature suit you?
Luxurious. On Tertius, refreshers are social rooms, are they not?
Yes. Over the years I have found that nude cultures, or those with no taboos about nakedness, tend to make bathing a social event. Ancient Romans, ancient Japanese, many others.
She answered, whereas cultures with strong body taboos equate bathing rooms with outhouses back of barns. Disgusting.
Mrs. Burroughs looked disgusted. I noted this, as I had thought it would be necessary to get them used to skin before exposing them to the easy-going ways of Tertius, lest I jeopardize my mother's rescue. I had instructed Lay's Lore to hold us in irrelevancy until all of them, with no urging, accepted the comfort of complete bareness in perfectly tempered conditions and simply forgot about bodies qua bodies. This does not mean to forget yin-yang, but it has long been known to all but legislators, judges, and other fools that a scrap of clothing, fig-leafing whatever may be taboo, taboos vary endlessly, and each is a law of nature, is far more stimulating than is no clothing. Warning to time travelers: to assume that the taboos of your native culture are natural, and that you can't go too wrong behaving by the rules your loving parents taught you, is to risk death, or worse. If you think death has no worse, read history.
To return to pretty little Mrs. Burroughs. To be enjoying a bath with her a few minutes after she had had me subjected to personal indignity was the second most surprising thing about her. The most surprising thing, I was still learning, this fragile little doll with the muscles of a kitten was the toughest bitch kitty I have ever encountered. Understand me, I admire her, but I want to be on the side she is on. What changes in Dora do you want, ma'am?
Lazarus, I'm ma'am to strangers and on formal occasions. I don't consider bathing all that formal. My friends call me Hilda, or by nicknames, even pet names, but not ma'am.
My answer got me splashed. She went on.
In attempting to hornswoggle me, you gave me, through your accomplices, a phony command and rank, while retaining control of the computer necessary to make it real. I require that you carry out your contract, now, by reprogramming Dora to me as her sole boss, with the program locked so that you can't change it, me and me alone.
She smiled, leaned toward me, and placed a hand on my knee underwater.
That's why I insisted on privacy, for Dora's sake. She's self-aware and seems quite vulnerable. Lazarus, I don't mind anyone in this ship hearing anything I've been saying, but I don't discuss surgery when it is likely to upset the patient. She leaned forward. Scratch between my shoulder blades, pretty please.
I welcomed time to think while requiring her to coach me, higher, lower, a little to the left, right there. Hilda, I'm not sure it can be done. I did reprogram Dora so that her loyalty in crisis is to Lay's lore, but it took me years and was not done by circuitry or by programming. Dora is so thoroughly a self-aware personality that it is necessary to win her love in order to gain her loyalty.
I find that believable, Lazarus. Let's see you pull a hat out of the rabbit.
You mean?
I meant what I said. Any second-rate magician can pull a rabbit out of a hat. Can Lazarus Long pull a hat out of a rabbit? Watch this space next week. It's your problem, Lazarus. You created it. I won't make a second contract with a man in default on his first. Do you want your back scratched while you think? You scratched mine deliciously.
I accepted by leaning forward. Hilda is telepathic, though perhaps not in words. She knew which spots and how hard and how long. And when to stop. She dropped her hand as I straightened up, and her hand brushed against me and stopped.
Well, truly I did not intend to be provocative, old dear.
I put an arm around her. She did not pull away, but continued.
I won't refuse you. I have not given a man reasonable cause to call me a tease since I was 12, but wouldn't it be sensible to table this until after we have rescued your mother and set up our business structure? If you find then that you are interested, you will let me know. If you do, I ask that you cooperate with me in saving my husband's feelings and face. And I am having trouble saying this. Damn it, please stop and tell me the plans for rescuing your mother.
I stopped, allowed a hand's width to separate us. Have you forgotten the hat and the rabbit?
I'm afraid I did. Very well. You've won this round. We attempt to rescue your mother. I waive the broken contract, but we do no further business. Just the rescue, then we leave.
I thought you promised me a second chance later.
What? Lazarus, you're a bastard.
I'm not, but the term has no meaning on Tertius. Here's the hat. You designate me your flunky, any title for this ship. My sole function will be to be in earshot, through Dora or otherwise, to ensure that your slightest wish is carried out, night or day.
Making me a privileged figurehead, still vulnerable to your whim. The hat won't fit.
Very well, second hat. We ground on Tertius. I move Dora into another ship. She accepts that. It has happened before. I sign this ship over to you with a new computer of the same capacity, programmed for ship's routine, but unawakened. You let it awaken to your personality, you'll be its mother.
That's better. Close, but not on. Lazarus, you and I are going to be in business together a long time. I won't take your ship. Instead, you're going to build me a ship, a tender for Gay Deceiver, but moved by a Burroughs Continua device. The first such ship built by Burroughs and Long Limited, a subsidiary of Carter Engineering Company. Another subsidiary is Carter Computers, which may assemble computers, but primarily will build Burroughs time-space twisters under some innocuous name and sell them only inside our complex setup, much more complex. We'll work on it together. But our biggest subsidiary will be Libby and Smith Real Estate. That one rebuilds solar systems.
What?
Talk to Zebby and Jacob. We'll organize black hat safaris, proprietary, too. But it may be a dummy for a while. We'll have an emporium in New Rome, imports from many universes. The pawn shop, of course, with the hook joint above it. Ultra-expensive imported styles up there, modeled by New Rome's most beautiful hetairæ. Private rooms for private viewings. This one is a gift to Lay's lore, save for the 10% that is voting stock, of which I vote my usual control through you. The twins can do as they please with it. Our leash will be slack. Probably they will do their own importing with a resident manager, but they might work on it some just to know the business.
Which business?
Both. They are grown women, Lazarus. You must not try to run their lives. The overall holding company, run by you and me, usual split with my 1% advantage, is a non-profit corporation supporting Ishtar's clinic. We funnel whatever is needed into the clinic, holding down the book profits elsewhere, but paying whopping salaries and consulting fees. My husband is chief scientist in one part, while consultant by fee elsewhere, with Elizabeth, Lib, his mirror image elsewhere. Lazarus, we must have Dee Dee work on it. She has the finest head in our family for manipulation of this sort. I'm just her odd pupil.
And I'm just your odd pupil.
Piffle again. Lazarus, from what I've read of you, your sole weakness lies in a delight in cheating for its own sake. Dee Dee treats it as an intellectual art. One thing more. No, two things. Can you persuade Dora, as a favor to old Buddy Boy, to go along with the hoax until we deliver your mother to Ishtar? Make it a mammoth joke, under which she takes orders from me because she wants to be in on the fun. Take you out of arrest, of course. Wipe it from her memory.
It was never in her memory. Lore put her in non-recording mode while the hoorah was on.
Good. Can you persuade her to call me Commodore while you use some fancy title?
Hilda, I'm your chief of staff for this ship. Zeb is chief of staff, flagship. Dora doesn't really understand ranks. I can tell her that chief of staff is one notch senior to God. No problem, as long as she can see that you and I are buddy-buddy.
And we are.
It's reassuring to hear that. Hilda, I underestimated you so badly that I'm still in a state of shock. What's the last item?
Rejuvenation for all of us for as long as you, Ishtar, can stretch non-Howards.
I can promise that. I'm board chairman of the clinic, but Ishtar is not a magician. What's the average age of death for your parents, grandparents, any ancestors you know about?
My family, both sides, are considered long-lived, although I lost my parents in a car crash. The others I don't know about, except that Dee Dee's mother died of cancer much too young.
We can handle that.
Is longevity on Earth, our Earth, not yours, of interest? Same length of year as Old Home Terra. Dee Dee and Lore checked.
Of course.
These figures apply to North America. Some other places are higher, some lower, some no data. Females. Menarche at 13 plus or minus 9%. Menopause at 56 to 67 plus or minus...
Stop there. Average age of death, female?
117. But males average 8 years less. Sad. My own family averages higher, but only a few years. I don't know about Jacob, but he mentioned once that his great-grandfather got himself killed in an odd fashion at 97.
Enough. I must report this. By definition, all of you are missing Howards.
But, Lazarus, that's simply the average on Earth, our Earth, now that I know that there are thousands of analogs.
Doesn't matter. Different universe, different timeline, not my problem. Here, you are a Howard. You four and all your descendants.
Hilda smiled happily. That's cheerful news to a woman 6 weeks pregnant.
You?
And Dee Dee, same time, and doesn't show yet. Lazarus, I was tempted a while ago to tell you because I was tempted. Now, down, Rover, outline to me how we rescue a woman dead for many centuries.
Hilda, someday I'm going to get you drunk.
Want to bet?
Never with you. There is mystery about my mother's death. She appears to have been killed accidentally at a relatively young age for a Howard, just short of 100. I was notified as her purse IDs named me as next of kin, and I bawled like a baby, for I had been planning to pay her a visit on her century day, July 4th, 1982. Instead, I attended her funeral, flying to Albuquerque 2 weeks earlier. Nobody there but me. She was living alone under her maiden name, she and my father having separated 30 years earlier. But apparently she hadn't listed her last address change with the Howard Foundation, hadn't notified her other children. Howards are like that. They live so long that kinship is not enough reason to stay in touch. Closed casket and cremation, authorized by stuff in her purse. I never saw her body. But there was no doubt as to her IDs and so forth. In my world, 1982 was a time when you couldn't sneeze without carrying a thick pack of cards, all, in effect, saying that you were you. I was feeling it because I was 70 later that year and looked 35. Embarrassing. I had plans to drive south from Albuquerque, cross the border, and not come back until I had bought a new passport to match a new name. Hilda, It was over 2,000 years later, in preparing for my first time trip, that I learned that my mother was not listed in the archives as dead, but simply as record missing. The matter troubled me. A few years ago, my time, Lay's Lord took me back. Didn't ground. A missile chased us and scared Dora silly, but I got a motion picture that seems to show the accident. There is a blur on the frames just before the first one that shows what I think is the corpse. Can you guess the size and shape?
Shan't try, Lazarus.
As near as I can measure on a film a centimeter square, shot with a telephoto lens from too high because Dora was crying and wanting to go home, it is the size of that berth Gay Deceiver is in. Hilda, I think I photographed you rescuing my mother before you did it.
What? Lazarus, that's...
Don't say impossible. The land of Oz is impossible. You're impossible. I'm impossible. Who invented pantheistic multi-person solipsism? You did.
I wasn't going to say impossible. Now that you know that I'm pregnant, you will realize why I want to try to rescue your mother right away, before my belly starts growing where the seat belt crosses it. Her name was Marion? Marion Johnson Smith?
Maureen Johnson.
That proves that the real Lazarus Long stood up. It bothered me that there might be a series of analog Lazarus Longs like analog Earths.
Wouldn't bother me, that's their problem.
But it would destroy the theory I worked out that would account for my sitting here in a pool of water in a time-traveling flying saucer with a fabulous man, both ways, when I know he's a fictional character in a book I read years back. That makes me a fictional character, too, but that doesn't trouble me, as I can't read a novel with me in it any more than you could read the one I read about you.
I came close to doing just that.
Don't be mysterious, Lazarus.
I like wild stories. Used to read every one I could find in the Kansas City Public Library. On another time trip, I picked up a magazine of a type you may never have seen. Read one installment of a serial. Ridiculous. 4 people traveling in space in an airplane. At the end of that installment, they are hailed by a flying saucer. Continued next month. Hilda, how do you think Dora was able to be at the right place at the right time when Gay Deceiver popped out of nowhere?
Where is that magazine?
Down the same destruction oubliette that recently received my best fake Scottish chief costume. If I had not learned long ago to dispose of casual fiction once I had read it, Dora would never be able to lift. Hilda, you explained it yourself. Hilda, do you hear me? Her husband's voice. Her face lit up.
Yes, Jacob?
May I see you? I have a problem. I barely whispered, I'll get out, and started to stand up. She pulled me back down.
Of course, Jacob, dearest. I'm in the flag cabin. Where are you?
In our suite.
Come straight here, she whispered to me. Do we have a deal?
I nodded.
She stuck out her hand. We shook on it. Partners, she whispered. Details later. Maureen first.
Her husband answered, Hilda, I don't know my way, and it's a private matter.
Then you must come here, Jacob. This is the only private place in the ship. I've been talking business with Lazarus Long. Business so private we had to talk here. No more trouble, dearest man, and we each get what we want. Come join us. We need you.
Can he hear me?
Certainly. We're having a bath together. Come join us. I want you to know all about the deal before we tell the children. I may need support on parts where we traded quid pro quo.
Silence. I'd better call back later. I said, Dr. Burroughs, you want to talk privately with your wife. I will get out, but please understand that social bathing is as commonplace on my world as offering a friend a drink is on yours. I am here because the Commodore invited me, and I assure you she is quite unharmed.
Burroughs replied in a pained voice,
I know that custom and have utter faith in Hilda's social judgment. Yes, I do need to speak to her, but I don't mean to be surly. I'll come up or down or across and say hello. Please don't leave before I get there. I'll ask my way. Dora will show you. Step into the corridor and wait. She'll find you. Very well, sir. Dora, special.
Yes, Pappy?
Find Professor Burroughs. Leave him here, by the longest route. Slow march.
Aye, aye, Pappy.
I said hurriedly to Hilda, I may know what this is. Let me check. Lib?
Yes, Lazarus?
Are you alone?
In my stateroom alone, and lonely,
Lib added.
and upset.
So, did you put the question to Professor Burroughs?
Yes, Lazarus, I had perfect opportunity, the one place Dora can't see or hear, inside Gay Deceiver's space warp, and...
Chop it, Lib. Did he turn you down?
No, but he didn't say yes. He's gone to discuss it with his wife. That's why I'm jittery.
Turn on the soother. I'll call you back. Off. Hilda asked,
What's the matter with Elizabeth?
I'll make it short, as even the longest route can't take long. Lib is terribly anxious to have a child by the mathematician, your husband, who formulated the equations for six-dimensional, positively curved space. She thinks, and so do I, that they might produce a mathematician equal to or even greater than Lib or your husband. But she should have let Ishtar arrange it. She jumped the gun. I don't know why.
I do. Elizabeth. Lib was slow in answering. This is Elizabeth Long. Hilda Burrows here. Elizabeth, you come straight here. Flag cabin. Commodore, are you angry with me? I meant no harm. Dear, dear, you come to Mama Burrows' arms and let me pet you and tell you that you're a good girl. Now, how far away are you? Just around the curve, a few meters. Drop everything and hurry. Lazarus and I are in the fresher, in the pool. Come join us. All right. Hurry. Hilda asked. How do I let them in? Run dripping and do it by hand? I noticed that our door lets anyone out but can't be opened from the outside without help. She added, For that matter, how do I get back in?
Dora knows you belong here. For the rest, Dora, admit Libby Long and Professor Burrows.
Aye, aye, Pappy. Lib, here she comes. Dr. Jacob Burrows, I'm fetching. How soon?
Hilda said, 2 minutes. Lib hurried in, still unsmiling. Did smile when Hilda put her arms around her, smiled and cried at the same time. I heard Hilda crooning, There, there, dear, it's a wonderful idea. She'll be the world's greatest mathematician. A cute baby, something like Dee-Dee, something like you. Jacob, in here, darling. If you are wearing anything, chuck it. We're in the pool. Seconds later, the pool was filled to its rated capacity. Hilda, with arms around both of them, kissed her husband, kissed Lib, said sternly to them, Stop looking as if you were at a funeral. Jacob, this is what Jane would want, and it is what I want. Elizabeth, you aren't crowding me out. I'm pregnant now. I'll have my baby 6 weeks before you have yours. I've decided to ask Dr. Leif Hubert to deliver my baby. Who are... Hilda, I haven't delivered a baby for over a century. You have 7 months in which to brush up. Dr. Leif, are you refusing to attend me? No, but, Jake, if Hilda will have her baby at the clinic on Tertius, she will be in the hands of the most skilled obstetricians in this universe, which I am not. I'm rusty. Doctor, I think Hilda would settle for your holding her hand and standing by to help if needed. I think my daughter would like that, too. She may have her baby the same day as Hilda. Sir, I will be honored, but I want to say something about this proposed baby, a cross between 2 all-time great mathematicians. I know that your world places value on monogamy. Howards do not. They can't. But this need not violate your values. If you will make a deposit at the sperm bank at... What? Hilda Burrows looked shocked. Lazarus, are you talking about syringes and things like that done to Elizabeth? Why, yes, She chopped me off. Babies are not made with syringes. Babies are made with love, with little moans of happiness between 2 people who know exactly what they are doing and want to do it. Elizabeth, are you fertile today? I should be. It's time. Then kiss me and tell me you want to do this, if you do. Oh, I do, very much. There were kisses and tears all around. I got pulled into it, found myself kissing the prospective father. I gave him a chance to duck, but he didn't. Our busy little stranger was still playing ringmaster. Lazarus, what is that guest room across the cabin? Pastel colors? Aurora room. Beloved husband, wrap a towel around this sweet, frightened child, take her there, lock the door behind you, and make her happy. This suite is the only totally private place in this ship. If I lay eyes on either of you in less than 1 hour, I shall burst into tears. That doesn't mean you can't stay longer. I hope that you will come to dinner, but you are welcome to Aurora room after dinner. Sweetheart, you must give her at least 1 chance each of the next 3 days. A woman's timing can vary from her norm. Now get. Pick her up and carry her. Lib wouldn't let Jake carry her, but she leaned into his arm. As they left the fresher, she looked back with a happy smile and threw us a kiss. Hilda caught it and ate it. Then she said to me, Help me out, please, dear. I lifted her out, sat her on the edge, climbed out myself. She patted the padded deck, said, I think this is better than that chaise longue. If we happen to be caught, it wouldn't embarrass me and should not embarrass you. In these circumstances, Jacob would be relieved rather than upset. She smiled, eased her sweet thighs, put up her arms. Now? Yes. Anything you want, including back rubs. Lazarus, does it excite you knowing what is going on a few meters away? It does me. Yes, but I don't need it. Hilda, you're superb. Not in looks, certainly, so I try hard with what I have. Sold myself 3 times, did my best to make my contract husbands each feel that he had received full value, then married dear Jacob for love, and am trying still harder with him. He is good. I mean, he is good all through. I hope Elizabeth appreciates him. You've had her? Yes. Before or after the change? Both. I miss the before, appreciate the after. Then why won't you knock her up? That's a family joke. She had her first child by me, is now making the rounds of our family, more or less. Woman, you are not here to talk. I'm almost there. She looked delighted. I'm climaxing steadily. Let her rip, and bit my chin. An indefinitely long time later that need not be detailed, we were resting in each other's arms, enjoying that delicious peace of the ebbing tide. Hilda saw them first, raised her head.
Jacob, beloved, did you? Did my sweetheart put a baby in you? Did he? Hilda, you do that every night? Little bitty like you? Less than 2 hours, and darling Jacob has worn me out. I'm a hollow mockery, dear, built for it. Tell her, Jacob.
My darling is adaptable, Libby, dear. Lazarus, did Hilda treat you nicely? I died happy.
He's not dead. Hilda made a long arm, cupped a handful of water, threw it in my face, giggled.
The suggestion, she added, I rejected with dignity. As much dignity as one can manage when 2 women are tumbling one into a tub of water, while one's male comrade stands by and laughs. Chapter 44. Where do we get the corpse? Zeb.
The question, said my wife Dee, is where do we get the corpse? With timing that precise, Gay can make the pickup, but a corpse has to be left behind. Lazarus, not only do your movies show it, but you remember Maureen's death. You went to her funeral. It's got to be a fresh corpse of an elderly woman that the cops will accept as Maureen Johnson.
6 of us, Dee, me, Jake, Sharpie, Lazarus, and Libby, were seated around our kitchen dining table at New Harbor. Our wives accepted that compromise in Beulah Land, trying to make plans for the snatch. Snatch in the literal sense, if the rescue of Maureen Johnson were to succeed. Lazarus had a motion picture that showed that we would succeed, had succeeded, were about to succeed, at a precise time and place and date, on an analog of Earth 0, 1 quantum away on T-axis. Easy. Success guaranteed. Can't miss. Do it blindfolded. But suppose we did miss. The frames showed that a rotable had passed through the space where Gay had been, would be, grounded, and in so doing ran over, would run over, will run over, is, was, and forever will be running over, the dumped corpse. Suppose the timing or placement was off just a touch. On his first time travel, 1916 to 1918 Old Home Terra, with Dora piloting, Lazarus had missed not by a split second, but by 3 years. Lazarus had pointed out that it was his fault, not Dora's. He had fed her imperfect data, and we had jumped on him from 5 sides. It was not a question of whose fault, but the fact a mistake could be made. Or could it? 4 mathematicians, 1 mathematical engineer, I include me as resident expert in Gay's responses, and 1 intuitionist all disagreed. Hilda was certain that nothing could go wrong. I am a firm believer in Murphy's Law. Given any possible chance, it will go wrong. Anything. Libby had been wholeheartedly converted both to Jake's 6-axis plenum of universes, to the awful number of the beast, but also to Sharpie's multiple solipsism, and asserted that they were 2 sides of the same coin. One was a corollary of the other, and vice versa. Combined, it constituted the ultimate total philosophy, science, religion, mathematics, art, in one grand, consistent package. She spoke of a ficton being a quantum of imagination reality, imaginary being identical with real, whatever that is, as casually as a physicist speaks of photons. Could a mistake be made? Yes, and would create a new universe. Jacob, you spoke of the empty universes your family had visited. One by one they fill as fictons are created, she added. But a mistake was not made. We snatched Maureen safely. We ourselves create the fictons ficta that will make it real. She was euphoric. I attributed it to excitement over the coming adventure. I was mistaken. Lazarus, a highly competent mathematician, although not the unique that Jake is, or Libby, was in this case not a calm abstractionist. His mood was grim determination to win or die trying, causing me to recall how he got his arse shot off. Jake turned out to be a determinist, he himself being one universe's prime example of utter, rambunctious free will. Dee is a pragmatic mathematician, unworried by theory. Oz is real. She is real. Fictons don't interest her. Don't fret, Lazarus. We can do it, Gay can do it, and we won't do it until Gay is certain of her program. This discussion had started mid-afternoon in Dora. Sharpie had worked out her difficulties with Lazarus, to my enormous relief. Were those 2 to wind up on opposite sides in anything more serious than Parcheesi, I yearned to be elsewhere, say Timbuktu, under an assumed name. She, Jake, Lazarus, and Libby were in the flag cabin, arguing, when Sharpie had Dora page Dee and me. There were endless matters on the agenda, including the preposterous notion that we four were missing Howards, and that Lazarus was registering us as such. I'm not sure I want to live 1,000 years, or even 200, but I am sure of this. A, I want to live quite a piece, and B, I want to be alert, healthy, and active right up to the last, not like my great-grandfather, who had to be spoon-fed at 105 and could not control his secretions. But the Howards have got that whipped. You stay young as long as you wish, then die by choice when you feel you've had your full run. Yes, I was willing to be a found Howard, since it included Dee plus little Dee's ad infinitum. Lots of other business, all of it postponed, including the problem of black hats, in order to deal with rescuing Maureen Johnson. We were still discussing knotty aspects when Lore's voice said, "Commodore?" "Yes, Captain," Sharpie had answered. "Ma'am, I hesitate to disturb you." "Quite all right, Lore. The captain must always be able to reach me." Ma'am, Dora told me that she was forbidden to call you. She has for you a variety of new Rome styles for women and men, a military uniform for Dr. Jacob and one for Dr. Zebediah, and evening formals for Dr. Elizabeth and Dr. Deety, and she's not sure where to send any of them." "Send all the clothes to the flag cabin, please." "Yes, ma'am. They should be appearing in your delivery cupboard now. Do you know where that is?" "I'll find it. What are you and your sister wearing tonight, or is it a secret?" "It's not a secret. We just haven't decided, but there is still an hour and 31 minutes till dinner." "Time enough to pick out pretty clothes. Or will you wear formal skin tonight? That takes anywhere from 2 seconds to 2 hours, does it not? Off." Sharpie used an unusually rough expression of disgust, which told me that she now included Lib and Lazarus in her inner circle.
"Woody, do you know any exceptionally strong cuss words? I detest the thought of wasting time pretending to be festive when we have so much to settle, especially our procedures for Maureen." Deety looked at Libby. "You and I are kind of stuck with the promise, too. How about some new cuss words from you, too?" "Deety, I have no literary talent, but I would like to hear some soul-soothing cussing. We ought to stick with this, with snacks to keep going and sleep when we must, until it's perfect. 3 hours or 3 days or 3 weeks. I said, "We shall." Sharpie shook her head. "Zebby, you can skip dinner. I can't. Lazarus should appear, too." He agreed. "I'm afraid I must, but, Commodore, I must advise you that your flag chief of staff should be present, too, for esprit de corps." He cleared his throat noisily. "Libby and Jacob, being passengers, could skip." Lib shook her head. "Deety and I made a reckless promise." Not being a genius myself, it's kind of fun to make a roomful of 'em look silly. I stood up. "No, we will not let a dinner party interfere. We can settle it within 3 days. But if you all are going to chase rabbits, what's the matter with you, Sharpie? Getting stupid in your old age?" "Apparently I am, Zebby," she said to Lazarus. "Please issue orders canceling dinner. We'll stay with this until we finish it. There are beds and lounges whenever anyone needs to nap, but we won't adjourn. 3 hours or 3 weeks or longer." "Don't cancel dinner, Sharpie." "Zebby, you have me confused." "Beulah Land is on a different time axis." 5 minutes later, we were in our old farmhouse. We hadn't stopped for clothes, as we would have wasted 20 minutes, whereas the idea was to save time on that axis, use time on this axis. We stuck Lazarus and Libby back in the afterspace with the bulkhead door dogged open, so they could see and hear, but required them to use the web straps and cautioned them that the lumps under them were loaded firearms. The only thing not routine was that we would be making rendezvous later with a moving ship, something we had done before only from bounce range in the same space-time. So I had asked Gay whether she was sure she could do it. She assured me that she could because she wasn't concerned with the ship's vector. She would return the instant she left. I turned to Commodore, now Captain Sharpie. "Ready for space, Captain." "Thank you, Astrogator. Gay Deceiver, Beulah Land, execute. Gay Deceiver, open your doors. All hands unbelt. Disembark. Gay, it's sleepy time. Over. Good night, Hilda. Roger and out." Our passengers were dazed. They all are, first time. They stood outside our barn looking at the setting sun, acting like zombies, until I shooed them inside. Although Beulah Land does not have body taboos, they wear clothes most of the time, and 6 naked people outdoors in a clump as the chill of the evening was coming on was odd. I like a low profile. Once inside, Libby said, "Feels like Arkansas." Lazarus replied, "Feels like Missouri." "Neither," I told them. "It would be the state of Washington if it weren't Beulah Land, and what ought to be Puget Sound is about a kilometer over that way." "It still feels like home. Lazarus, I'm happy here." At that moment I decided we would never give up New Harbor. Apparently we were going to be citizens of Tertius, or maybe New Rome, on Secundus, or both. Commuting is no problem when light years mean nothing, on another time axis.
We could take a rest from city life any time and have it cost not 1 day's work on Tertius. Contrariwise, only such time would pass on New World as we spent there. Maybe we could sell vacations, or extra study time for that student who has his big exam, the one he must pass, tomorrow morning. Sell him room and board and transportation and 3 weeks not in the calendar, at a slight markup, of course. I built a cheerful fire in the fireplace, and Lazarus washed dishes while Libby insisted on proving that she could cook on a wood range, even though she had learned centuries ago, by her time scale, as a gangling boy. Yes, Elizabeth can cook. We ate and sat around and talked, puzzling how to be sure of Maureen. Not make that one tiny mistake. It was then that Dee Dee brought up the matter of the dead body. "You've seen how accurate Gay can be, but where do we get a freshly dead corpse to replace Maureen?" Lazarus told her to forget it. "I provide the corpse." "That's not a good answer, Lazarus." "Dee Dee, don't worry. It'll be dead and I will dump it." I said, "Lazarus, I don't like that answer a damn bit." "Nor do I," Jake seconded. "Nor I," agreed Sharpie. "Woody, you're asking us to make a snatch, a hanging offense many places, bad trouble anywhere. We don't mind the technicality. Saving an old woman's life isn't the sin kidnapping is, but what about this freshly dead corpse? We don't deal in murder." Lazarus glowered. Libby said hastily, "If I assure you that it is all right, will you let it go at that?" "No," pronounced Sharpie. "Woody must come clean." All right, I own this corpse. No murder or any other crime involved. Now, will you quit writing me about it?" "Jake?" "I don't like it, Zeb." "I don't either. But we needn't do anything. We go limp. He may not last long in a culture that balances." "Possible, but that's his problem." Sharpie said quickly, "Did either of you promise him a ride back to my ship?" "Whose ship?" "My ship, Woody. Gentlemen?" "I didn't promise him. Did you, Jake?" "No. Did you, Dee Dee? Hilda?" "Not me, Pop. Nor me, Jacob. Woody, earlier today I thought you had seen the light. Conceded I am but indifferent honest myself, but even pirates need to feel safe with their shipmates. You and I shook hands as partners. You don't seem to understand what that means. However, I'm not going to abandon you here. You'd be balanced in a week, dead or worse, so we'll take you back. By the way, it is impossible to steal Gay Deceiver. Yes, I know you once stole a ship enormously bigger than Gay, but not as well protected." "Lazarus, tell them." "Lib, I was waiting for the Commodore to finish. That corpse wasn't murdered because it was never alive other than as a vegetable." Lazarus looked embarrassed. "About 30 years ago, we started a medical school on Tertius. A one-horse deal, more of a branch of the clinic. But genetic engineering is taught, and student genetic surgeons must practice. Ordinarily, a clone that goes bad is killed and frozen and its tissues studied. A clone that takes, shows no fault, no deviation, is either cared for and allowed to develop if its genetic source wants a spare body and will pay for it. Or, more likely, a healthy clone is purely a laboratory exercise. An ethical medical school requires supervised destruction during the first pseudo-trimester, before quickening shows in the wave form. Neither student nor tissue donor is likely to be upset by this quasi-abortion, as the student is almost always herself the donor. If it bothers her, she's in the wrong vocation. If the student is not the donor, emotional upset is hardly possible. The student thinks of the clone as a quasi-living histological specimen, the usefulness of which is at end, and the tissue donor can't be upset being unaware of it." "Why so, Lazarus? If anybody is tinkering with my cells, I want to know about it. I do." "Dee Dee, that tissue may be years, even centuries old. The donor may be parsecs away, or still warm and the donor just leaving the building, or anything in between. A sperm and ova bank ensures the future of the race. A tissue bank ensures the future of the individual. But somebody has to pick up the check. It's a Tan-Staffel situation. A few of the very wealthy and neurotic always have a quickened but unawakened clone in stasis. I'm wealthy, but not neurotic. I don't have a reserve clone." I caught sight of Libby's face as Lazarus made that last statement. Her mouth twitched in a half-smile about to become, I think, a snicker, had she not suppressed all expression. No one but I caught it. I made note to ask her about it later, then I remembered what the mouse told the cat and decided not to. "But I do what any prudent Howard does. I have tissue on deposit. One may do this either of two ways, pay high, or pay much lower and sign a release on half the donation for research and instruction." He grinned. "I'm stingy. My tissue is available to medical students." He went on. "Not all medical schools are ethical. I can think of at least 3 planets where—" Lazarus looked directly at my wife. "Dee Dee, you raised this issue. While I can think of 3 planets where one can buy any sort of monster, I can think of at least 30 where for a much lower fee I could simply say, I want that one. He pointed at Sharpie, and the answer would be, it's a deal, Mac. How freshly dead and when do you want delivery? Sharpie looked around behind herself as if to see at whom Lazarus had pointed. That's the cheapest way. Then you weren't pointing at me, Sharpie interrupted. Woody, it's not polite to point. For a moment you had me worried. I'm never cheap. High-priced. Always. So I found out, Commodore. Dee Dee, that's cheapest and safe for the buyer in the places I have in mind, but how can I convince you that I never gave even a moment's consideration to that method? You seem to know a lot about me, more than I know about any of you. Is there anything that you have ever read or heard, anything that I've said or done, that would cause you to think that I would murder or contract for a murder, same but nastier, in order to further my own ends? I'm not saying that I have never killed. A man who has lived even half as long as I have has found himself more than once in a kill-or-be-killed situation. But the best way to deal with such a situation is not to get into it, anticipate it, avoid it. Lazarus Long stopped and looked sad, and for the only time of my acquaintance with him, looked his age. I do not mean he suddenly looked decrepit, but he had an aura of ancient sorrow. Professor Burroughs, if it would do any good, I would junk all my plans, accept being forever stranded here, for the privilege of taking a 20-pound sledge and smashing your space-time twister. I was shocked. Damn it, I like good machinery. Jake looked hurt. Dee Dee and Sharpie looked stunned. Jake said tightly, Lazarus, why? Not to hurt you, Professor. You have my highest respect. You are one of 3, the man who invented the wheel, the man who discovered how to use fire, and you. But in making this supreme discovery, you have accomplished something I had thought impossible. You have made interstellar war logistically practical. Interstellar, intergalactic, interuniversal. Lazarus suddenly straightened up, threw off his gloom, grinned. All the king's horses and all the king's men can't close Pandora's box again. Once it hits the fan, the only thing to do is sweep it up, package it, and sell it as fertilizer. Hilda has plans along that line, but I'm going to have to start thinking in military terms again. Figure out how to defend my home place against what appears to be that ultimate weapon much talked about, but never achieved. I am glad to say that Hilda plans to keep it a close-held secret as long as possible. That may buy us time. He turned his attention back to my wife. Dee Dee, I have never murdered. I never will. The nearest I ever came to it was once being sorely tempted to strangle a 5-year-old boy. I admit that the thought has often passed through my mind that this character, or that, would look his best as the centerpiece of a funeral. But can I convince you that I have never acted on such thoughts? Think hard, please, all that you know of me. Am I capable of murder? Dee Dee doesn't dither. Remember how we got married? She jumped up, hurried around our kitchen table, and kissed Lazarus, and stopped hurrying. It was a kiss that calls for a bed or even a pile of coal, had there not been urgent business before the house. Dee Dee broke from it, sat down beside him, and said, Tell us how we get this unmurdered fresh corpse. It's clear that we're going to have to go pick it up in Gay, so we must know. Libby said gently, Lazarus, this is what you have been avoiding. May I tell it? Thanks, Lib. No, you would pretty it up. Pipe down, said Dee Dee. Elizabeth, give us the straight word, briefly. Very well. The medical school of BIT is as ethical as you will find. My sister, wife, Ishtar, is director of the rejuvenation clinic and chairman of the board of the medical school and still finds time to teach. I have never seen Maureen Johnson, as I was born about 2 centuries after she was, but she is supposed to resemble Lays and Lore. Unsurprising. She is their genetic mother, since they were cloned from Lazarus. Oh, I see. There is still a 3rd clone from Lazarus, female? A spoiled one, Dee Dee. Ishtar tells me that it is difficult rather than otherwise to get a bad clone from Lazarine tissue, so it is especially suitable for induced mutation experiments. She orders the destruction of these experiments when they have served their purpose. Dee Dee said to make it brief, growled Lazarus. Lib ignored him. But while Ishtar checks on the students, no one checks on her. For 20 years, Ishtar watched for a clone that would look human but not be human. So deficient in forebrain that it could never be anything but a vegetable, unaware. She told me that her students had unknowingly provided her with dozens to work on. Usually they died too soon, or never developed human appearance, or had some other fault that made them unusable. But several years ago she succeeded. I testify that this thing looked like Lays and Lore as it passed through the stage of its forced development, and also that it looked like an older version, wrinkled and hair streaked with gray, when it died 2 tertian years ago.
Huh? Fresh corpse. And was quick frozen at once. I testify to something else. Friends, in becoming a woman, I acquired an interest in biology that I had not had as a male. While I teach math at BIT, I am also staff mathematician to the clinic and have studied a bit of human biology. When I say that this spoiled clone was never alive in any real sense, I speak as the mathematical biologist who checked its monitors' records daily. It always required full metabolic support. We monitored everything. The surprising thing is that Ishtar could keep it alive long enough to let it appear to age. But Ishtar is very skillful. Libby added, Lazarus would not only have become upset in telling this, but he could not have told it firsthand, as Ishtar refused to permit Lazarus to see this spoiled clone or any records on it.
A willful woman, said Lazarus. In 3 seconds I could have told Ish whether or not this thing looked enough like my mother to be useful. Instead, I must depend on the opinions of people who have never laid eyes on my mother. Damn it! I am owner of record of the clinic and chairman regent of all BIT. Does that count with Ishtar? Hilda, my senior wife is as tough a case as you are and looks as little like it as you do.
So, it will be interesting to see what happens when I am your junior wife, Sharpie answered at her pertest.
Are you going to be my junior wife? Lazarus swung around and looked at her husband. Jake? I don't think I have a vote, my blood brother answered easily.
I'll automatically be your junior wife if we are invited to join the Long family, which we damn well ought to be if we make this work, Sharpie said indignantly.
Wait a half, I put in. If we are invited to join the Long family, a tall assumption if I ever saw one. Dee Dee would be a junior, not you, you elderly baggage.
Hillbilly can be junior if she wants to be, I don't mind.
Dee Dee, I said, are you serious? I've been trying to point out to your stepmother that you don't push your way into a family.
I wasn't pushing, Zebediah, my wife answered. I want us to stay on Tertius at least until we have our babies and possibly make it our home. It seems to be a pleasant place and should be free of black hats, no skin taboos, but that doesn't mean that the Longs have to have us in their laps. I intend to nominate you, Zebediah, Libby told me. All 4 of you, and I hope you 4 accept, but Dee Dee twin, you know what I'm attempting, with your father. Yes, I know. I'm cheering for it. Your husband must hear this. Dee Dee, I still have that Y chromosome in every cell, even though it has been so inhibited by hormone balance that I don't notice it. You and I could try for a mathematical genius baby, too. Huh? Which one of us supplies the penis? Ishtar does. Neither of us would be host mother the way it would be done, but any of my sister wives would supply womb room if she didn't happen to be pregnant. Or the host mother could be a stranger we would never meet, and the child's family parents, strangers too, all handled by Ishtar, who always reads the relevant genetic charts before approving anything. Zebediah? I said without hesitation. It's up to you, hon. I'm in favor of it. It makes sense, but don't lose track of the child. Elizabeth, I want to adopt the baby ahead of time. Bottle baby, but the formulas are probably better now. Not here now. Tertius there, then now. Bottle baby? Oh, no longer done. A baby needs to suckle. But there is usually spare milk around the Longs. If I'm lactating, I always have excess. I turn out to be a good milk cow, despite that extra chromosome. But Dee Dee can nurse our child if she wishes to. Causing a woman to come fresh with milk without bearing a child is a minor biochemical manipulation today. Tertian today. Professional wet nurses do it regularly and are likely to be in that vocation because they love babies but can't have them themselves for some reason. Sounds good. What sounded best was this. A baby Dee Dee is a wonderful idea, but a baby Dee Dee who is also a baby Libby is sure to be wonderful squared, cubed. While I'm on this, and no one here but family, Jacob, there is no reason not to create a 3rd mathematical super genius by crossing you with your daughter. I was looking at my wife, thinking pleasant thoughts about baby Dee Dee Libby, when Elizabeth dropped this bomb, and Dee Dee shut down her face. It's not an unpleasant expression, it's a no expression, a closed door, while Dee Dee sorts out her thoughts. So I looked at Jake in time to see his face shift from surprise to shock. But that's... Incest? Libby supplied. No, Jacob, incest is a social matter. Whether you bed your daughter is none of my business. I'm speaking of genes, of still another way to conserve mathematical genius. Ishtar would scan your charts most carefully and would resort to chromosome surgery if there was the slightest chance of double dosage of a bad allele. But you and your daughter could see Ishtar on different days and never know anything about the outcome. Your genes are not your property. They come from your race. This offers opportunity to give them back to the race with your highest talent reinforced, without loss to anyone. Think about it. Jake looked at me, then at his daughter. Dee Dee?
She added no expression voice to no expression face, but directed her answer to me.
Zebediah, this is necessarily up to you and Jacob.
I'm not sure that anyone but Sharpie noticed that she had not said Pop. Dee Dee added at once with total change in manner. First things first, Maureen's rescue. All of you are stuck in a rut of time sequence. Oh, the minor problem of keeping clear of Dora and the missile both times. Routine. And I was hit by a Satori. Lazarus answered, But, Dee Dee, I promised Dora never again to take her anywhere near Albuquerque.
Dee Dee sighed. Lib? Frames 113 through 772, then 773 through 1002?
Precisely, and precisely it must be, too. I'm timing it by that yellow open rotable approaching from the other direction. What are you using?
The same one, easy to spot, and its speed never varies.
Lazarus said, Jake, do you know what they are saying? Yes and no. They are treating it as two problems, but we lack 3 seconds of time, enough to dump one and snatch the other. Those traffic lights, you called them, leave that intersection clear by a measured interval, clocked by your camera. Sharpie suddenly grinned. I nodded to her to take it. She did.
Dee Dee and Livy are saying that we do it twice. First we rescue Maureen, then we come back and dump the corpse.
I added, but the second time we don't ground. Jake, I'm going to ask you to move over. Dee Dee moves to my seat. We'll dump the dead meat so that it hits the ground between frames 772 and 773. I'll be on manual and hovering. I need to know where Dora is and where that missile is, and need to be sure of the acceleration of gravity, Earth Prime, because that corpse will already be falling right over our heads while we are making the snatch. Close timing. Gay can fly herself more precisely than I can. I think that Dee Dee and I will write a program, then I'll be on override. Suspenders and belt. Jake added, Zeb, I see the procedure, but if we are hovering for the drop while we are also on the ground, why aren't we shown in the photographs? May be in some of them. Doesn't matter. Dee Dee, when do we do this? Cancel. Sharpie, your orders, Captain. Dee Dee and Sharpie swapped glances. Then they sounded like Lay's lore, with Sharpie leading. Now to bed. It's almost midnight in our biological time, slightly later in local time. We do both jobs after breakfast, Dee Dee responded. But sleep as late as we can. Be sharp and on our toes. Minds me, just one fresher, quite primitive, but the two in Gay are as available here as anywhere, since they are actually in Oz. 6 people, 3 pots, not difficult. And 3 beds, added Sharpie. Jacob, kiss us good night and take Lib to bed. Master bedroom and good luck. Use my toothbrush, Lib, hun. Anything else you need? No. A good cry, maybe. I love you, Hilda. If I didn't love you, Elizabeth, I wouldn't be madam of this joint. We'll cry together the day Ishtar tells us you've caught. Now shush, scat, kiss us, and go to bed. As they headed upstairs, Sharpie said to me, Zebby, give Dee Dee a pre-amnesty so that she can try out Lazarus and find out whether she wants to be junior wife. I tried to look amazed. Dee Dee, haven't you tried Lazarus yet? You know darn well I haven't. When have I had time? From a woman who specializes in programming time machines, that is a silly question. Lazarus, she's already knocked up, so don't fret about it. One warning, she bites. The best ones always do. Hush. Kiss us good night, dears. Zebby, open the couch in the living room. That's where you're going to keep me warm. But who's going to keep me warm? A skinny little runt like you? Sharpie bites. Chapter 45. A Stitch in Time. Jake. We popped out one click H above G over Albuquerque, Earth Prime, and Gay tilted her nose down. A last-minute change put my daughter Dee Dee at co-pilot, while I sat left rear nominal navigator. Dee Dee can use verniers as accurately as I, did not expect to use them at all, did need to be able to see the yellow rotable, and has this clock in her head. Elizabeth Long was in the after compartment, strapped down but not on lumps of ordnance. Rifles, pistols, bedclothes for the control compartment, anything else that could be moved easily to reduce clutter, had been shifted into our space warp, as had Lazarus Long. Dr. Ishtar had warned Lazarus not to let his mother recognize him, as the shock to her might be harmful, even fatal. While Lazarus had been trying to figure out how to make the snatch using Dora, he had planned on wearing disguise. But hiding in our Land of Oz edition was simpler, especially as Ishtar was almost as anxious that Lazarus not see his mother's pseudo-corpse. This I learned from Elizabeth in the night. So I showed Lazarus the everlasting picnic basket, advised him to use bedclothes to make a shakedown and sleep if possible, as there would be time to kill, and supplied him with books. But don't come out until I open the door. Then did not mention that I was locking him in. I was relieved to have only a nominal job. I was not sleepy despite a short night. I was bemused. I was had fallen in love with Elizabeth Long. No less in love with Hilda, more in love with her than ever. I am learning that love does not subtract. It multiplies. As Gay tilted down, I reached over and touched Hilda's hand. She smiled and threw me a kiss. I'm sure she had a sweet night. She has loved Zeb as long as she has known him. As a loyal chum, she tells me, but Hilda holds to the higher truth, that it is better to be kind than to be frank. It did not matter either way. Zeb is my blood brother, beloved by me, perfect husband for my daughter, and if not Hilda's lover in the past, then he surely was now, and it troubled me not at all. On awakening, I had discussed it with Jane before I opened my eyes. Jane approves and is delighted by Elizabeth. My daughter had an unusual night, too. If the myths are true, Lazarus is more than 100 times as old as Dee-Dee. This gulf may not matter to him, but Dee-Dee takes everything seriously. Apparently, it had done her no harm. At breakfast, she was bright-eyed and bubbly. All of us were euphoric and eager to get on with it. Zeb was saying, "That's it. Got it in the gun sight. Got the range. Smart girl?"
Got it nailed, boss.
"Keep it so. Dee-Dee, yellow rotable?"
Just spotted it. Gay countdown. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now.
We were diagonally in that intersection. Gay's port side door was popping open. I heard Zeb say, "Oh, my God." He was out of the car, kneeling, picking up a body, kicking a cop in the stomach, and throwing that body to me as he scrambled inside and shouted, "Gay, bounce!" Gay bounced. Gay is not supposed to lift with a door open, and bounce means 10 clicks. She bounced 1 click, finished closing her door, waited while Zeb checked the seal, completed the bounce. I am now a believer. I was passing this little old lady back to Elizabeth, and looking for resemblance to Lazarus when I heard Zeb moan, "I didn't get her purse. I didn't get her purse."
What of it?
Said Dee-Dee.
It's where we want it. Gay deceiver, tertius orbit, execute.
A beautiful planet. Zeb was saying, "Lib, can you coach us, or are you too busy?"
Not that busy. Maureen fainted, but her heart is strong and steady, and I have a strap holding her. Is Gay on frequency?
Dee-Dee reported,
Right on. Go ahead, Lib.
"The next I can't report. It was in Galacta." Then Elizabeth said,
We'll be passing over Boondock in 3 minutes, 22 seconds. Roof of the clinic is designated. Shall I come forward and point it out?
"Can you handle yourself in free fall?" Zeb asked.
I've some experience. 8 centuries.
My big mouth. Come forward. In 4 or 5 minutes, we grounded on a flat roof in a wooded part of a moderately large city. I saw a figure in a white coverall plus 2 others with a wheeled stretcher, and only then did I recall that none of us had dressed. Hilda had asked, Lazarus had vetoed, Elizabeth had concurred. So I found myself bare to my ears, bowing over a lady's hand and saying, "I am honored, Dr. Ishtar." She is indeed beautiful. A Valkyrie sculptured from cream and marshmallow and honey. She smiled and kissed my hand. Elizabeth said something in this other language. Ishtar smiled again and said in careful, fluent English,
"In that case, he is one of us,"
took my head in her hands, and kissed me thoroughly. Ishtar so distracted me that I did not notice that Maureen had been handed out, awake but dazed, been rolled away, and was gone. All of us were thoroughly and carefully kissed. Then Elizabeth discussed matters with Ishtar in Galacta.
Ish says that she has been slowly warming the thing. It is now at 4 degrees Celsius. She would like more time, but will bring it to 37 degrees Celsius in 6 hours if she must.
Dee-Dee said,
"How about 24 hours?
Ishtar was pleased at this, agreed that she understood that the substitute must be dressed in the patient's, client's, clothing, agreed that the space we were in would be kept clear, and asked,
"What's that pounding noise?"
Elizabeth explained that it was Lazarus. He is in a magic space warp about where we were standing. He knows that he is supposed to remain there, but he changed his mind and has just discovered that he is locked in. Ishtar's smile suddenly became a grin, as quickly left.
A magic space warp? Lib, I want to hear about that.
You will. We climbed back inside. Dee-Dee told Gay, 24 hours, and we stepped out again. Ishtar was lying on a pad, taking the sun, this time as bare as we were, and I was still more impressed.
Right on time,
she said, standing taller than I am, and as always smiling.
The substitute is waiting, and I have had time to examine and talk with the client. She is in good shape for her age, understands in part at least what has happened, and is undismayed by it. Please tell Lazarus that if he returns to Tertius soon, he will not be admitted to this building for 17 months. The client is most firm. She will not see Lazarus until I have completed rejuvenating her.
"Lib," said my daughter, Dee, 17 what sort of months? I want to set an exact rendezvous, and Gay's time calibration is not tertian, but Earth Prime and Earth Zero, Old Home Terra. With Elizabeth as interface, the three agreed on an exact time. Then Elizabeth again discussed something in that language. Ishtar nodded. "No problem. I have seen that picture, and a hooded cape is even less trouble." So we left. Dropping that pseudo-corpse was routine, but I was glad to be quit of it. I had swapped seats with my daughter. Then we were back on Tertius. "Always prompt," said Ishtar, and I was astounded to see that she was quite pregnant, close to birthing, when I had seen her, slender for her height, 2 minutes earlier. "And we are on time, too. Maureen, my friends and yours." She named us. Maureen Johnson spoke to us first in Galacta, shifted to English when she realized that we did not know the common tongue. Yes, she does look like Lays and Lore, but prettier. A woman of beauty and great charm. I find that I am growing accustomed to perfect ladies who embrace bare body to bare body on meeting a fully vouched-for stranger. She thanked each of us and made us believe it. "Still pounding?" Ishtar inquired. "It has been less than 5 minutes for him, Ish," Elizabeth explained. "But you know his temper. Perhaps we had better leave. Home soon, I think." So we left again, with Maureen squeezed between me and my wife, with a package and a cloak in her lap. We were back inside Dora at once. Elapsed time, 0 seconds. We still had an hour and 20 minutes to prepare for dinner. I found that I was hungry, even though breakfast was 3 hours ago, biological time, almost all of it spent in Beulah Land, programming for the caper, as all 3 phases took only a few durational minutes, mostly on a rooftop in Boondock. Maureen put on the cloak, a hooded cape, and carried a little package. "Silly, but fun," she said. "Where do we go now?" "Come with me," Hilda told her. "Beloved, you can let Woody out as soon as Dora tells Gay that I have reached Flag Cabin. When he yelps, tell him that we were too busy to play games with him, and the next time he wants a favor from me, he can crawl on his knees. Pounding, indeed. Tell him that I am extremely tired, and am going to nap until just before dinner, and he is not to call me or to come to the Flag Cabin between now and dinner without suffering my extreme displeasure and a punch in the nose from you. All of you come up to Flag Cabin as soon as you wish, but try not to be seen by Woody. You'll probably find Maureen and me in the lounging pool." Chapter 46. I'm gifted with second sight. Dee. When the hillbilly stages a production, she doesn't stint. By protocol decreed by Lazarus Long, dinner in Dora is formal, but with wide latitude informal, casual dress being the only thing utterly verboten. Dinner is preceded by a happy hour where one can sip Coca-Cola or get roaring drunk. Aunt Hilda changed all that for this night. No happy hour, but be on time, 2 minutes before 20 o'clock ship's time. No one permitted to eat in his quarters, a command performance. No options in dress. Commodore Auntie decided what each would wear, where each would sit. I said, "Commodore Hilda, honey, aren't you kind of throwing your weight around? What there is of it?" She answered, "Yes, I am, Deedekins, for this occasion, but before you criticize, ask your husband whether or not I ever permitted one of my parties to flop." "Don't need to ask him. Why, at your last one, our old Buick blew up. Never a dull moment." "I didn't plan that, but we got husbands out of it. Let's not complain. Before you deliver my message to the twins, tell me this. Is it safe to let them in on our secret?" "Hillbilly, I tell Zebediah anything, even though someone, you, for example, has asked me not to." "Dee, I thought we had a you'll keep my secrets and I'll keep your secrets agreement." "We do, but telling Zebediah gives you 2 covering for you instead of 1. About Lay's Law, remember that they are his wives as well as his clones." "Hun, you were always a wise one. All right, we keep it secret. Tell them what to wear, and please understand that I'm hiding behind you to avoid argument. It's a favor I appreciate. Sending up sword and saber is a favor to your husband and to your father, but I thank you on their behalf if they forget. Send the blades to your suite. They've decided they can dress more easily without women underfoot." "A canard," Pop said just back of my neck. "The women don't want us underfoot." "I knew it was one or the other, Jacob," Aunt Hilda agreed, "but Dora has already taken your uniforms to our suite, and your swords will—" "Be there, too, and I can recognize a fact when I fall over it, and have never been happier, my love, than I have been since you took charge of my life and started telling me what to decide." "Jacob, you're making me teary." "Jake, can you hear me?" Lazarus's voice and Aunt Hilda used family sign language. Pop nodded and answered promptly. "Certainly, Lazarus. What's on your mind?" I'm faced with the impossible and need help. I received an order, you too, I think, to dress in military uniform at dinner. The only uniform I have aboard is in the flag cabin, and... Say, are you in the flag cabin? Aunt Hilda shook her head. Pop answered, I'm in our suite, dressing for dinner. Hilda needed a nap, I told you. You certainly did, sir. I'm allergic to being punched in the snoot, but... Well, if you would use your influence, if any, to get me that uniform 20 minutes before dinner... Aunt Hilda nodded. Or even 10, you would save me the horrible dilemma of deciding which order to break. Don't decide to break the one telling you not to disturb Hilda. I didn't even consider breaking that one. And it's not your fist in my snoot. Jake, she terrifies me. I don't understand it. I'm twice her mass and all muscle. She couldn't possibly hurt me. Don't be certain. She has a poisoned fang. But calm yourself, comrade. I guarantee delivery by 19 minutes before the bell at latest. Jake, I knew I could depend on you. Let me know when you want a bank robbed. I gave Maureen a special hug before I left to carry out my orders. I knew what the hillbilly was doing, rigging it so that she could have a quiet hour in which to get acquainted with Maureen. I didn't resent it. I would have rigged it for me had I been able. I curved down the corridor, whistled for Lib to let me in, stopped dead and whistled another sort of whistle. She was dressed, if dressed is the word. Whee-you! Like it? I can't wait to get into mine. It is the most indecent outfit I've ever seen, with no other purpose than to excite lewd, libidinous, lascivious, licentious, lecherous, lustful longings in the loins of Lotharios. Isn't that the purpose of clothing? Well, aside from protection, yes, but I'm beginning to realize that a culture with no body taboo has to go much farther in styling to achieve that purpose. It was a dress with a skirt that was a 10-centimeter ruffle worn low. The material was silky stuff in pastel green. The bodice had no back, but the front came clear up to the neck, with cutouts for each tit. The designer did not stop there. Lib's left tit was bare, but her right one was barer yet. A transparent film that clung and was covered with rainbow iridescence that moved in endless patterns with every jiggle, and jiggle we do, no matter how firm. Elizabeth is as firm as I am, but hers quivered enough to swirl that iridescence just from breathing. Phew! If both had been bare, or both iridescent, it would not have done a quarter as much. It was the contrast that would make him howl at the moon. My dress was exactly like hers, save that my right tit was the bare one. Lib got me into it, then I hurried to the bridge with a hope promised to be back 10 minutes before the hour to have her touch up my eyebrows and lashes. I'm not much for cosmetics, neither is she, but our lashes and brows hardly show without help, and this was a formal occasion. One of Dora's blue fireflies led me to a lift that took me to the bridge, where Dora had told me I would find Lays and Lore. Lays spotted me first, made a yelling noise while patting her lips, which I took to mean enthusiasm. Those kids, women close to Pop's age, but they feel like kids, Lays Lore are as female as I am, and recognize what incites the lovely beast in men. They liked my dress. I liked that bridge. Reminded me of Star Trek. Pointed ears would not have surprised me. Or Nichelle Nichols backed by colored lights. This place makes my mouth water. Maybe someday a guided tour, pretty please? Captain Lore said, Certainly, but how about a swap as, we haven't even been inside Gay Deceiver, and Dora says she is wonderful, and when this job is done and we've rescued Mama Maureen there, won't be anything to stop us once Dora is safe on the ground at Tertius, huh? Certainly, I answered, gleefully, as now I knew that our 17-hour absence in 0 seconds had not been noticed. To Lore and Lays, the snatch was still in the planning stage. Apparently old Buddy Boy had not yet told his sisters, had not yet worked up a set of lies, probably, that would account for his being locked in the bathroom while the rest of us did the job. At the earliest opportunity, I went on, want to take a ride in Gay? Oh, my, could we? Not for me to say, but I can tell you what works. Cuddle up to the Commodore, pet her, be sweet to her. Ask her if she will let you call her Aunt Hilda when you're off duty. That will please her. She's a cat. Pet her and respect her feelings, and she purrs. Push her, and she scratches. They glanced at each other. We will, thanks. De nada, chicas. You've learned Galacta, in chorus. What? No, probably a phrase that carried over, but I was sent here on duty, and I've been chatting instead. Commodore's compliments to the captain, and the Commodore requests that Captain Lorelei Long and First Officer Lapis Lazuli Long join her at dinner at 20 o'clock, and as a favor to the Commodore, please dress in the same fashion as Doctors Libby and Deety, and that's me, and I'm wearing the fashion you are to wear. Captain Lore answered, Certainly we'll be there. We never miss dinner, and
always dress formally, and I don't mean bare skin. Skin is for working or sleeping, but we treat dinner in the Dora as a formal party, and that calls for the works. Formal evening dress and jewelry and cosmetics and perfume, and we are about to bathe and change, but we can't dress the way you are because our dresses are already picked out, and it's too late to start over. I said, "Look, chums, you brought this on yourselves by urging Lib and me to dress this way. Neither of us was enthusiastic, but we promised. The Commodore learned what Libby and I expected to wear and decided that 4 of us, all about the same size and coloration, would look wonderful in matching green dresses, so Lib and I are to be opposite you two, balancing you, and the men are required to wear uniforms so as not to compete with us 4. All clear?" They got their stupid look, which actually is a cover for stubborn determination. Laura said, "The captain sends her respects to the Commodore and regrets—" "Hold it! Does this ship have a lifeboat?" "Yes," answered Laura, But you are master of this ship, yes, I know, and I'm gifted with second sight. I see only 2 viable futures for you. Did you get your pirate flag up in the lounge?" "Yes, we did, but if you'll tell me what lifeboat and where, I'll get the flag to you before 20. I see you starting out in that lifeboat to be pirates. Or I see you at dinner in dresses of any green cloth you can find, cut hastily in this style and pinned together. No jewelry, no cosmetics that show. I don't think you can fake this iridescent stuff, but that stick-on transparent wrapping used instead would show that you had tried. The Commodore never rejects anyone for failing. What she despises is not trying. Send your answer via Dora. I can't be your messenger boy. I have work to do before dinner, now only 47 minutes away. Will the captain excuse me?" I got out fast. I didn't believe for 1 second that a ship stocked like the Dora, run by identical redheads, could fail to have endless formals in green, including this style or close to it. By now the twins are frantically consulting their brother via Dora, and from what I heard him say to Pop, I thought Lazarus would tell them that it was safer to jump ship and change their names than it would be to tangle with the miniature buzzsaw, but if Dora couldn't fake something that would at least show a hard try, he would sell her off as spare parts and install one of those new model Susan Calvin positronic brains that everybody said was the coming thing for smart ships. I said hello to Gay, then tried to reach under the instrument board and find the catch by touch. I got out of the car in order to stand up in the ship's passageway and took off my deliciously indecent dress. Then I was able to fold, bend, and staple to open the stowage. A saber and a sword, no belts. "Gay?" "What, Dee Dee?" "I'm looking for 2 sword belts. Category should be personal possessions, miscellaneous, weapons, belts for weapons." "Dee Dee, they are supposed to be with the sword and saber. Many things were moved into the land of Oz today. I heard you all talking about it, but no changes were read into my inventory. I'm sorry." "Smart girl, it's not your fault. We should have told you." "Dee Dee, I've rolled the dice. The curve says that the most probable place is on hooks in Sunbonnet Sue's wardrobe." They were. I was starting to leave, after telling Gay she was a smart girl, when she said, "Dee Dee, your father is calling. Dora has him on hold through me." "Thanks, Gay. Thanks, Dora. Pop?"
Dee Dee, are you still in Gay?
"Just outside the starboard door."
Can you lay hands on my automatic and the web belt that goes with it?
"Saw both 3 minutes ago."
Will you please remove the clip, check the chamber to be sure it's empty, then bring belt and pistol when you fetch our toad stickers?"
"Anything for a steady customer." I left with belt and sword slung over one shoulder, saber and belt over the other, so that the belts crossed between my tits, and with the web belt with holster and pistol interwoven through the others because it was far too big for my waist. This left my hands free to carry my dress, one hand being almost clean enough. Pop said,
"What took you so long? I promised Lazarus I'd get this stuff to him on time. Now I'm going to have to dog-trot in Army blues."
I told him I had stopped off at the pool hall and playing off the match game had taken a while. "If you'll excuse me, sir, I have problems, too." Elizabeth wiped me down with a damp towel, dried and powdered me, and drew my eyebrows and touched up my lashes and clucked over me all in 9 minutes, then most carefully put my dress back on me. Ordinarily one does not take off a washable and put it back on, just wear it until you shower it off. A drop of water will go through this material like acid. Better skip the soup. Place cards showed us where to dine, but at 2 minutes before the hour the hillbilly had not arrived, so we were standing. Lay's Lore came in, sat down, in dresses identical with mine and Lib's, perfect fit, nothing improvised. Their brother spoke quietly to them. They stood up. Lazarus was dressed in a very old-fashioned army uniform, breeches with rolled leggings, a tunic with a stock collar, and Pop's pistol at his side. All but Pop's stuff looked brand new. I concluded that Lazarus had had it tailored. Just as my head ticked 20 o'clock, a bugle, Dora, sounded attention. At least it had that effect on the men and Libby, so I stood straight. Lays-Lore looked at their brother and did so too. The wardroom has 3 steps leading down into it from each of its archway doors, with a little platform at the top so that you don't fall on your face. Pop and Zebediah marched up those steps, faced each other, and I thought how beautiful Zebediah looked in dress uniform. I had never seen him in it. Pop snapped, "Draw swords!" Instead of coming down, they crossed blades in an arch. Lazarus looked startled and drew pistol, placed it smartly across his chest. This archway was closed by drapes. We had come in from the other side. A drum and bugle, Dora again, sounded a ruffle and flourish. The drapes lifted from both sides, and here was the hillbilly standing tall, for her, and straight, with her perfect ice-cream skin gleaming in floodlights against a background of midnight blue. She was so beautiful, I choked up. Dora's invisible band played the Admiral's March as our tiny Commodore marched proudly down the steps toward us. It could have been the Admiral's March. Pop admitted later that he hummed to Dora the march played for generals and told her to fake it. Aunt Hilda did not sit down when she reached the head of the table. She stood near her chair instead. Nor had my father and my husband left their places. They simply brought their swords down. As soon as Hilda stopped and faced in, Pop commanded, "Corporal Bronson, front and center." Lazarus jerked as if he had been struck, holstered his pistol, marched to the far end, making sharp corners in passing around the wardroom table. He halted, facing Hilda. She may have given him some sign. Dora hit 2 bugle notes, and Hilda sang, "Shipmates, beloved friends, tonight we are greatly honored." 4 ruffles and flourishes, as the drapes lifted and parted, and again lights picked out bare skin, this time against a forest green backing. Maureen, in opera-length black stockings, green round garters, dark shoes with semi-high heels, her long red hair down her back. Maureen was not standing tall. She was in the oldest and most graceful of sculptor's poses. Left knee slightly bent, weight slightly more on her right foot, chest lifted only a little but displaying her full tits, nipples heavily crinkled. Her smile was happy. She held pose while that march concluded, then, in the sudden silence, held out her arms and called, "Theodore!" Corporal Bronson fainted. Chapter 47. There are no tomorrows. Zeb. Sharpie shouldn't have done it to Lazarus. For a veteran of 16 wars, and Cochet alone knows how many skirmishes and narrow escapes to be placed in a position where he is so shocked that blood drains from his head and he collapses, ain't fittin'. Dee agrees, but asks me if I could have refrained from staging Mama Maureen's return that way, given the chance. Well, no, had I Sharpie's imagination, but it still would not have been fittin'. Not that he was hurt by it. Sharpie, all 43 kilos of her, checked his fall. She was watching Lazarus, saw him start to collapse, closed the gap and grabbed him around the waist, did her best. Sharpie saved him from hitting his head on the wardroom table. I would bet long odds that everyone was looking at Maureen except Sharpie. Sharpie had staged it, and the producer was interested in the effect on the one for whom it had been staged. She had staged it even to the extent of getting Libby to ask Ishtar to obtain costume, shoes, hose, and round green garters to match a photograph, plus a hooded cape to keep our ubiquitous snoop Dora from knowing that we had an extra aboard. Sharpie had figured this way. That French photo snapshot of Mama Maureen, yeah, I call her that too. She's the most motherly person in any world, and the sexiest. Don't mention the last to Dee. Dee knows it. Dee. That snapshot was still in existence unless destroyed by machine gun fire in 1918, Earth Prime. Which it would not be, because Lazarus got his arse shot off, as his sisters describe it. Not literally true. It was a belly wound, more than bullets in his arse that came that close to finishing him, but all the wounds were low. Where does a man in combat carry his most cherished possessions? In a breast pocket, usually the left one. I always have, and I've never heard a veteran deny this. It might be worth it to faint in order to wake up surrounded by Maureen, Hilda, Lays-Lore, Elizabeth, and my own reason for being. Jake and I could have played several hands of gin before anyone bothered with us. So I asked Dora for drinks and snacks for Jake and me, as it seemed uncertain as to when dinner would be served, or if. I heard Sharpie say, "Maureen, we must get this heavy uniform off him. Dora keeps this ship tropical. I should never have ordered uniforms for men while we women are comfortable." They started peeling him. I said, "Jake, school's out."
I had sweated through my #1 uniform, might never wear it again, but I'm sentimental about it. Jake was in as bad shape. Once you get happy with skin, any clothes make you feel like Ramses II. We peeled down and handed our clothes and swords to one of Dora's Waldos and told her to hand them to Gay, including Jake's pistol, belt, and holster, which I retrieved without anyone noticing me. Jake and I were Chinese stagehands. Corporal Ted Bronson was getting all the attention. Dora pointed out that Gay was locked. I said, "If one of her doors were open, could you lay this gear on a seat?" Yes, she could. "Then do it," I said. "Let me talk to Gay." We eventually had dinner, with everybody formal but Maureen. She retained her casual clothing long after everyone else was in formal skin, but not until I got pics of the 4 disgraces. Libby and Deety wanted to go shower, too, when Jake and I decided that, having discarded uniforms, we should shower in fairness to Dora's air conditioning. I asked them, and Laslore pleased to wait until I staggered down — we had encountered a Force 4C with white caps — to Gay for Jake's Polaroid. Turned out not to be necessary. Dora could take color in 3D, still or motion, any angle and light as needed, just as she had lighted the posing, which she had photographed too, I learned later. Maureen and Jake directed, while Corporal Bronson and I sprawled Nero-style on lounges intended for Lib and Deety. Sharpie sat between us and dropped grapes into our mouths. Jake tried to make the poses artistic. Mama Maureen agreed with everything Jake said, then did it her way. The results may have been artistic, but I know that those pics would give a skeleton one last case of raging tumescence. Meanwhile, Dora was singing and playing, urging us to eat, tasty tidbits eaten with tongs. I was reminded of the best in Oriental cuisines, and plying us with fine wines. Dora seemed to have a vast repertoire, some of which, to my surprise, was familiar. When Judy Garland sings Over the Rainbow, who can miss it? Dora used Judy's voice. I recall, too, Enjoy Yourself, It's Later Than You Think. Most of them I did not know. Dora announced tomorrow's song. I thought that was what she said. Lazarus and Maureen held hands all through it, and it was not a song that would fit the title I thought I had heard. I got straightened out when the song ended to dead silence, and Maureen said to Lazarus, "Theodore, Ishtar was going to rearrange the watch list, but Tamara vetoed it. She did it for you, dear man, and for me, but Tamara is anxious to see you." "Tamara always knows what she's doing," Lazarus answered. "Yes, Tammy always knows what is best," agreed Mama Maureen. "Tell me, Theodore, do I still make you think of her?" Lazarus looked upset. "Oh, I don't know. You don't look like her, but you feel like her, and you look more like Nancy than you look like yourself." "Yes, I know. None of our family was willing to wait. You've been away from home too long. Be patient. And when I look like me to your eyes, tell us, and Galahad will hold my cosmetic age at that. Are you going to do as you promised me so long ago, take Tammy and me to bed together? Perhaps I should add, Theodore, I am now wife to your co-husbands. I don't ask that you marry me, although I think Tammy will be shocked if you don't. But I shan't make it difficult either way. I will hold to any pretense you wish. I did for Brian, I shall for you." Maureen was neither shouting nor whispering. She was simply bringing him up to date on things he needed to know. Lazarus started to answer, his expression oddly mixed, when Elizabeth cut in. "Lazarus?" What, Lib?" "Message to you from Ishtar, to be delivered when needed, and now is the time. Ish read both your charts with her computer set for maximum pessimism. She also had them read at New Rome without identification other than her own file numbers. She has this message for you in answer to the answer you will make. She says to tell you that you are an uncivilized, primitive, ignorant of science, especially genetics, over-sentimental, almost pathologically stubborn, retarded, probably senile, superstitious and provincial, and that she loves you dearly but will not permit you to make decisions in her area of authority. In vitro or in utero, the cross will take place. Let me add that Maureen was not given a choice either." "So, you can tell the big-arsed bitch that I agree with every word she says, especially the part about senile, and that I gave up all hope of arguing with her tyrannical ways 50 years ago, and that I love her just as dearly, outside her clinic, and that Maureen will tell her how such things will be handled. I don't have a vote." He turned toward me, looking past Sharpie's pretty toes. "Zeb, here is the wisdom of the ages. Men rule, but women decide." "Elizabeth, do you think I am anything like Tamara?" Never thought about it. Yes, you both have that all-mother feeling. Would you mind taking off costume? It distracts me from looking at you."
No trouble, Elizabeth. I don't like round garters except as advertising.
Mama Maureen kicked off her shoes, took off the garters, carefully rolled down her hose in a manner inter-universal, stood up and stood easily, not posing.
Turn around slowly. Maureen, you do look like Tammy, or vice versa. It's probably your genes in her. Am I descended from you? Does anyone here know? Lazarus?
You are, Lib, but not through me, through my sister Carol. Santa Carolita, believe it or not, which would surprise Carol, as she was no saint. But your descent through Carol was not proved until long after you were killed, when the family's records were being revised through computer analysis and a deeper knowledge of genes. No saints in our family, are there, Mama?
None that I know of, Woodrow. Not me, certainly. You were a little hellion. I should have spanked you much oftener than I did. Your father was as close to being a saint as any in our family. Brian was wise and good and tolerant.
She smiled.
Do you recall why we separated?
I'm not sure I ever knew. Mama, my recollections of that era are much sharper for my trip there as Ted Bronson. The other is a long time back.
In my 60s, I stopped having babies, about the same time your brother Richard was killed. War. His wife, Marion Justin of the Hardy family, was with us, with their children, and Brian was back in uniform, a recalled colonel, on a desk job in San Francisco. When Richard was killed in 1945, we all took it hard, but it was easier in that so many of us were together. Brian and my youngest children, and Marion and her children, 5. She was 31.
Mama Maureen, free of stockings and shoes, sat in lotus across from Hilda and accepted a plate from Dora's helpers.
Woodrow, I encouraged Brian to console Marion the only way a widow can be helped. She needed it. When that war was over, Marion needed a visible husband. Her waistband and the calendar could not be reconciled. When we moved from San Francisco later that year, it was easy for Marion Justin Smith to become Maureen J. Smith, while I became, with the aid of hair dye, her widowed mother. No one knew us in Amarillo, and females were not yet compelled to have IDs. So Marion had the baby as Maureen, and only with the Howard family's trustees was the correct genealogy recorded. Maureen smiled. We Howards were easy about such things as long as it was kept inside the families, and I am happy that we are even easier about it now. On our next move, I moved out and became Maureen Johnson again, 15 years younger since I did not look late 70s, and a Minnesota Johnson Woodrow rather than a southern Missouri Johnson. A grass widow with round heels. Mama Maureen chuckled. Howards married only to have babies. My production line had shut down, but the equipment was there, and the urge. By the time you darlings, Maureen's eyes swept the wardroom, rescued me, I had trimmed 35 years from my age and added 35 men to my memories. In fact, when you picked me up, I was on my way to a motel rendezvous, a widower of 60 who was willing to believe that I was 60, when in fact I expected to reach my century day in a fortnight.
I said, "What a dirty shame. I wish you had been coming back from the motel when we picked you up."
Zebediah, that's sweet of you, but it's not a shame. We were getting bored with each other. I'm sure he read my obituary with as much relief as grief. I'm just glad you got me, and I'm told that you did most of it.
Gay Deceiver did most of it. The car you rode in both ways, but we almost didn't pick you up. Things went wrong badly. I knew that it was going to. Dee Dee, can you tell her?
Mama Maureen, Zebediah has forerunners of dangers. They are not long range. They are always just barely in time. I don't know what happened this morning, but... This morning?
Maureen looked extremely puzzled. End of side 11. To continue, turn the cassette over. 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 Turn the cassette. Side 12. The Number of the Beast. Continuing on page 473.
Oh, my wife went on, it was this morning to us. You arrived here at 1840 and a few seconds ship's time. During that instant, we spent 15 hours on another planet. We made 2 trips to your native planet, 2 more trips to your new home planet, and you spent 17 months on Tertius, and we brought you back here, and it all happened today. Not just today, but at that exact instant, 1840 and 13.3 seconds. Lays and Lore didn't know that we were gone. Even the ship's computer didn't know we were gone. I did so, Dora objected. Gay was disconnected for 19 microseconds. You think I don't notice a gap like that? I asked what happened, and she told me that it was a power fluctuation. She fibbed to me. I'm sore at her. Dee looked thunderstruck. Dorable, it wasn't Gay's fault. I asked her to keep our secrets. I made her promise. Mean. I didn't mean to be mean to you, Dorable, and we did let you in on it as quickly as we could. We couldn't have staged the tableau if you hadn't helped. Be angry with me if you must, but don't be angry with Gay. Please kiss and make up. I don't know how computers hesitate, but I think I caught the briefest split second. Gay? Yes, Dora. The smart girl's voice through Dora's speakers. I don't want to be mad. Let's forget it, huh? Let's kiss and make up. I will if you will. Yes. Oh, Dorable, I do love you. You're both good girls, said Dee. But you are both professional women, too, and work for different bosses. Dora, you are loyal to your family. Gay is loyal to her family. It has to be that way. Dora, if your sister, Captain Lore, asked you to keep a secret, you wouldn't tell Gay, would you? Because she might tell me, and I would tell Zebediah, and then the whole world would know. Would, huh? My dear wife, I had a clearance 2 stages above Q, so secret it does not have a name. Never mind, I'll take the rap. Yes, I know, my husband. I once held the same level of clearance, but dealing with balky computers is my profession. Computers are super-genius-level children and must be dealt with on their own level. Okay, maybe, huh? Dee. Gosh. You see, Captain Lore, does Dora have any secrets of yours, or of your brother's? She can tell them to Gay, and Gay can tell them to me, and I always tell everything to my husband, and— Lazarus interrupted. Dora, you tell tales out of school, and I'll beat your ears off with an axe. It's all right for you two to chum together and play games, but you start swapping secrets, and I'll call in Minsky's Metal Mentalities, Incorporated, to measure that space. Male computers. You can't scare me, old buddy boy. You wouldn't trust your dirty neck to a male computer. Stupid. My neck isn't dirty. That's just where the collar of my uniform rubbed it. Dirty neck and a dirty mind. But don't worry, old buddy boy. Dora Long doesn't tell secrets. I now see that Gay had to keep secrets, too. I just hadn't thought about it. But you were mean to my sisters. Me? How? You knew about this caper. You didn't need to get it from Gay. You knew all about it. You were there. But you held out on your own twin sisters. Most unfairly, Mama Maureen, as if we were untrustworthy, and if we're untrustworthy, why can we be trusted with a ship and the lives of everyone on board? We're glad you are here for yourself, but maybe now that you are here, you will protect us from his tyranny. Mama Ishtar doesn't, and Mama Hamadryad just laughs at us, and Mama Minerva takes his side every time, but you— Girls? Yes, Mama? I made a promise to myself years ago that when my children grew up, I would not interfere in their lives. I should have punished Woody more frequently when he was a child, but he is no longer a child. Then why does he act like one? Lorelei Lee, it is rude to interrupt. I'm sorry, Mama. No harm done, but from what I was told at home, you two are not only my daughters, but are also Theodore's wives. Wives of Lazarus, and equally wives of his co-husbands. Is this not true? Yes, Mama, but he's pretty chinchy about it. If you mean chinchy in bed, it may depend on how you treat him. I did not find him so when I was his mistress many years ago, centuries ago by some odd scale that I do not understand. You heard me say that I am now wife to your co-husbands, including Lazarus, if you will accept me. But I am certainly, if you will accept me, sister-wife with you two, so I had better stop being your mother. Nay? Why? Grammy Tammy is mother to Ish and everybody, and we have 3 mamas in our family now, and every one of them is our sister-wife, too. Ish and Hama Darling and Minerva, and now we have Mama Maureen, and we are both delighted that we are your sister-wives, but you can't get out of being our mama because we've been waiting for you all our lives. Dora echoed, and I'm their sister, so you are my mama, too. Theodore, I think I'm going to cry. You know my rule. I mayn't weep in front of my children. I stood up, the whole gangling length of me. Ma'am, I'd be honored to take you to some quiet place where you could cry on me all you please. 7. I think it was 7 protein types and 2 computers jumped on me. The essence was, you can't take Maureen away from her own party, with ugly overtones of lynching. The wind had freshened to force 6, so I took liberal doses of champagne to ensure against seasickness. After a bit, I napped. It had been a busy day, and I still was not over the shock of seeing a large freighter rotable about to take Gay's door off before I could close it and bounce. That was when I kicked the cop in the stomach. Ordinarily, I don't kick cops. It makes one conspicuous.
Then a piercing voice was saying, "Flag Chief of Staff Carter's presence on the bridge is requested by the Commodore," and I wondered why the silly son of a bitch didn't comply so that the noise would stop. Then something cold was poking my tender bare ribs. "That's you, Doc. I'll help you. Relax." I was relaxed. Past tense. Some of Dora's Waldos aren't too gentle, or maybe these weren't people Waldos, but for cargo, I admit that I'm fairly large for a growing boy. In the lift, I decided that the Beaufort scale was at least 8, more likely 9. Nevertheless, we got to the bridge, right out of Hollywood, a whole dome of displays and clocks all moving slowly, with her shins. Yet Gay made do with just an instrument board. I heard Sharpie say, "My God, look at him." Dee Dee was saying something about we can shift seats if necessary to Lore, while Lays was saying drink this. I said firmly, "I do not drink. Besides, I've been dring. Your face is all blurry." It must have been Lays and Lore who pinned me from both sides, each with an arm lock and a nerve pinch. Dee Dee wouldn't do that to me. Sharpie was holding my nose, and Lays was pouring it down my throat. It fumed and bubbled. Then, well, there must have been a stowaway. Dee Dee wouldn't do that, not to me. They let go of me when I finished swallowing. I left the ship, made a fast inspection circuit, checked the Milky Way, and returned to a precision grounding. My ears fell off, but it didn't seem military to stoop over and pick them up. Besides, Sharpie is playful. "Flag Chief of Staff reports to the Commodore as ordered."
How do you feel, Zebby?
"I feel fine, ma'am. Is there any reason why I shouldn't?"
I suppose not. You've had a nap.
"I did drop off. Dreamt I was in the Tasmanian Sea in a small vessel. Very uneasy body of water," I added. "Aside from that nightmare, now gone, I'm in top shape. Orders, ma'am?" We gave everybody the $2 tour, including the bathrooms in the Land of Oz. Libby, Dee Dee, and Jake waited outside, the place being crowded. Sharpie ruled that Lays could relieve Lore to allow Lore to look first, then Lore took back the captaincy so that her sister could see. The Fairyland bathrooms made the biggest hit. I concede that the time-space twister is not impressive. Then the twins thanked Hilda and left.
"Attention, please," said Hilda. "If you wish, we will show how we operate. Lazarus may use the astrogator seat while Dee Dee makes responses from the cargo space. Elizabeth will go back there, too, as she has ridden in Gay Deceiver. Dee Dee, before you move aft, show Maureen and Lazarus how we squeeze a passenger into the rear seats. I'll scooch over." This car operates in several modes. As a rotable, it is fast, comfortable, easy to handle, rather hard to park, and is usually parked with wings raked back as they are now, the hypersonic configuration. If we intended to drive it in the air, the wings would usually be extended for maximum lift. When operated by the Burroughs Continua device, wing rake does not matter, but the chief pilot may choose to anticipate where he will arrive and rake accordingly. Since it has a computerized autopilot, "Hello, Gay." "Hello, Hilda. Mind if I listen?" "Not at all, dear. Have you met everyone?" "Yes, Hilda, and since I've seen them through Dora's eyes, I place all of them by their voices." Gay added, "Dora is listening through me. She's going to record your demonstration. Is that all right?" "Certainly. Dora, since you are recording, I'll make it as realistic as possible. Gay Deceiver, close doors, execute." I was at chief pilot, Jake at co-pilot. His door closed. I started checking the seal on mine. "All hands prepare for space. Co-pilot?" "Vernier 0, starboard door seal checked, seatbelt fastened." "Reporting complete. Is your belt fastened tightly? Maximum accelerations? Friends, this car is powered to engage as a fighter. The driver may find himself upside down. Full demonstration, please, Jacob. Cinch it in." "Co-pilot reports seatbelt tight for maneuvers." "Thank you, Jacob. Chief pilot?" I answered in my best cadet-boning smart voice. "Port side door seal checked. Power pack on line .89. 2 packs reserve at 1.0. Juice at capacity. All systems go. Seatbelt cinched tight for max G maneuvers." "Astrogator?" "I'm not in my proper seat. Lib and I are fastened down like Siamese twins. Tight. No loose gear. Annex checked and secure. All doors locked, except bulkhead doors dogged open, contrary to routine. Captain, you could dog us in. We don't mind." "Not like somebody. I won't mention who loses his temper over being locked in for 5 minutes." "Hilda, that was a low blow." "Passenger, pipe down. If you had done as you promised, you would not have known that the door was locked. I didn't trust you, and I was right. I am not sure that I want to be your junior or second junior or whatever wife. You don't keep your promises. I'm sorry, Mama Maureen, but Woody is sometimes a very naughty boy." "I'm aware of it, Hilda. Captain, please slap him down as necessary. I was always too fond of him and spoiled him." "We won't speak of it now. All 4 of us are qualified in all 4 positions. We sometimes rotate to maintain our skills. Normal TO is myself commanding, Zebby as second in command and astrogator, Jacob as chief pilot, Deety as co-pilot. But for this exhibition I have placed the finest manual pilot at the overrides, the inventor himself at the continua device, and a lightning calculator equal to Slipstick Libby. Better, piped down Elizabeth, as my astrogator. With such a crew, command cannot worry me. Chief pilot, please unbelt and check that Mama Maureen and Lazarus are safely belted. Assume violent evasive maneuvers, and believe me, friends, we use them and are alive today because we were properly belted and because Zebby is a lightning aerospace fighter pilot and our Gay is a smart girl. I unbelted, made sure that Lazarus was belted tightly, made certain that Maureen was safe with those improvised belts, then suggested that she put her right arm around Hilda, her left around Lazarus, and hold tight. All the others have double belts, lap and chest. You have just a lap belt. If I turned the car upside down, holding on to Hilda and Lazarus would keep you safe, right, Lazarus? Right, Zeb. Mama Maureen, a drill should be as near as possible to the real thing, or it won't save your life in combat. Theodore, I don't ever expect to be in combat, but I will do the drill properly.
Mama, I hate the idea of women in combat, but all through the centuries I have seen women in combat again and again, all too often as regular troops. I don't like it, but there it is.
My wife put in a plug for Lazarus. Mama Maureen, my pop has required me to learn every weapon I can lift, and he had me trained in every type of dirty fighting imaginable. Several times it has saved me from a mugging. Once I almost killed a man twice my size with my bare hands. Jacob, will you teach me as much of what Deety knows as I am capable of learning?
Maureen, I'll teach you what I can while we're here.
From the back I heard Libby's voice. Now, Maureen? Yes, if you think it wise in view of Hilda's black ball. I'm going to chance it. Friends, I was not sent to get myself pregnant by a great mathematician. That was my reason. By now, Tamara has reports from me and from Lays and from Lore on each of you. 12 yes votes, 0 no votes. I am directed by Tamara to offer you 4 fullest hospitality, such as you gave us in your home. If you decide to accept the name Long, tell Tamara. We won't crowd you either way. Hilda immediately answered. Because of delays, a short roll call for space. Co-pilot?
Co-pilot ready. Chief pilot ready,
I echoed. Astrogator ready. Passengers by seniority. Lazarus started to reply. Hilda interrupted him. By seniority. If you mean me, Captain, I'm ready. You are, I believe, 30 years older than your son. In any case, you are senior to him. Junior passenger? That's me, answered Elizabeth. Ready. Forgot you, dear. Apologies. Woody?
Ready for space, Captain, you feisty, narrow little broad, and you're damn well going to marry us.
Astrogator, log that. Insolence, gay deceiver. Ready, Captain, honey. Tertius, orbit, execute. Maureen gasped. Lazarus snorted.
Farced us.
In what way? You reported ready for space.
And you called it a drill.
Woody, I will bet anything you care to name that I did not call it a drill. You did. Both Gay and Dora recorded. Put up or shut up. In the meantime, on the back of the seat ahead of you is a small medical kit. Find a pill bottle marked Bonine. Small pink pills. Give one to your mother. Maureen, chew it, swallow it. Tastes like raspberry candy.
Hilda, what are you feeding?
Pipe down, or do you prefer to be locked in the bathroom again? Passenger, I do not tolerate insubordination. Haven't you learned that by now?
Lazarus got out the pill, gave it to his mother. She accepted it, and ate it without comment.
Lazarus, I can offer you a front-seat view if you will swear by whatever it is that you hold holy that you will not touch one control of any sort even to avoid a crash. You don't understand this craft and would cause a crash if you tried to avoid one. If you can't convince me, I'll give Maureen the front seat, but I don't think Maureen is interested in learning to drive this car, and I think you are. That's right, Hilda.
I heard Maureen agree.
I'm studying to be a nurse, then a medical doctor, then a rejuvenator. Or as far along that route as my ability will carry me. In the meantime, I'm pregnant. Isn't that a joke, Theodore? Every time you and I meet with maximum opportunity, I'm pregnant. And this time, Woody can't spoil it. She chuckled a warm chuckle. I owe you one, Staff Sergeant Bronson. Can we find a black walnut tree? Lazarus, do you want a front seat, or do you want to take Maureen into the annex and give her what she so clearly wants? Oh, I can wait, Maureen said quickly. God, what a decision. Maureen, a short range check?
I really do want to see what this craft will do.
I want to see the ride, too, Theodore, but I would not refuse you. Pipe down, please. Jacob, will you change places with Lazarus? Each report when your seatbelts will stand evasive maneuvers.
7G, I added. Lazarus, ack. Not yet, thank God. I'm wondering how soon we'll need it. And what sort? I'm stumped. Seatbelt tight. Hey, we're passing over Boondock.
So we are, I agreed. Seatbelt tight. Maureen, too. Chief Pilot, you have the con. Maneuver at will.
Aye, aye, Captain, I agreed. Gay Deceiver, Clinic, execute, gay bounce, gay bounce. Show your heels, girl. Mach point 7.9, 1.2, Mach 2, 3, 4, sweep right, set course for Boondock. Dive, smart girl, Mach 5, 6, 7. Oh, my God, Lazarus. Gay bounce, trouble, Lazarus, smart girl, spread your wings. You almost crashed us. Oh, I think not. Gay Deceiver, Clinic, execute, gay bounce. They were waiting for us on the roof. Who? How? Do you have some sort of C-squared radio? I added. Gay bounce. Smart girl, do you want to dance? Gay dances beautifully. Knows several. Want to pick one, Gay?
Dora taught me the Nutcracker Suite, and I've been figuring out one for the Sugar Plum Fairy, but I don't think I'm ready to show it yet.
Give them Blue Danube.
That old thing?
You do it well. Give them a few bars. Smart girl just wants to be coaxed. She swooped and she swirled and once bounced herself for altitude without breaking her dance. Meanwhile, I got the frequency and asked Libby to talk to Ishtar's office. Alternate route, Lib, which was all it took for Dee Dee to close the bulkhead door, which left Strauss waltz music in the cabin and a truly private radio conversation in the after compartment. When Dee Dee opened the bulkhead door again, I waited for her to report strapped down. Got a number for me, Astrogator? We had agreed on a simple code. 57 was 57 seconds, but 5-7 meant 57 minutes.
No, Zebediah. 0, now.
Okay, Lazarus, can you pick out your house in Boondock? Certainly, but we've been moving away from there steadily. Gay Deceiver, Clinic, execute, gay bounce. Now where, Lazarus? Practically under us, can't see it. So I tilted my baby straight down. Can you coach me? Yes, it's... Hey, there's a ship in Dora's parking spot. What nerve? I'm going to give somebody a bad time. It's irrelevant that Dora is a long way off. That's my parking flat. See that round ship? Interloper. My house is the largest one with the double atrium north of it. All right for me to park by the interloper? All right, but not room enough to get in. We'll try. Close your eyes. I steadied vertically on the spot Lib had told them to clear. Gun sighted, girl?
Nailed it, boss.
New program, code word Maureen, I tell you 3 times.
I hear you 3 times.
We were getting low. Maureen, execute. You're a smart girl, Gay. Open your doors. She opened them, but answered,
If I'm smart, why wasn't I invited too? It's Dora Long and Athena Long. Am I a second-class citizen?
I was left with my mouth open, and was saved by 2 darlings. Libby said,
Gay, we didn't know you cared.
And Dee Dee said,
Gay, either we both join or neither joins. A promise.
I said hastily, Good night, Gay. Over. People were pouring toward us. Gay answered,
Sleepy time. Roger and out.
Just as Lays and Lore arrived in the van, trotting ahead. Lazarus stopped unbelting. Hey, it is the Dora.
Of course it is, buddy boy. What did you expect?
Lore, I think. But how did you beat us here? I know what that ship can do. I did her basic design myself.
Buddy boy, we got here 3 weeks ago. You just don't understand time travel.
I guess I don't. There was a limited amount of car viewing, as Tamara and Ishtar had limited the greeting committee to a handful of the most senior, not in age, but senior in that family. So we met Ish again, no longer pregnant, a young man named Galahad, the incredible Tamara, who is Maureen over again, but does not look like her, except that she does, and don't ask me to explain, and a beauty who would make Helen of Troy jealous, but doesn't seem to know she is beautiful, the Hamadryad. Lazarus seemed annoyed that someone named Ira was not at home. Momentarily, we, my wife Dee Dee and I, were left talking with the twins. I promised you both joyrides. Get in.
Oh, but we can't now because there's going to be a celebration for you. 4, and we'll be busy.
Tomorrow? There are no tomorrows. Pipe down. Climb in. Fasten seatbelts. Pronto. They prontoed. Nail the time, I said quietly to Dee Dee as we strapped down. Gay Deceiver, reveille. She played it. Close doors.
Starboard seal checked.
Same here. Gay bounce, gay bounce, gay bounce. Tumbling pigeon, execute. Lays Lore, can you spot your house from this distance? About 30 kilometers and closing.
I'm not sure. I think I can.
Gay Clinic, execute. Now you know where you are?
Yes, it's...
Gay Termite.
Oh.
We lived here a while. No annex then. Had to have an armed guard just to pee. Even me. Pretty place, but dangerous. Gay home. I tilted her nose down. And this was our Dee Dee!
No crater, Zebediah. Looks the way it did when Pop and I leased it. This is spooky.
Twins, something is wrong. I've got to check. Gay Termite. We were back on Termite Terrace. I practiced yoga breathing while Dee Dee explained that the missing crater place had been the site of our former home, but couldn't be. I added, Look, dears, we can't drop this, but we can take you to Boondock at once. Do you want to go home? The same silent consultation.
We're sticking. Our brother would stick. We stick.
Thanks. Here we go. Gay home, gay bounce. Still no crater. I told Gay to go into cruising mode. Display map, Gay. Change scale. I want Snug Harbor and the campus on the same display. Deedee, figure shortest distance here to campus. Mine, not yours at Logan.
Don't need to. 856 clicks.
Gay?
Don't argue with Deedee, boss.
Head for campus, Gay. Transit, Deedee.
Set.
Execute. Then I was busy, having popped into city traffic at wrong altitude, direction, etc. I ignored police signals, zoomed the campus. Looked normal. Turned and hovered over Sharpie's house, which was not there. Different house. Parking lot no longer paved. And you don't grow 200-year-old live oaks in less than 7 weeks. Not a sound out of the back seat, nor from my right. I had to force myself to look to my right. Deedee was still there, and I let out my breath. She was treating it as she did all crises. No expression and nothing to say until she had something to say other than chatter. A sky cop was trying to give me a bad time with orders to follow him in ground, so I told Gay to bounce, then dived on my own neighborhood. No trouble picking it out. Intersections and nearby shopping center all familiar, as well as the Presbyterian church across the way from my apartment house. But it wasn't my apartment house. This one was 3 stories and built around a court. I had Gay bounce 4 times, quickly. Deedee, do you want to look at Logan?
No, Zebediah, I know Aunt Hilda's neighborhood well enough to be certain. Not her house. Her pool was missing, and the parking lot where our Buick was destroyed is now a park with big trees. I assume that you know your former home as well, or better. Shall we ground and add another World Almanac to our collection? If you wish, not for me. Hardly worth the trouble. Tell me, how does it feel to be erased, X'd out, blue-penciled, written out of the plot? I don't feel it because I'm not. I'm real, I am.
I glanced behind us. Yes, Lays and Lore were there keeping quiet. Gay, bug out! It certainly looked like our piece of dead sea bottom. I couldn't see anything of the wreckage of Colonel Morinowski's ornithopter. Unless there had been a real gully washer, which I did not believe, something had come along and cleaned up every bit of burned junk. An eraser? I bounced Gay and had her start a retreating search curve, thought I saw a gleam to the northeast, bounced again. A city. It was only a few moments until I saw twin towers. We cruised toward them. Deedee, do you suppose that the other Deja Thoris is at home?
Zebediah, I have no wish to find out, but I would like to go close enough to be sure that those are the twin towers of helium. Perhaps see a thoat, or a green man, something.
We let it go with 1 thoat, of the smaller sort. The description was exact. Gay parade ground.
Null program.
Gay, you have in your perms a map of Mars 10 showing the English and the Russian areas. Display.
Null program.
Gay termite. Termite Terrace was still in place. Gay deceiver. Maureen, execute. Open your doors. Hamadryad had started to turn toward us as we closed the doors to leave. She was still turning as we opened them. I unbuckled, saying, "You 2 all right back there?"
Yes, Zeb and Deedee, and we thank you both, but is this something we can tell, or should we keep it top-cut-our-throats-first secret?
Lazlor, I don't think it matters. You aren't likely to be believed. Mama Hamadryad stopped at my door, smiled at all of us, and said,
"May I show you to your suite in your home? The suite Tamara picked. You may change it. With our new north wing, we have loads of room. Girls, there will be a happy welcome tonight. Formal."
I found that I was not upset by erasures. We were home. L'Envoy. Chapter 48. L'Envoy. Jubal, you are a bad influence. From you, Leif, that is a compliment, but that puts me in mind of... Front, will you excuse me a few minutes? Our house is yours, answered Lazarus. He closed his eyes. His chair reclined him. Thank you, sir. Working title, Uncle Tobias. Start, Uncle Tobias we kept in a bucket. Jubal Harshaw broke off. Where are all those girls? Front! I'm front, came a female voice from nowhere. Talk fast. I'm 3 paragraphs ahead of you. You put those girls on vacation. Anne, Miriam, Dorcas, all off duty. I did not. I told Anne that I did not expect to work, but... If an amanuensis is needed, Athene went on in perfect mimicry of Harshaw's voice, I hope that one will be within shouting distance. I'm in shouting distance. I always am. If I'm in the house, I might not be. Athene said, Tell him, Pappy, quit playing possum. You're not asleep. Lazarus opened one eye. A gimmick Jake whipped up when we started having too many kids to muster easily. It's a beacon Athene can trigger. Dandy for kids, and it turned out to be useful for house guests who might get lost. So ultra-micro-miniaturized you don't notice it. Leif, are you telling me that there is a tracer on me? Harshaw sounded shocked. In you, and you'll never notice it. Leif, I'm surprised. I thought you had a high regard for privacy. A high regard for my own, somewhat less for that of others. Snooping has saved my life a couple or 9 times. In what way has your privacy been invaded? Define it, I'll correct it. A spy ray.
Don't you consider that an invasion of privacy? Tina, remove immediately any spy ray on Dr. Harshaw.
How can I when there is none? P.S. Pappy, what is a spy ray?
A buzzword used by lazy writers. Jubal, there is a beacon planted in you by which Tina can focus audio on you precisely. She can whisper into your left ear or your right. Or you can activate the beacon from your end just by speaking her name. Or you can use the circuit as a telephone to and from any member of my household, or ask Tina to hook it into the public system. Privacy? In this mode, this part of Tina does not record unless requested. In one ear and out the other, so to speak. She's wiped it utterly, while it's slowly winding its way into your brain. Now, if you don't like this service, Tina will deactivate it at once, and sometime soon, while you're asleep, it will be removed. You won't know it, and you will never find the scar. You will notice just 2 changes. No more secretarial service, no more effortless telephone service. Lazarus closed his eye, apparently considered the subject closed. The computer said, "Better think twice, Doc, before telling me to deactivate, as he won't let me reactivate it later. He's bullheaded, bad-tempered, stubborn, and mean." Lazarus again opened one eye. "I heard that. Do you deny it?" "Nope. Kindly focus the audio, both ends, so that I can sleep." "Done. Dr. Harshaw, shall we return to Uncle Tobias, or shall I wipe these 8 paragraphs? Better save them. Between ourselves, I am a better writer than you are." "I will not dispute it," Harshaw conceded. "I simply exude the stuff as, in the words of my colleague Sam, as the otter exudes the precious ottar of roses. I knew the day would come when machines would displace real writers. Hollywood has had their mad scientists at work on the project for years." He stared across the pool in the Long's north atrium and looked pained. "And now they have." "Doctor," Athene answered in stern warning, "retract that word, or finish this piece of tripe yourself. I have spoken." Jubal said hastily, "Miss Athene, I didn't use real in that sense. Sorry, Doc, I misled you. Of course you didn't, as the purpose of this powwow is to define the difference, if any, between real and imaginary. But I am not a machine. I am a solid-state person, just as you are a protein person. I am Athene Long, your hostess, while Tamara is busy. It is my pleasure to offer you all our home can offer. I promised Anne that I would give you secretarial service night and day, but I did not promise to write your stories. According to Dr. Rufo, a hostess is often expected to sleep with a guest, and that can be supplied, although not by me, not this pseudo-century, but he never mentioned creative narration as an aspect of hospitality. I thought of it myself. We Longs pride ourselves on complete hospitality. However, shall I wipe these 11 paragraphs? Did I err?" "Miss Athene—" "Oh, call me Tina. Let's be friends." "Thank you, Tina. I didn't mean to offend. I wish I were going to live long enough to be here when you retire professionally and join us meat people, but in much less than a pseudo-century the worms will have eaten me." "Doctor, if you weren't so sot in your ways, wrong-headed, stubborn, and prideful," I quote one of your staff. Miriam: "Wrong. You would stay and let Ishtar's gang work you over. In less time than she would permit you to notice, she would have you as goaty as Galahad in whatever cosmetic age you like." "You tempt me, girl, not to shed these wrinkles. I earned them. But the rest, not because I crave happy games in bed with you." "You won't have a choice. I'll trip you." "Although I do not disparage that. Therein lie both the end and the beginning. But sheer curiosity, Tina, you are an amazingly complex person. I can't help wondering what appearance you will choose, as a meat people." "Nor can I, when I know I'm going to initiate the touring program, while my sister Ishtar initiates the other half. Jubal, take that rejuvenation. We've wandered far afield. Do I erase these 23 paragraphs? "Don't be in a hurry. What's our working title? What pen name? What market? How long? What can we steal?" Jubal looked up at the Long family house flag rippling in the breeze, making the skull of the Jolly Roger seem alive. "Correction, not steal. If you copy from 3 or more authors, it's research. I patronize Anon, Ibid, and Opsit, Research Unlimited. Are they here?" "They're on my lists. They haven't checked in. Snob." "Wait your turn, Tina," a male voice answered. "Customer. Okay, go ahead. Have Messrs. Anon, Ibid, and Opsit registered?" "If they had, you would know it. I'm busy. Off." He thinks he is busy merely because he's taken on too many concession contracts. I not only run this whole planet, but we also have 129 rejuvenation clients. I'm housekeeper and scullery maid to all the other Longs, an erratic mob, and also more house guests than we have ever had at one time before, and more than 1,000 outhouse guests. Wrong idiom. Guests to be cared for outside the Long family home. Meanwhile, I'm chatting with you and writing your stories. Tina, I don't mean to be a burden. You needn't love it. I like to work. All Longs do. And you are the most interesting part. I've never met a saint before. Tina! And you are a most unconvincing saint. Thank you, if appropriate. You're welcome. You seem to be about as saintly as Pappy.
You two should share a stained glass window. Now back to our bucket.
Hold it. Tina, I'm used to watching expressions as I write. That's why I use live, forgive me, protein secretaries, so that...
No trouble.
Out of the pool levitated a young woman, comely, slender, small of bust, long brown hair now dripping. She arranged herself on the broad rim seat of the pool in a pose that reminded Jubal achingly of the Little Mermaid. He said apologetically, "Dorcas served last. I am not Dora, so I did not serve last." She smiled shyly. "Although I am alleged to look like Dora, I am Minerva, a computer by trade, but retired. Now I assist my sister wife Elizabeth with genetic calculations." "I'll take it, Min. We're working. Dr. Jubal Horshaw, my twin sister, Dr. Minerva Long Weatherall Long." Jubal got ponderously to his feet. "Your servant, miss." Minerva flowed to her feet and kissed Jubal's hand before he could stop her. "Thank you, Dr. Jubal, but I am your servant, and not only have never been virgin, but I am a sister wife in the Long family. When my sister Athene told me that you needed me, I was delighted." "Miss, ma'am, I'm simply used to watching emotions as I write a story, not right to take your time." "What is time but something to savor? I was merely lying on the bottom of the pool meditating when Athene called me. Your story, Uncle Tobias. Do you want Tina's emotions or mine? I can do either." "Give him yours, Minnow, just your face and no comments." Suddenly Minerva was clothed in a long white cloak. Jubal was only mildly startled, but made note to ask about something later. "Is she a fair witness?" "No," answered Athene. "Snob's tricks again. He has the contract for clothing illusion. This convention has delegates from so many cultures, less than half of them free of clothing taboos, that Lazarus was belly-aching that no work would get done because half of them would be shocked, half would be drooling, and half would be both shocked and drooling. So Tamara hired this Paskudnyak to supply the see-what-you-expect illusion with a contract limited to delegates in danger of emotional shock. Did my sister's appearance shock you?" "Of course not. Admitted I come from one of those sick cultures, and did not know that I was sick until I got well. But I underwent experiences that would cure anyone of such emotional disturbance. When I find myself a stranger in a strange land, I savor the differences rather than suffering shock. Beauty and diversity, as Jean would say. The Long household does not seem strange to me. I once lived in an enclave having many of its gentle ways. I feel at home. Shock? Not only does Minerva look much like one of my foster daughters, but also her pose is lovely. It should not be covered." "Snob! Get that bathrobe off, Minerva, pronto." "Athene, I'm busy. And I am triple auditing every charge of yours, not only on clothing illusion, but on name tags, garderobe, bar, everything else you contracted or subcontracted. Then we sue." The white cloak disappeared. "Sue and be damned. Shall I pack up and go home, or do you want this convention to be a success?" "Remember those performance bonds, you gonoph. Run out on us at this point, and you had better head for Lundmark's Nebula. Iskander won't be far enough. Out!" Minerva smiled timidly. While I was covered, I found that I could not talk. Odd. Unpleasant. Jubal nodded soberly. "That figures if the illusion was patterned on a true fair witness cloak. Anne once told me that the inhibition against talking while cloaked was so great that it took an act of will even to testify in court. Ladies, shall we go ahead, or drop the matter? Being a guest should have caused me to refrain." "Doc, Maureen and Tamara both stamped their approval on you. Even Lazarus can't or wouldn't dare veto either of them. That makes you not just a guest or a house guest, but a family guest. So behave as you would at home. Shall I take it from the top or where we broke off?" Let's take it from the top." "Very well. Title, Uncle Tobias." Start. Uncle Tobias we kept in a bucket. Paragraph. He preferred it, of course. After all, it was necessary, in view of the circumstances. As I once heard Andrew, that's my disappearing brother, say, "Life consists in accommodating oneself to the universe." Although the rest of our family has never taken that view, we believe in forcing the universe to accommodate itself to us. It's all a question of which one is to be master. Paragraph. That was the year of the big drought. A natural phenomenon, you might say, but you'd be wrong. Aunt Alicia. Yes, indeedy, Aunt Alicia every time. "Horace," she said to me early that spring, "I'm going to practice a little unsympathetic magic. Fetch me these books." She hands me a list, and I skedaddled. She was a stern woman. Paragraph. Once out of her sight, I looked the list over. I could see right away what she was up to. A drier bunch of books was never published. Thoughts at Evening, by Roberta Thistlethwaite Smythe, published by the author. The Yearbook of the Department of Agriculture, 1904. China Painting, Self-Taught. The 8th, 9th, and 11th volumes of the Elsie Dinsmore series, and a bound thesis titled A Survey of the Minor Flora of Clay County, Missouri, which Cousin Julius Farping had submitted for his master's degree. Cousin Julius was a stone-bender only by marriage, but once a stone-bender, always a stone-bender, Grandfather always says. Paragraph. Maybe so, but Cousin Jules' magnum opus was nothing I would sit up all night reading. I knew where to find them, on the bookshelf in the guest room. Ma claimed she kept them there to ensure sound sleep for the stranger within the gate, but Pa deviled her with the accusation that it was a cheap and unselective revenge for things she had been obliged to put up with in other people's houses. Paragraph. As may be, an armload of books that could have dried up Reno, Nevada, and Lake Superior in one afternoon, then switched off Niagara Falls as an...
Athene interrupted herself. The presence of Doctors Harshaw and Hubert is urgently requested in the main lounge.
Lazarus opened one eye. Not enough, Tina. I feel no urgency. Who? Why?
Why? To buy you each a drink. Who? Dr. Hazel Stone.
That's different. Tell her we'll be there as quick as I can clean up about 5 minutes of business.
I've told her. Pappy, you lost me a bet. You let me think that nothing could stir you out of that hammock.
It's not a hammock.
Because you were giving this convention, not attending it.
I said I had no plans to attend the plenary sessions. I am not giving this convention, other than free rental on the land for the big top. Tamara says we'll make expenses. Hilda thinks we might net a little, give or take $1 million or $2. I made you no promises. If you had bothered to ask, I would have told you that Hazel Stone hasn't lost a bet since Jess Willard knocked out Jack Johnson. How much did you lose?
None of your business. Pappy, you give me a pain in what I lack.
I love you too, dear. Give me printouts on star guests and latest revisions of convention program. Lazarus added, Minerva, you're not armed. Tina, don't let her stir out of the house unarmed.
Lazarus, do I really need to? Tamara isn't armed.
Tamara has a concealed weapon. Some of the most bloodthirsty people in known space are attending this convention. Female authors, critics, Harlan, both Heinleins. I not only insist that you be armed, but I hope you stick close to someone fast on the draw. Justin, Zeb, Morden Claude, Galahad. Better yet, stay home. Tina can display any of it here better than you can see it through mixing with rabble. Belay that. I have no more business telling you to be careful than you have telling me. Getting yourself mugged, raped, or killed are among the privileges you opted when you decided to go the protein route. I spoke selfishly, dear. Forgive me.
Lazarus, I will be careful.
Galahad invited me to tag along. Perfect. Tina, where's Galahad?
Hazel Stone's table.
Good. Stick with us, Min, but armed.
Lazarus suddenly became aware of something cold against his left kidney. He looked cautiously to the left and down, noted that it was A, a lady's burner, small but lethal, of that he was certain as he collected a royalty on this model. B, the dial showed full charge. C, the intensity setting was overkill, and D, it was unlocked.
Minerva, he said gently, will you please move that thing slowly, away from my hide, and point it at the ground, then lock it, then tell me where you had it? You came out of the pool dressed in nothing but long wet hair. You are now dressed in long dry hair. How? And no wisecracks. In your case, I know better.
Forfeit. Kiss.
Go ahead and kill me.
Stingy.
Minerva removed the weapon, locked it, and it disappeared. Lazarus blinked. Jubal, did you see that? Yes, no, I did not see where Minerva hid that equalizer.
Dr. Jubal, by equalizer, did you mean this?
Suddenly the lady's weapon, locked, Lazarus noted at once, was in her right hand.
Or this.
Its twin was in her left hand. Jubal and Lazarus looked at each other, looked back at Minerva. She now appeared to be unarmed and totally lacking in any means of hiding a weapon. Lazarus said, Jubal, are there days when you feel obsolete? Correction, Leif. There occasionally comes a day when I do not feel obsolete. They've been scarce lately. Harshaw took a deep breath, exhaled. I should have let Mike train me, but this incident has made up my mind for me. I am going to seek the services of Dr. Ishtar. Minerva, are you going to show us how you did that? Or are you going to let us die of frustration? Added Lazarus.
This?
Again she appeared as a two-gun woman, with each of her companions covered. This time she handed them over, one to each.
Have one, they're good.
And peeled the foil off a third, a candy bar molded to look like a purse weapon.
Crunchy, but mostly chocolada. Chocolate? Mostly chocolate.
Minerva, that burner you shoved into my ribs was not a candy bar.
It was. She stopped to munch and swallow. Shouldn't talk with my mouth full.
She licked at some chocolate clinging to the candy wrapping.
It was this. Her slender left hand gripped what Lazarus quickly ascertained was a weapon, not candy. Minerva rolled her candy wrapping into a lump, looked around for the nearest oubliette, spotted it, and tossed the discard, missed it. It bounced against the side. She retrieved the wad of waste, put it into the trash receiver. In the course of this, the weapon disappeared. "Lazarus," she said seriously, "when you were training me, you told me that I should never tell anyone how a concealed weapon was concealed. Are you suspending this rule?"
Lazarus looked baffled. Jubal said, "Old friend, I suggest that we die of frustration. The girl is right." "I agree," Lazarus answered with a sour look. "All but the word girl. This baggage is half a century old as protein, at least 2 centuries older than that as the smartest computer ever built. Minerva, I remove all restrictions. You are able to protect yourself."
"Father, I don't want to be turned loose."
"It's been 30 years since you last called me father. Very well. You aren't turned loose, but from here on, you protect me. You're smarter than I am. We both know it. Keep your weapon secrets to yourself. I always have."
"But you taught it to me, not the details, the method. You attributed it to Master Poe. The purloined letter method, you called it?"
Lazarus stopped short. "If I understand you, I'm looking at your holdout this instant, but can't see it."
Into her off ear, Athene whispered, "Don't give him any more hints. Lazarus isn't as stupid as he looks, and neither is Fatso." Minerva sub-vocalized, "Okay, sis," and said aloud, "I find no fault with your logic, sir. Would you like another candy bar?"
Fortunately, the subject was changed by one of Athene's extensions handing to Lazarus printouts, revised programs for each, and a fresh report for Lazarus on his star guests. They continued walking through the east peristyle of the new wing while reading. Lazarus asked, "Tina, anything new on Isaac, Robert, or Arthur?"
"Negative, 0, nix."
"Damn, let me know soonest. Jubal, here's an odd one. A doctor's degree was not a requirement for the limited list. Many thousands, but nevertheless most strictly limited, of people invited to subscribe to this convention. But most do have a doctor's degree or their cultural equivalent, or higher. Warsaw, for example. I have a much shorter star list of people I wanted to see again. Betsy and Patricia and Buzz and Joan et al., and people I wanted to meet, most of whom I had considered fictional until Jake's Gee-Whizzer opened the other universes to us. You, for example. And you, Sir Leif. I considered you to be a spectacularly unlikely piece of fiction until I received your invitation. It took some extraordinary convincing, even then, by your courier, because it meant missing an important date." "Who was my courier?"
"Undine."
"You never stood a chance. 2 bits to a lead nickel, she sold it to Jillian and Dawn, then all of your staff before she seduced you. What was this date I caused you to miss?"
Harshaw looked embarrassed.
"Under the rose?"
"Under the—"
"No. Jubal, I promise to keep secrets only through evil motives, my own. If you don't wish to tell me, then don't tell me." Damn it. Remember, if possible, that I prefer not to have it discussed. Then do as you bloody please."
"You will, anyhow. I always have. Leif, when I turned 50, I made myself a solemn vow that if I held together that long, I would close shop the day I turned 100. I had made all rational preparations to do so, including distributing my worldly goods without allowing any of it to reach the sticky fingers of publicans, when your invitation arrived, 5 days before my 100th birthday." Harshaw looked sheepish. "So here I am, senile, obviously, even though I arranged years back for other physicians, expert gerontologists, to check me regularly with the idea of closing shop sooner if indicated. Jubal, if you have not consulted Ishtar, then you have not yet consulted a gerontologist." "That's right," agreed Athene. "Ish can turn your clock back and make you so young and horny you'll stand on your hands to pee."
"Athene," Lazarus said sternly, "repeat aloud your program on private conversations."
"Grandfather, I was on duty as secretary to your star guest when I was forced to interrupt to deliver a one-line message. Interruption necessary because it was addressed to both of you. I have not been relieved, and Uncle Tobias is still in that bucket. 4,300 words. Instructions, please, or shall I drown the little monster?"
"Probably be best," Jubal answered. "Is a climax approaching?"
"Yes, either an ending or a cliffhanger."
"Do it both ways. Exploit first as short story, then as the first episode of an endless serial called The Stonebenders, a double series, one angled toward adventure, the other toward senses. Exploit other rights according to the universe in which sold or leased. Copyright where possible, otherwise grab the money and run. Lazarus, there are agents from other universes here, are there not?" "Dozens, maybe hundreds. Jubal, how rich do you want to be?" "Can't say. At the moment I'm a pauper, existing on your charity and that of my former staff. The Stonebenders could change that.
Tina, I gave you the title Uncle Tobias, but I'm fairly sure I never mentioned the Stonebenders, or Aunt Alicia, or Cousin Jewel. My notes on the Stonebenders are filed in Anne, who would let herself be burned at the stake before she would part with a record to any but its owner. Well? The computer did not answer. Harshaw waited. At last Minerva said timidly, Dr. Jubal, Tina can't help it, but she's an ethical computer with a code as binding as that of a fair witness. You have no need to worry. Lazarus interrupted. Minerva, quit beating around the bush. Are you saying that Tina reads minds? I'm saying she can't help it, sir. A large computer with extensions widespread can't be perfectly shielded from brain waves. In self-protection, to avoid confusion, she must sort them out. After a few quadrillion nanoseconds, she finds herself reading them like large print, the way a baby learns a language from hearing it. Lazarus said stiffly, Dr. Harshaw, I did not suspect that I was exposing you to this. I will take all necessary steps to repair it. In the meantime, I hope that you will accept my shamed apology and believe in my intention to make full reparation. Leif, don't take yourself so hogwash seriously. I beg pardon? 2 nice girls, one meat, one the other sort. Flat assurance that no harm was intended, and that it couldn't be helped. Let me add my flat assurance that I quit being ashamed of my sins about 50 years back. I don't care who reads my mind, because my life is an open book. That should be suppressed. Meanwhile, I see a business deal. I supply story ideas, but quit bothering to put them together. Instead, Tina picks my brain while I snooze. Minerva does the dirty work. She's the managing partner. 3-way split. How about it, girls? I've got no use for money. I'm a computer. And I don't know anything about business, Minerva protested. You can learn, Jubal assured her. Talk to Anne. Tina, don't play stupid. In only 3 quintillion nanoseconds or less, you are going to want new clothes and jewelry and Satan knows what. You'll be glad your sister Minerva has saved and invested your share of the net. Minerva, added Lazarus, besides Anne, talk to Dee. Not Hilda. Hilda would show you how to make even more money, but she would grab voting control. Meanwhile, let's shake a leg. Hazel is expecting us. And I'm thirsty, agreed Harshaw. What were you saying about academic degrees? Oh, Lazarus looked at his printout as they walked. It turns out that the degree of doctor is so common on that list of my special guests as to be not worth noting. Listen to this. Asimov, Benford, Biggle, Bone, Broxham, Cargraves, Challenger, Chater, Coupling, Coster, Dorosyn, Douglas, Doyle, Dula, Forward, Foo, Giblet, Gunn, Harshaw, Hartwell, Haycock, Hedrick, Hoyle, Kondo, Latham, McRae, Martin, Mott, Norse, Oberhelman, Passavoy, Pinero, Purnell, Prehoda, Richardson, Rothman, Sagan, Scotia, Schmidt, Sheffield, Slaughter, Smith, Stone, Hazel and Edith, Taine, Watson, Williamson. There are more. That's just the add-on printout. And here's another double paradox. The doctors Hartwell and the doctors Benford are arriving tomorrow and thereby missing the dull opening plenary. Obviously, they are used to conventions. Jubal, why is it that the speaker who knows least talks longest? Isn't that Dirac's corollary to Murphy's Law? But, Lazarus, according to this program, you have not only invited critics, but have provided them with special facilities. May I ask why? I don't mind eating with publishers, most publishers. Editors have their place, too, although I wouldn't want my sister to marry one. But isn't this extreme? Instead of answering at once, Lazarus said, Where did Minerva go? Athene replied, We're finishing off Uncle Tobias. She'll be along later. I've told Galahad. Thanks, Tina. Privacy mode. Jubal, 2 guns, 3 candy bars. Where? Leif, earlier she was resting in the bottom of that pool. Has a young man named Mike visited here lately? Your foster son, the Martian preacher? No. Well, I don't think so. One of the things I learned from him was to postpone indefinitely anything I could not explain, while accepting the fact. We were speaking of critics. I asked why you were pampering them. They walked the length of the atrium to the older south wing before Lazarus replied. Jubal, suppose I had refused to sell memberships to critics. What would have happened? Humph, they would crawl out of the woodwork. So, instead, I gave them free passes and a fancy lounge with plenty of typewriters. Remarkable decorations, you must see them. By asking Athene for display, don't go into that lounge, you are not a critic. Mr. Hogue will be checking credentials. Book reviewers can't get past him, so don't you try. I wouldn't be found dead there. You wouldn't be found. Avoid it. It is clearly marked, both above its door and on this program map, and Hogue you can spot by his prissy appearance and dirty fingernails. You'll note the stairs. Critics are above the rest of us. There are 13 steps up to their lounge. 13? Leif, do I whiff something? Lazarus shrugged. I don't know that the designer planned that number. Mobius Taurus, do you know him?
Mars? Yes, but not your Mars or mine. Different universe, and one of the most exciting. Barsoom. Mobius is court mathematician to the warlord and took special interest in this job because of the way self-anointed critics have treated ERB. Did I say that Mobius is a topologist? No. Possibly the best. ERB's universe is no harder to reach than any other, and Mars is in its usual orbit, but that does not mean that you will find jolly green giants and gorgeous red princesses dressed only in jewels. Unless invited, you are likely to find a Potemkin village illusion tailored to your subconscious. Jubal, the interior of the Critics' Lounge is somewhat like a Klein bottle. So I hear. I've never been in it. Its singularity is not apparent, as you will see from Tina's displays, as it was decorated by a very great artist, Escher. Aha. Yes, he and Mobius are old friends, two immortals of similar tastes. They have worked together many times. I promised critics free entrance. I made no mention of exit. I promised them typewriters and tape recorders. I did not promise typewriter ribbons or recorder tapes. I promised them their own private bar, no charges. Wouldn't be fair to charge, as the bar has no liquor in it. There is a lavish dining room, but no kitchen. Leif, wouldn't it have been kinder to have liquidated them? Who said I wanted to be kind to them? They won't starve. Their commissary is by the Kilkenny Cats method. It should please them. They are used to human flesh and enjoy drinking blood. Some I suspect of eating their young. But, Jubal, there is an easy way out, for any critic who is even half as smart as he thinks he is. Go on. He has to be able to read. He has to be able to read his own language, understand it, not distort the meaning. If he can read, he can walk out at once. Lazarus shrugged. But so few critics ever learn to read. Here's the big top. Harshaw looked far to the right, far to the left. How big is it? I've been afraid to ask, Lazarus admitted. That sign is bigger than most circus tops. Jubal stopped to read it. The First Centennial Convention of the Inter-Universal Society for Eschatological, Pantheistic, Multiple Ego Solipsism. Beautiful, Leif. How did you think it up? I didn't. It just grew, and I don't understand it. Never mind, mine host. There will be 10,000 here eager to explain it to you. Scatological, pan-hedonistic, multiplied solecisms. What? Jubal, that's not what it says. If you don't understand it, how do you know? Because I understood what you said, but the words don't fit. We'll rearrange them. Scatological, pan-hedonism, multiple solecisms. Convinced to, like, I say, different than. Don't talk dirty. We are about to have a drink. Lazarus bypassed the queue. They walked through a hole that suddenly dilated in the canvas, then puckered tight behind them. They found themselves facing a long table. Seated at it was a man working on a roster. He did not look up, simply saying, "Stand out of my light. Tickets first, no exceptions, then name tags, then see a clerk to pick your universe. The complaint desk is outside. Tickets, you're holding up the line." Snob. The man looked up, jumped up. "Executive Director Long, I am honored. And you're slow. You need at least 2 others taking tickets." The official shook his head sadly. "If you knew how hard it is to hire help these days, not for you, of course, for us common people. Director General Hilda has the labor market so cornered that, Executive Director, can't we make a deal?" "Pipe down. Give us our tags. How does this universe ID thing work?" Lazarus turned to his guest. "It's an ID for your home world, Jubal. We don't put numbers on people. Snob, take a hard look at Dr. Jubal Harshaw. Whenever you see him, it's the red carpet. Pronto." "Yes, sir. Here are your tags, and now your universes." "Jubal, you don't have to wear that, but don't throw it away. Someone might misuse it. But it does save introductions and sticks to anything from skin to chain mail. Now, gentlemen, observe above me the brightly lighted true-color representation of the visible spectrum from infradig to ultraviolet, with each slight shading being a precise wavelength further assisted by simulated Fraunhofer lines representing principal inhabited planets of the explored universes, while this booklet you hold in your hand is a key to identifying your wavelength. For example, if you are French in origin, you would turn alphabetically to France, where the principal key dates are the conquest of Gaul, 58 to 50 B.C., the conversion of Clovis, 496 A.D., Battle of Tours, 732, but as you are not French, we will consider turning points in North American history, 1000, 1492, 1535, 1607, 1619, 1620, 1664, 1754, 1765, 1783, 1789, 1803, 1820, 1846, 1882, 1912, 1946, 1965, any of these dates and many others can switch you into a different analog Earth, a most useful method is comparison of presidents. If you happen to come from a history that includes the so-called American Revolution, Director Long, will you illustrate it by naming American presidents of your first century? Woodrow Wilson, I was named for him. Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, Roosevelt, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. Which brings us to 1984, right? And tells me that you experienced the Nehemiah Scudder interregnum and possibly the second so-called American Revolution. Dr. Harshaw, did your world experience the interregnum? It experienced something worse, a world government. To me, all worlds are equally bad, but it tells me where your two worlds split, 1962, and here are your colors by which you can identify others of your own world, if such be your wish. A delegate came through earlier in which the split was in 1535, and San Francisco was named New Petersburg. No Petrograd, I should say, but snob, the red carpet. Right away, Dr. Harshaw, my card, anything, any time. The red carpet rolled up, then carried them at a steady 10 kilometers per hour down the enormous tent. Jubal looked at the card. Siege, Sinister, Services, Syndicate. The villains 9, Rig, Ruin. Reputations ruined. Competitors bankrupted. Dragons wormed. Basements flooded. Wells dried up. Georges exterminated. Contracts executed promptly. Bargain rates on mothers-in-law. Juries suborned. Stocks, bonds, and gallows. Saturday night specials. Houses haunted. Skilled poltergeist at small extra charge. Midnight catering to ghouls, vampires, and werewolves. Incubi and succubi for rent by the night or by the week. 7-year itch powder. P.S. We also poison dogs. Leif, these people you hired? Let me see that. Lazarus was reading the list of services when Snob came running, jumped on the red carpet, reached over Lazarus's shoulder for the card while saying breathlessly, "Wrong card. Here, have this one. That first card is a piece of sabotage by the firm we bought out, including goodwill, but it turned out there was no goodwill. We sued. They retaliated, among other ways, by mixing their old business cards with our own new supply, thereby infecting them all. Law of contiguity, you know. Now, if I can just have that infected one, I'll burn it." Lazarus held it out of his reach while accepting the proffered replacement. "I'll keep the old one. Interesting souvenir." "Director Long, please." "Off the carpet, bub. Back to your job. Get!" This injunction was accompanied by crowding that caused Snob to step 1 foot off the carpet, which resulted in an impromptu pas à seul that left him 50 meters behind before he recovered his balance. Meanwhile, Jubal and Lazarus read the replacement. Anything unlimited. Torn, hernia, lean, and snob. 666 smiling slaves supply supreme service. Reputations restored, teeth and wells drilled, water filters, love filters, chastity Goodell locks picked, virginity renewed, scythers sharpened, old saws filed categorically, silver bullets, fresh garlic, fresh strawberries, strawberry marks for missing heirs. P.S. We also walk dogs. Leif, I don't find this card much more reassuring than the first one. Don't worry about it. There is less here than meets the eye. Where have I seen that face before? This Snob, who is he? Jubal, no one seems to know what ship he came down in. I'm looking into it for Zeb. You've met Zebediah. Briefly. Zeb thinks he's seen him somewhere, not under that phony name, and Zeb and I aren't even from the same time axis, much less the same analog series. Never mind, here's our hostess. Lazarus stepped off the carpet, approached from behind a little old woman seated at a bar lounge table, leaned over her, kissed her. "Hazel, age cannot wither you, or custom stale. You are lovelier every decade." She goosed him. "Pig grunts. I'm dyeing my hair now, and you know it. Who's your fat friend? Hi, Jubal. Tack for ceased. Drag up a chair." She put 2 fingers to her lips, whistled, breaking glasses. "Waiter!" "I note that you're healed," said Lazarus, as both men joined the table. "When did I fail to pack a gun? I'm a free citizen. Does everybody know everybody? If not, get your tags in sight. Damn if I'll stop for introductions. While I was waiting for you, I was joined by friends, some old, some new." "Some I know. Hi, Jake. Hi, everybody. I mentioned your gun with approval, Hazel. Here there be tigers. But I note also that you are staying in a Hilton. After 1 drink, well, 2, 3 at the outside, I'm going to be mortally offended. Your suite awaits you, and you know it. Why?" "2 reasons. Well, 3. I never like to be beholden." "Why, damn your beautiful bloodshot eyes." "But I'm perfectly willing to sponge off you. That's why I bought the first round. The party never gets smaller. This round is yours. Where's that misbegotten waiter?" "Here, madam." "The same all around, and don't call me madam. Jubal, your usual. Leif?" "I know what the gentlemen take. Thank you, madam." The waiter disappeared. "Uppity." Hazel made a fast draw. "Should have made him dance." She twirled and reholstered. "Hilda, where have I seen that sneaky face before?"
Jacob and I were discussing that. He reminds me of a fake forest ranger, but that was in a far country, and besides, the beast is dead. Could be a family resemblance. But hillbilly, I mean today. Got it, the ticket taker. Identical twins, maybe, Hazel went on. Other identical twins are my first 2 reasons, Lazarus. My grandsons. I won't shoot holes in your mirrors or carve my initials into Mara's furniture, but I make no guarantees about Cass and Paul. In a Hilton, they put the damage on the tab. I pay it and make my grandsons wish they had never been born. But you would not let me pay, and we're going to be here quite a piece. My daughter-in-law, Dr. Edith, has decided that she needs a couple of years under Dr. Ishtar. Has anyone seen a pair of twin boys? Man-size, but boys. Red-headed? Not the color of mine. Mine's out of a bottle. The color mine used to be.
Hazel, here twins and red hair are as common as magicians in Atlantis. Gilgamesh must have stayed overnight.
I saw them talking to Caleb Catlum, said Maureen.
Well, he should be a match for them, but don't bet on it. Lazarus, is Atlantis represented? From 13 universes. They are having a jurisdictional dispute. Suits me. If any get sore and leave, they won't get a refund.
Your grandsons may have been with Caleb, but I know where. No, with whom. I know with whom they are now,
put in Professor Burrows.
Lays and Lore.
Oh-ho! Hazel, I'll tell Athene to settle your bill and move your luggage. We have an antidote for Cass and Paul.
Optimist, deal him, waiter, and give him the chit. What antidote?
The waiter started to hand the check to Lazarus before he looked at him, stopped abruptly, and left, still with the tab. Would Cass and Paul be interested in becoming pirates?
Lazarus, they are pirates. I was hoping they would tone down as they grew up, but now they're 18. Terran reckoning, and each one is 2 yards of deceit and chicanery. The J.D. after my name means that I studied law at a school that handed out that degree in place of LL.B., but my rapscallions are J.D.s too, but not lawyers, well, space lawyers.
Hazel, you won your first J.D. long before you studied law, no?
The accused stood mute, and the court ordered a plea of nux vomica entered in the record.
My twins are more than twice as old as your boys, but it doesn't show. They look a year or 2 younger, and they are permanent juvenile delinquents. They want to take a fling at piracy, which I deplore, having sampled the trade. Your boys, do they respect good machinery? Can they take care of it? Make non-shipyard repairs?
Lazarus, they can repair anything that ticks or doesn't tick. Worried me a mite, as they were a little slow in noticing girls, but they outgrew that symptom without outgrowing machinery.
You might tell them that my clone sisters own a spaceship faster and more powerful than any of your home period and analog, one that could be outfitted as a privateer. It might result in all 4 dying happily, but I do not interfere in other people's lives.
Hilda put her palms together, closed her eyes, and said, Dear Lord, do not strike him dead. He didn't mean it. Yours truly, Hilda Burrows Long.
Lazarus ignored her.
Nor do I, Lazarus, other than occasionally with a horsewhip. Forgot to mention they aren't gelded.
Hazel, Lay's Lore are vaccinated and would have to come back here to see Ishtar to get it reversed. As for wrestling matches, any male who tried to rape one of my clones would be gelded, informally, at once, no instruments, no anesthesia. I trained them myself. Forget it. Apparently they've already met. They'll settle their own affairs, if any, their own way. Leave Kaz and Paul in that Hilton if you wish. By the way, I own it. But you're coming home or I'll tell Tamara.
Bully. I don't bully worth a hoot, Lazarus.
I'm out of it. Tamara never bullies. She merely gets her own way. What was this 3rd reason?
Well, don't tell on me. Ishtar is a fine girl, but I have no wish to stay where she could corner me and try to sell me rejuvenation.
Lazarus looked horrified. Who has been feeding you nonsense?
Well, it's a commercial enterprise, is it not?
Certainly. Tanstaffel. All the traffic will bear, but we aren't ghouls. We'll accept a lien against the client's future earnings with no security and only the going rate of interest. Then let him take as long as he likes to figure out that it doesn't pay to cheat us. But Hazel, Ishtar never solicits. The clinic doesn't even have a flack. But if you asked her, you would go to the top of the list as my friend. However, she will supply painless suicide just as readily. You can have that later today, no charge, compliments of the house.
Leif, I don't see how your wives put up with you.
They don't. They make me toe the line, something they learned from the Stone Gang, I believe.
Well, I'm not trying to suicide. I'm less than 200 Terran years old, with a Luna background to stretch it. This is the first time I've been on a heavy planet since the last time I saw you. I'll last a while, but, Lazarus, I have no wish to be a young girl.
Hazel?
Huh? Jubal, keep out of this. Say, did you ever see anything of that young man again? Did he resurrect the way some claim he did?
Not to my knowledge, although I saw something a while ago that made me wonder. Hazel, I'm going to take rejuvenation and hang on to my present appearance, red nose and all. Hazel turned abruptly to face Lazarus.
Is this true? Can this be done?
Maureen answered.
Hazel, I work at the clinic at the bedpan level, with the expectation of becoming a junior rejuvenation technician in up-teen years. I see what goes on. A client states in writing what apparent age she prefers. That's skin deep, easy to do, easy to maintain. But unless it is an unusual contract, we turn out a biologically mature young adult. Call it 18 standard years. Page Ponce de Leon. You mean I can still be me, but get rid of the morning aches and the arthritic twinges and the 40-11 other things that are the real trouble with living too long? Exactly. What about what I'm sitting on? Haven't used it much lately, or wanted to. Lazarus fielded this. You'll want to, unless you contract for an abnormal endocrine balance. But, Hazel, there are many men who prefer to deal with an old, established, reliable firm. Ask Tamara. Be switched if I'm not feeling embarrassed. An emotion I haven't felt in more years than I'll admit. You can pick any apparent age, you say? Could I be, late middle age? My hair its right color but streaked with gray, a sag under my chin instead of this wattle? Tits a man might grab and enjoy it? That old established firm, but not decrepit? Certainly, said Lazarus. Hazel, I can take you to the clinic now, Maureen offered. Always someone in the business office. Discuss types of contract, decide what you want and when, even get your prelim physical today and set date of admission. Yes, I'm interested, but not till later today. I've got friends entered in the preliminary rounds of the Society for Creative Anachronism. Besides, Jubal put in, they need time to check your credit rating, see what they can stick you for. By now, Leif has given Athene some signal to start x-raying your purse. He has not, Hilda denied. I did. Hazel, we don't solicit business. We let the client sell it to herself. Maureen picks up 1% on this deal, not Lazarus. Can't see that it matters, Jacob added. Hey, waiter, over here, please. We longs pool the boodle, and Deety tells us what we have, what we can spend, but not who fetched it in. Jacob, it's the principle. Making money is a game. Maureen landed her. Hazel landed herself, Hilda, Hazel Stone put in. I don't enjoy getting up feeling wobbly. Jubal, are you game for this? My mind's made up. Then take a double room with me, and we can tell each other lies while they make us feel young again. Hilda, is that kosher? Lots of double rooms. Ish knows that you are both special friends of Lazarus, and while she doesn't spoil Lazarus, she'll do him any reasonable favor. Hilda assured her, I think it's the same all around. Waiter, charge it to my account. My check, said Jubal. Waiter, Hilda said firmly. The waiter looked at her, flexed his jaw muscles, said, Very well, Director, and vanished. I think I missed something, Jubal remarked. I think I didn't, said Hazel. Yon cashier hath a lean and hungry look. He thinks too much. Such men are dangerous. Jubal looked around. That cashier's our waiter, I think. I know, and bartender, and ticket-taker. Unless his mother had quadruplets, he has Niven dislocators built into his shoes. I wish I could remember where I have seen him. He is not pleased with Hilda or Lazarus. Why? Wait and see. There will not be another tab brought to this table. Want to bet? No bet, Lazarus interrupted. The upstart knows who I am, who Hilda is. People at this table are guests of the management. He had better remember it, or I'll sick Deety on him, or even Hilda. But they hardly ever live through that. Hey, there's Deety now. Lazarus stood up and waved. Deety, over here! Deety had with her a gaggle of giggles. I don't have time to do this right. We want to get over to the field of the cloth of gold before the preliminaries. Besides, we've got husbands over there, most of us. So this is Ginny and Winnie and Minnie, and Ginny's a witch, and Winnie's a nurse, and Minnie's a retired computer, twin sister to Tina, and this is Holly and Poddy and Libby and Pink, and Holly is a design engineer, ship's architect type, and Poddy is a therapy empathist, and Libby, you all know, and Fuzzy is a computer artist like me, and the first one to calculate the number of the beast to the last significant figure, and now we'd better go even though we have reserved VIP seats because there is a masked knight in the first match, and we're pretty sure who he is, and has anyone seen Zebediah? I'm certain who he is, said Ginny. He brought me to life, and besides he's wearing Karen's colors. I see Zeb off in the distance, Lazarus answered. No, Jake denied. Here he comes now from over this way. Ishtar with him, all dressed up. No, said Jubal. That's Anne with him. Somebody is screw loose. Lazarus is right. I know my first husband even at this distance. He's just approaching those 3 reserved sections opposite the big screen over the bar. Zebediah, over here. The other computer artist added, And that can't be Anne, so it must be Ishtar. Anne is at the field, I know, because Larry is helping Jerry run it, and told me. Anne agreed to cloak and be the third judge when Jerry told her that Mr. Clemens had agreed. Bonfort sits as king, although he says he doesn't know much about the kinging business and even less about jousting. Is it true that they are using real weapons today? Asked Jubal. And real horses, agreed Lazarus. I was able to borrow the Anheuser-Busch Clydesdales. Lazarus, is this wise?
Dr. Bone is taking care of the horses. If one is injured, we'll give him the works. Those beautiful horses will be returned to Old Home Terra at their proper year and second, in better shape than they were, with added skill. It takes time to turn a Clydesdale into a knight's charger, even though that's what they are. But will they ever be happy in harness again? Lazarus, Podkayne said seriously, I'll speak to Dr. Bone. If a horse is unhappy, we will soothe. Poddy, you're a smart girl. About average here, I think, but if someone is unhappy, I have learned what to do. I have never seen a horse, but they've lived with people so long that it can't be very different. Jubal sighed. I'm glad the horses will be well taken care of, but, Lazarus, I meant humans. Isn't someone going to be hurt, maybe killed? Most of them hurt, several killed. But they do it for fun. Those who are hurt won't stay hurt. We are hardly more than a loud shout from this planet's best hospital. If a man loses an arm, or a leg, or an eye, or even his balls, he'll have to be patient while a new part is cloned. But that sort of cloning we are learning to do right at the spot of injury, like a lizard or a newt. Faster, more efficient. If he's killed, he has two choices. Be brought to life again by Ishtar's crew, brain unlikely to be hurt. Their helms are the best part of their armor. Or they can go straight to Valhalla. We've arranged for Bifrost to extend to this field until the end of SCA's part in the convention. 6 Valkyries standing by, and Sarge Smith at the top of Bifrost, checking them against the roster as he musters them home. Lazarus grinned. Believe me, the Society is paying high for these services. Bond posted in advance. Didi wrote the contract. Leif, you're telling me that Wagnerian Valkyries are waiting to carry the slain over the rainbow into Asgard? Jubal, these Amazons are not opera singers. These are the real hairy, sweaty McCoy. Remember the purpose of this convention. Snob. The waiter appeared. You wish something, sir? Yes, tell your boss that I want this table only, to have a full view of Bifrost from the field to Valhalla. I know it's not in the clothing illusion contract, but the same gear will do it, and we can settle it when we go to court later. It will offset some of his lousy service. Git. We'd better all git, said Libby. They won't hold up things for us. That armor is heavy and hot, Didi. Run along, I'll catch up. Here comes my first husband. Leif, if they are killed, how do you know which ones to send to the clinic, which ones to send up the bridge? Jubal, how would you do it? Sealed envelopes, destroyed if a knight wins, opened if he loses. And there may be some surprised widows tonight, unable to believe that their loving husbands elect to hunt all day, then feast on barbecued boar, guzzle mead, and wench all night in preference to being restored to life in their respectable homes. But did I tell you what a winner gets? Aside from applause and a chance to kneel to King John and Queen Penelope, a paradox is his reward. A paradox? No, noise in here. A paradoxes each, his reward. The Society got a bargain. The arts are in their infancy here. Boondock is still so much a frontier that we have not yet developed distinguished hetairæ. But some of the most celebrated hetairæ in New Rome volunteered their services in exchange for transportation and the privilege of attending this convention. Zebediah was struck by a guided missile, female, from 5 meters. He managed to stay on his feet, and took his first wife to the table, sat down by Hilda, pinched her thigh, pinched her glass, drained it, said, You're too young to drink, little girl. Is this your father? I'm her son, Jake answered. Do you know Hazelstone? If not, you should. We thought we saw you coming from the other direction. Shouldn't drink in the daytime, Jake. Waiter. Your servant, ma'am. I've followed your series on 3D since I was a kid, and I'm honored to meet you. Are you covering this for Lunaya Pravda? Heavens, no. Locus has an exclusive under the reasonable theory that Locus alone is competent to report this convention. Jerry and Ben are covering it for their various journals, but must clear it through Charles. I'm here as an expert, believe it or not, as an author of popular fantasy. Is the galactic overlord of my series real or imaginary, and is there a difference? See next week's thrilling episode. The Stone family has to eat. Same thing all around, I think. You can tip him, Dr. Zebediah, but there is no tab at the director's table. And no tips, growled Lazarus. Deliver my message to your boss again, and tell that spinning arse-fartle he has exactly 3 minutes before I invoke paragraph 9, section C. Here comes your double, Zeb. From behind the couple, who at half a click had been mistaken for Zebediah and Ishtar, came out quickly a shorter, older, broad-shouldered man. All three were dressed Robin Hood and his merry men style, buskins, breeks, leathern jackets, feathered caps, long bows and quivers of fletched shafts, swords and daggers, and were swinging along in style. The shorter man hurried a few paces ahead, turned and faced their path, swept off his cap, and bowed deeply. Make way for her wisdom, Empress of 83... The woman, as if by accident, backhanded the groom. He ducked, rolled, avoided it, bounced to his feet, and continued, Worlds, and her consort the hero Gordon. Lazarus got up, addressed the groom. "Dr. Rufo, so happy you could make it. This is your daughter, Star?" "His grandmother," her wisdom corrected, dropping a quick curtsy to Lazarus. "Yes, I'm Star, or Mrs. Gordon. This is my husband, Oscar Gordon. What is correct usage here? I've not been on this planet before." "Mrs. Gordon, Boondock is so new that its customs have not yet calcified. Almost any behavior is acceptable if meant in a kindly way. Anybody causes real trouble, it's up to our chairman, Ira Weatherall, and advisors selected by him. Since Ira doesn't like the job, he tends to procrastinate, hoping the problem will go away. As a result, we don't have much government and few customs." "A man after my own heart. Oscar, we could live here if they will have us. My successor is ready. I could retire." "Mrs. Gordon?" "Yes, Dr. Long?" "We, our chairman, Ira especially, all know quite well who her wisdom is. Ira would welcome you with open arms and resign in your favor at once, passed by acclamation, and you would be boss for life. Better stick to the devil, you know. But you are most welcome whenever you choose to visit." She sighed. "You're right. Power is not readily surrendered. I'll probably wait for assassination." Dee Dee whispered, "Zebediah, that bartender, whom does he look like?" "Brigadier Ivor Hurd Jones?" "Well, maybe, a little. I was thinking of Colonel Morinowski." Yes. No importance, since it can't be either one. Mr. Gordon?" "Call me Easy, or Oscar, Dr. Carter." "I'm Zeb. Is that the lady herself? The sword you wore in the quest for the egg of the phoenix?" Gordon looked delighted. "Yes, the Lady Vivamus." "Can't ask a man to draw a sword without a cause, but is the inscription close enough to the hilt that we could read it if you were simply to show steel?" "No trouble." Gordon exposed the etched Dum Vivamus Vivamus, gave them time to read it, clicked it to full return, and asked, "And is that the sword that killed the Boojum?" "Oh, the monster we call a black hat? But we did not softly and silently vanish away." "No, it did. That will be a point we'll discuss in the seminar panel, Techniques for Hunting Snarks. You and I and Dr. Jacob and Dr. Hilda, with some others. Andre, Cat Moore, Fritz, Cliff. The gourd father will moderate when he gets over his wheezes, which he will, tomorrow's treating it. Oh, heavens! Oh, God, how beautiful!" The sky had opened for their table, and they found themselves looking at the field of the cloth of gold, a half-click away, and a few meters above them, on and up to high, high, high in the sky, the shimmering towers and palaces of Valhalla, with the rainbow bridge reaching from the field of honor to the distant gate of the eternal home of heroes. Instead of the wooded horizon usually seen in that direction, the land lifted in terraces, each more colorfully beautiful than the last, until the highest was lost in pink and saffron clouds, and above them, much higher, Valhalla in Asgard. "Pappy?" "Yes, Athene," Lazarus said quietly. "Localize it. Me only. I have many people around me." "That's better? No problems, just to alert you. Arthur and Isaac and Bob all arriving at once. 12 minutes plus 2 minus 0. "You're a smart girl, Tina. Put that in writing, Blanjor." Lazarus said to the table at large, "My guests for those reserved spaces are arriving. I wasn't sure of Isaac. He gets bigger every year, and reluctant to travel other than by water. Arthur had such a long way to come, and communications are always uncertain. Bob I knew was here, but there were duty matters interfering. Shall we listen to some of the opening plenary while we look at the beauties of the Norse afterland? We don't want to look at the general session, but we can listen. When the tourney starts, give most of your attention to the hologram except during the Valkyrie ride. Snob, give us the sound from the plenary session." They got it at once, sound and fury signifying nothing. Under its cover, Jubal Harshaw said to Zebediah, "Before they get on that panel in front of an audience, think about this. How many black hats or boojums are there?" I have no way of telling. In excess of 20 as a best guess, but that excess could be many millions, also a best guess." "But how many did you see?" Harshaw persisted. "Oh, 1. But more were a certainty." "So? You would never get a fair witness to say that. What harm did it or they do you?" "Huh?" "Tried to kill us. Bombed us out, killed my cousin, chased us off our home planet, impoverished all 4 of us. What do you want? Plagues and locusts? The 4 horsemen?" "No, you saw 1. You killed it. It never laid a glove on you. Think about it before you testify. Let's listen." "If you read it correctly, it's all in the Bible. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Could anyone ask for a plainer statement of the self-evident fact that nothing exists until someone imagines it, and thereby gives it being, reality? The distinction lies only in the difference between being and becoming. a distinction that cancels out when any figment fact is examined from different ends of the entropy error. Bishop Berkeley is presiding, Lazarus commented, and would have shut this figment up save that the bishop has laryngitis, imaginary, of course, and his parliamentarian, the Reverend Mr. Dodgson, is too meek to shut anyone up. The meek shall inherit the earth, 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. If God displaces the devil, he must assume the devil's attributes. How about giving the devil equal time? God has the best press agents, neither fair nor logical. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. Occam's razor is not the least hypothesis. It is the least probable hypothesis. The truth. There are 3 schools of magic. 1, state a tautology, then ring the changes on its corollaries. That's philosophy. 2, record many facts, try to see a pattern, then make a wrong guess at the next fact. That's science. 3, awareness that you live in a malevolent universe controlled by Murphy's Law, sometimes offset in part by Brewster's factor. That's engineering. Why did Mercutio have to die? Solve that, and it will lead you to Mark Twain's well. There's your answer. Who is more real, Homer or Ulysses? Shakespeare or Hamlet? Burroughs or Tarzan? The debate shut off. The giant hologram screen lighted up in heroic size, full depth and color, and the tedious voices were cut off by a loud and lively one. While we're waiting for the first 2 champions to reach their starting lines, we will have The Grand Canal, sung by lovely Anne Passevoy and accompanied by Noisy on his stomach Steinway. Noisy is not in voice today, friends. He was bitten last night by an imaginary snake.
Jerry is in good voice, whispered Dee. He always is. Aren't they going to give us any close-ups?
The camera zoomed in on Anne Passevoy, panned across the other Anne, cloaked in white, rested for a moment on King John and Queen Penelope, went on to show a vigorous old man with a halo of white hair who took a stogie out of his mouth and waved. On my right is Sir Tenderloin the Brutal, and on my left is the Black Knight, shield unblazoned, helm closed. Oh, jeer not, friends, hold your tongues. Disdain could be our arrow. Whose color— Zebediah heard a crash, turned his head. They're bringing in a big Corson flatboat, smashed some chairs. He looked again, announced, Can't see much. The stands on this side are filling with people in green uniforms, black berets, bloodthirsty-looking gang. That's aspirin. Give me 10 grains. Dee, you let me mix my drinks. Aspirin, not aspirin. Bob Aspirin, commandant of the Dorsi very irregular, Lazarus told him. But can you see Arthur? Does he wear a deerstalker's hat? Smoke a meerschaum pipe? The tall one there talking to the man who looks like a gorilla? He'd challenge you for that. Violent temper. That's Arthur's party, all right. Dr. Arthur Conan Doyle. Dr. Watson should be there, too. Whoops, here comes Isaac. And there goes another bunch of chairs. They're off. The masked challenger is gaining speed. Sir Tenderloin is having trouble getting his charger to move. It is a beautiful day here at Epsom Salts, and Bifrost never looked lovelier. Lazarus stood up. I must greet Isaac. Zebediah, have you met him? Come with me. You too, Dee. Hilda, please, dear. Jake? Just a moment, you. Zeb looked at the one interrupting them and felt shock. He had seen that face, that uniform, by a rustic swimming pool. The ranger addressed Lazarus. You're the one they call the executive director. Special Agent L. Ron O'Leamy, Interspace Patrol. I have warrants for Beowulf Schaefer, Caspal Jones, and Zebediah John Carter. Director, I require your cooperation. Article 4.6, Section 6.5, Paragraph 6, Inter-Universal Criminal Code. Unhorsed! The Black Knight's lance right through him. Here comes the Valkyries. Hoyo Toho! Hilda reached out, took the warrants, tore them across. You're on the wrong planet, Mac. She grasped Zeb's arm. Come along, Alfred. We must meet Isaac. They passed the Dorsi, reached the big Corson flatboat. Completely filling it was a very large Venerian dragon. The dragon turned an eye-stalk toward them. His tendrils touched his voder. Greetings, Dr. Lazarus Long. Greetings, new friends. May you all die beautifully. Greetings, Sir Isaac. Sir Isaac Newton, this is Dr. Hilda Burroughs Long, Dr. Jacob Burroughs Long, Dr. D.T. Carter Long, and Dr. Zebediah John Carter Long, all of my family. I am honored, learned friends. May your deaths inspire 1,000 songs. Dr. Hilda, we have a mutual friend, Professor Wogglebug. Wait, don't tear up your tickets. The Valkyries are having a problem. Yes, the judges have confirmed it. No contest. The Dane has killed a totally empty suit of armor. Better luck next bout, Holger.
Oh, how delightful. Zebediah and I saw him just this past week in delivering our children to Oz for the duration of this convention. Did I just miss you?
The dragon answered, with a Cockney lisp. No, we are pen pals only. He can't leave Oz. I had never expected to leave Venus again until your device, perhaps I should say Dr. Jacob's device, made it simple. But see what our friend Professor Wogglebug sent me. The dragon fiddled at a pouch under his voder. The Interspace Patrol agent, Olimi, tapped Zeb on the shoulder. I heard those introductions. Come along, Carter. Spectacles to fit my forward stalks that see through the thickest mist. He put them on, looked around him. They clarify any... There, get him, grab him, that beast, get his number. Without a lost instant, Deety, Hilda, and Lazarus closed on the agent and were left with torn clothes and plastic splints as the thing got loose. The special agent vaulted over the bar, was seen again almost instantly at the far end of the bar, jumped up on it, leaped for the canvas top, grabbed hold of the edge of the illusion hole, swung itself up, bounded for Bifrost, reached it. Sir Isaac Newton played Mel Rooney, the worst troublemaker in all the worlds. Lazarus, I never expected to find that beast in your quiet retreat. Nor did I until I heard all of Zeb's story. This convention was called especially to entice him, and it did. But we lost him. But I got its number, Hilda said, and held out its shield. 666. The fleeing figure, dark against the rainbow bridge, grew smaller and higher. Lazarus added, Or perhaps we haven't lost him. He'll never get past Sarge Smith. The figure appeared to be several clicks high now, when the illusion suddenly broke. The rainbow was gone, the terraces melted, the clouds were gone, the towers and castles of Asgard could no longer be seen. In the middle distance, very high up, a figure was tumbling, twisting, falling. Zeb said, Sarge won't have to bother. We've seen the last of it. The voder answered, Friend Zebediah? Are you sure? End of The Number of the Beast, by Robert A. Heinlein. 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 A.